Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 1855 to Chapter 1911. He gently hugged Wu Qianqian's naked body in his arms. Thinking that something was wrong, he quickly put her down. Then, he quickly took off her clothes as well. At this moment, the two of them were completely naked. Chu Yang held Wu Qianqian in his arms and slowly activated the power of his life dantian. Surging life force slowly appeared and lingered around the two of them. Then, Chu Yang placed the super heavy pill in his mouth and placed it against Wu Qianqian's little mouth. Using the tip of his tongue, he gently pried open Wu Qianqian's unconscious teeth and sent the super heavy pill over. After the super heavy pill was no longer enveloped by Chu Yang's layered heaven divine technique, it instantly melted in Wu Qianqian's mouth and turned into a warm current that flowed into Wu Qianqian's body. The super heavy pill that melted in her mouth saved her a lot of trouble. At the same time, Chu Yang did not move his lips away. Because the majestic life force was flowing from his mouth into Wu Qianqian's mouth. Their bodies were close together. All of the life force and spiritual energy that originated from Chu Yang was flowing into Wu Qianqian's body. With a slight sound, Wu Qianqian's and Chu Yang's hair flew up due to the power of life force. It floated in the air. A faint layer of redness gradually appeared on Wu Qianqian's snow-white body. The enormous medicinal efficacies rapidly passed through her body in an unstoppable manner. They broke through the stagnant and nearly solidified meridians in her body. If Wu Qianqian was awake, she would undoubtedly be in extreme pain. However, she was not awake at this moment. She did not even have the slightest bit of consciousness. In a sense, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. The current her. She could only passively allow the meridians in her body to be attacked continuously. With the strong impact of the huge medicinal power, the meridians were continuously broken and reformed by the medicinal power. This cycle repeated. This violent process was paused due to the severe blockage of the meridians. Although the process was slow, it was progressing layer by layer without any delay. Chu Yang's divine sense followed this progressive and reformed process in Wu Qianqian's body. Everyone could see that he was covered in cold sweat. This kind of pain, if a person's mind was still clear, they would be in a deep coma. But as long as this person was conscious, he would definitely not be able to take it. The unconscious Wu Qianqian was lying quietly in Chu Yang's arms. Her face still had that kind of contented and melancholy smile on it. It was a peaceful and concerned smile. Finally. This long and painful process had finally come to an end. All the meridians in Wu Qianqian's body. Wu Qianqian's meridians had been thoroughly connected. Or, it should be said that her meridians had been completely reorganized. Wu Qianqian's meridians had become incomparably smooth roads with the help of the enormous medicinal efficacies and the nourishment of Chu Yang's life energy. It could be said that since the beginning of human history, there was no one whose meridians were smoother than Wu Qianqian's, even Mo Qingguo and Chu Yang, who had cultivated the layered heaven divine technique and had many fortuitous encounters, were unable to do so. They were all inferior, however, Wu Qianqian's body was still deathly still. There was no sign of life. It could be faintly felt. The life energy and medicinal efficacies were surging in her meridians. Entwined with them, there was also a thick black death aura. The death aura was still struggling. It was making threatening gestures and doing everything it could to resist. At this moment, the life energy and medicinal efficacies met in her dantian. Chu Yang's enormous spiritual energy poured in. Wu Qianqian's originally expressionless face flushed red. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood that was supposed to be bright red was now reddish-black. There were dark purple blood clots mixed in. Chu Yang sensed that Wu Qianqian's heart was beating softly from where she was leaning against Zijie's chest. This was the moment. Chu Yang waved his hand, and the jade-like half of the resurrection grass that he had prepared earlier entered Wu Qianqian's mouth. Immediately, Chu Yang used his mouth to tightly press against Wu Qianqian's sandalwood mouth. A stream of extremely pure spiritual energy completely sealed off the resurrection grass's path of dissipation, and violently rushed down along her meridians. At the same time, the other half of the grass turned into the purest spiritual energy in Chu Yang's palm. Chu Yang patted Wu Qianqian's dantian and locked it there. A strange situation appeared on Wu Qianqian's snow-white and tender body. Starting from her neck, the original snow-white color turned into a mournful pink. The area was still expanding rapidly. A patch of bright pink quickly occupied the original snow-white territory and kept spreading downwards. Starting from Wu Qianqian's dantian, her entire lower body and both her legs also turned pink the moment the other half of the spiritual energy entered her body. It also spread upwards in the opposite direction. One on top and one on bottom, advancing side by side and gradually converging. Looking at the speed of both sides, it was completely predictable that these two patches of pink would converge at Wu Qianqian's heart. As long as they successfully converged, it would be the time of great success. Chu Yang was fully focused and did not dare to slack off. The spiritual energy in his life force dantian gushed out crazily. In the death aura dantian, other than absorbing the death aura from Wu Qianqian's body bit by bit, it was also constantly transforming his own death aura into life force energy and injecting it back into the life force dantian. It did its best to prolong the continuous output of life force energy from the life force dantian. The two patches of pink were advancing slowly and methodically. Wu Qianqian's heartbeat also gradually changed from once in a while to a slow and continuous heartbeat. Although the number of heartbeats was still much lower than a normal person's, but the characteristics of life were starting to recover in her body. Now, it was the most crucial moment. Success or failure depended on this. The death aura in Wu Qianqian's meridians, under the effect of the strong medicinal effects and the life force energy, quickly condensed to a point and was on the verge of being expelled. As long as this death aura was expelled, Wu Qianqian's resurrection would not be hindered. However, at this moment, Chu Yang's mind unexpectedly recalled a few sentences. Xiaoyan Mo Qing Wu, on the path of 3 lives, can mend the heavens. Yin and Yang need to cherish the beauty. Chu Yang, who was fully focused and did not dare to be careless, could not help but be distracted at this moment. These few sentences, Chu Yang had already thought about it for a long time. In fact, this was also one of the reasons why he had to bring Tai Budian up. Xiaoyan Mo Qing Wu. Now, this sentence had confirmed one meaning. Mo Qing Wu had arrived at the clouds. But, what was the other meaning? Mo Qing Wu, don't Mo Qing Wu, was he advising her to be cautious? Not to be young and frivolous? Or was he warning Mo Qing Wu not to do anything rash? Yin and Yang need to cherish the beauty. This sentence also proved that Wu Qianqian was having sex because of Chu Yang. She was so close to being separated by life and death. Yes, it was not just a matter of yin and yang, but a matter of yin and yang. Yin and yang need to cherish the beauty. This prophecy, or disaster, could be said to have passed. However, there was also the sentence on the path of 3 lives, can mend the heavens. What did that mean? Chu Yang had brought Tai Budian with him to avoid this prophecy. If one of them was in heaven imperial court and the other was in the heavenly realm, and something happened to them, Chu Yang would not be able to do anything about it. At least for now, Chu Yang could not do anything about it. If I want to mend the heavens, why do I have to go to the path of 3 lives? Chu Yang definitely did not want to experience the pain of the path of 3 lives. He would definitely not let Tai Budian endure it. That was really too painful. With Mo Qing Wu's past and present life, and Wu Qianqian's separation of yin and yang, this was enough. I really don't need to go through the reincarnation of the path of 3 lives. Oren's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something is going to happen to Tai Budian? She will experience some kind of change? Chu Yang frowned. If that's the case, I still have to be more vigilant during this period of time. My current strength is still not enough. If I reach the heavenly realm, perhaps I won't have to worry about it anymore. But now, Chu Yang was thinking in his heart. Coincidentally, at this moment, Wu Qianqian, who was hugging Chu Yang's chest, suddenly jerked. Immediately after, an abnormally dense aura of death emanated from her body. At the same time, some greenish-purple fog slowly seeped out from her skin. Chu Yang focused and did not dare to be careless. He used all his vitality to expel this aura of death. In order to prevent any backflow of the aura of death, he simply used the multiplication heaven divine technique and sucked the aura of death into his dantian. After circulating the technique, he converted it into vitality and re-injected it into Wu Qianqian's body. This originally came from Wu Qianqian's body and could be said to be the elements of Wu Qianqian's body. Although the aura of death formed by these elements would only bring about negative effects, it still came from Wu Qianqian. Now that it had been converted by Chu Yang's multiplication heaven divine technique, although its elements were different, its essence was not changed. Therefore, it was very easy for it to merge with Wu Qianqian's body without any obstruction. Wu Qianqian's motionless body slowly trembled. The long eyelashes of her tightly shut eyes trembled as if she wanted to open them with all her might. Or maybe it was because she did not have the strength. Wu Qianqian let out a moan, although this moan was weak. To Chu Yang, it was like the sound of nature. The sword spirit, who had been standing outside worriedly, also heard this moan and finally let out a long sigh. My mother, it's finally done. Since this matter is over, I have to hurry back. There's still a lot of aura of death waiting for me there. The sword spirit transmitted a thought to Chu Yang. Then, he did some calculations and said anxiously, "Ah. Oh no. An entire day has passed. Now, I really don't know what's going on in the boundless mountains. Not good." Chu Yang did not have the time to answer the sword spirit. Because there was a huge surprise waiting for him. Everything else was not important. Wu Qianqian finally opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she met Chu Yang's eyes. They were filled with anxiety. It was a pair of eyes that looked like a new life. Chu Yang was instantly immersed in this pair of eyes. Wu Qianqian's eyes were wide open. It was as if she was in a dream. She looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Her eyes were full of affection and disbelief. Her long eyelashes fluttered wildly. I'm not dreaming. Wu Qianqian said in a low voice. Chu Yang was finally relieved. Wu Qianqian's voice was not weaker than an ordinary person's. It was obvious that even if she had not fully recovered, she was much better. Of course, how can this be a dream? Chu Yang gazed at her. Their eyes were almost touching. They could clearly feel each other's hot breath as they spoke. Wu Qianqian looked at Chu Yang in a daze. The corners of her mouth curled up. It seemed as if she wanted to laugh. But, she succeeded in the end. Instead, she opened her small mouth to cry. Then, tears silently filled her eyes, and trickled down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Then, she started to sob silently. Although she was crying, she still could not bear to close her eyes. She stubbornly stared at Chu Yang with her eyes wide open. She was afraid that if she closed her eyes and opened them again, the face she loved so much would disappear. Chu Yang, who knew her feelings, hugged her tightly. He also did not want to let go. He was so touched. His heart was filled with warmth and gratitude. At this moment, not only Wu Qianqian, who had just woken up, noticed that Chu Yang was wearing clothes. She also knew that Chu Yang had completely ignored it. The two of them were honest with each other, embracing each other in the most private way possible. Chu Yang also remembered the sword spirit's instructions. Wu Qianqian's body was suspended in the air. Her feet were off the ground. Her entire weight was hanging on Chu Yang's body. The two looked at each other like this. They were both overjoyed. Wu Qianqian's emotions calmed down after a long while. Then, she looked at Chu Yang affectionately. He asked, "Is this really real?" There was still a strong sense of uncertainty in his voice. It is the greatest consolation to be with the beloved in her long and everlasting sleep. However, Wu Qianqian had lost so much that she didn't dare to believe that everything in front of her was real. Really? It's true. Chu Yang looked at her and nodded with certainty. Wu Qianqian suddenly covered her mouth with her hand and started to cry. That pair of beautiful eyes was finally willing to close, but because of the bitterness of the surprise and the sourness of her eyes, and because she didn't dare to close them for too long, the tears actually flowed out more and more. Tears gushed out like a fountain. Thank God. Thank the earth. Wu Qianqian murmured. She hugged Chu Yang tightly, and leaned her head against Chu Yang's chest in satisfaction. Then, she softly said, "Chu Yang, I once made up my mind." My mind? When I was in a coma, I once thought that if I woke up one day, I would say something to you. Something that I had long wanted to say to you, but I didn't have the courage to say. Wu Qianqian raised her head and looked at Chu Yang. She didn't blink, and said seriously, "Chu Yang, Qianqian likes you." Chu Yang suddenly closed his eyes. He only felt that the softest part of his heart had been hit hard. It was a sour and tender feeling. Scenes of the past flashed past his mind, and they were right in front of his eyes. It turned out that his beloved had already left an indelible mark in his heart. It was just that he had completely neglected it in the past. Heavenly Armament Pavilion, that black robe, that ferocious mask, as well as that black hair behind the mask, that unparalleled beauty. Before she left, she sent over a huge package. Inside it were all the black robes that Wu Qianqian had sewn together. How many robes were there? At the bottom of every black robe, there was a slight protrusion that wasn't eye-catching. That was the heart of a young girl. There were a few words embroidered on every black robe. Chu Yang, Qianqian likes you. The devastating beauty of the ninja sect turned into a black robe. Her icy heart and jade bones became the masked person for the monarch. The long hair behind the gold mask fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Chu Yang saw that day again. Chu Yang slapped away the bottom of the black robe, and there, the words made of hair quietly appeared on the stone slab. Chu Yang, Qianqian likes you. Scenes of the past flashed past his eyes. At that moment, Chu Yang felt as if he had gone through 3 lifetimes. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was Wu Qianqian's fervent eyes, with some uneasiness, fear, shyness, and a trace of sadness in the depths of her eyes, as if she had foreseen Chu Yang's rejection. Wu Qianqian's fervent eyes slowly dimmed, and the light in her eyes slowly retracted. That kind of inferiority and self-pity, Senior Wu. I like you too. Chu Yang couldn't help but hug her tightly. I like you too, Senior Wu, Qianqian. Wu Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise, and the sadness in the depths of her eyes turned into a completely overwhelmed surprise. She didn't have much hope in the first place, but the great joy and sorrow after death made her a little unbalanced. She regretted it the moment she spoke. She was afraid that she would lose ZJ forever. But when she heard Chu Yang's reply, it was as if a bolt of lightning had lit up her gloomy sky. It completely lit up her gloomy sky. So, it's not that I don't want it, it's not that I don't care. She trembled as she looked at Chu Yang, tears streaming down her face, and tears of joy. She hugged him tightly. Chu Yang, thank you for liking me. Thank you for liking me. I'm so happy. I want to cry. Chu Yang's heart ached, and he was very agitated. This poor girl, her life's wish was actually so humble, her love was so real, so pure, so deep, but she was still so nervous. She had given all of her love to him, and she had no regrets from the beginning to the end. She actually had to wholeheartedly thank her lover for saying that she liked him. Why did she have to do this? What kind of deep love was this? What did I, Chu Yang, do to deserve this kind of love from her? Then he was elated. She hugged ZJ with such great strength just now. Could it be that her body had completely recovered? Even his cultivation had been restored. Actually, Chu Yang had neglected a very important point. When Wu Qianqian was in a life-or-death situation, her cultivation wasn't that high. Not to mention the current Chu Yang, even the Chu Yang before he ascended the heavenly imperial court, the difference between the two of them was extremely huge. Even with Chu Yang's current cultivation, he was still shocked by Wu Qianqian's strength. One could imagine how great Wu Qianqian's strength was now. Gently patting Wu Qianqian's smooth back, Chu Yang comforted her softly. It's okay, it's all over now. We're all fine now, Wu Qianqian hid ZJ's pretty face in his arms and nodded vigorously. Buren exclaimed in surprise, why is my body so? Then she screamed again. Why am I not wearing any clothes? She couldn't restrain her embarrassment. Why aren't you? This? You. At this moment, Chu Yang also woke up from his stupor. He was somewhat embarrassed, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. In that instant, he actually had a reaction. A certain part of his body tensed up, and pressed firmly against Wu Qianqian's flat abdomen. He wanted to attack and take over the city, and fight bravely for a while, that. Actually, it's like this. Chu Yang's mouth was dry as he explained the whole situation. You better put me down first, this looks like. Wu Qianqian was so embarrassed that her whole body was burning. It turned out that a certain someone was still hugging another person tightly. The two naked bodies were still tightly pressed against each other like before. It's okay, you just got treated. How can you have the strength to walk? Oh right, you haven't taken a bath yet. Yang said shamelessly. Let's go, I'll carry you to take a bath. Don't. I can walk, really, I can take a bath. I have the strength. Wu Qianqian shyly struggled with all her might. If it had been someone else, she would have been able to break free. How could she have the strength to walk like this? Don't move, I'm telling you, it's not good even if you have the strength. You can't move now. What if your injuries relapse? I have the final say in this matter. Chu Yang's face was serious, and he said in a domineering manner. Don't move, I'll help you bathe. I've already bathed you 800 times before, there's still a ***. His righteousness was gone for a moment, and he blurted out the dirty thoughts in his heart. Wu Qianqian struggled but could not break free. She did not know why, but her whole body was burning. She felt the strong body of the man in front of her tightly pressed against her. His muscles moved rhythmically, and she could not help but feel weak all over. Chu Yang carried Wu Qianqian, and quickly walked to the front of the large jade vat that had been prepared earlier. Inside the vat, there was already warm spring water prepared earlier. You should put me down, I'll bathe. Wu Qianqian's voice was like a mosquito. She was so embarrassed that she closed her eyes and did not look anymore. It's okay, I'm already used to it. Did you think I was joking just now? I've washed you almost 800 times. Chu Yang smiled mischievously. Used to it? 800 times? Wu Qianqian did not understand. Well, during this period of time, you can't move. Every 2 days, I'll come and bathe you. Then, I'll give you a massage. Then, I'll change your clothes. Chu Yang said softly, I've washed your body many times. Even if I did it 800 times, I'll still do it 800 times. How many times? 800 times? 800 times? Wu Qianqian was so embarrassed that she almost fainted. According to what he said, he had already seen and even touched. Returning to Infinite Boundless Mountain, the sword spirit was shocked as soon as he arrived. No, it should be said that he was greatly shocked. Baidu search PCOM, the scene in front of him was too shocking. Ever since the sword spirit had displayed his might and sealed the death chi, Infinite Boundless Mountain had been packed with people these days. But at this moment, the entire mountaintop had been emptied. Below the mountaintop, there were countless corpses. Blood flowed like a river, and the smell of blood spread 500 miles away with the wind. The sword spirit couldn't help but sigh. These people were really murderous. Moreover, there were so many people. So many had died, but there were still so many people fighting. What were they trying to do? Were they still going to pass? Amidst the crowd, the black-clothed Wang Dao quietly strolled by. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were like a vulture's. Some people who saw him quickly avoided him, afraid that they would be targeted by this killing god. This guy was really too terrifying. When he attacked with his saber, there would be no return without blood. There were no exceptions. In these few days, Wang Dao had already been crowned with a title that even he himself didn't know, Saber of Destiny. Destiny couldn't be defied. When the saber attacked, it meant that destiny wanted you dead. One saber would kill you. Although he had only made his debut for a short time, he had already established a fierce reputation. Under the heaven stage, there was no one who could resist him. At this time, there were still several groups of people fighting with their lives on the mountainside. It was unknown what they were fighting for. Dragging his saber, Wang Dao coldly walked forward, watching the battle with cold eyes. He didn't expect that when those people saw Wang Dao approaching, they would instantly scream and flee in panic. They didn't even bother to fight. Saber of Destiny has come, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Everyone panicked and didn't know where to go. They only hated their parents for not giving birth to them with 2 more legs. Wang Dao's eyes slightly fluctuated. Once upon a time, he was just an ordinary farmer's youth. Anyone could bully him. But now, there were so many people whom he could only look up to in awe, who fled in panic after seeing him. If he could start his life over, would he choose to continue being that youth, who only wanted to be reunited with his family? Or would he choose his current life? Wang Dao closed his eyes, shook his head, and waved away this unrealistic question. Saber in hand, he walked away. Wherever he went, the people there all opened up a path for him. The sword spirit was dumbfounded. How awe-inspiring. Well, who was the Blade of Destiny? Was he talking about Wang Dao? What a domineering nickname. He looked down the mountain and saw that it was originally a very spacious place. Demonic aura soared to the sky. It was obvious that the demon army from the Heaven Imperial Court had finally arrived. The relic's allure was indeed shocking. Even the demon race couldn't resist it. They traveled through mountains and rivers to get here. The members of the demon clan were all grotesquely shaped. Some were handsome, some were perfect, and some were extremely ugly. They all went to extremes, from donkey's lips to horse's mouth to bull's head to dog's face. As expected, it's a group of demons dancing wildly and bewitching all living beings. The sword spirit shook his head and entered the longsword formed by the sword intent again. In the blink of an eye, the black gas that was gushing out abruptly retracted and returned to its original state of trickling out like a stream. Suddenly, a strong wind blew across the sky, blowing away the chilly aura of death lingering on the mountaintop in just a short while. This sudden change, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The chilly aura once again returned to its original state a few days ago. This was a super change. Naturally, everyone was shocked. They couldn't stop guessing. Why did it suddenly return to normal? What's going on? Faced with this strange change, all the major sects finally reacted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few figures came to the mountaintop like shooting stars. Snow Immortal, Hai Jinbo, and all the senior experts of the same level, more than 30 people, landed on the mountaintop almost simultaneously. They were afraid that they would be late and miss out. All of them looked serious. They didn't get close to the longsword that was flashing with cold light. They only observed the surroundings, paying attention to any clues. Strange. Since it can suppress it to this extent, why didn't it suppress the aura of death for an entire day and let it spread? Could it be that there's a limit to this sword's power? After suppressing it to a certain extent, it has to be suspended for a certain period of time? There was a similar suspension before, but it wasn't this long. Why do I always feel like I'm being spied on every time I come here? There's obviously no one around, but this feeling is abnormally strong. One of them frowned. The sword spirit followed his advice and stopped checking. He completely integrated his body into the longsword. I also have this feeling. I thought I was too sensitive. It turns out that everyone has the same feeling? Snow Immortal frowned and looked around. Suddenly, she saw Wu Xianxia. He was staring at her like a thief. His eyes were full of love. She couldn't help but sigh fiercely. This guy is really annoying. I can't really kill him. He's so annoying. Elder Mu of the Heavenly Sword Alliance frowned and said, could this situation be a sign that the divine soul of the calamity below has awakened? It's fighting against this sword? And the phenomenon of the surging of the aura of death today, maybe it's because this sword is at a disadvantage? Or maybe the two are equal? That's why the chilly aura of death is surging? Previously, the divine soul of the calamity had a similar movement. However, it was completely suppressed. At most, it only surged for a moment. Another person suddenly understood. Now that it's calm, it should be because the divine soul of the calamity has been suppressed again? That should be the case. In that case, this sword can actually suppress a mature and awakened divine soul of the calamity? The power of this sword is really shocking. As soon as this sentence was said, the eyes of the 30-over-old guys lit up. They stared at the sword like searchlights. The sword spirit felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many eyes. Not only the sword spirit, anyone would feel uncomfortable being surrounded by so many expectant, longing, and covetous eyes. Snow Immortal snorted from her nose and said in a strange tone, "What? Do you all want this sword?" "Sure. But I don't know if you have the ability to pick it up." The moment she asked this question, they were all discouraged. Pick it up? How? How many people have died because of getting close to this sword? There's no lack of experts. We've seen it all. Why would we take the risk? Snow Immortal snorted and said, "None of you can even pick it up. Why are you still dreaming? Even if you can pick up that sword. Can you afford to offend the owner of the sword? Of course, if any of you have the ability to pick up that sword, you should be able to deal with the owner of the sword. The problem is, which one of you can? All the old men's faces turned red. You're all idiots who overestimate yourselves. Snow Immortal didn't let them off and mocked them to her heart's content. Speaking of which, Snow Immortal herself was a very gentle woman. However, the fact that the various large realms concealed the news of the battle in advance caused the Eastern Royal Heavens to suffer a huge loss. Although Snow Immortal was a clay figurine, she still had some temper. Hence, every word she said was filled with sarcasm. Snow Immortal's words were undoubtedly sharp and unkind, but they exposed the truth. An old man said angrily, "Snow Immortal, what do you mean by that? Some things, it's fine if everyone knows it. Even if you say it out loud, we won't argue with you on account that you're a woman. But it's fine if you just say one sentence, but you're still not done? Do you really think that we're afraid of you?" Snow Immortal was worried that she didn't have an excuse to flare up. Hearing that, she flew into a rage. What? So what if I'm a woman? Women still know how to take responsibility for their actions. They don't hide and play dirty tricks. What's wrong with me saying a few more words? What I said wasn't true, so I'm not done. What can you do about it? I can see that you're afraid of me. If you're not convinced, come and spar with me. Do you dare? Snow Immortal was deliberately causing trouble to vent her anger. Of course, her words were as unpleasant as they could be. That old man was so angry that his face turned red. Look, what are you doing? Are you scolding me like a shrew? Although he said that, this old man really didn't dare to go against Snow Immortal. His strength was slightly inferior to Wu Zhangxiu's. How could he dare to spar with Snow Immortal? That wasn't a spar, it was simply asking to be abused. After all, not everyone was like Wu Zhangxiu. Being abused by others was a pleasure. Snow Immortal stepped forward. So what if I say that you're greedy? So what if I say that you're delusional? So what if I say that you're not capable? So what if I say that you can't afford to offend others? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? That old man was forced to retreat step by step. Suddenly, he flew into a rage. Snow Immortal, do you really think that you can defeat me? I really don't care about you. Snow Immortal raised her eyebrows and pulled out her long sword. Her pretty face was angry. A bunch of people who only know how to play tricks. Why are you pulling out your sword? Let me teach you how to be a person. At least, I'll let you be more humane. Clang, that old man couldn't take it anymore. With a shake of his wrist, he unsheathed his long sword. The old man was also a high-ranking person of a sect. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. He would rather be beaten to death than be bullied to death. Both sides were in a heated atmosphere. They were on the verge of a fight. Or rather, it should be said that the arrow was on the bow and had to be released. At this moment, Wu Zhangxiu hurriedly ran out and inserted himself between the two. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, calm down. Calm down. Give me some face," that old man said angrily. "Wu Zhangxiu, this has nothing to do with you. What are you doing?" Wu Zhangxiu was full of smiles. He said, "I shouldn't interfere in the matter between Snow Immortal and you. Moreover, I'm shy and don't know how to speak." That old man's expression softened. It was pure nonsense to say that Wu Zhangxiu was shy. However, he came out to mediate at this moment, which was what the old man wanted. As long as he could avoid a direct confrontation with Snow Immortal, it was fine to let Wu Zhangxiu talk. "I'm shy. If I offend you in any way." Wu Zhangxiu continued to speak with a smile. However, Wu Zhangxiu suddenly swung his hand and slapped him fiercely on the face. He shouted, "Come and King hit me. P.S. I'll continue to write." Even if he risked his life, he would only last for a month. That slap was truly vicious. It had come so suddenly that he was caught off guard, and it was even more ferocious. The old man's entire body spun like a top, and he flew out horizontally. Speaking of which, the two of them were about the same cultivation, although the old man was slightly weaker. If they really fought, even if Wu Zhangxiu could win, it would take at least a few hundred rounds. It would be impossible to take him down in a short period of time. However, the distance between the two of them was too close, and the old man was caught off guard. Furthermore, Wu Zhangxiu's tone, voice, and expression were too bewitching, and the old man had suffered a huge loss. Seeing the old man flying out, everyone's jaws dropped, as they turned to look at Wu Zhangxiu in shock. This fellow was truly sinister. It seemed that he had to reevaluate this fellow. Seeing him approach with a simple and honest face, everyone thought that he was going to be a peacemaker, trying to smooth things over. Who would have thought that he would actually come up with such an explosive move? It was simply too shocking. It was also too shocking. Thinking back to that simple slap, everyone was sweating profusely. Damn, such a bewitching attack, even I would not be able to dodge it, Wu Zhangxiu. This old man and you are irreconcilable. The old man had just landed on the ground when he flew back in a rage, his hair standing on end. He had suffered such a huge loss today, and could not die in peace. If he did not get it back, how could he still have the face to stand in front of others? In the midst of his shame and anger, his sword flashed as he slashed towards Wu Zhangxiu, intending to go all out. Oi, 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 I'm talking about that. Monarch, use your mouth and not your fists. Wu Zhangxiu barked out, stop right there, I'll argue with you properly, and let everyone be the judge. Rugua, I was wrong. The old man glared at him, what are you going to do if you're wrong? Don't tell me Xianxia was right when she scolded me earlier? Wu Zhangxiu retorted, what the hell do you know? Come, everyone come and be the judge. He turned to everyone and said, is he wrong or am I wrong? I hit him, the old man angrily rushed forward. Judge if you want to judge. I don't believe that, you're the only one in this world. Right at this moment, Wu Zhangxiu suddenly kicked the old man in his dantian, sending him flying with a whoosh. He shouted loudly. I hit him. Can't I hit him? So what if I hit him? It was another kick that caught him off guard. At this moment, everyone's eyebrows twitched. F***ck. This was too shameless. Too despicable. Too despicable. Too despicable. This time, Wu Zhangxiu did not wait for his opponent to get up. She pounced forward and caught up with the old man, whose body was bent like a prawn from the kick. She cursed fiercely as she rained punches and kicks on him. I hit you. So what if I hit you? Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and F***king hit me. F***ck. You still dare to draw your sword at me. I asked you to draw your sword. I asked you to draw your sword. You're despicable. You're despicable. You F***king despicable. Your whole family is despicable. I'm afraid of you when you draw your sword. I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid of you. I'm scared to death of you. You dare to hit me. You F***king dare to hit me back. Hit me back. Hit me back. Hit me back. Why aren't you hitting me back? I F***king asked you to hit me back. Why aren't you hitting me back? Bang, bang, bang. By the time everyone rushed forward to pull the two of them apart, the poor old man had fainted from the beating. His face was covered in blood. He fainted partly because he was angry and partly because he felt wronged. If he was just getting beaten up, he would not have fainted. Wu Zhangxiu knew how to control his strength and would not kill him. But this was too wronged. Wu Zhangxiu stood up proudly. He moved in front of Xianxia and said, Xian. He. See, I told you that this old thing is not my match. How can an old thing like him catch up to me? He's so strong. Should we? Xianxia's face darkened. She said angrily, scram. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Wu Zhangxiu nodded and bowed. If you ask me to scram, I will immediately scram. I will scram without stopping. Xian, how do you want to see me scram? Do I roll vertically or horizontally? Or do I roll in a ball? Wu Zhangxiu had already been kicked in the stomach by the snow immortal, who couldn't bear it any longer. He was like a rubber ball, rolling down from the steep mountaintop, without stopping for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. All the old men turned around. A few of them wanted to find Wu Zhangxiu to settle the score, but they found that this person had disappeared, Just as they were about to fly into a rage, they met Xianxia's cold eyes and Hai Xiaobo's eyes. He was holding his sword hilt, they gritted their teeth and said, "Xian, aren't you too despicable?" Xian said calmly, "Do you have the right to tell me if I'm despicable or not? Let's not talk about whether Wu Zhangxiu is under my command or not. Even if I did, do you have any objections? Who has any objections? Step forward." The old men were so angry that their mouths were twitching. But no one dared to step forward. Although that old man belonged to a super sect, he was from a lower-tier sect. How could they offend dreamlike Veranda's Xian in the eastern royal heavens for such a person? Then, a large group of people came up to mediate. They were all 10,000-year-old old demons, and they knew that it would be stupid to fight now. After arguing and pulling each other, they walked down in a single file. This time, the unconscious old man woke up. With a bloody nose and a swollen face, he flew away to find Wu Zhangxiu to settle the score. Hai Huabo walked in front of Xian and said softly, "Xian, actually, that old Wu is really sincere to you. He didn't even say a word and helped you take care of such a big problem. I think you should consider taking the exam. If you miss it, then," before he could finish, he met Xian's murderous eyes. He raised his hand bitterly and said, "All right, just take it that I didn't say anything." Xian snorted angrily with a murderous aura. She extended her body and flew away. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian, the husband and wife, had finally reunited after such a long separation. It seemed as if they had an endless room to talk about. The two of them chatted and laughed at the sight of the room. They had been chatting for more than 4 hours, and still hadn't finished talking. Tai Butian also told Wu Qianqian about how Chu Yang and the rest fought against the big clans, how they fought against the law enforcement officers, how they destroyed the Dharma Supreme, how they resolved the biggest crisis of the heavenly layer, how they rushed up to the heavenly layer, and so on. Wu Qianqian listened with great interest and interjected from time to time, asking Tai Butian to explain in more detail. At the end of the story, Wu Qianqian asked, "This and that. Both of you came up. Where's Yang?" When it came to the people closest to Tai Yang, besides Tai Butian, it would be Wu Qianqian. Even Chu Yang and Ning Tianya had to be ranked behind. Tai Butian's face turned red. Then, she said hatefully, "Don't mention that little heartless fellow. The two of them colluded and usurped the throne." Usurped the throne? What do you mean? Wu Qianqian's beautiful eyes widened. She was stunned for a moment. Then, she seemed to understand and burst into laughter. Tai Butian also found it funny. She explained, "The two of them dragged me up to the upper 3 heavens and then, when I returned, I discovered that the throne had changed hands. I became the late emperor." That's roughly what happened. Wu Qianqian found it even more hilarious. In the end, she laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Tai Butian snorted and said in a low voice, "Are you laughing at me? I'd like to ask my empress." The man who came in earlier was staggering and had a lustful look on his face. "What exactly did he do to me? Tell me the truth. Did he put a colored hat on me?" Wu Qianqian's face and ears were red. She stuttered for a long time before she spoke. Even her neck was red. Tai Butian didn't give up. "Tell me quickly. Otherwise, I'll punish you severely." Wu Qianqian steeled her heart and decided to turn the tables. "What else can I do to you? It's what he did to you." This time, Tai Butian's face also turned red. She said angrily, "You little hussy. Don't spout nonsense. You're slandering me." Wu Qianqian snorted and leaned close to her ear. She whispered, "Your Majesty, did my junior brother serve you well?" Tai Butian's face instantly turned red. In her embarrassment, she pounced on Wu Qianqian and tickled her. Wu Qianqian twisted her body to avoid her but was still tickled. She begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. I won't say it again." "Oh right, how did you do it when you were together?" Another round of fooling around, then, the two women put their heads together and whispered. Their faces were red and their eyes were watery. They couldn't suppress their embarrassment. Chu Yang stood outside the door, his heart burning as he listened. Somewhere, he was ready for battle. Then, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He pushed the door open and barged in. Ah! The two women screamed and turned their heads in a panic. When they saw Chu Yang, they couldn't help but think of him. Even their necks turned red. Why are the two of you so happy talking about me? Tell me about it too. Let me be happy too. Chu Yang calmly walked to the bedside. Then, he casually sat down between the two of them. Then, he stretched out his hands, and the two delicate bodies fell into his embrace. I didn't do it. Tai Butian's face was red. I really didn't do it. Wu Qianqian emphasized with a red face. That's not right. Chu Yang blinked and said, I heard it all just now. You heard it all? The two women screamed at the same time. You heard me? Chu Yang's lips curled into a sinister smile. He said softly, I heard Qianqian asking, Your Majesty, did my junior brother serve you well? Then, she said sweetly. At this point, the two girls, who were already extremely embarrassed, pressed down on the bed and covered their mouths. Continue. Mmm. Chu Yang's mouth was gagged and he couldn't speak. Suddenly, he stuck out his tongue and licked Tai Butian's hand that was covering his mouth. PC. Tai Butian shuddered and the strength in her hand disappeared at once. Using a trick, Chu Yang broke free. Then, his two big hands entered the Empress's clothes without any warning. He grabbed a ball of soft flesh and rubbed it gently. He teased, Your Majesty, it seems to have gotten a lot bigger here. Tai Butian was so embarrassed that her whole body went soft. She said, Let go. Xianxian is still here. Wu Qianqian blushed and stood up hurriedly. She said, You guys go ahead. I still have something to do, so, she was about to escape. However, Chu Yang reached out and grabbed her. She stumbled and fell onto the bed. Chu Yang hugged Tai Butian with one hand. Then, he flipped over and pressed Wu Qianqian under his body. He covered Wu Qianqian's little mouth with his big mouth. His other hand reached into Wu Qianqian's lapel with great familiarity. With a flick and a swipe, Wu Qianqian's lapel was already half open, revealing her snow-white shoulders and half of her soft breasts. The two girls were so embarrassed that they started to struggle vigorously at the same time. Minister Chu is worthy of being called Minister Chu. How can he let a cooked duck fly away at such a critical juncture? His two big hands moved up and down, showing off his superb hand skills. Wait for me to serve your majesty. Junior brother will also serve senior sister. Let's do it together. It didn't take long. The two girls were no match for him even if they joined forces. By now, they had already turned into two puddles of fragrant mud and fell onto the bed weakly. They knew that they shouldn't have done this. It was really too embarrassing. But they were really powerless to resist someone's forceful attack. Chu Yang moved in a flurry. Immediately, two fair and tender bodies appeared on the bed. He stood up and roughly removed his clothes. His eyes lit up and he pressed himself on top of them. Someone moaned. This sound was like a bugle horn that signaled the start of the battle. Chu Yang immediately fell into an extremely brave and ferocious battle. He attacked the city and took out the stronghold. He was invincible as he drove straight in. Straddling a horse and holding a spear, he fought against the world. Omitting another 3 million words, after a full half hour, Chu Yang lay on the bed in high spirits. His whole body felt comfortable. It was extremely refreshing. Tai Butian Hairpin's hair was in a mess on both sides of his body. Wu Qianqian was gasping for breath. The two women felt that they couldn't even move their little fingers. So comfortable. Chu Yang sighed with satisfaction. This is the life of a deity. Chu Yang had fantasized countless times before, but never had the chance to carry out the threesome. But today, he had finally achieved his wish. Chu Yang's heart was filled with incomparable satisfaction. Especially. Minister Chu thought to himself, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as there's a first time, then it's a beginning. Won't I be able to taste the delicacies at any time in the future, thinking about it this way? Minister Chu laughed obscenely, ha ha ha. Hearing this perverted laughter, the two women were embarrassed and angry. They wanted to reach out and pinch him, but they didn't have the strength to do so. It was as if his entire body was cramping, and his entire body was limp. Pervert. scoundrel. Taibu Tian rested for a long while before finally bursting out. When he thought about how Wu Qianqian had seen him in his most embarrassing state, the former emperor wished he could find a hole to jump into and never come out again. She was so embarrassed. At the side, Wu Qianqian buried her face in the blanket, refusing to raise her head no matter what. While Taibu Tian was incomparably embarrassed, Wu Qianqian was even more embarrassed. Today was their first time, and then they slept together under the same blanket. What should they do in the future? Chu Yang was immensely proud of himself. So what if I'm a pervert? So what if I'm a scoundrel? Haha. As long as it's comfortable. The two women scolded at the same time. They struggled to prop themselves up and bit hard on his shoulders, one on each side. Chu Yang grimaced. But how could he not let them vent after taking such great advantage of him? He had to bear with it. Just this once. Taibu Tian blushed, but her voice was resolute. There definitely won't be a next time. At the side, Wu Qianqian nodded vigorously, expressing her agreement and support. Huh? There won't be a next time? Chu Yang flipped over and pressed down on Taibu Tian again. Your Majesty's words must be followed. Since that's the case, let's play a few more times in case we don't have another chance in the future. As he spoke, he was about to touch her. Taibu Tian felt the fiery pressure and threat, and her beautiful face couldn't help but change. Even in her dreams, she didn't expect Chu Yang to be able to regain his vigor so quickly. She hurriedly begged for mercy. No, no. No, don't. I can't take it. Chu Yang straddled his horse and looked down at her from above. Then tell me, will there be a next time? Taibu Tian looked at him with a red face and gritted teeth. She said angrily, definitely not. Chu Yang nodded. His body suddenly bent down and he said, all right. She slowly moved her waist forward. In a panic, Taibu Tian shouted, Qian, come and save me. Wu Qianqian couldn't even wait to protect herself. How would she dare to save her? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. She wanted to take this opportunity to get off the bed quietly, but the moment she moved, Chu Yang hugged her. Trying to run? If you don't give me an answer today, neither of you can get off this bed. If you don't agree, we can only have fun today. After a long, long time, after another rainstorm, Chu Yang was extremely satisfied, and started to laugh mischievously. Under Minister Chu's extremely violent attacks, the two women were finally forced to sign an agreement. They agreed to Great Manor Master Chu's licentious request. After a long time, the two women clenched their teeth and put on their clothes. They only felt limp and sore all over their bodies. They looked at Chu Yang with even more resentment and hatred in their eyes. This guy is simply an animal, a beast. It was a never-ending torrential downpour and stormy waves. Who can take him? Luckily, there's still Qian. Luckily, there's still His Majesty. The two women thought so in their hearts. The two women who had finally recovered had a frosty look on their faces. Their expressions were cold and solemn, and they completely ignored Chu Yang. Even if they didn't consider the exhaustion of their physical strength, just that shyness and that agreement made the two women so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. Even in their dreams, they didn't expect that they would actually sleep together with this beast. In fact, today was just a beginning, a beginning. In the future, at this thought, even when the two women occasionally looked at each other, they immediately turned their heads away. Then, their faces turned red, and they were extremely uneasy. Thinking that their most embarrassing side was clearly seen by another person, this kind of embarrassment, this kind of absurdity, almost completely subverted the two women's previous understanding. What was even more frightening was that this kind of thing would probably happen more often in the future. It was very likely that there would be other women joining in, at least Mo Qinggu wouldn't be able to escape. Cough. Is this the legendary Day of Immortals? Great Manor Master Chu stretched and walked out. He shook his hips, waist, and neck, and his face looked like a weasel who had just eaten a chicken. Someone was addicted to it, and even signed an agreement to fulfill his great wish. How could he not feel refreshed and happy? Humph. The two women were embarrassed at the same time. Their faces were full of anger, and they turned their faces away. Their hearts were pounding. Back in the day, we were both peak characters who could command the wind and the clouds. We commanded the world. We were in charge of life and death. We were heroes who looked down on the common people. How could we be sleeping together with you? You are still acting so, humph. This, that, I say, Xianxia, Chu Feng knew that the two women couldn't accept it. You can stay with Tian Tian for the time being. Anyway, such a big courtyard is enough for the two of you to live in. The two of you have reunited after such a long time, you should be intimate with each other. Well, you can sleep together in bed. What a wonderful thing it is. I can't wait for it. Qi Yang smiled and said, anyway, we are short of rooms in our house. We are very free. We don't have any extra rooms for you. You can stay with Tian Tian for the time being. Anyway, such a big courtyard is enough for the two of you to live in. Beautiful scenery, a good family, and a full moon. You can talk to your bosom friends, whisper to each other, and talk freely. Under the moonlight, you can take care of each other, protect each other, and exchange ideas. Haha. What a wonderful thing this is. Just thinking about it makes me envious, jealous, and eager to participate. Chu Yang was shameless as he fantasized for a while. Speaking of the thickness of Minister Chu's skin, he had reached the pinnacle. In fact, he was unparalleled. Such a big courtyard, hundreds of acres of land, and Wu Qianqian couldn't live in it. Only the great Manor Lord Chu could say such words. Good? What's good about it? What's good about it? Do you think we don't know what intentions you have? Tai Butian said coldly, letting me live with Qianqian, I'm afraid the biggest convenience is to make it convenient for a pervert like you, right? How can you say that about me? You hurt my heart too much. Chu Yang opened his eyes wide, am I that kind of person? Am I that kind of person in your hearts? Tai Butian's almond-shaped eyes opened wide, full of anger, fine, I'll let you say it yourself. What kind of person are you? You say it. Chu Yang said with awe-inspiring righteousness, I, your husband, am naturally a righteous man. The two women looked at each other and didn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, Wu Qianqian said, a righteous ruler? You. Do you believe what you're saying? Chu Yang laughed and said, why wouldn't I believe it? Don't you think I know what kind of person I am? Even if I don't know, the two of you still don't know? The two women were dumbfounded again. They never thought that there would be such a shameless person in the world. Tai Butian said fiercely, fine, since you call yourself a righteous ruler and are so righteous, you should do something a righteous ruler should do, right? You also said that our conditions are limited. Our rooms are even smaller. This room belongs to the two of us. You're not allowed to enter in the future. Hurry up and do those righteous ruler things. The two of us won't disturb you from doing your business. How thick-skinned was Chu Yang? With a righteous expression, he said, if the room is smaller, then so be it. I don't mind. Both of you are my women. It's proper for me to do something with both of you. In order to emphasize, he even emphasized the word certain, the two women blushed even more. Their beauty was truly out of this world, Wu Qianqian said, you wanted us to do that just now. That's also proper? Of course it's proper. If it wasn't proper, would both of you agree? Just now, you guys personally promised and agreed to it. It can be seen that this is a serious matter. Novel chapters are updated the fastest. Qi Yang laughed mischievously. You still dare to say. You still dare to say. Thinking of how they were forced to agree just now, both of them felt hot all over. Forget it, forget it. I'll leave this small world to both of you for the time being. Chu Yang turned and slipped away. I'll go ahead and take a look, the two women didn't have time to protest. Chu Yang stretched out his hand, and touched Tai Butian's soft breasts. Then, he rubbed Wu Qianqian's perky buttocks. The two women screamed in surprise. Chu Yang laughed heartily, this is so soft, and this is so big. His smug expression disappeared in a flash. The two women looked at each other. Their faces were red and didn't fade for a long time. Facing this woman who shared a man with them, both of them felt a little complicated. Their eyes flickered a few times and they smiled bitterly at the same time. You. Both of them opened and closed their mouths at the same time. You first. You first. Again, both of them opened and closed their mouths at the same time. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other. At the same time, they smiled. This smile seemed to have completely broken the stiff atmosphere. Your Majesty. What should we do now? Wu Qianqian frowned. Tai Budian also smiled bitterly. What should they do? What else could they do? They could only do it. The two women were very opinionated and had their own ideas. In such a situation, although they were still discussing it verbally, it was just a kind of subconscious psychological barrier that they couldn't accept for the time being. It was completely different from the actual decision. There's no other way. Anyway, there's nothing I can do. Tai Budian shook her head. Even if we resist, it will be of no avail. It will only lead to greater suppression. Don't forget that he can use shameless and hooligan methods to achieve his goal. Can you be more shameless than him? Wu Qianqian blushed and said, even if there's no other way, we have to think of some countermeasures. Don't tell me that there's no other way but to let him do whatever he wants. Then we'll look like sh*t. Tai Budian snorted and said with a sideways glance, if you don't let him do as he pleases, do you think you'll be able to handle him? Since you've become his woman, accept your fate. Wu Qianqian blushed. He thought of Chu Yang's beast-like charge. That seemingly never-ending energy made her feel weak all over. She had to admit that when facing such an energetic madman, ZJ alone was definitely not enough. Even the two of them, ZJ and Tai Budian, could barely handle it, let alone ZJ alone. If ZJ was alone, then it would be terrible. Forget it. Accept your fate. Besides, Tai Budian said indifferently, you also looked like you were enjoying it just now. You were so loud and unrestrained. Wu Qianqian was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. She said angrily, who are you talking about? Are you talking about ZJ? You started moaning when he was on top of you just now. You must have fainted in the end, right? You closed your eyes and moaned and screamed. You don't know shame and still have the cheek to talk about others. Tai Budian pounced on her shyly. Watch me beat you to death, you little slut who's full of nonsense. Wu Qianqian was not to be outdone. She immediately retaliated. The two women tangled together. Not long after, their hair was in a mess and they were panting heavily. But with this commotion, it also meant that this matter had become a foregone conclusion, and had been accepted, after a long, long time. Okay, let's talk about something serious. Tai Budian tidied up ZJ's clothes. Xianxia, our situation in this period of time isn't very good. We've just come up and our foundation is especially unstable. It's good that you're here to help me. I can also heave a sigh of relief. Wu Qianqian blushed. I can help you? Didn't I help you? Wu Qianqian was not like Tai Budian. As a first-time wife, she was sensitive. She was used to talking about things in a special way. You're really a little lecherous woman. Tai Budian pursed her lips and said in a low voice, let's not talk about other things. Didn't you manage the Heavenly Armament Pavilion in Chu Yang's place before? Now, the rules will be the same as before. You have the skills in this area. It's not a problem at all. We can make the best use of your talents. Then tonight you still want to run away at night? Tai Budian sighed. Wu Qianqian's cheeks flushed red. Also, we can't give up on our cultivation. We must improve as quickly as possible. Tai Butian's gaze was focused as she said indifferently, although you and I are both women, we once controlled the world. If women like us blindly stay behind a man's back and seek protection, how can we accept it? Wu Qianqian nodded deeply. You've reached the stage of ZJ now? I should be at the level of human level now. Tai Budian said, if not for Chu Yang's large amount of elixirs and the fact that he helped me change my muscles and cleanse my marrow every day, I wouldn't have reached this stage. Although I'm at the level of human level, I'm still far from a true expert. What about you? Tai Budian asked Wu Qianqian. I've just woken up. How can my cultivation have reached the stage of ZJ now? When I was in a coma, I was only around the 5th tier of martial saint level. Now. Wu Qianqian frowned and said hesitantly, since I woke up this time, I feel that the power in my body has taken a big step forward. But I'm really not sure what level I've reached. Circulate your energy and let me see. Tai Budian said with a trace of fantasy. After a long while. Oh my god. What's going on? It can't be? Tai Budian exclaimed. She was completely shocked by Wu Qianqian. You've actually reached the level of Earth level. This is too unbelievable, right? Wu Qianqian also had a perplexed look on her face. She said, I'm not at the level of Earth level. Looking at the faint yellow light that was emitting from ZJ's body, Wu Qianqian also felt a little dizzy. How could they be at the level of Earth level? In the process of reversing life and death, Chu Yang had used large amounts of energy and elixirs. During the period when Wu Qianqian was in a coma, Chu Yang had fed her countless treasures. The spring of life that others yearned for was not cherished by Wu Qianqian at all. She directly treated it as her daily drinking water. There was also the super heavy pill and the resurrection grass that was more than 150,000 years old. They had completely stimulated the medicinal effects in her body. Wu Qianqian's meridians had completely collapsed and reformed, causing the medicinal effects hidden in her body to go to waste. They were all converted into Wu Qianqian's own cultivation. This allowed Wu Qianqian's cultivation to soar to the heavens. However, Wu Qianqian was indeed unaware of all these. Tai Budian was naturally even more unaware. In fact, even Xu Yang himself was a little confused. Unless the sword spirit helped to analyze from the beginning, only then would they know the whole story. Otherwise, it would be a complete mystery. Looks like I need to speed up my cultivation. Tai Budian muttered. Then, she suddenly thought of ZJ and blushed. She said, Qianqian, I remember your master and his wife's martial arts. Wu Qianqian was very smart. She immediately understood. She said with a red face, You're talking about the moon breeze dual cultivation technique? Tai Butian's face was flushed red. She said, Since that can't be avoided, why don't we just use it to cultivate? This is greatly beneficial to the three of us. Then, Wu Qianqian couldn't restrain her shyness. She blushed and lowered her head. She rolled her eyes a few times. Then, she bit her lips and nodded slightly. That night, Chu Yang could really be said to have enjoyed all the luck in the world. Furthermore, the effects of the moon breeze dual cultivation technique, when practiced by people like Chu Yang, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian, were super immediate. In just one night, all three of them had reached a certain level of cultivation. Their cultivation had become much stronger, and they could feel that they were advancing rapidly. This was especially true for Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian. Both of them had special physiques and extraordinary talents. Thus, this feeling was especially strong. As for Tai Budian, although her aptitude was slightly inferior to the other two and was slightly slower, the icy heart jade bone physique was also an extremely rare physique. Even in the entire heaven circuit, it was considered a peerless talent. It was even better than those youths who had been upgraded by Chu Yang's magic treasures. However, Tai Budian became a little anxious. ZJ's cultivation was not as good as Chu Yang's to begin with. Now, he was falling behind step by step. How could this be? An emperor should have the dignity of an emperor. Even though she was a woman, her dignity was still the same. Thus, in the end, Tai Budian couldn't care less about her shyness anymore. She pestered Chu Yang to cultivate crazily. Naturally, Chu Yang would never refuse such an invitation. In the end, due to a certain someone's stubbornness, Tai Budian actually fainted while practicing. It was obvious that Minister Chu was very hard-working in his cultivation. Chu Yang held the beautiful woman in his arms. The two of them were still connected as they fell asleep in each other's arms. In the Chu clan's courtyard, in the shade of the small courtyard where Tai Budian was staying, brother who was lying comfortably on the ground. Ever since he had digested the 20 souls of purple crystal that Chu Yang had given him, he had been paid to do so. Having recovered his cultivation, brother who naturally had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting Tai Budian. With brother Tiger's protection, Chu Yang was finally relieved. The next morning, Chu Yang had just woken up when someone came to report that there was a Duke Yun Tian requesting an audience. Yun Tian? Chu Yang was puzzled. He's here for an audience? Towards this person, Chu Yang was extremely wary. In these few days, that invisible pressure in ZJ's heart had been increasing, causing Chu Yang to be constantly paranoid. However, he still couldn't find anything strange about it. However, Yun Tian's arrival today made Chu Yang's heart light up. That inexplicable pressure, could it be that it came from some kind of scheme of Yun Tian's? To be continued, ask him to wait for a moment, I'll go over now. Chu Yang's face darkened. Yun Tian actually brought quite a number of gifts when he came over this time. He looked a little helpless. He didn't expect Yuan Shetu to be so impatient. Since Yuan Shetu was impatient, Yun Tian could only bring forward the plan. If Chu Yang was killed by Yuan Shetu, the truth of why dreamlike mortal world and Ling Xiao sect destroyed the Iron Blood Alliance would be revealed. When he saw Chu Yang, he laughed and said, "Brother Chu, I was in a hurry last time and forgot the most basic etiquette. Today, I'm here to make up for it. Come, look, this is the famous yellow ginseng wine of our extreme heaven. This is the crimson lotus, this is the Qianjun brush, this is the exquisite flower, this time, Yun Tian actually brought a whole carriage full of gifts as if he was moving house. Not only were there local specialties, there were also some rare treasures in the Eastern Royal Heavenly Capital. In addition, he had red lips, white teeth, and an elegant demeanor, which made people have a good impression of him. Brother Yun, you're too polite. How can I dare to accept such a generous gift? Chu Yang welcomed him with a hearty smile. As he was being polite, he turned his head and instructed Duan Songkong, arrange for people to carry the gifts into the storeroom. Although he didn't dare to accept it verbally, his actions weren't polite at all. Sigh, he finally understood the feeling of a corrupt official. Since they've already delivered the gifts to me, how can I let them take them back? How embarrassing, they're quite heavy. Under the effect of the resurrection grass, Duan Songkong had completely dissolved the saber qi that had been stored in his body for many years. Although his old injuries had just healed, he was still recovering. Although his old wounds had healed, his body was still somewhat weak, but he had completely gotten rid of his chronic ailments. It was only a matter of time before he could recover. But in terms of appearance, he was still the same as before. He still had a hunched back and coughed from time to time. He called a few warriors to carry the gifts down. Brother Chu, the atmosphere here seems to be very different these few days. Yun Tian looked thoughtfully at the few burly men who came to carry the gifts. With his eyesight, he could tell at a glance. None of these people were weak. At the very least, they were at the earth stage. Moving something would require the help of an earth-grade expert. A personal attendant who cooks tea, cooks, washes clothes, and folds blankets, would have to be at least at the heaven stage. What a grand show of extravagance. Yes, I've been recruiting people before, but I haven't been able to find anyone. It's not. In the past 2 days, I've finally found a few thick-skinned guards to guard the house. Perhaps it's all thanks to Brother Yun. Speaking of which, it's really a coincidence. You came over that day, and I've already recruited some people, hee hee. The two of them chatted as if they had been good friends for many years. He entered the living room and served tea. The host and the guest took their seats. They chatted cheerfully and wittily, revealing boundless harmony and friendship. However, the two of them were in the same situation. A sentence would go through their minds a few times before they could say it out loud. Every sentence that the other party said would go through their minds a few times before they answered. Both of them knew that the person sitting in front of them was not an ordinary person. Brother Chu, something major happened a few days ago. Yun Tian's expression was solemn. Oh? Something major could actually move someone like Brother Yun? Chu Yang's face was full of curiosity. The Iron Blood Alliance was destroyed. Yun Tian heaved a long sigh. It can be considered a super sect. Although it's at the bottom, it's still a pity that it was destroyed in a single night. Chu Yang smiled. Iron Blood Alliance? Yes, I heard that this sect is very impressive. I heard that the people who did it were Dreamlike Veranda and Ling Xiao faction. Yun Tian saw that Chu Yang was unmoved and added another sentence. That's what I heard. However, most of the rumors in the martial world are baseless. This is not surprising. Chu Yang raised his teacup. Brother Yun, please have some tea. This tea of mine is How could Yun Tian be interested in listening to him talk about the tea? But he also knew that Chu Yang was changing the topic. He calmly complimented him a few times and brought the topic back. How could such a big sect be destroyed so easily? This is a little strange. Chu Yang said solemnly and pretentiously, this is the martial world. Old man, this is not an official's world. Yun Tian cursed angrily in his heart. His face was full of smiles. That's right, the martial world is filled with emotions. However, what I'm curious about is, the Iron Blood Alliance did not offend anyone. How could it be destroyed in a single night? As he said that, Yun Tian suddenly raised his head and looked straight into Chu Yang's eyes. He smiled and said, Brother Chu, do you know who the Iron Blood Alliance offended? Chu Yang smiled and said, I don't know about this. Who knows, we might provoke someone we can't afford to provoke in the Jianghu. We must learn from the mistakes of others. We must be cautious in everything we do, Brother Yun. Yun Tian's pupil shrank. He could hear the warning in Chu Yang's words. He smiled and said, same to you. We both need to take care of ourselves. The first round ended. On the surface, it looked like they had not gained anything. However, there were some things that both sides were well aware of. Chu Yang knew that Yun Tian was suspecting Chu Yang. Or rather, Chu Yang knew that Chu Yang was certain. Since that was the case, there was no harm in making things even more confusing. Yun Tian could also tell that Chu Yang was not denying it. Haha. In these few days, Dreamlike Veranda and Soaring Firmament faction have really been in the limelight. Yun Tian was a little envious. Yun Tian came over and whispered mysteriously, Brother Chu, you must know that Dreamlike Veranda and Soaring Firmament faction have obtained great benefits from destroying the Iron Blood Alliance this time. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Sometimes, there will be benefits in life. Don't force it. Hearing his rejection, Yun Tian leaned back and said lightly, Brother Chu, it's better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Dreamlike Veranda and Soaring Firmament faction are so despicable. They want to monopolize all the benefits. This is not the way of the martial world. Chu Yang said calmly, with Brother Yen's strength, it's also possible for you to forcefully take a share of the benefits from the two big sections. However, I can't do anything about it. If the two big sects don't find trouble with me, I'll thank the heavens and earth. Yun Tian smiled. However, this matter now seems to have something to do with you. Chu Yang laughed. Oh? Yun Tian smiled faintly, Brother Chu. Brother Chu, I'll send people out to hunt down the remaining members of the Iron Blood Alliance. However, I don't know if I can get the head. Where should I send it? Brother Chu, please teach me. Yun Tian smiled faintly. He had absolute confidence. He believed that Chu Yang knew what he meant. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. This is definitely not the case. He looked at Yun Tian with a warm smile. His eyes were firm and disdainful. Leave me, this sword master can accept anything in this lifetime, but I can't accept a woman. Brother Chu. You're really. Ha ha ha. Yun Tian changed very quickly. His smile immediately became cute and amiable. Others eat meat. I have to drink some soup. Chu Yang looked at him from the corner of his eyes. You want to drink soup? The tone of the word soup was a little high, making it sound a little strange. The meaning was obvious, I want to drink soup. Beg me. Yun Tian's fair and handsome face showed no signs of embarrassment. He immediately smiled. However, if Brother Chu nods, I won't even be able to drink soup. Chu Yang was alarmed. This person is so shrewd. He's really a scary opponent. Heavenly Sword Alliance. It was also the biggest sect. If Heavenly Sword Alliance spent all their resources on one person. Or, it would be better to distribute some resources? Even if they could weaken this guy by a little, it would be a huge gain. Yes. Men, bring me my 12 jade screens. Chu Yang clapped his hands. 12 white-clothed boys and girls entered in a single file. Each of them held a white jade screen in their hands. On it were beautiful scenes of the 4 seasons. The jade was very ordinary white jade. It was an extremely ordinary painting technique. Yun Tian looked at the screen and was a little confused. What did this mean? Could it be that the two super sects were fighting for this? Could this be a treasure map, just as he was thinking? A mosquito-like voice sounded in his ears. It was full of excitement. Young master, each of these 12 boys is a top-notch genius. Their innate talent, temperament, and intelligence are all 1 in a million. Compared to Jin Qingyun and the others in the sect, their talents are much, much higher. Jin Qingyun was the second genius in Heavenly Sword Alliance, second only to ZJ. Yun Tian was shocked. His face turned a little red. He raised his head and looked at the 12 boys. Yes, each of them was pure gold and unpolished jade, every one of them was a priceless treasure in the eyes of all the martial arts sects. There is no one better than him, the value of this kind of genius. In fact, he was even better than Xianxia and the others in terms of his prowess. Different identities and different statuses. Their horizons were also different. All of you can leave. Chu Yang waved his hand. The 12 boys bowed at the same time. They put down the screen and walked out. Yun Tian looked at the 12 boys reluctantly. He didn't say anything for a long time. He was deep in thought. No wonder Shuexian and Hai Mingbo were so anxious, no wonder the two big sects were so abnormal, so that's why. This was indeed a huge matter that was worthy of any sect's attention, it was a huge matter that could turn the world upside down. If dreamlike mortal world had many such geniuses, Heavenly Sword Alliance's position as the overlord would be shaky in less than 2,000 years. After a long time, Yun Tian raised his head and looked at the 12 ordinary white jade screens. He praised sincerely, they're really priceless treasures. Brother Chu, I wonder how many of these priceless treasures you can take out. Chu Yang said lightly, that depends. How many do you want? Yun Tian's heart skipped a beat. How many do I want? Does this mean that he can take out as many as I want? What if I want 1,000? Yun Tian's eyes became extremely sharp. Brother Chu, can you take it out? Chu Yang smiled. It's okay if you have a big appetite. However, you have to know your limits. Yun Tian's pupil shrank. He could take it out, he could, what kind of concept was this? This was a potential that could overturn the heavens. Yun Tian's heart started to beat wildly. To be continued, P.S. I didn't rush up. It's okay. I'll continue to explode. Everyone, please cast your monthly votes, someone asked me, Proud World is nearing its end. Who do you think you are to fight for it? Do you have the confidence to fight for it? I laughed. Who do I think I am to fight for it? Do I have the confidence to fight for it? Haha. Every time I fight for the monthly votes, I have the confidence to fight for it. However, I will fight all the way. Once I start fighting, I won't turn back no matter if I win or lose, having the confidence is not important. Whether I dare to fight for it, whether I dare to shout, is very important. I dare, it's just fighting, that's all. I only have 1,500 heads now. Yun Tian's voice was solemn. I'm still hunting. Brother Chu, how many treasures did Dreamlike Veranda take away? Chu Yang smiled lightly. Dreamlike Veranda has a big appetite too. Yun Tian's heart sank. Dreamlike Veranda has a big appetite too. Although this sentence was clearly stated, it also clearly pointed out that Dreamlike Veranda had definitely taken away a lot of people. Since that was the case, the number one sect of the Sky Sword Alliance was going to suffer a huge blow. Chu Yang chuckled and said, if the head is fake, then even a single treasure will be yours. Yun Tian nodded. Of course. Novel chapters are updated the fastest. But forgive me for asking, where did Brother Chu get these treasures? Chu Yang sighed, where do the auction items come from? These are the problems. Yun Tian was finally moved. He looked deeply at Chu Yang and nodded deeply. Thank you for telling me, Brother Chu. Chu Yang smiled. But this Iron Blood Alliance has too few people. At most, there are only a few thousand of them left. It's not enough to kill. Yun Tian frowned. Brother Chu, is there any other way? Tens of thousands of Iron Blood Alliance had been killed. A few thousand of them were not enough to kill. There were probably only a few people in the entire Heaven Imperial Court who were qualified to say such words. That elder likes heavenly treasures. The more high-end, the rarer, the better. Also, high-end forging materials. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said somewhat ambiguously. Yun Tian nodded and immediately got up. Brother Chu, I'll take my leave now. Take care, I won't send you off. Chu Yang cupped his fists. He smiled and bowed. His eyes flickered slightly. He thought to himself, Yun Tian is here. This bunch of kids probably have a bright future. Why not find a chance to get rid of Yun Tian? If Yun Tian was killed, Sky Sword Alliance, as the #1 sect of Heaven Imperial Court, would pour all its resources on this bunch of kids, Chu Yang thought to himself. However, Yun Tian was an old enemy. Should he kill him now, also? This matter, how should he plan it? Yun Tian's face was heavy. His footsteps were heavy as he hurried away. His heart was in turmoil. At the same time, he could not help but feel a wave of regret. This time, the government was a little too hasty. They didn't expect that damn Yuan Shetu to make a move. Or could it be stopped? Yun Tian arranged for the mysterious expert by his side to go back and organize these matters. After that, he hurriedly flew towards Mo Yuntian's camp, the path of Yuan Shu. It's fine if you don't restrain yourself, but this time, you must restrain yourself. Don't ruin my plans. But when they arrived at Mo Yuntian's camp and asked, Yuan Shetu was not there, he left early in the morning. Yun Tian's vision turned black and he immediately turned around to return to the Chu family's courtyard. Yuan Shetu was standing in the sky above the Chu family, but no one could see him. This was the unique divine skill of the Ghost Hunter stealth. Ever since Yun Tian entered the Chu clan's courtyard, Yuan Shetu was standing right here. Thinking of what Yun Tian said last night, Yuan Shetu's heart burned. I guarantee it. She was definitely a peerless beauty. It's definitely a purine body. Yuan Shetu couldn't hold it in anymore. Ever since he came here, the godly source realm was sealed and he couldn't enter at all. He wanted to cultivate, but there was a mysterious guy who absorbed the essence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth every day. He wanted to dual cultivate, but he came out in a hurry this time and didn't bring any female companions. He was already tired of it. He wanted to use the local resources, but this purple cloud city was really too barren. Even a beauty that caught his eye was useless. And he had to deal with the provocation of strangers every day. Yuan Shetu only felt that these days were extremely boring. In the words of the government, he was already bored out of his mind. When he heard this news, how could he not be tempted? He also suspected that this was a trap that Yun Tian had dug for the government. But he was immediately blinded by his desire. After investigating Chu Yang's information, he found out that he was a guy who had just ascended with dog-shit luck. He was even more relieved. Wasn't it just a mysterious expert who asked you to do one thing? But why would such a mysterious expert offend the entire Mo Yun Tian for a small person like you? Besides, it was just a woman. Yuan Shetu was completely relieved. The sex experts and elders had also advised him before, but Yuan Shetu was full of confidence. Don't worry, if it's really suitable, I will personally come out and discuss with that Chu Yang. I will give him enough face. I just want a woman. Would such a small person dare to not know what's good for him? Besides, I won't treat his woman badly. It's better than being by his side and being afraid of him, right? Besides, I'm not sure if I can take a fancy to his woman. Besides, a person like Chu Yang, if she's really a peerless beauty, can he keep her? Staying by his side will only cause trouble. The group of elders couldn't do anything about him, so they could only send people to protect him secretly. They also knew that Yuan Shetu's cultivation method was special. After coming here, he couldn't cultivate and was already close to the point of being burned by internal fire. His YJNG had reached the point where he needed to find a purine female body to mediate. At most, we'll compensate Chu Yang more after this. Everyone was in Ghost's territory and was used to this kind of thing. Besides, how could you get a favor from Ghost's territory just by giving away a woman? This Chu Yang was able to get such an advantage because this was East Royal Sky. If this was in Cloud Sky, humph, he should be kowtowing and thanking them. Not long after Yun Tian and Chu Yang went in, Yuan Shetu was searching one by one when the door opened. Two slender women walked out of the room. There was even a hint of laziness. It was Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian. After a night of cultivation, although the two women were still weak, their faces were glowing. Of course, Tai Budian didn't forget to hide her appearance. Even Wu Qianqian's face was darkened. But this still couldn't hide the peerless charm that was on the verge of being revealed. Especially when it was just moistened by rain and dew. That kind of languid amorous feeling was even more dazzling. Now, it was the first day of Wu Qianqian's arrival. It was also the first day of preparing to take over some things in the Chu clan. The two women didn't dare to sleep too much and woke up early. Tai Budian brought them out, talking and laughing. Yuan Sheta's eyes widened in an instant. It wasn't just one, it was two, top quality, both of them were top quality. Yuan Sheta's heart was burning. Perhaps others couldn't see the inner beauty of the two women and couldn't see through their disguises. But Yuan Shetu was a professional, and he had a special divine skill. Why can't I see it? These two women were of a much higher quality than the women that ZJ had ever had. They both had a purine body and were talented. This kind of woman was definitely the most beautiful of all. How could they be so mediocre? Yuan Shetu's heart was burning. Only his groin was restless. A strong hatred rose from his heart. These two women. They actually weren't chaste, this was simply a bastard, such top-quality women. They actually let that Chu Yang, who was worse than a dog's fart, take the lead. Do you think you deserve to have such a woman? What a waste of God's gifts. Yuan Sheta watched the two women walk away. He couldn't wait to jump down and strip them naked. But this was the Eastern Royal Sky. Once CJ did that, the Eastern Royal Sky's government would step in. Moreover, this guy had Yen Russian as his backing. However, if they were to brazenly ask for it, promising great benefits would completely eliminate any future troubles. This guy was just a bumpkin who had just ascended. How much had he seen? I casually gave him some benefits, and this guy was so grateful that he offered the beauties to me with both hands. As soon as he thought of it, Yuan Sheta jumped out excitedly. He came to the entrance of the Chu clan's courtyard and asked to see Chu Yang. He really couldn't tolerate it anymore. Chu Yang was stunned when he received the report. Yuan Shetu of Moyun Heaven, I heard that he was also a young leader. What's going on? I received 3 last time, and another one came this time. But why did this one come so late, and it was a little sudden? He said, please come in. I'm Yuan Shetu. This is my first time visiting. Greetings, Brother Chu. Yuan Shetu's eyes flashed with a strange light. Brother Yuan, nice to meet you. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. Chu Yang smiled warmly and welcomed Yuan Shetu into the living room. As for his bodyguards, he arranged for them to stay in the side room. Brother Chu is too courteous. I came here today for 2 reasons. Firstly, I wanted to see Brother Chu's face. Secondly, I sincerely want to make friends with Brother Chu. Brother Tian and the other 2 hold Brother Chu in high regard. Yuan Shulu's feminine voice was also very amiable. Walking into the living room, the 2 sat down as the host and guest. The maid served tea. The 2 talked and laughed, looking very harmonious. But Chu Yang faintly felt that this guy was very hostile towards ZJ, and he should be very angry. It was as if he couldn't control himself. What's going on? Did I offend him? Brother Chu, you and I feel like old friends today. We really hit it off very well. Yuan Sheta took out a warm white jade box from his bosom. It was shining brightly and said, this is the first time we met. This is a gift for your wife. Oh? Chu Yang reached out to receive it. Haha, this must be something good. I wonder what it is. Let me see. Yuan Shetu immediately retracted his hand and laughed. Brother Chu, this is not for you. You can't touch it. Brother Chu, please invite your wife to let me meet you, and then I will give you a gift to show my sincerity. A woman with a purine body was very rare. How could he let her stay with such a mortal? Chu Yang laughed and said, Brother Yuan, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Your sister-in-law is extremely ugly. She really can't be seen in public. It's better not to let her come out. Chu Yang's way of addressing him was remarkable. Your sister-in-law. If these words were said to Gudu Xing and the others, there would be no problem at all. Because of their friendship. But for Yuan Shetu, it was a little too intimate. Moreover, Yuan Shetu was actually older than Chu Yang, but he kept calling Chu Yang brother Chu. For Yuan Shetu, this tone was just a humble courtesy. However, Chu Yang now regarded himself as the big brother. He didn't call Yuan Shetu my wife, but directly called Yuan Shetu your sister-in-law. He was sincerely taking advantage of Yuan Shetu. Your sister-in-law. It's your sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law is extremely ugly, Chu Yang thought viciously. To be continued, P.S. Continue to write the third update. Without saved manuscripts, it's so sad. Sigh, on Aoshi's birthday, I was so excited that I posted all 5 manuscripts. And I even worked overtime to post 10 more. What made me hit the wall the most was that it wasn't even double. What made me hit the wall even more was that now they are competing for monthly votes. What made me hit the wall the most was that the sub-moderators and administrators didn't sympathize with me. Who told you not to save it? What made me hit the wall even more was their analogy. You can't keep cornbread in a doghouse. But, before hitting the wall, you must ask for monthly votes. As soon as Yuan Shetu spoke, Chu Yang immediately understood that the prophecy Tai Butian's tribulation had come. Why was he still willing to let Tai Butian appear? This guy in front of him was obviously not a good person. He was a lecherous monster. From P. You want to see that person's wife the first time you visit him. Yuan Shetu's face stiffened. He said coldly, does Brother Chu think that I'm not worthy to see your wife? He was impatient. You're just a small ant. How dare you reject me? You're really courting death. Chu Yang smiled faintly. It's really inconvenient for my wife to show her face. Chu Yang still looked amiable on the surface, but his heart was already filled with murderous intent. Yuan Shetu sneered. We're brothers. Is Brother Chu going to reject me when I want to see my sister-in-law? That would be too much of a waste of time. Since that's the case, then forget it. Chu Yang nodded and said, indeed, it's not good enough. But I can only be mean this once. Since Brother Yuan said so yourself, you're really magnanimous. I'm relieved. Haha. Yuan Shetu's words were meant to force Chu Yang. However, he didn't expect Chu Yang to admit it directly. Thus, he went with the flow and blocked this matter. He even complimented Yuan Shetu and completely sealed his words. Yuan Shetu was at a disadvantage. He was furious. He smiled evilly and said, sister-in-law's wife must be a great beauty. No wonder Brother Chu is so reluctant to let her come out. You should keep the beauty for yourself. Chu Yang's smiling face suddenly sank. It was as if a storm was about to come. He said slowly, it doesn't matter if she's beautiful or not. The key is that she's my woman. Even if she's not beautiful, she's the most beautiful in my heart. Yuan Shetu sneered. Brother Chu is a sentimental person. Chu Yang's body leaned back. He lay on the chair and said softly, sentimental is better than heartless. Yuan Shetu nodded slowly and said eerily, but, what if I insist on seeing your wife today? If he asked for a normal meeting, he wouldn't allow it. Therefore, Yuan Shetu's words were purely meant to infuriate Chu Yang. As long as he acted up first, he could continue to act on the spot. Chu Yang's eyes were already flickering with cold light. He smiled and said, what if I don't let you see her? Yuan Shetu's eyes turned cold and he said lightly, Brother Chu, let's not beat around the bush. We are all men and we know each other. This little brother has taken a fancy to sister-in-law's wife. If Brother Chu has any conditions, please feel free to state them. As long as Brother Chu agrees. I guarantee that Brother Chu will live a life of luxury in the Heaven Tower. No one dared to provoke him. He will give Brother Chu 3 top-notch secret manuals of the sect as well as all the cultivation necessities. He will also be responsible for recommending Brother Chu to become a disciple of a famous teacher in the sect. Within 10 years, he would become a saint. Within 100 years, he would reach the Deva realm. What do you think? Yuan Shetu said a long list of conditions in a condescending tone. If it was someone else, including the people who Yuan Shu had contacted in the same way, any one of his conditions would be enough to make those people offer their wives. After all, in this world where the strong were respected, women were just a pastime. Strength was the most important thing. But considering that this was the Eastern Royal Heaven and Yuan Shetu himself was very willing, he simply gave out conditions that no one could refuse. In his opinion, Chu Yang's next step would be to immediately kneel on the ground and accept with tears of gratitude. Then, he would return with a beauty in his arms, there was no doubt about this. Chu Yang's face turned completely cold and a murderous intent slowly rose from his body. He said slowly, "Brother Yuan, you must be joking. There is no room for discussion on this matter. Send him off." He actually gave the order to leave. He thought to himself, this guy should be Tai Butian's biggest threat. How can I kill him? Yuan Shedu had dominated the black cloud heaven and was welcomed everywhere. When had he ever been asked to leave? With a sinister smile on his face, he nodded vigorously. Suddenly, he laughed lecherously and said, "It seems that sister-in-law's wife is not only beautiful, but also very good in bed. Otherwise, Brother Chu wouldn't cherish her so much and not be willing to share her with others. You don't even want to let others see her. But, Brother Chu, can you accept such good fortune?" There was no longer any concealment in this sentence. There was a kind of deliberate obscenity in it. There was also a strong sense of threat. "If you don't agree, I'll kill and snatch her away. She's still mine." This sentence was just short of saying it out loud. Chu Yang only felt a rush of anger. He crossed his legs and shook his body slowly. He said lightly, "Why is Brother Yuan so interested in other people's wives? Does Brother Yuan like to share the person beside you? Then why don't you introduce your wife to me first? Or introduce her to everyone? It's also convenient for me to see your wife's skills." Yuan Shetu's intention was undoubtedly very obvious. It was so obvious that as long as one was a man, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Chu Yang had tolerated it for a long time. He finally didn't want to tolerate it anymore. Damn it, let's do it. If a man could tolerate this, he really couldn't be considered a man. You, impudent. Yuan Shetu was furious. Motherf *cur impudent. Chu Yang stood up suddenly and sneered, "Do you have to see other people's wives? Who the *ck do you think you are? You're not my son or grandson. Do you think you can see her just because you want to? Do you have that qualification? Bastard. If I don't scold you, why do you feel so good about yourself? Bah." Chu Yang spat and scolded angrily, "Do you really think you're a tortoise just because you're a bastard? *ck. You're a young leader with this kind of conduct. What kind of leader can you be? Go whoring as a leader. You're really shameless. I've just given you some face, and you *king want to open a dye house. Tell me, what else can a person like you do besides dyeing your own hat green? By the way, you seem to like to share with others. Your hat has already turned green. Light green, dark green, or dark green? Or maybe it's so green that it's turning black? You didn't become a leader by sharing, right? Otherwise, why would you ask to share as soon as you see me? I was wondering why you were so awesome. So it's because of your wife?" Yuan Shetu was so angry that his whole body trembled. He stared at Chu Yang and hissed, "You, say it again? *ck. Chu Yang exclaimed, "There's actually someone who likes to be scolded. It's not enough to be scolded by me once. You actually want to listen to it again. You're really a bastard. Your skin is as hard as a bastard shell. Unfortunately, even if you want to listen to it, I don't have the time. Do you think everyone has so many spitballs to play with you? Who the *ck are you?" Before Chu Yang's voice died away, Yuan Shetu had already roared angrily and jumped up. Wisps of black gas came out of his body. He shook his hand and grabbed at Chu Yang's head. His hand suddenly expanded, and the range of his attack was about half a foot. It was like a thunderbolt, and he slapped down. Obviously, this claw was meant to kill Chu Yang. One strike to kill, obviously, he hated Chu Yang to the core. With this grab, the force was formed. Wind blew in all directions, and clouds came from all directions. The whole world was suddenly filled with the sound of ghosts. It seemed that at this moment, the quiet and peaceful Chu clan courtyard had become hell. This Yuan Shetu wasn't very old, but he already had the cultivation of a martial saint. Slash. Chu Yang sat upright and didn't move. He just looked at Yuan Shetu with a cold smile and shouted. At the same time, 3 bright saber lights suddenly flashed, the three sabersmen slashed at Yuan Shitu without holding back. The cultivation of each of these three people was higher than Yuan Shitu. At this moment, they joined hands and attacked together in a hurry. It was even more like lightning and thunder. At this moment, a white figure came in like lightning. It was Yun Tian. He had been anxious all the way. He had already used his fastest speed to rush here, but he was still one step behind. The situation had reached an irreconcilable point. Please show mercy. Yun Tian turned pale with fright and cried out involuntarily. He didn't expect Chu Yang's trump card to be so sharp. It was sharp enough to kill Yuan Shitu with one strike. He originally thought that the best situation would be, Yuan Shitu was about to kill Chu Yang, so he saved him and built a good relationship with Chu Yang. Then, he could exchange for more resources. He didn't expect that the one who was in danger now was Yuan Shitu. Kill. Chu Yang ignored Yun Tian's arrival and dissuasion and ordered fiercely. Chu Yang's temper was like this. As long as you touched my bottom line, I would kill you regardless of who you were or how powerful you were. Since they were destined to be enemies, there was no need to be polite. He would kill all of them. Such a temper was really too impulsive. He didn't consider the consequences. Since Chu Yang's rebirth, he had rarely been so impulsive. He hadn't been angry for a long time, but this time, Yuan Shitu insulted Tai Budian again and again. This completely touched Chu Yang's bottom line. Moreover, the sentence, "The path of 3 lives can mend the sky," made Chu Yang extremely sensitive. If he didn't kill Yuan Shitu today, it was hard to say whether Tai Budian could avoid this tribulation. Since it was a matter of life and death for Tai Budian, even if there were 10 Yuan Shitu, he would kill them all. Even if he had to roam the world from now on, Chu Yang wanted to kill Yuan Shitu. A long roar. There was a burst of mist in the space. A black figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Yuan Shitu. It blocked the space between Yuan Shitu and Chu Yang. Stop. A burst of lifeless black fog suddenly exploded. At this moment, 3 bright saber lights slashed into the black fog at the same time. In the black fog, the person who came later snorted angrily, so ruthless. Subsequently, 3 metallic clanging sounds were heard. Lightning Snake and the others tumbled back. They stood still and stared at the black fog. P.S. I will continue to write the 4th update. Please vote. The black fog let out a muffled groan, followed by a low scream. Then, it dissipated, revealing an old man in black and Yuan Shitu. There were 3 wounds on Yuan Shitu's body that were bleeding profusely. Although the saber didn't really cut him, the old man was still a little slower. The 3 saber energies had already severely injured Yuan Shitu. The 3 wounds exposed his internal organs. It could be clearly seen that Yuan Shitu's internal organs were already broken. With such injuries, he would definitely die. Bang! A small puppet that looked like a purple jade in front of Yuan Shitu's chest suddenly shattered. It fell to the ground and turned into powder. From the powder, a ray of black light shot up into the sky. Yuan Shitu, who had been unconscious and on the verge of death, was no longer bleeding from his wounds. Even his pale face was gradually returning to normal. It's a substitute puppet. Lightning Snake's pupils shrank. Yun Tian also showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that the 3 Sabermen's joint attack could actually kill Yuan Shitu once. A substitute puppet, as the name suggested, was a heaven-defying treasure that could block a fatal injury for its master. A substitute puppet wouldn't be activated for a normal injury that wouldn't endanger one's life. Once the substitute puppet was activated, it meant that Yuan Shitu had already died once. Therefore, the substitute puppet would be activated and die for him. This was the most important function of a substitute puppet. This function was really heaven-defying. The old man who came later was trembling all over. His face turned green and white. He had already blocked the 3 Sabermen, but he still couldn't block the saber energy that was full of death. This was already a great dereliction of duty. Little, you're so vicious. How dare you? The old man turned to look at Chu Yang, his eyes gloomy. It seemed that he was about to launch a desperate counterattack. Chu Yang stood up calmly. He didn't even look at Yuan Shitu and ignored the old man. He said to Yun Tian casually, "Brother Yun, you came at the right time. Tomorrow night, Heavenly Armament Pavilion will hold the 2nd auction. There are priceless treasures, legendary weapons, and medicine that can bring the dead back to life. There are also some super treasures that you can't imagine. Please help me inform the sections. Yun Tian and the old man were startled. The old man was about to attack, but he stopped. Chu Yang said lightly, "But Brother Yun, please inform the sects that Mo Yun Tian won't be part of this auction. If Mo Yun Tian appears in the auction, this auction will be cancelled immediately." This? Yun Tian was startled. "Brother Chu, this matter, please think more about it." "There's no need to think." Chu Yang's eyes emitted an ice-cold light as he said coldly, "In addition, if Brother Yun's message can't be conveyed, I'll inform you." Then, Extreme Heaven's qualification will also be cancelled. This cancellation is by a long time. Brother Yun, do you hear me? Yun Tian was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Brother Chu, I'm afraid you've misunderstood me. Today's events are by unexpected. His lackey was also extremely shocked and hurried over to stop him. I was still a step too late. This was beyond my expectations. Everything. Chu Yang smiled faintly and interrupted Yun Tian's explanation. His voice was even more elegant as he said in a clear voice, "Brother Yun, the word idiot isn't carved on my forehead, and neither is the word idiot on your forehead. You and I are both well aware of what happened today. However, now is not the time for us to shed all pretense of cordiality. So, if Brother Yun is smart enough, you should be more honest. Why waste those unnecessary spittle?" Yun Tian's face showed a hint of anger. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He naturally knew what Chu Yang meant. "I even dared to kill Yuan Shetu. Then, do you think I don't dare to kill Yun Tian? Since I've already been impulsive once, what's the harm in being impulsive a second time?" This sentence was obviously warning Yun Tian, "If you want to behave atrociously, I'll keep you company. I'll keep you company till the end." After that, Chu Yang smiled faintly. He turned his head to look at Yuan Shetu, who was still in a state of shock. He chuckled softly and slowly raised his hand. He stretched out his index finger and pointed it at Yuan Shetu's forehead. He said clearly, "If you don't die today, your ancestors' graves will be smoking. Yuan Shetu, I'll kill you with my own hands in the future." Chu Yang's tone was cold. His eyes flashed with crazy killing intent. His gaze was like lightning. Yuan Shetu's current cultivation was undoubtedly much higher than Chu Yang's. But at this moment, he didn't dare to look into Chu Yang's eyes. He was intimidated by Chu Yang's aura and could only turn his head to avoid the sharp edge. But when he realized that he was showing weakness, he hurriedly turned around and wanted to retort. However, he heard Chu Yang sneer. The black-robed elder said angrily, "Little one, you're so vicious and rampant. Our ghost hunter will never let you go." Chu Yang turned around slowly and looked at him indifferently. He sneered and said, "Now, I'll say it in front of you. Your ghost hunter is just a fart in front of me. Do you dare to kill me? Do you dare to touch me?" The elder gritted his teeth, but he really didn't dare to move. Although Chu Yang almost killed Yuan Shetu just now, although Chu Yang clearly said that Mo Yun Tian couldn't participate in the auction because of obvious discrimination and humiliation, he really didn't dare to move now, because this auction was what all the super sects were looking forward to. They wouldn't allow anyone to spoil it. If he killed Chu Yang now, he would probably be besieged by all the big sects. Moreover, he would have to face the full force of the Eastern Royal Heaven's official forces. If it really reached that stage, the people from the Ghost Hunter would probably be wiped out here. He couldn't bear such a serious consequence no matter what. Therefore, he was so angry that he was about to explode, but he couldn't move at all. He didn't dare to move at all. Then, Chu Yang looked up and laughed coldly. He turned around and strode away without any hesitation. A cold voice sounded and 2 words fell like ice beads, "See the guests out." Then, the 3 great swordsmen snorted and put their swords back into their sheaths. They looked at the 3 people coldly and left without saying a word. "He's too much." The elder who came later was furious. "He doesn't put our ghost hunter in his eyes at all." Yun Tian looked at him with pity and said indifferently, "He doesn't even put our Sky Sword Alliance in his eyes, let alone your ghost hunter. What qualifications do you have for him to put you in his eyes?" The elder said angrily, "Are we just going to let this matter go like this?" Yun Tian said indifferently, unless you can represent your ghost hunter. Moreover, you have to bear the risk of going against the other 8 heavens. Otherwise, before the auction ends, no one will allow anything to happen to Chu Yang. If you don't want to let it go like this, we can only let it go like this. Can you? Do you dare? Therefore, everything will have to wait until the auction ends. Yun Tian turned around and left, remember. During this period, if you dare to cause trouble again, our extreme heavens will be the first to kill you. Today's matter was very different from his original plan. But Yun Tian could only let it go. Although there was a suspicion of him changing his orders. It was inevitable that his credibility wasn't good, but for the long-term plan of thousands of years, Yun Tian knew better than anyone how to choose. Yun Tian, wait a minute. Yuan Sheta finally caught his breath. Yun Tian turned around slowly, what's the matter? Yuan Sheta stared at him, this Chu Yang, I'm afraid he's not just a simple shopkeeper of an auction house, right? He finally felt that something wasn't right. Yun Tian laughed and shook his head. Does Brother Yuan think that Chu Yang is still the son of the great celestial emperor? Brother Yuan should have investigated Chu Yang's news clearly. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't have come today, right? Information is information. Yuan Sheta's eyes flickered with black light, somewhat ferocious. Yun Tian. You've dug a hole for me? A small shopkeeper of an auction house. He definitely wouldn't have 3 great celestial being experts protecting him. Not to mention in such a remote place like Xianxia city. The moment the 3 great swordsmen appeared, Yuan Shetu understood immediately. Yuan Shetu instantly understood, but it was already too late. The hatred was already irreconcilable, he thought. He can negotiate with such a small person like Chu Yang. He had already given him enough face. As for the woman, wasn't she still a plaything? Handing over a plaything could curry favor with him, who was a super important person to Chu Yang, why not? So, Yuan Sheta didn't have any scruples from the beginning. But he never thought that he would punch an iron plate full of barbs. If someone said that Yun Tian had never schemed against him, Yuan Sheta wouldn't believe it even if he died. Moreover, Yun Tian's attitude had taken a 180-degree turn. This made Yuan Sheta even more convinced that he had been cheated by Yun Tian. Dug a hole for you? Yun Tian smiled faintly, are you worthy? He turned and left. His clothes fluttered and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yun Tian, I'll remember you. From now on, you and I are irreconcilable. I, Yuan Shetu, will definitely repay you generously for today's matter. Yuan Sheta gritted his teeth. I'll wait for you. Yun Tian's voice floated over. From this moment on, the 2 young leaders completely broke off their relationship. Both of them knew that after this matter, the 2 super sects of heaven and earth would no longer have the chance to be friends. I'm afraid this Chu Yang isn't very simple. The black-robed elder sighed. Could Chu Yang be a great celestial emperor? This sentence was originally said by Yun Tian. Yuan Sheta repeated it at this moment, filled with a kind of ruthlessness. No matter who he is, after the soul-suppressing stone incident is over, I'll take Chu Yang alive on the road. I want to play with his wife in front of him. Play with him for a generation. Let him see for a generation. Yuan Sheta's anger soared to the sky. He turned his anger into endless imagination, fantasizing about how to deal with Chu Yang and everything related to Chu Yang. Chu Yang's anger also soared to the heavens. This time, he was really angry, although he knew that the 2 super sects of heaven and earth were definitely not people he could afford to offend, and he also knew that the so-called mysterious expert entrusted the auction could only protect him for a while. Chu Yang couldn't care so much now. P.S. Today is the birthday of this group of Once Upon a Vast Sea little sisters. Vast Sea is a very cute little girl. I hope everyone can wish her a happy birthday. Happiness will follow you forever. Every year, there will be a day like this. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Even if he couldn't block it, everyone would die together. If he died, he would die. If he died, his bird would face the sky. As a man, he could die, but he absolutely could not accept such humiliation. Chu Yang turned around and left angrily. Lightning Snake and the other 2 followed closely behind. Looking at Chu Yang's back view, the 3 of them were full of admiration for this master. Too impressive, too awesome, The other party is an SHME character, Gao WW. Legawodo. Novel chapter updates the fastest. That was the leader of the young generation of a big world, and he was the first successor of a super sect, such a super sect, just casually taking out any one of them could make the world tremble. However, Chu Yang had beaten them up, scolded them, and killed them. He had done it cleanly and without the slightest bit of sloppiness. He scolded them, and they didn't dare to make a move. He bullied them, and they couldn't say anything. This was really too impressive. Especially, even a peerless expert at the peak of heavenly being level would have to consider the consequences of doing so. However, Chu Yang seemed to have just reached the heaven level. He was still a very, very small ant. Yet, he dared to do so. This really required a lot of courage and courage. If not, why would the descendant of that senior have the demeanor of an expert, and the bearing of an expert? With this thought, the negative emotions of the enmity between ZJ and the two young leaders of heaven and earth immediately dissipated a lot, and a bit of complacent joy appeared in his heart. Chu Yang turned around and saw the three people's faces full of admiration. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with the three of you? You're really too handsome." Lightning Frenzied Blade gave him a thumbs up. Too handsome? What do you mean? Chu Yang couldn't understand this evaluation. Although young Master Chu never doubted ZJ's appearance, he still couldn't accept being praised as handsome by a few old men. The other party is the young leader of Moyun Tian. You're just being sarcastic. You scolded him, and even gave the order to kill him. Aren't you handsome enough? Lightning Snake was also a bit agitated. Scolding him felt good. Killing him felt good. Killing him felt good. Especially when he left with a flick of his sleeves. He was really too handsome. It's definitely too cool. Too arrogant. Too domineering. Too awesome. You're too arrogant, no hero in the world dares. De Ling Dao gave a thumbs up. But we like this kind of style. Following you is very exciting, very exciting. Chu Yang frowned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That series of actions just now was actually a brainwave. Even though Chu Yang is a little regretful, he is not completely unafraid. This was one of the drawbacks of having insufficient strength. However, he had never expected that his actions would receive such high praise from the three of them. What kind of situation was this? This wasn't very logical, was it? Uran realized something. As a leader, you must show your dominance. Be domineering. Back then, it was the same in the Iron Cloud Empire and Heaven Mending Pavilion. Today, at this moment, it was the same. Especially when facing an enemy. Even if you know you can't win, you can't show weakness because everyone below is watching you. If you're weak, everyone will be disheartened. If you're strong, everyone will be howling. As the saying goes, if a soldier is strong, a general will be strong. The general is the soldier's courage. This is the logic. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he said, "This time, we are strong, mighty, and domineering. However, the future will be very difficult. Everyone must be prepared. If it doesn't work out, we'll keep these people in Eastern Royal Heavens forever." When he said the last few words, Chu Yang's eyes shot out undisguised killing intent. The three sabers were shocked at the same time. Oh my god, this guy is too daring. Does he even have a limit to his courage? Keep these people in Eastern Royal Heavens forever? This is equivalent to directly destroying the elite forces sent by at least 5 super sects in 2 big worlds. Not to mention how terrible the revenge will be after they are destroyed. With their current strength, how can they completely destroy them? It's already good enough that they don't come to destroy you. This statement is domineering enough, but it seems to lack the ability to implement it. That senior had said that young Master Chu didn't know about his existence. Then why was young Master Chu so confident? Where does his confidence come from? But looking at this master, he doesn't seem like a fool talking nonsense. Could it be that he still has something to rely on to prevent us from doing so? Chu Yang looked at the 3 people with clear eyes and revealed a faint smile. Just now, that Yuan Sheta died, right? At least he died once, right? Lightning Snake nodded honestly. That's right. We were fully prepared and attacked with all our might. Although the blade was blocked, the saber energy was still a step ahead. Xianxia was still alive and could kill him. If not for the substitute puppet, Xianxia would have died. He would have died 3 times. Any one of those 3 saber energies could have taken his life. Do they know you? Chu Yang asked. Maybe they didn't before, but now they are sure who we are. Thunder Wild Blade couldn't help but sigh. Lightning Snake and Giant Spirit Blade looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This time, they had really boarded a pirate ship. The other party might not dare to touch Chu Yang for the time being, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't dare to touch the 3 people. Previously, when they joined forces to kill Xianxia, although Xianxia didn't die in the end, it was still equivalent to dying once. Therefore, this was already a life and death feud. There was no turning back. Oh my God. The 3 of them lamented in their hearts. Our original intention was only to protect the descendant of that senior. We thought that this job would be easy, simple, and easy. With our strength, we could easily do it. Who would have thought that this little guy would be so fierce? He was so ruthless, he didn't make a sound, but when he made a move, he shocked the heavens. The first time he made a move, he offended the 2 big worlds. Who knows what will happen in the future? Save me. To be honest, I also have no way out. Chu Yang turned around with his hands behind his back. He said lightly, since there is no way out, we can only work hard to move forward. If we can get out, it will be a vast world. If we can't. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang's figure disappeared around the corner. The 3 people were dumbfounded and looked at each other. Although Chu Yang didn't say it very badly, he pointed out the current situation of the 3 people vaguely. Moreover, this was equivalent to giving them a warning. Now, you guys have a way out. You can only follow me and do it. You can still have a life-saving talisman with me. At least you can be safe for the time being. If you go out alone, you will definitely die. Now that things have come to this, they will definitely not let you go. Also, I know that you guys were planning to kill me in the first place. But no matter what, now that the situation has changed, your original wishful thinking is definitely not going to work now. As for where to go, ZJ had to consider. Do we do it or not? Lightning Snake's eyes were gloomy. He glanced at the 2 people. Do you dare? Thunder Wild Blade's face was heavy. One said to do it or not. The other said to do it or not. Giant Spirit Blade said, do it. What can we do? What can we do if we don't do it? The 2 people were silent at the same time. If we don't do it, we can leave immediately. Their original intention is only to fight for the soul-suppressing stone. They won't stay to seek revenge on us, as long as they hide well enough. We can get rid of this super trouble, although there are risks. But we won't feel sad. Zhu Lingdao didn't even wait for the 2 of them to answer. He continued to answer his own question. However, if we do that, we're basically finished. Our future is bleak. Also, escaping this time will leave behind an inner demon in our hearts. No matter what, we will always be afraid of escaping once. With such a gap in our hearts, the matter of challenging the limitless invincible blade in the future can only be buried deep in our hearts forever. Because you have the qualifications. In other words, if we escape, as long as we are lucky enough not to be caught, and we are more careful in the future, it will be easy for us to survive with our skills. We can probably live comfortably for a few thousand years. This is what we don't do. Lightning Snake's gloomy face showed a hint of excitement. His eyes were burning, and his voice was even a little hoarse. But what if we do it? Do it, it's even simpler. Giant Spirit Blade said lightly. Do it, the disadvantages are obvious. Maybe tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, you and I will be dead on the streets, and even our bones will not be left. Maybe we will still have to run for our lives together and live a precarious life. Because, we still don't know who the backer of this villa Master Chu is. What kind of strength does he have? Can he really resist the high-level experts of the 2 big heavens and earth? All of this can only be a gamble. The probability of losing the gamble is more than 80%. At least 80%. Giant Spirit Blade said heavily. What if we win the gamble? Lightning Snake asked. If we win the gamble in the end, and our side wins, and we are lucky enough to keep our lives. As the first group, we will be completely rich. At that time, after so many cruel battles, even our biggest wish will be achieved. Giant Spirit Blade said slowly. Biggest wish. The other two's eyes suddenly lit up. The three's biggest wish was undoubtedly to defeat Limitless Invincible Blade. Do you want to bet? Do you want to do it? The three's gazes intertwined. They saw the madness and passion in each other's eyes. I'll bet. Thunder Frenzied Blade said in a low voice, this is a huge risk, but it's also an unprecedented opportunity. However, what kind of F*King opportunity is completely free of risk? How can such a good thing happen to us? Lightning Snake nodded slowly. That's right. In the martial world, it's either kill or be killed. There's no need to think too much about it. Being killed many years later, or being killed now, won't it still be a corpse on the streets? Even if we are killed tomorrow or the day after, I'm afraid our hearts will be more comfortable, and we can avoid that cowardly heart demon. We even have a chance to achieve our goal. We only have so much to bet, but we can participate in this huge gamble. With such a good opportunity, why not take it? Giant Spirit Saber sighed regretfully, alas, I wanted to participate in this gamble alone. Lightning Snake and Thunder Wild Saber laughed at the same time. You wish? You want to take all the benefits for yourself? In that case, we need to strengthen our previous arrangements. Thunder Wild Saber, get your people here as soon as possible. Lightning Snake said, we'll go to the Manor Master now and explain this point. The Manor Master is a sensitive person. The best way to get along is to make sure that there are no grudges between us. *P*****. In fact, there's something strange. I don't know if you've noticed it. Giant Spirit Saber frowned and said, although our Manor Master has caused such a big trouble, he doesn't seem to be in a hurry. This is a bit strange. Speaking of this, the two of them immediately frowned and were greatly puzzled by this. If an ordinary person encountered such a thing, even if they were safe for the time being, they would still be at a loss. But Chu Yang's reaction seemed to be that he had a well-thought-out plan. He didn't care about the current crisis at all. Speaking of strange, our housekeeper also seems to be very strange. Giant Spirit Saber said, I believe you've also noticed it. That person must be a saber practitioner. Although his strength is not as strong as yours and mine, he is definitely not weak. At least, he has the strength of an elementary saint. He clearly had serious internal injuries before, but now, he has recovered. Yes, it's really so. The two also thought of it at the same time. Their eyes couldn't help but become brighter. At the same time, they thought of the magical elixir that could heal injuries in an instant. Let's bet. The three walked into Chu Yang's study at the same time. How can you be so impulsive today? Xianxia looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. This guy actually almost killed the #1 genius of the ghost region in his own home. If it weren't for the substitute puppet, or even Yuan Shedu would have died. When she first heard this news, Xianxia almost couldn't believe her ears. On the other side, Hai Lianbua also shook his head. The two of them rushed here not long after the incident happened. At first, they still had a dubious attitude. But when they arrived, they knew that this matter had subverted human cognition. It actually happened. Chu Yang smiled faintly and calmly. He asked the two to sit down. This matter is really unbelievable. It seems that even I feel it is unbelievable. But if I was given another chance, I would still kill him. Regrettably, I didn't know that he had a substitute puppet. If I had known, I would have arranged for my subordinates to launch a wave attack. The substitute puppet can withstand one attack, but I don't know how many times it can withstand. What? Are you still planning to kill Yuan Shedu? Kill him again? Xianxia was puzzled. How could I consider letting him go? If a man can't even protect his own woman, then, even if he was still alive, it was not as respectable as a corpse. Yuan Shu and I are destined to be irreconcilable. His death is better than mine. Chu Yang said indifferently. As a woman, when Xianxia heard this, she couldn't help but admire him greatly. He didn't find Chu Yang as an eyesore as before. For the sake of his woman. To be able to do this, his character couldn't be too bad. Hai Xiaobo frowned and said, speaking of which, he just wants to see your wife. Aren't you overthinking things? If taking a step back can lead to a better future, why not take a step back? Let's not talk about whether he is a stranger or an enemy, whether his request to see my wife is reasonable or appropriate. Let me ask you, if he says he wants to see my wife, I don't dare to offend him, so I let him see her. But what happens after he asks to see my wife? Xianxia smiled and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking expression. This? After. Hai Xiaobo was speechless for a moment. He was also a man, so he could imagine what might happen in the future, or what would definitely happen in the future. After he asks to see her, if he feels good and asks for more, what should I do? Xianxia smiled sarcastically. Sometimes, you can't take a step back in life. Taking a step back is equivalent to retreating completely. Taking a step back may not lead to a better future, but a bottomless abyss. Old Hai, I believe that you can understand what I'm saying. I'm a man, and you're also a man. Xianxia smiled, but his smile was as cold as ice and as bleak as the cold wind. In addition. Old Hai, don't tell me that you don't know what kind of martial technique the Xianxia cultivates? With this kind of martial technique, he wants to see his wife for the first time? What kind of thoughts does he have? Xianxia smiled and said, Elder Hai is a broad-minded man, and you believe in a better future. You may agree to this request, but I have to kill him. I may not agree to it. I agree to it. If he dares to say anything to me, I'll cut him into pieces. Hai Xiaobo's face turned red. Only then did he remember. It was rumored that Yuan Sheta had the divine technique of seducing women, and he was the best at seducing women. Moreover, he also practiced the dual cultivation technique. The number of women destroyed in his hands was really innumerable. If I were to face this kind of person, I'd kill him immediately too. I wouldn't have so many scruples. Xianxia was filled with righteous indignation. Xianxia smiled. He didn't comment on Xianxia's words. Killing depended on the person. Xianxia dared to kill, but Xianxia might not really dare to. Because Xianxia had the final say here, but Xianxia couldn't. She had too many scruples. Therefore, Xianxia didn't expect these two to be of much help to him today. Seniors, you don't come here without a reason, right? I believe you didn't come here today just to ask about my safety, right? Xianxia smiled slightly. Haha, the main purpose of our visit is naturally to ask about Villa Master Chu's safety. Seeing that Villa Master Chu is fine, we're finally relieved. Xianxia was a little embarrassed, and said, other than that, we have two other small matters to discuss with Villa Master. Thank you for your concern. What are the details of those two small matters? Please tell me. Xianxia smiled faintly. He still had to say what needed to be said face to face. These two were still allies for the time being. Xianxia was very clear about the purpose of these two people's visit. First of all, although Villa Master Chu is still able to use the identity of the hidden expert to suppress them, but after all, you have already formed a death grudge with the demon ghost. As a result, you can imagine the dangers lurking everywhere in the Chu family. In this case, Villa Master Chu is naturally not afraid, but those children are unable to cope with this sudden change. Speaking of which, they are now the disciples of our two sections. If they stay here and let Villa Master Chu take care of them, it would be inappropriate. Villa Master Chu, what do you think? Xianxia said gently. Xianxia's tone was gentle, and her words were full of consideration for Xianxia. But the three people present all understood the meaning in her words. What Xianxia said is reasonable. Right now, we do have this concern. Xianxia nodded. So we plan to take them all back to the sect. Xianxia said straightforwardly. Xianxia sneered in his heart. Sure enough, no matter how beautiful their words were, they still wouldn't help. Moreover, they also thought that it was unwise to offend the two big sects because of him. Taking the children away was both a goal and a pretense. Firstly, they would no longer be restrained by him. Secondly, they would also express their attitude, we won't help you, so don't come to us for help if you encounter any difficulties. What we did before was just a fair trade, nothing more. Even if something were to happen to you, we would only look on with folded arms and would absolutely not lend you any assistance. At this moment, Xianxia vaguely understood the helplessness of the purple cloud heavenly emperor back then, the forces within the eastern royal heavens were already indifferent, let alone the purple cloud heavens, which was even further away. No problem. Chu Yang nodded readily. Don't worry, I will hand everyone over to you later. Fairness is the most important thing in a trade. Since the trade has been established, the children will naturally be taken away by the two of you. Secondly, there is the auction tomorrow night. Xianxia took a deep breath, her face a little red. Although he didn't say it explicitly, everyone was smart enough to understand what he meant. It didn't seem appropriate for him to make a request right after. However, it wasn't the time to worry about this. Perhaps, in another 2 days, the Chu clan would no longer exist in this world. We want to know what exactly will appear in the auction this time? Xianxia asked. I definitely can't tell you this now. I believe that Xianxia and Elder Hai can understand my difficulties, but I can reveal one thing, and that is, the auction items this time will definitely be more outstanding than the ones last time. Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. Also, I heard from that elder that after this auction, there may be follow-up actions. If you can wait. Haha, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, that's good, we will look forward to it. The auction house has its own rules, we have indeed overstepped just now. Hai Mingbo didn't speak all this time, and he looked a little embarrassed, as if he was guilty. This afternoon, you can come and take them away. Chu Yang's expression was serious, with a hint of cynicism. Okay. The two of them agreed happily. In the warehouse, Chu Yang sat. Beside him were the 300 children who were about to leave. They were the ones who promised Lingxiao faction and dreamlike world pavilion. Brothers and sisters, I found a way out for everyone. Chu Yang said straightforwardly, currently, our Chu clan courtyard is in a precarious situation, so I must send you all out first. First, to ensure your safety, and second, to have something to look forward to. The children's breathing became tense at the same time, and they looked at him without blinking. I believe that all of you may have sensed that a lot of changes have happened in our clan these past few days. They are all looking for trouble with us. Chu Yang sighed deeply, to be honest, I also want to accompany all of you to live a good life. But, we don't have enough strength. So, we can only be bullied by others. If you stay, you will only be bullied and die with me. It won't help. That's why I want to send you out to learn some skills. Only when you've learned enough skills and have enough power can you deal with all kinds of changes. Originally from P, when you leave, everyone should take some purple cloud coins with you. When you're outside, don't mistreat yourself. Money is just a worldly possession. Spend it when you need it. Don't be reluctant. Chu Yang slowly stood up. Maybe when you're strong enough, you won't be able to see our Chu clan compound anymore. Or maybe, at that time, we'll still be waiting for you to protect us. But in this world, you have to remember one thing. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Chu Yang said softly, in the afternoon, someone will come to take you away. I hope that no matter where you go, you won't forget our Chu clan compound and the brothers and sisters here. I hope that when everyone is strong enough, we'll beat up whoever wants to bully us. Chu Yang looked up and sighed. The feeling of being bullied is not good. Without looking back, Chu Yang walked out with a lonely back. The warehouse was silent. All the children's eyes were shining with tears. Are we leaving? Are we really leaving? We really don't want to. It's only been a few days, and there are already hateful people bullying us and not letting us live well. Those people all deserve to die. If I come back with some skills, whoever dares to bully our Chu clan compound, I'll kill their entire family. No one will be left alive. A child suddenly stood up with tears streaming down his face. Whoever dares to bully us, I'll kill their entire family. No one will be left alive. More than 300 children shouted themselves hoarse. Then, they hugged each other and cried bitterly. It's not that Brother Chu Yang doesn't want us, but he can't even protect himself now. This is understandable to these children, who have seen too much of the world before their time, but in such a bad case as this. Brother Chu Yang still chose to send us out and protect us. He even gave us a place to live and learn skills. We have a tomorrow and a future. Xia Danqiong's wife, Madame Mei, had tears in her eyes. Her lips trembled as she said, Children, you have to remember this family, remember us, you'll be gone for a long time. I don't know when you'll come back. But I'm sure that when you come back, you'll have all grown up. I'm no longer what I am now. So, don't forget to take good care of your heavenly soldier plate. This will be an important basis for us to recognize each other in the future, as long as this plate is still there. Regardless of whether we are here or not, you are still a heavenly soldier of our heavenly armament pavilion. You are still a part of our Chu family's courtyard. Madame May said. Tears fell like rain. Below, only cries could be heard. Every child was holding the heavenly soldier medallion hanging around their necks. She cried her eyes out. In the future, perhaps this would be his spiritual support, his only consolation. At this moment, all the children made a wish. In this life, no matter when and where, they would keep this comfort forever. They could give up everything else, but not this comfort. That afternoon, when Xianxia and Hai Mingbo came over, they saw 215 children whose eyes were like rabbit eyes from crying. Her face was completely red. They were all reluctant to part with Xianxia and the others. Their gazes were filled with hatred. How could he go back like this? Wouldn't it be like having 215 enemies? Moreover, they would all be geniuses with top-notch aptitudes. Children. Xianxia cleared her throat and said, Now, your brother Chu is facing an unprecedented crisis. He doesn't have the ability to protect you for the time being. He can't even guarantee his own safety. So, he has entrusted you to us. He hopes that we will take you away first, protect you, and let you grow up safely. As Xianxia spoke, she felt a toothache. What was this? How was this entrusting them to us? Clearly, we paid a huge price in exchange for these disciples. To put it bluntly, we spent an astronomical amount of wealth to buy them. Even thinking about it now made her heart ache, but these words had to be said according to Chu Yang's instructions. If you don't say this, I'm really afraid that there will be huge trouble after you bring them back. Combined with the situation of these 2 days, Xianxia had to admit that these children had a strong sense of identity with the Chu family's courtyard. Every one of them was a part of this big family. It was indeed very difficult to take them away. If they really said that they were actually bought back, they would probably explode on the spot. Once there was resistance in their hearts, then the difficulty of nurturing them would undoubtedly increase exponentially. If they didn't cooperate at all, how could you nurture them? So, although they knew that saying this would actually be a great help to Chu Yang, Xianxia and Hai Lianhua had no choice but to accept their fate and do as they were told. At the same time, the two felt a little funny in their hearts. Even if we let you take advantage of them for a while, do you really expect these children to remember you forever? Such a young child, as long as he arrived at the mountain gate, once he blended in with the colorful life, he would completely forget about you in less than 3 months. On the path of cultivation, time is the easiest. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 50 years, or even 100 years, would pass. When these children have really matured, how would they still remember who Chu Yang was? It wasn't necessarily a bad thing to endure and cooperate now. But a little girl opened her big watery eyes and said angrily, Aren't you very capable? Can't you help us? As long as you help us kill Brother Chu Yang's enemies, can't we continue to stay? As the little girl spoke, she was sobbing and crying, and she was angry. Yes, why don't you help us? Why are you so cruel? Many children's eyes lit up, and they questioned one another. Xianxia staggered. Children's words carry no harm, but these words were too out of line, right? We have done so much, and paid such a huge price, just to take you away. Now, you actually want us to help Chu Yang kill all his enemies, and then let you stay? We have paid everything, but in the end, we are empty-handed. That doesn't seem right, but it's not like we are empty-handed. Because helping Chu Yang is equivalent to opposing the Cloud Sky Realm and Yuanshu Realm. We have paid an astronomical amount of wealth, and we still have to help you deal with such a strong enemy. You have taken all the benefits, and you are also the good guy. How can there be such a logic in this world? You are not helping, and you are being cruel. Xianxia smiled amiably and said, But your brother Chu Yang's enemies are very strong, and we are no match for them. Even the road to bring you back is full of danger. Children, all hope is on you. As long as you work hard and learn well, you can come back to help your brother Chu Yang. So, work hard, children. But But we are afraid that Brother Chuyang can't wait. There are so many bad people. A few of the little girls burst into tears. They wiped their tears and said, "What if I die like my mother? What should I do?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your brother Chuyang can definitely wait. It's just that this courtyard and this foundation are not easy to protect. Besides, if you stay, your brother Chuyang will have a lot more to worry about. Not only can you not be of help, but you are also a burden. With more burdens, he will need to protect you. This will only put Chuyang in more danger, right? With that said, the little boys and girls slowly stopped their sorrowful cries and nodded their heads in grievance. In the crowd, a 13 or 14-year-old boy in white stepped out and said loudly, "Okay, we will go with you. But, before we leave, we have a request." "Yes. We have a request." The group of little guys shouted in unison. "What request?" "Just say it, as long as it is within our power, we will not refuse." Shuixian and Hai Mingbo smiled bitterly at each other, but they also felt relieved. It was finally coming to an end. This request is: we want to know who is bullying our Chu clan's courtyard. You should know this, right? This boy was obviously the leader of this group of children, and he spoke in an orderly manner. This was Chu Jinfeng. We want to know the name of every sect, and who is the main culprit who is bullying Brother Chuyang. We want to know this. Right now, we don't have the ability, and we have caused Brother Chuyang to be wronged. In the future, we will definitely take revenge 100-fold. The 215 children shouted in unison. Obviously, this group of little guys had rehearsed in advance. Kill them all. Chu Jinfeng raised his arms and roared. Kill them all. More than 200 children shouted together. Exterminate them. Chu Jinfeng raised his arms and roared again. Exterminate them. The 215 children shouted themselves hoarse. Take revenge. Chu Jinfeng led them again. Take revenge. The children shouted until their voices were almost hoarse. This kind of childish roar didn't have the slightest bit of cultivation, but it made Shuixian and Hai Mingbo break out in cold sweat, and they shivered. Terrifying, too terrifying. If a person, a sect, or even an entire world were to be hated by these 215 super geniuses, then when these children were fully grown, even the Sky Sword Alliance would have a huge headache. The two looked at each other. While they were worried about the Demon Ghost and the ultimate Heavenly Sword Alliance, they also felt a burst of joy. The power of revenge was incomparably strong, and with this motivation from the bottom of their hearts, the future was promising. With revenge as the motivation, this group of little guys would improve very quickly. This was already within their expectations. It's not that I can't tell you. Shuixian frowned and said earnestly, but the enemy is very strong. Before you have strong abilities, don't act rashly. The sky had already turned dark. Shuixian and Hai Pingo summoned all of the experts sent by their sects, and brought those 215 reluctant children out of Chu family's courtyard in single file. Every child had a large bag of luggage, and they couldn't bear to put any of it down. The two of them had no choice but to use quite a few spatial rings to put all these things in. Chuyang gave each of the 200 children a spatial ring, but they couldn't open it because they didn't have any cultivation. Chuyang, Tai Butian, Madame Mei, Huyan Aobua, Greasy Cat and the others sent them off at the door. The moment the 215 children walked out of the door, someone shouted. The 215 children turned around at the same time and knelt down facing Chuyang and the others at the door. It was too late to stop them. Bang! 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 3 neat kowtows were heard. As the children kowtowed, one of their hands clutched the Heavenly Soldier token on their chest tightly. Their expressions were very sincere. This scene shocked everyone present, whether it was the people from the Chu clan or the people from the two great sections. Shuixian and Hai Mingbo were shocked and opened their eyes wide. Chuyang also felt that the rims of his eyes were suddenly hot, and tears were about to flow out. He subconsciously took a big step forward and said loudly, "Children. Brothers, sisters, have a safe journey. You must take care. No one is allowed to cry. Children who walk out of here are not allowed to cry. You can bleed and sweat, but you are not allowed to cry." When these words came out, all the children who were sobbing stopped in unison. They suppressed their tears and stared at Chu Yang with their eyes wide open. They listened to Chu Yang's final warning. Perhaps, this would be the last time she would hear Big Brother Chu Yang's voice for a long time in the future. I must be obedient. I must be obedient. Remember. Children who walk out of the Chu clan. He is stronger than any other player. Even the princes and princesses, geniuses, and geniuses can't compare to you. So, no one is allowed to lower their heads in the future. At any time, at any time. All of you, stick out your chests. I don't care what you think. Always remember. The children of the Chu clan are not allowed to kill each other. Chu Yang shouted, remember, you are all heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. We will wait for you to come back. Chu Yang shouted. He then waved his hand, let's go. He turned around and entered the door without looking back. Then, he chased the others inside. With a bang, the gate of the Chu clan's courtyard was tightly shut. The 215 children bit their lips tightly, forcibly holding back their tears. I won't cry. Brother Chu Yang said that the child was from the Chu clan's courtyard. No one is allowed to cry. However, his eyes were already blurry, and he couldn't even see clearly. The door was tightly shut. The person who had brought the best to China had finally closed the door. I will never forget this place, never. One day, I will come back. I will come back and open the gates of the Chu clan's courtyard to the entire world. All the children made a vow over and over again, a vow that they would have no regrets in this life. Under the repeated urging and consolation of Shui Xian, Hai Mingbo, and the others, the children slowly stood up, stuck out their chests, raised their heads and strode out. Brother Chu Yang said that we are not inferior to anyone, we must stick out our chests and raise our heads, and not lower our heads to anyone. The group slowly walked away, but there were still children turning back to look at them from time to time. In the group, sobbing sounds could be heard, followed by a trembling voice scolding, no crying. Brother Chu Yang said that we are not allowed to cry. The children from the Chu clan's courtyard can bleed and sweat, but we are not allowed to cry. All of you are not allowed to cry. When they reached the corner, all the children stopped in their tracks and turned back in unison, looking in the direction of the Chu clan's courtyard longingly. They stared deeply for a long time. The group finally turned the corner. Gradually, they walked further and further away. In the courtyard, Tai Budian bit her lips and took a deep breath, her eyes red. Xie Danfeng's eyes were filled with tears. Huyan Albua clenched her fists tightly and stood upright, her eyes red. She murmured, good. Good children. Good job. Good children. Madame May's feelings were the most fragile, and her feelings for this group of children were also the deepest. She almost fainted from crying. She rubbed her eyes and murmured, cough cough. Why is the wind so strong? My eyes are filled with sand, this damn weather. Chu Yang stood in front of everyone with his hands behind his back, leaving only his back view to everyone. But at this moment, it seemed that this originally strong back view was actually so bleak. After a long time, Chu Yang didn't pay attention to anyone. He put his hands behind his back, straightened his back, and silently entered the study room. Then, he sat down on a chair. Humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless, especially when these children were so sensible? If Chu Yang had great power now, not to mention using elixirs in exchange for these children, even if they used their entire sect in exchange, Chu Yang would definitely not be willing to let any of them go, but now, he had no choice. The situation was stronger than him, and he had no choice. Even if Chu Yang was given 1,000 times more elixirs and heavenly treasures, he would never be able to nurture every single one of these children into talents, not to mention that the current situation was almost precarious, disregarding everything else. If 2 Saint-level experts didn't intentionally restrain themselves when they fought, just the remnant force of their energy would be enough to bury these 5,000 geniuses. I changed their physiques, but back then, I couldn't give them a future. If I forced them to stay, it would be harming them, right? Chu Yang sighed deeply. I hope that all of you can thrive in your respective sects. All of you. All of you can become heroes of indomitable spirit. That night, outside Purple Cloud City, 2 large flying boats slowly rose into the air. He had 215 children with him. They flew to their respective sects, The seeds that Chu Yang had painstakingly nurtured finally began to bloom everywhere in this world. They spread out. A flying boat was a special long-distance transportation tool in the sky. This kind of flying tool was completely made of purple crystals, iron from outer space, and countless other rare materials. Each flying boat was equivalent to more than half of the wealth of a super sect like the Soaring Firmament sect. Other than having the ability to fly long distances, flying boats were also very destructive. Its lethality was also not to be underestimated. Even a saint-level super expert would not be able to destroy a flying boat by force. That's not going to happen either, unless it was a super expert who had reached the late stage of the peak of the saint level like DE. Even a sect as strong as Dreamlike Veranda only had 3 flying boats. As for Lingxiao sect, they almost went bankrupt before they could barely build one. They even had to beg people everywhere for help. They owed countless favors. Such a flying boat only needed the power of a few thousand pieces of purple crystal jade essence as its starting power. Even the sect master of Dreamlike Veranda wouldn't easily use it if it was an important or urgent matter. But this time, both the Dreamlike Veranda and the Soaring Firmament sect sent out their flying boats at the same time. Seeing the flying boats of the two sects rise into the air, the other people from Ultimate Heaven, Mo Tian, Yun Tian, Qibei Tian, Fu Tu Tian, and other heavens all had solemn expressions, guessing what exactly happened that made the two sects send out flying boats together. Yun Tian frowned tightly. Taken away. But how many did they take away? Sending out such a big flying boat. Sigh, countless sections. They all sent out the same order at the same time. Investigate. Investigate in detail. The flying boats were sent out for the sake of the saint level. This night, Chu Yang locked himself in the study and didn't come out for a long time. It was already late at night. There was a sudden knock on the door. Tai Budian pushed the door open and came in. Seeing Chu Yang's tired face, she couldn't help but sigh with heartache. She sat quietly with him. Tian, don't you think I've gone overboard? Chu Yang took a deep breath. If I gave them to these sects for free, I might feel better. But I used them to exchange for a large amount of elixirs. This really makes me feel uncomfortable. Now that I think about it, I'm just like a human trafficker. Moreover, I trafficked people who trusted me. Am I very despicable? Tai Budian smiled. I know you're troubled by this problem. You look colder and more vicious than anyone else, but in fact, you're more loyal than anyone else. Chu Yang sighed. You forced them to stay, but can you give them a future? Can you nurture all of them into talents? Can you let them enjoy the unique cultivation conditions as they do in the super sects? Do you mean that there are innumerable cultivation manuals? You can't do any of these. As for the price you mentioned, this is something that should be done. Have you ever thought that if the big sects were to get so many geniuses so easily, would they cherish them? Everyone knows that they won't cherish things that they get easily. But after paying a huge price, they'll be treasured like pearls. From another perspective, you're fighting for their status and conditions in their sects in the future. I don't think there's any talent who would make a sect pay such a huge price, right? This is status. Tai Budian didn't give Chu Yang a chance to speak at all. She continued talking like a machine gun. Although her voice was gentle, she spoke very quickly. Of course, everyone will feel uncomfortable. I feel it too, and so do my siblings. In fact, it's even more so than you. But these are things that we have to bear. Joys and sorrows are the training of one's state of mind. Tai Budian smiled. If the super sects were on the mountain beside you, I'm afraid you wouldn't feel uncomfortable now. Instead, you would be very happy and delighted. But now that you're feeling down, it's because of the sorrow of separation. The sorrow of separation is always depressing. Tai Budian said softly, that's why it's not the same as the psychological pressure you're talking about. And this itself isn't a business at all. It's just a sad life. Chu Yang raised his head and smiled. Or maybe what you said makes sense. Tai Budian didn't wait for him to finish. She said coquettishly, of course what I said makes sense. Chu Yang chuckled and finally felt a lot more comfortable. He walked to the window and sighed. I hope that all of these children can be happy. There's a moon outside the window. The moon is full and round, Xiang murmured. Is it the 15th again today? Tai Budian slowly came behind him and looked at the moon side by side. She said, "What are you doing now, Yang? Are you thinking of me? Are you thinking of me?" Yang held her waist gently and the two of them stood side by side under the moon. But his thoughts had already flown thousands of miles away. It was the second half of the night. The wind was cold and the dew was heavy. Yang was just about to go to bed with Tai Budian when a message was transmitted to his mind. It was from the sword spirit. The cold and death aura has completely dissipated. Under the soul-suppressing stone, you can enter at any time. This message made Yang forget everything in front of him instantly, the divine source realm. Under the soul-suppressing stone. A super treasure, enter? You rest first. I'm going out for a while. Yang didn't wait for Tai Budian to reply. He went through the window and turned in the air. His expression changed and then he took another turn. He had already completely disappeared into the thick darkness of the night. He went around Purple Cloud City a few times and went through the tunnels to and fro the properties he bought. After confirming that no one was following him, Yang floated toward the infinite boundless mountain like a wisp of smoke. Yang used all his lightness techniques and approached the boundary of the infinite boundless mountain almost noiselessly. It was just that when he reached the foot of the mountain, even though he used all his strength, he was still almost discovered. This wasn't because Yang's concealment techniques were bad. It was because he really had no other choice. There were too many people on the infinite boundless mountain. It was almost densely packed. Earth, heaven, saint. It was as if all the experts in the entire continent had gathered here. No matter how brilliant his concealment technique was, it was impossible for him to escape. However, in the current infinite boundless mountain, such a space was truly lacking. No. It couldn't even be described as lacking. You're the one who should be the one, everyone is looking at their surroundings. Even the slightest movement will attract attention. And, up there was the land of death. Although it was a land of death, there were also great benefits. Of course, I couldn't go up there. Don't even think about going up there. If I can't get it, don't even think about getting it, everyone had the same thought. Thinking of this, infinite boundless mountain security measures were definitely comparable to the strictest heaven-encompassing earth net, perhaps even surpassing it. Yang changed his mind and entered the tribulation space from the void. No matter how strict the observation was or how dense the crowd was, they were powerless against the tribulation space. With the help of this heaven-defying cheat, Yang followed the sword spirit's call and gradually drifted toward the top of the mountain, ignoring all obstacles. Along the way, he heard people muttering nonstop. What's going on? Why did someone go over there? But there is no one there. I didn't even see a ghost. What's going on? My spiritual sense has always been sharp. What's going on today? Are you seeing things? You're not the only one who's panicking at the slightest sound and treating everyone as an enemy. I'm really here, but I don't see anything. You're here? You don't see anything? Crazy. There was some movement just now. What's going on? Damn, can you stop scaring people? It's already stressful enough to stand guard here, and you're still acting all flustered over there. I'm really here. This time, it's real, this time, it's real? The previous times were all fake. UF** King Bird. If you're sick, go back and take your medicine. Scram. Yang was very careful along the way. When he finally reached the top of the mountain, he heaved a sigh of relief. Every step he took along the way was really dangerous. Many experts with sharp senses had really noticed the abnormal fluctuations in the air. Although it was more daunting than dangerous in the end, Yang thought to himself, this kind of method might not be omnipotent. Entering the tribulation space did not mean that he could avoid everything. If there was really a top expert, he could still detect it. It didn't even need to be a top expert. As long as one's spiritual sense was outstanding, they would be able to sense it if they came into contact with the moving tribulation space. The stronger one's spiritual sense was, the stronger the sense would be. If it was a peerless expert, the moment they sensed that something was wrong, they could use a powerful attack to break through space. It would not be a problem for them to break through space. The tribulation space's function was undoubtedly heaven-defying, but it was still a special space. When facing a top expert, it still had its limits. He had to use this function carefully in the future. At the very least, I should try not to use it before my strength reaches the heavenly human level. Xianxia let out a deep breath. Once he reached the heavenly human level, the tribulation space would also level up. At that time, there should be no problem. Right now, the tribulation space could be hidden from a saint or heavenly human level. The sword spirit sensed the arrival of the tribulation space. His original spirit floated out silently and entered the tribulation space to meet up with Xianxia. At this time, the tribulation space was in the middle of the night. What's the situation inside now? Are you sure there's no danger? Xianxia asked hurriedly. You can enter now, but... The sword spirit's voice was a little excited and a little stunned. There's still a great danger inside. And the chances of encountering it are very high. The tribulation divine spirit has been appearing all this time. This is a little abnormal. Very high? How high is the chance? Success, 70% or 80%? Xianxia asked. A conservative estimate is about success. The sword spirit said. Success? A conservative estimate is success. What if it's not a conservative estimate? Xianxia asked in surprise. If it's not a conservative estimate, the chances of encountering danger are success. The sword spirit said with a trembling voice. The tribulation divine spirit was the nemesis of the sword spirit. The sword spirit was under a lot of pressure. I'll go. Why don't you just say that we'll definitely encounter danger after entering? Xianxia was amused by the sword spirit's words. Sword master, there's really a great risk inside. There's a need for you to enter. I really don't recommend you to enter. The sword spirit said in a deep voice. A great risk? Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a strong light. He said decisively, go in. Xianxia didn't expect that he would have the chance to enter first in such a good situation. If he went in, wouldn't he be able to take whatever he wanted? He would only give it to others when he couldn't take it anymore. Such a good thing. How could he let it go? Any good thing was naturally accompanied by risks. Wealth came from danger. This was a wise saying. When there's a crisis, there's a turning point. Are we really going in? The sword spirit asked with uncertainty. If the tribulation divine spirit really exists, then the chances of us escaping unscathed after entering are less than 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000. Isn't there still 1 in 10,000 miles? In this world. Are there any risks that can be completely avoided? Xianxia said lightly, since you want to achieve something, there are some risks that you have to bear. Since I started my career, when have I ever had to take on a great risk? At the very most, I would lose my life. Are there any greater risks? If it were any other world, Xianxia would definitely hesitate. But now, he was facing the pressure of 2 worlds. Xianxia, you've chosen another path. Even though it was risky, but this was a great opportunity to improve his ZJ. Since you've made up your mind, I'll go first. Let me take the lead. Sword spirit clenched his teeth, you can go in. But you have to let me go in front. Xianxia took a deep breath. I'm the sword master. I'll be in front. The sword spirit said firmly, but if it's you, it's definitely me. Otherwise, even if it's me, you can still exist. So, if you don't agree with me going first, we won't go in this time. Even if it's against the sword master's orders, we might have to do it once. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He said, okay. I'll listen to you this time. Then it's settled. Let's go in. The sword spirit's body flashed, and he went out of the tribulation space. Xianxia followed closely behind. The sword flashed, and automatically pulled itself out. It was 5 feet away from the ground, and a black hole the size of a human head appeared below. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. However, it was filled with the cold, undead energy that could corrode all living things. It was as if this place was just an entrance to a deep and serene cave. Xianxia and the sword spirit's bodies flashed, and their bones cracked. Their entire bodies shrunk by more than half. With a whoosh, they rushed into the hole and disappeared from the ground. The sword in tent turned into a long sword again, and it fell down, sealing the hole again. Everything returned to normal. At the foot of the mountain, countless people only saw what seemed to be shaking and flashing. Everyone hurriedly got up to check, but they found that there was only a ball of darkness. Although it seemed like something had happened, everyone was still filled with doubts and suspicions. This place is really evil. It's strange at every moment. I've passed by here a few times, but it's not as strange as this. Damn it. I'm really scared. Bullshit. How many people have died here? I'm afraid there are at least hundreds of thousands of them. In the martial world, how many people would die in a battle between super sects? How can it not be strange? You're right. But it's always so gloomy and cold. It's really scary. Nonsense. Who wouldn't be scared? Even the disciples of those super sects would be scared, let alone a small shrimp like you. Hurry up and go to sleep before you die. Bah. Your grandpa, your words are so unlucky. Die? Even if you die, I won't die. Alright. At most, we'll all die together, okay? The Yellow Springs is not lonely. Damn it, the Yellow Springs is so serious. The number of people who died in the past few days is probably more than the number of people who died in a year. When Xu Yang and the Sword Spirit landed at the entrance of the cave, they found themselves in an extremely narrow passageway. They floated downwards. A deep darkness surrounded the two of them. This kind of darkness was different from the night sky outside. It was a completely silent darkness. A darkness that was even darker than the night sky. Even with Chu Yang's cultivation and the Sword Spirit's soul, he couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. Only Dong Xuebing's body keeps falling, and he doesn't know how long he has fallen. Dong Xuebing didn't know how long he had fallen. This black hole was really like the bottom of the mountain. Under such circumstances, an ordinary person would have already broken down. However, Chu Yang closed his eyes and didn't care about it anymore. Since it's already here, it's useless to be afraid or anxious. Since he was already here, he might as well take it easy and let nature take its course. After an unknown period of time, he felt a vast sound coming from beneath his feet. It was a very mysterious feeling. He had arrived just like that. A gust of cold wind blew in from his pants. Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes and let his eyes adapt to his surroundings. He suddenly realized that the narrow tunnel at the end of the mountain had disappeared. Now, he was actually in some kind of endless void. Below his feet was something like a plain. It was neat and tidy. It seemed to be a little strange, but he couldn't really see it. But as he fell, he slowly saw that this was actually a mountain. To be precise, it was half a mountain. The reason why it was half a mountain was because the mountain peak in front of him had been split into two for some reason. And the place where he fell was the lower half of the mountain. It was like a wooden stake that stood upright. It was erected there. Of course, this wooden stake was incomparably thick and strong. The speed at which he was falling from the sky was extremely fast. The wind whistled in his ears. Although he could see things with his eyes, because he was falling too fast, he couldn't see anything. But he could clearly see countless five-colored lights. His eardrums were about to pop out. Chu Yang didn't dare to be negligent. He circulated the heaven-splitting divine technique with all his strength and tried his best to form a protective layer around his body. Only then did he slow down the speed of his fall slightly. Then, they could see the ground. They were getting closer and closer to the ground. This time, it's probably going to be a disaster. Chu Yang thought to himself. Unfortunately, it was too late to make any changes now. Plop. Chu Yang's entire body landed on the hard ground. Although he had used the heavenly divine art to protect himself, his internal organs were still shaken, and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. His two legs, which were the first to touch the ground, sank even deeper into the stone layer. Facing the situation before him, Chu Yang couldn't help but recall the time when ZJ had just arrived at the Heaven Palace. It seemed that he had fallen from the sky just like that. Now, he was doing the same thing again. How miraculous. It was just that this feeling had only just risen, but he could clearly feel that his feet had touched something. An unbearable pain instantly spread to his brain. This intense and sudden pain almost made Chu Yang look up to the sky and roar. It was too painful, it was too painful. Looking down, he saw that ZJ's 2 legs, and even half of his thighs, had sunk into the stone layer. However, they seemed to have turned into pieces at this moment. What kind of stone is this? Even if my feet were to be pierced by iron, I wouldn't feel any discomfort. Why is it that it's just a piece of broken stone? Why is ZJ in so much pain? What kind of stone is this? Chu Yang suppressed the pain. His whole body trembled as he circulated his cultivation. Only then did he pull his legs out of the stone. While he was pulling his legs out, he was in so much pain that his whole body was trembling. He clenched his teeth and didn't let ZJ groan. Looking down, although his 2 legs weren't completely smashed, they were almost done. His legs had turned into pure bone sticks. There wasn't even a trace of flesh on them. Well, it wasn't really blood. Blood flowed continuously from the upper half of his thighs like a small river. F***ck. Chu Yang screamed and sprinkled a large amount of special medicine on his thighs. The blood flow slowed down immediately. Thinking quickly, he realized that something was wrong. The most important thing now was to regrow flesh and bone. If he really sealed the flesh on his thighs, ZJ's legs would be completely crippled. Then, 2 incomplete versions of the heavy pill quickly entered his throat. F***ck, I'm so F***king unlucky. The last time I fell from a high altitude, I couldn't move. But at least I was still in one piece. This time, I fell from a high altitude and became disabled. Are you trying to play me to death? Luckily, I have heavy pills. Chu Yang muttered angrily. His face twitched continuously. It was really painful. The sword spirit couldn't help but laugh. The sword spirit was a pure soul body. There was no such thing as falling to death. Naturally, his body wasn't injured at all. Heavy pills were indeed miraculous. Speaking of which, heavy pills were really good at reviving the soul and prolonging life, promoting blood circulation, reviving the dead, and regrowing flesh and bone. Not to mention, Chu Yang didn't hesitate to swallow 2 of them. Looking at the flesh below ZJ's thigh regrowing, it was an extremely strange feeling. And Chu Yang was admiring all of this. It was a strange but real scene. Dong Xuebing stretched out his hand and pinched the hole where ZJ's feet were inserted. He tried to pinch it, but only his fingers felt pain. Damn. ZJ is not moving. ZJ can't even pinch it. Actually, it made sense when she thought about it. To be able to harm ZJ's thigh to this extent, how could it be soft? It's really a hard rock. The hardness of this rock is probably comparable to high-grade star iron. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at ZJ's feet. ZJ's feet were inserted into such a hard rock, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little smug. I say, this is the old haunt of the God Source realm. The sword spirit said, only a sex spirit mountain that has gone through countless years and absorbed countless amounts of pure spirit chi to refine it can have such a hardness. In other words, before this place was destroyed, it was a super sect. And it was a super sect that was qualified to be one of the 10 great super sects. Is it really so awesome? Chu Yang was surprised. Yes, it's awesome. It's even more awesome than you think. But, such a super sect must have as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. What kind of person could completely exterminate or even seal such a sect? There was a trace of fear in the sword spirit's eyes. Who cares about the past? Anyway, this place is ours now. Chu Yang finally stood up. The effect of the heavy pill was really amazing. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all of his injuries were healed. When he stood on the ground again, he felt as if he was in a dream. He stomped his feet twice and said with a smile, for such serious injuries, I will die once every time. But every time I die like this, it will also bring me a layer of enlightenment. The sword spirit couldn't help but ask, enlightenment? How can there be enlightenment? What's there to be afraid of? Chu Yang laughed. Let's go and take a look around. Let's see what kind of place this is. What's there to be afraid of? The sword spirit couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought to himself, your face was distorted like a dried cigar just now. Now, you're actually boasting shamelessly, the thickness of your skin is really what it means to be fearless of death. Although this was the sealed land, where there was no sunlight and no stars, it was brightly lit. It was just like the outside world, except that it was full of haze. This kind of seal is at least at the level of a saint. Lord Sword Master. The sword spirit's expression changed. Seal at the level of a saint? Xianxia pondered. You're saying that this super sect offended a saint? And that's why it was destroyed? Yes. And it shouldn't be an ordinary saint. The sword spirit looked at the bright sky and said solemnly, it should be at the level of Deho. Only those supreme saints can seal even the sky. And completely seal the power of the universe. The sword spirit exhaled deeply. Only this way can this place maintain such light. Ordinary sealed places shouldn't have this kind of light. There's only darkness everywhere. Xianxia said, I feel that this sect is the real extraordinary one. It actually needs a saint-level expert to take action personally. Uran's eyes lit up even more. In that case, there must be a lot of good stuff inside. That's Shmi? The sword spirit looked in the direction of Xianxia's finger, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw what Xianxia was pointing at. He saw that there was also a mountain on the opposite side. The difference was that this mountain was much smaller and more slender. The top of the mountain was pointed. It wasn't like the mountain Xianxia was standing on now, which was flat. And the most eye-catching thing was the base of that mountain. It seemed to be similar to the topmost cross-section of the mountain Xianxia was standing on, in terms of shape and area. That mountain seems to be the top half of this mountain. What a coincidence. Xianxia frowned and said subconsciously. At this moment, the second half of Xianxia's sentence was actually a subconscious attempt to avoid some kind of provocation. It was just that even he was aware of this intention. *T. *T. It is a coincidence. The sword spirit squatted down and looked at the smooth ground. His voice trembled a little. Sword Master, this is a mountain. But it was cut off by a sword. Xianxia thought about the hardness of this mountain and thought again. Cut it off with a sword? It was actually cut off with a sword? He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If one were to talk about splitting a mountain, experts who were at the supreme martial artist level and above would be able to do it. To the current Xianxia, it was not a big deal. However, the gravity of the Heaven Pass was 30 times that of the Heaven Pass. The stability of the rocks would also be at least 30 times stronger. Furthermore, it was in the environment of the realm of God Source. Xianxia had personally tested the toughness of the earth and rocks. Even if he used the Calamity Sword with all his cultivation, he would only be able to dig a small hole in this mountain. And this mountain was obviously an exceptionally majestic mountain. That day, it was actually cut in half by a sword. Xianxia imagined the demeanor of the saint back then and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and fascination. If this saint was me, after the sword cut it, the entire top half of the mountain flew out and landed on one side. It wasn't even intentional. The sword spirit looked at the distance between the two mountains, his face twitching as he continued to narrate the shocking facts. Lord Sword Lord, you are wrong. There is a difference between having an expert on the same mountain and having an expert on the same mountain. The sword spirit murmured, the hardness of this mountain back then was probably 1,000 times more than what it is now. Especially when facing an enemy, it should be even more terrifying. Xianxia opened his mouth wide, and shuddered in fear. How strong must one be to be able to do this? Can one really reach such a level? Those past events are too distant for us. Let's search the foot of the mountain first. Xianxia took a breath and expelled all the shocked emotions in his heart. But in his heart, he had an intuitive understanding. Damn it, the Shui Leihan that I scolded every day is actually such a terrifying existence, I really can't tell by comparison. The two of them went along the way and saw that there were some grass and shrubs growing on the mountain top. This was the most surprising thing. On one side, there was a mountain path with white jade railings and green jade steps winding down. Xianxia and the sword spirit went down the steps. Just as they went down 2 steps, the sword spirit Arun shuddered and looked at the dense trees on both sides in a daze. He murmured, Kanglan wood? The entire mountain is actually filled with Kanglan wood? Kanglan wood? That's something? Yang asked curiously. Kanglan wood used to be an extremely rare kind of wood 150,000 years ago. Speaking of which, this type of tree itself isn't anything special, but it is extremely hard. Not to mention ordinary steel, even star steel may not be able to compare to the hardness of Tsanglan wood. Thus, as long as the conditions permit, most people would use Tsanglan wood as the handle of their weapons. However, later on, everyone began to realize that although the Kanglan wood was hard enough, it was corroded very easily. Therefore, it was gradually eliminated from use. There was an unexpected discovery. The core of the azure wave wood was actually all purple and very dazzling. And it wasn't rotten like the rest of the body. Because of this, the azure billow wood's tree core was collected by various large worlds to be used as a material to make coins. However, later on, it was discovered that the azure billow wood's tree core coins were easily imitated. Hence, star dream iron was added to make purple cloud coins, and so on. The sword spirit took a deep breath and said, Lord Sword Master, there are so many pieces of azure billow wood here, and they are all at least hundreds of thousands of years old or even millions of years old. It's definitely a huge fortune. Yang grinned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wake up. You think. As long as this news gets out, will I be able to occupy it? The sword spirit was stunned for a moment. Then, he said dejectedly, that's right. This thing belongs to the government. No private person can occupy it. Yang said calmly, that's why I didn't think about it. Otherwise, I'd be even more disappointed. Uran kicked a big tree and cursed. Damn it, there's so much money in front of me. It's gone just like that. You're clearly always short of money, yet you still come up with such a pile of things to humiliate me. God, are you addicted to playing with me? Damn it. The sword spirit was stunned. You call this not disappointed? You didn't take it to heart? But if that bastard Shui Leihan wants to take all these away from me, he'll have to give me some benefits no matter what. Otherwise, I'll cut them all with my sword. If I can't get any benefits, no one else can either. Yang said fiercely. Uran stared at him. Eh? That's sh*T? How powerful was Yang's kick, that Tsanglan wood at his feet shook violently. Uran dropped something from above and smashed onto the ground with a plop. Ganoderma? Yang was dumbfounded as he looked at the thing that was originally snow-white and had broken into 8 pieces in front of him but had turned purplish red. This works too, he couldn't help but look up. Are you an idiot? The sword spirit rushed over and picked up the Ganoderma, his face full of heartache. This is a snow jade purple heart Ganoderma that can only grow on azure wave wood. How can it be smashed just like that? This is the purest heavenly treasure, and it's even a good thing that's hundreds of thousands of years old. You don't even know what sh*T is, you're really going to piss me off. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. If the people of this sect were still around, how could such a snow jade purple heart Ganoderma be preserved until now? While complaining, the sword spirit was also somewhat glad. It was all thanks to this sect being sealed. Otherwise, where would they find such a good thing in the current Heaven Imperial Court? Speaking of which, the sword spirit's complaint was completely reasonable. It was purely the kind of pity that such a good thing had been ruined. Yang didn't do it on purpose either. Although young Master Chu didn't know anything and was inexperienced, he wasn't that kind of prodigal playboy, but after this incident, Yang became even more cautious. His eyes were shining as he walked. Could it be that only one tree has such a thing? There are so many of them here, there should be a lot more. There must be. He simply released the Tribulation Sword and let Tribulation Sword Z search for it. This was a big deal. Wow. Another one. There's a super seal word here. There's actually a red ginseng here, and it's at least hundreds of thousands of years old. The exquisite blood ginseng here actually produced ginseng essence, another snow jade purple heart Ganoderma, and it's even older than the previous one. Here, and here, it seemed that the sword spirit had stopped calling after they had walked less than 1/5 of the way down the mountain. In the beginning, Chu Yang had been making a fuss about nothing. Then, he had become indifferent. Later on, he had become indifferent. Because there were really too many good things here. There were so many that they couldn't collect them all. If Rugwa didn't have the support of the tribulation space, Chu Yang and the sword spirit would probably be heartbroken. With just the two of them, they couldn't even collect the most precious things. This was a mountain that had been visited by humans for at least 400,000 to 500,000 years. One could imagine how many good things it could produce. As the saying goes, there were really too many to count. Moreover, this mountain wasn't an ordinary mountain in the sense of the word. It was the heart mountain of the godly source realm, the place where super sects gathered. The abundance of spiritual chi had long reached an appalling level. There was no doubt that such a mountain would produce even more heavenly treasures. Chu Yang kept throwing them into the tribulation space, and the three medicine spirits inside were happily transplanting them. Only ginseng was given special treatment. No matter if it was blood ginseng, jade ginseng, ordinary ginseng, or exquisite ginseng, etc. There were hundreds of types of ginseng, and dozens of each type were transplanted into the tribulation space. The three medicine spirits had to first absorb a certain amount of essence from each ginseng. After confirming that there was at least a portion of essence in all the ginseng in the tribulation space, the rest were directly devoured by the three medicine spirits without any hesitation. In other words, the ginseng that was harvested this time turned into dried radishes in the blink of an eye. In the beginning, the devouring speed was still somewhat slow. But later on, as the medicine spirit's abilities continued to evolve, the devouring speed was something that could be done in the blink of an eye. Of course, although the medicine spirit ate happily, there were still some things that he didn't know. All the elixirs that had been selected by the tribulation sword had actually been sucked by the tribulation sword in the most essential parts first. In addition, the tribulation sword had another great advantage: it wasn't picky with its food. For example, if it encountered a big bunch of ginseng, the tribulation sword would even suck up all the ginseng that had just sprouted for 1 or 2 years. Wherever the tribulation sword passed by, not even a blade of grass was left. No medicine was left behind, because those that couldn't be brought away, or those that were disdained to be brought away, were all sucked dry. Heavenly treasures instantly turned into withered grass. So it wasn't that not even a blade of grass was left behind. It was more appropriate to describe it as withered grass everywhere it passed by. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, swoosh swoosh swoosh. The tribulation sword was in high spirits, and the three medicine spirits were overjoyed. However, the sword spirit and Chu Yang were a little dispirited. There were too many good things, and bending down to pick them up too many times seemed to be a kind of trouble. It was really tiring. Later on, Minister Chu, who felt tired, went down the mountain directly, leaving the sword spirit and the tribulation sword to search for elixirs. The tribulation sword was responsible for discovering, devouring, and excavating, while the sword spirit was responsible for transporting the elixirs into the tribulation space. The three medicine spirits waited for the elixirs to come in, and chose to devour, absorb, and transplant them. The three sides each performed their own duties, and in the end, it was a little mechanized. No matter how small a mountain was, it was still a mountain. Moreover, how small could a mountain that was chosen as the core of a super sect's headquarters be? Even with the sword spirit and the tribulation sword, two heaven-defying existences that were beyond human comprehension, it actually took them more than an hour to clean up half of the mountain. If they let people in now, they would probably be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out. This was 2F** King Clean. The world-famous realm of God's source, where the soul-suppressing stone was. After the seal was opened, not even a single elixir could be found. Even ordinary herbs can be used for medicinal purposes. There was only withered grass in sight. What the F*** was this? This was simply a miracle. Of course, they still couldn't come in, but Chu Yang, who came in through the tribulation sword, really found a miracle. Isn't this a sect? Wasn't the tribulation sword destroyed by someone? Where are the people? Even if there's no one, there should be corpses, right? Where did they go? Didn't they say that there's a divine soul of a tribulation below? Where's the divine soul of a tribulation? Where did it go? Why didn't I see anything? Chu Yang was puzzled by this. The sword spirit also seemed to be puzzled. This was completely incomprehensible. However, it was lucky that they didn't see anything. If they really did, it would be fatal. On this half of the mountain that served as the foundation, there were no less than hundreds of cultivators' cave residences and training grounds. Inside these residences were either medicinal pills, secret manuals, weapons, spirit herbs, or rare metals. Yang accepted all of them without hesitation. Since he was already here, he would naturally accept whatever he could. He only left behind some low-grade items that the sword spirit had appraised. He couldn't possibly stay here for a few days and let others in, right? That would be too obvious. If they suspected that someone had beaten them to it, there would always be trouble in the future. Here. The sword spirit cried out in surprise. Novel chapters are updated the fastest. The two of them finally found the answer to their question on the way to the top of the mountain. At a certain corner, there was a valley densely packed with corpses. Every bone was sparkling and shiny. The skeletons were like mountains. Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. The corpses piled up in this valley were probably no less than tens of thousands of people. Yang walked over lightly and casually flipped one of the corpses over. Some of the bones turned into white ash after being flipped over. But a few thigh bones, arm bones, and skulls were still intact. They had all turned into a kind of texture that seemed like stone or jade. Obviously, these bones had turned into fossils. Among them, there were many bones that were still of the original texture. Those were the bones of experts who had reached the celestial being realm when they were alive. Even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, their bones could still maintain their original texture. But they were unable to recover their vitality. Ah? The fatal injuries of these people are actually the same. Yang looked at the bones on the ground and revealed a look of horror. They were all stabbed in the chest by a sword. I'm afraid it wasn't just a sword. It was sword energy. The sword spirit corrected him. The sword energy entered the body. It first shattered the origin soul of the person who was hit, then cut off their life force. The person who did this was extremely vicious and merciless. He didn't even give them a chance to die. It's a direct and complete destruction. With so many people piled up here, the person who did this only used 3 swords at most. The sword chi must have been imbued with the ability to chase after life and lock the soul. Kill all of them. Previously, the sword spirit had followed Shui Leihan for many years, so he more or less had a certain understanding of people of Shui Leihan's level. At this moment, his voice was very solemn as he said, judging from the signs here, the cultivation of the person who did this, even if it's not as high as my lord's, it's probably not that far off. Yang nodded his head in agreement. The calamity sword whizzed out. They began to wantonly plunder and collect spirit herbs in the valley. Because there were too many experts who had died here, and their cultivations when they were alive had turned into spirit chi, the quality of the spirit herbs growing in the vicinity was also extremely high. However, Yang always felt that this kind of elixir was somewhat disgusting. Therefore, he opened up a medicinal field for himself and made up his mind that the spiritual herbs produced here would belong to ZJ and his family. Not even a little bit. In the middle of the 10,000 corpses, a pitch-black flower stood in the wind, constantly emitting wisps of black chi. That's the ghost flower. The sword spirit sighed. Only under the premise that many people have died, and under the premise that these dead people's original cultivation must be very high, will there be a chance for such a strange flower to appear. I really didn't expect that it would actually appear here, and that it's growing like a big tree. Ghost flower? The conditions for this flower to appear are so harsh, it must be of great use, right? Yang asked. That's hard to say. I've only heard that the ghost flower can connect the 2 realms of yin and yang, but I don't know what its specific use is, the sword spirit said. As he spoke, he sized up this ghost flower somewhat excitedly. She muttered, if you don't know this, then who cares about that? This? That? Yang was startled. This and that? The sword spirit sized it up for a while and reached out to touch it. Finally, he shook his head in disappointment. Looks like it. Should be. Keep them both. This thing should be useful in the future. Even if it's useless, don't leave it here and let others take advantage of it. All right. Qi Yang waved his hand and was about to put it away when the black fog on the ghost flower transformed into a clear human face. It bared its fangs and rushed towards Qi Yang. Qi Yang was startled when he saw this. He was about to use his palm to disperse or force back that strange face, but the sword spirit was one step ahead of him. He excitedly rushed forward. So it really exists. I almost misjudged it just now. Leave it to me. This thing is a great supplement for me. Immediately, the sword spirit flashed high in the sky and turned into a pitch-black phoenix. It opened its big mouth and spouted pitch-black ink-colored flames. Then, it rushed towards the monster in front of it. That monster was caught off guard, and its reaction was somewhat slow. In an instant, the sword spirit's black flames landed on its body. Qi Yang thought that the two of them would have to fight for a long time, but he didn't expect that the monster would immediately let out a hoarse scream and turn around to escape when the black flames touched its body. When Qi Yang heard this scream, he felt as if his soul was being shaken. The phoenix transformed from the sword spirit chased after the monster relentlessly. Along the way, the phoenix kept spitting out black flames. Every time the flames touched the monster's body, it would evaporate into a puff of black mist. The moment the black mist appeared, it would be quickly absorbed by the phoenix transformed from the sword spirit. After that, the size of the phoenix would increase by one size. As the mist continued to be absorbed, the black flames around the phoenix became more intense, more dazzling, and more dazzling. Not only was the monster unable to fight back, it could only run in circles around the ghost flower. It seemed that it couldn't get too far away from the ghost flower. This situation naturally made it easier for the sword spirit to chase after it. Later on, the monster let out a pitiful cry, as if it was begging for mercy. However, the sword spirit's phoenix didn't show any mercy. It ferociously pounced on the monster and turned it into a pitch-black fog with a mouthful of flames. Then, it spread its wings and instantly doubled in size. Whoosh, the sword spirit returned to his human form and landed on the ground with a satisfied look on his face. He was beaming with joy like a cat that had just stolen a fish. He looked lazy and a little greedy. What kind of sh*t is this? Qi Yang asked, looking at your perverted appearance after eating it, it really doesn't feel good. sh*t, the sword spirit said proudly, this thing is useless for you living people. It's completely useless, and it will only cause harm if it's used. But to a spirit like me, it's as good as eating a miracle medicine. This thing is called the 10,000 soul spiritual body. If not for the fact that so many experts have died here, it would be a good thing that can only be formed after hundreds of thousands of years of resentment. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest this time. I've really struck it rich. Quickly tell me what kind of sh*t you got after eating this thing? Qi Yang said as he kept the ghost flower. Simply put, after eating this thing, I'll be able to recover my body. Then, I'll be able to reconstruct my body, and be reborn from my soul. The sword spirit raised his head and roared, I've been waiting for this day. But I've been waiting for 130,000 years. Qi Yang didn't know what kind of sh*t this was. He clicked his tongue and said disdainfully, isn't it just a chance to live under the sun again? Look at how excited you are. I've been living under the sun every day, but I'm not as excited as you are. The sword spirit was completely speechless. How can I have sh*t with you? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for saying such things? Oh right. Where did that extremely sharp divine soul of the sh*me calamity that you were talking about go? We've been here for quite some time. Why haven't I seen that fellow's shadow? Qi Yang frowned and looked at the top half of the mountain in front of him. He muttered, that golden and purple aura should be the headquarters of that super sect. The sword spirit nodded. That should be the case. But something is strange. We have been here for quite some time. Why hasn't the soul of calamity appeared yet? He is very sensitive to the aura of living beings. Bah. Why am I thinking the same thing as you? It's our luck that we didn't meet the divine soul. If we really meet that thing, we won't be able to leave. At this moment, a hoarse laughter came from behind the two of them. Rather than a laugh, it was more like a weird sound made by bones that made one's teeth ache. A sinister voice said, I've always been here. It's just that you didn't notice me. The reason why I've been here is to wait for you to come here. You also know that you won't be able to leave after meeting me? Just as you thought, since you're here, don't think about leaving. Oran's voice changed and he laughed strangely. It's actually a living person and a spiritual body. Excellent, excellent. Just in time to save me all the trouble. The sword spirit's face changed and he exclaimed, it's actually a peak divine soul with complete consciousness. It's a super divine soul that can communicate with any living being. We're dead meat. Chu Yang's face also changed greatly. Turning his head, he realized that everything he had seen on the way here had all disappeared. Even the entire sky was filled with a dark and cold aura of death. Ka. 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 One after another, zombies emerged from the boundless darkness, their eyes flickering with ghostly flames. These zombies were naked, and their muscles seemed to have congealed on their bodies. They were rotting like the other zombies, and some of them were still wearing clothes. Some were wielding swords, some were wielding long knives, some were wielding whips, some were wielding daggers, and some were even carrying a large staff made of unknown metal, and all the zombies had one thing in common, all of their faces were ashen, if it weren't for the flickering ghostly flames in their eyes, and the large bloody holes in their throats that were constantly being torn open by the sword wounds. Chu Yang would almost have suspected that these people were all alive. To be continued, P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Behind them, Aunt Guan was closing in. In front of them, Brother Dong was running further and further away. Feng Ling felt extremely uncomfortable being sandwiched between this big brother and big sister. Brothers and sisters, let us trample the mountains and march towards the stars. Advance, advance. Charge in. Lord Sword Master. The sword spirit was so nervous that he almost stuttered. This is really bad. This is a zombie puppet cultivated after the tribulation godly soul devoured everyone's dissipated original souls. One of the prerequisites for making this kind of zombie puppet is that the cultivation of these puppets must be at least celestial being when they were alive. This is really troublesome. This place is actually the location of a super sect that is not inferior to the current Soaring Heaven faction. Chu Yang's expression became infinitely calm. He said coldly, whether it's bad or not, we'll know in a while. What's the use of panicking now? The more dangerous the moment, the calmer Chu Yang's mind was. Baidu search PC. Chu Yang's eyes turned. He had already judged the current situation. There was no doubt that they had no chance of winning. Chu Yang and the sword spirit would have died a violent death in less than a round if they had fought normally. In all directions, there were a total of 7 zombies walking over mechanically, slowly raising their weapons. Another sharp whistling sound was heard in the air, and a cloud of gray smoke swept past with a schwa sound. The dense smoke twisted in the air, and slowly revealed the image of an old man in a hemp robe. His long beard fluttered in the air, and his face was thin. This old man who had suddenly appeared was dressed like the people outside. He stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. His pair of ice-cold eyes were looking at Chu Yang and the sword spirit. In his eyes, there was a kind of extremely cold and excited expression. The sword spirit trembled. He was really scared. He didn't expect to encounter such a desperate situation when he just got the opportunity to become a human again. Could it be that his idea of becoming a human again was against heaven's will? He didn't expect it at all. This tribulation godly soul was actually a powerful one that had never appeared in history. It had reached the point where it was very human-like. Its cultivation was as if it was alive, and its wisdom was as complete as a living person. This kind of tribulation godly soul was completely capable of fighting against super experts at the saint level, although its strength was only equivalent to a beginner saint. But in the Heaven Imperial Court, it was already close to a supreme existence. It even had an additional ability compared to a saint in the general sense, which was that it couldn't be killed. It couldn't be smashed, and it was almost impossible to destroy a soul body. It couldn't be injured at all, and it couldn't feel pain. Even if its body was completely smashed into pieces, it could be reassembled in the next moment. Moreover, its power was not reduced in the slightest. This was definitely a divine soul calamity that would give even a saint stage expert a headache. If the myriad soul's soul body was a great tonic for the sword spirit, then the sword spirit was also the best tonic for this incomparably powerful divine soul in front of him. The sword spirit and Chu Yang had no power to fight back in front of such an existence. The Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation Sword Spirit were about to die. How to avoid death and prolong life? The crisis didn't end there. The Sword Spirit and Chu Yang realized this almost at the same time. From the moment the soul of the calamity appeared, he actually felt a strong restriction. Yes, it was a restriction. Instead of suppression, if it was purely suppression. That was because his movements were inconvenient, and he was intimidated and suppressed by a certain aspect of the other party's cultivation, aura, and so on. However, the real situation now was completely different. His body could still move freely, but he could only move within a range of 3 feet around him. His divine sense and internal breath could also operate on their own, but they couldn't extend beyond that range. But if he wanted to go out, whether it was his physical body, divine sense, or internal breath, it was completely impossible. Even if he wanted to go back to the tribulation space, he couldn't do so. Judging from this situation, it seemed that the entire space here had been sealed. The Sword Spirit's face changed drastically. This time, they were really in trouble. Chu Yang's face also changed a little. Even the tribulation space couldn't be returned. His biggest trump card couldn't be used directly. This was really a serious matter. But he immediately calmed down. In such a terrible situation where he was the meat on the chopping board, what was the use of panicking? The more panicked he was, the faster he might die. Even if he really entered the Yellow Spring, it was better to be calm. In other words, this was the legendary dying to save face. But how many people in the world could really be so dying to save face? Even if he died, he would die in a carefree manner. Why didn't he just kill me directly? Chu Yang thought quickly. Could it be that he wants to know something? This was the most reliable inference that Chu Yang could think of. Or, he hasn't seen a living person here for too long and is very lonely? Another unreliable, but barely plausible, inference. Or, is there any other reason? It should be like this. If it were me, I would have long collapsed in a place where I couldn't get out for hundreds of thousands of years. Loneliness and solitude were the greatest enemies of mankind. Even the divine spirit of a tribulation was not exempt from this. Countless thoughts flashed through Chu Yang's mind, but his face remained calm. Since he didn't die immediately, then there was still a chance. Although the chance in front of him was very slim, it was still a chance. A crisis might not necessarily be unable to turn into a turning point. As long as the other party had some kind of motive, he might have a chance of survival. The divine spirit of a tribulation that suddenly floated out waved his hand. The zombies and puppets that were advancing around immediately stopped in their tracks. They stood there mechanically, motionless, like wooden sculptures. Then, the divine spirit of a tribulation walked down from the sky step by step with his hands behind his back. He wore a long robe, and his long beard fluttered in the wind. His face was thin, and his spirit was hale and hearty. This demeanor, this bearing, this was clearly that of a peerless expert, a peerless genius, but from this situation in front of him, no matter how one looked at it, this was clearly a living person. However, this living person was clearly just formed by the smoke. It completed a series of transformations right in front of Chu Yang and the sword spirit. Chu Yang's psychological quality was indeed strong enough. At this moment, he could still maintain a calm expression. He even smiled and cupped his fists in greeting. "Senior, it's really fate that we meet today." The divine spirit of a tribulation looked at Chu Yang with a pair of eyes. He actually smiled like spring water and nodded slightly. He said, "Not bad, not bad. You and I are indeed fated. This old man has been trapped here for hundreds of thousands of years. Only now do I see a living person like you. If this isn't fate, then what is it?" The divine spirit of a tribulation spoke in a somewhat gloomy and dry voice at the beginning. He even stuttered a little. But after a few sentences, the gloominess in his voice was removed and it became smooth. This was probably because he rarely spoke for hundreds of thousands of years. No matter who it was, it would be very lucky if they didn't directly become mute after hundreds of thousands of years. It was already extremely rare to be able to speak like this divine spirit of a tribulation. And this was the voice of the divine spirit of a tribulation. The more he spoke, the more peaceful and kind it became. It was even more magical. At the same time, Chu Yang and the sword spirit were even more shocked. This person's strength was really terrifying. They really didn't know what level he had reached, but regarding this change, Xianxia felt more at ease. Even if the strength of this soul calamity was stronger than he had expected, it didn't matter. His strength had long since exceeded the scope of what he could resist, so what if he was a bit stronger? On the contrary, by talking to him in such an amiable manner, he had already provided him with an opportunity to turn this situation around. The divine spirit of a tribulation casually pointed at him. The sword spirit only felt that there was another layer of imprisonment on him. He couldn't even speak and could only stand there in a daze. Let's have a good chat now. This little soul is more or less a hindrance here. If it weren't for the fact that I need to devour his soul together, I would have killed him right now. The divine spirit of a tribulation smiled faintly. His voice was clear and elegant. Senior, I'm very honored to have an invitation. Xianxia laughed. To have an opportunity to have a good chat with you is a great opportunity that only comes once in hundreds of thousands of years. There are countless people in the world, but only I have such a fate. Of course, you should feel honored because you have such a heaven-sent opportunity to give your body to me. Your body can shock the world and become a mighty being in the world. You can even live forever. How can I not be honored? The divine spirit of a tribulation said somewhat mockingly. Xianxia said politely, so that's what you plan to do? To be able to give my body to you, I naturally feel honored. But may I ask, if I give my body to you, how should I give it to you? And after I give it to you, where should I place my soul? I believe that if I give my body to you, you won't treat me badly, right? The divine spirit of a tribulation chuckled. Little one, you're quite bold. You're very imaginative. At this juncture, you actually dare to bicker with me and even bargain with me. Xianxia laughed. If you're audacious, you'll die if you bargain, but don't you think you won't die if you kneel and beg for mercy? Since I can't escape no matter what, I might as well fight with you. If I can't get away with it, it's still a bargain. In front of you, I'm afraid that's already the limit of what I can do. Good. Well said. The divine spirit of a tribulation revealed a look of appreciation. You're so young. It's rare for you to be so tough. When I devour your soul, I'll let you suffer less. I'll just give you a quick death. But in the end, your soul will still be destroyed and you'll be doomed eternally. At this juncture, you can still think for me. That's really rare. Xianxia said gratefully, you must have been a good person when you were alive. Others wanted him to be doomed eternally, and he actually praised them for being a good person. The divine spirit of a tribulation looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He said, I didn't expect that after hundreds of thousands of years, I'll see a living person for the first time. Are all the young people nowadays so good? You've made me look at you in a new light. P.S. Updated. He let out a sigh of relief. There were still 8 hours and 4 chapters left. It should be about time. Let me say one thing, there's a bad trend in the book review section now. Some people are asking us to buy monthly tickets. This makes me very angry. The last battle of pride, no matter whether we win or lose, must be fair and square. We've failed countless times, but we can still hold our heads high and laugh proudly because of this, because we have a clear conscience. This is the last battle of this month. We can't allow this kind of stain, we must accept victory with pride, and we must also accept defeat with pride. I'll say one thing here, all the readers of Pride are not allowed to buy a monthly ticket. Otherwise, it'll be an insult to me. Wind conquers the world, let us be proud to death. We'd rather break than submit. The world-defying stage heavens was just like this. Give the opponent the greatest respect, and fight with all your strength. I thought that Senior had already had a whole new level of respect for me. Speaking of which, my nerves are probably a little thick-skinned. They all say that I don't like others. For Senior to meet me, it's Senior's luck. However, since the situation has reached such a stage, can I be more honored? Xianxia smiled amiably. The sword spirit really admired Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. Xianxia was already at such a stage of certain death, yet he could still talk cheerfully and wittily. Even his expression didn't change in the slightest. Could it be that his nerves are made of iron? No, even if they were made of iron, they would have already melted at this point. The tribulation divine soul tilted his head and looked at him with interest. This little guy is really too interesting. Since Junior is about to be swallowed by Senior, and my soul will be destroyed, I wonder if I can have the honor of knowing Senior's name? Yang smiled politely. May I know Senior's name? Even if this Junior dies, I'll still be a ghost. I believe Senior won't refuse to grant such a small wish, right? Haha, little guy, do you know what it means to have your soul destroyed? You actually want to be a ghost? Do you think you still have the chance to be a ghost? The Tribulation Divine Soul first laughed and mocked. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage in the previous bickering and was unwilling to accept it. Now that he had the chance, he immediately took revenge. Yang's heart moved. Revenge for the smallest grievance. Although the cultivation of this Tribulation Divine Soul was high, his manners might not be that good. Then, the Tribulation Divine Soul seemed to be sad again, and a melancholy look appeared on his face. He murmured, I'm already a Tribulation Divine Soul now. Do I still have the face to mention the name of the past? The past is like dust, and time is like smoke. I've disgraced my ancestors. Yang smiled faintly and said, the opponent is strong. It's not the fault of fighting. Even if I failed at the last minute, I've been like this for hundreds of thousands of years. Quietly feeling the passage of time is also a kind of cultivation. This is also a rare luck. As for whether it's bad luck or good luck, it's all up to you. Different people have different opinions. A look of approval appeared in the eyes of the Tribulation Divine Soul, and it looked up to the sky and sighed. That's right, this is also another kind of cultivation. Misfortune? Lucky? It's a matter of opinion. He stood there for a while, feeling a little dejected. There was a hint of reluctance in his voice as he said, this old man hasn't spoken to you for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I'm able to chat with you, Yang said very understandingly. Junior can accompany Senior to chat for a while. The Divine Soul of Calamity sighed. You are a sensible child. He was silent for a moment before he said, now. How many years has it been since he was outside? The Emperor Lord of the Eastern Royal Heaven. Is it still Shui Leihan? Yang said, I've never calculated the years outside. But the Emperor of the East is indeed Shui Leihan. There's no doubt about it. Ha ha ha. The expression of the Divine Soul of Calamity changed a little. From a thin old man with a kind face and kind eyes, he turned into a ferocious ghost with a grimacing face, but then, he changed back and actually smiled lightly. Shui Leihan is indeed worthy of being the Emperor of the East. He is indeed wise and mighty. Yang's heart skipped a beat. He obviously couldn't keep his composure. But he suppressed it forcefully. This was also something that could be made use of. Then, he thought to himself, looking at his change, could it be that this fellow is very dissatisfied with Shui Leihan? Could it be that Shui Leihan killed him? He smiled amiably and said, but although the Emperor is wise and mighty, there are some things that can be done. But there are some things that are not fair. Senior has been out for so many years. Even if I tell you some things, Senior won't listen. It's better if I don't say it. The Divine Soul smiled faintly and said, if you don't want to talk about it, then let's not talk about it. How can we judge the rights and wrongs of such a peak-level figure? He seemed to be in no hurry to talk about this topic. Yang said, that's right. May I ask Senior, which sect was the original sect of this place? How come you don't see any sign of a sect when you come in this time? He actually managed to divert the topic away. The Divine Soul of the Calamity finally showed a bit of unhappiness on his face. He said faintly, no matter if it is a sect or sect, it has been destroyed in the end. It turned into dust and was annihilated in the annals of history. What is the point of mentioning its name now? Therefore, on the day this old man woke up, I destroyed all the symbols that could prove my sect's identity. So that's how it is. No wonder, no wonder. Yang suddenly realized. Then, he casually flattered him, Senior is indeed wise. The Tribulation Divine Soul looked at the little thing coldly, but now it felt disgusted no matter how it looked at it. Back then, when his sect was massacred, the Eastern Emperor Shui Leihan stood by and did nothing. This matter made him bear a grudge in his heart, and he couldn't let it go even after his death. Even though he took human form again, he still bore a grudge. Naturally, he couldn't wait for someone to say more bad things about Shui Leihan. Although he didn't mind it on the surface, he hoped that Chu Yang would say more bad things about the Eastern Emperor. But Chu Yang actually refused to mention it. Why did he feel that this bastard was pleasing to the eye just now? It must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. Has His Majesty the Eastern Emperor made any new moves in these years? The Divine Soul of the Calamity Divine Soul asked. This sentence was actually trying to get to the bottom of it, hoping to find something to show off so that he could use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Chu Yang shook his head blankly, looking honest and sincere. Senior, I've actually just ascended to the heavens for a few days. Even if it's the Eastern Royal Heavens, my knowledge is extremely limited. I've never really heard of His Majesty the Eastern Emperor's moves. The Divine Soul of the Calamity Divine Soul's face twitched. He really felt like cursing out loud. Before his death, he had cultivated himself very well, and his cultivation was very high. Naturally, his willpower was also very strong. But after transforming into a Divine Soul of the Calamity Divine Soul and going through these hundreds of thousands of years of loneliness by himself, he actually became more and more impatient. It was as if his original calmness had disappeared. He actually became irritable and easily angered. In just a short while, he actually had so many murderous intents. But he really couldn't bear to kill Chu Yang just like that. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since he last talked to someone. Now that he was talking to someone, his heart was surging with emotions. There was some indescribable excitement and even novelty. Next, the Divine Soul of the Calamity Divine Soul started to ask Chu Yang about the general situation of the outside world. Chu Yang answered all these questions seriously. But under the cover of his honest and sincere expression, there were endless lies. Every word that this fellow said was a complete lie. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Right now, after the series of great battles in the outside world, the number of experts is very low. For someone like me, although I can't be considered a first-rate or second-rate expert, I can still be considered a third-rate expert. Chu Yang said casually. What? With your trashy strength, you can actually be considered a third-rate expert? The Divine Soul of the Calamity Divine Soul was really shocked this time. This small ant in front of him had at most just broken through to the heaven realm. If he could be considered a third-rate expert, then how would the martial arts realm in the outside world fall to the *T standard? No wonder Senior is so shocked. Actually, I've also read many ancient books. They recorded the endless glory of countless peerless experts in the past. This junior's bit of strength is at most slightly stronger than an ant. But right now, the number of experts in the Eastern Royal Heavens has withered. With this junior's strength, the officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens have repeatedly invited this junior to join them. Chu Yang was obviously addicted to making up stories. The more he spoke, the more ridiculous it became. I say, Junior, even if you want to boast in front of this old man, shouldn't you at least say something more reliable? With your bit of strength, the officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens actually invited you to join them time and time again? Do you even believe your words? The Divine Soul of the Calamity Divine Soul was angered by Chu Yang's words. Junior's strength might be weak, but my background is clean and my strength can be considered passable. This is why the Eastern Royal Heavens tried their best to invite Junior several times, but Junior is truly afraid of bringing trouble to myself. I've always politely rejected them because according to the rumors, the Eastern Royal Emperor Jun Shui Leihan brought up the matter of the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor again and offended the sage monarch. I heard that he is currently heavily injured and if he gets involved with the Eastern Royal Heavens now, it would be a disaster and not a blessing. Chu Li's expression was solemn as he replied respectfully, Senior has been here for a long time and your knowledge of the outside world is too limited. The current Eastern Royal Heavens is no longer the same as before. Back then, due to an unforeseen event, the Eastern Royal Heavens suffered great losses. Junior's strength might be weak, but my background is clean and my strength can be considered passable. Chu Yang sighed, of course, this is only a rumor. How can a small character like me know the real situation? Shui Leihan is heavily injured. Because of the matter of the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor? The Divine Soul of the Calamity Divine Soul became agitated as if he had eaten an aphrodisiac. Are you serious? Something happened to the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor, Zihao? Chu Yang was instantly speechless. He always spouted nonsense easily, but at this moment, he actually didn't know how to continue. How many years had it been since the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor, Zihao, died? It should be at least several 100,000 years, right? And this divine soul of the Calamity divine soul that had been buried for several 100,000 years actually didn't know that the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor was dead. Chu Yang's heart was cramping. How many years had it been since this fellow died? Could it be more than 1,000,000 years? Of course, in such a space, one couldn't sense the passage of time at all. Even this divine soul of the Calamity divine soul probably didn't know how many years had passed. You don't even know about the matter of the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor? Chu Yang was speechless. You said that something happened to the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor? The divine soul of Calamity became a little crazy. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty look. He shouted, "What the hell happened to Zihao? Speak. Hurry and tell me. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll swallow you alive." With a boom, his body suddenly exploded, turning into countless ghost heads, circling wildly in the air. Countless heads were hideous and terrifying as they raised their heads and roared, "Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor, Zihao." Something had happened to him. What the hell happened to him? Say it quickly. Tell me. At this moment, he had gone completely crazy. Although Chu Yang's face looked frightened, it was mostly fake. However, his body was really covered in cold sweat. Update P. It wasn't that Chu Yang was timid, but this was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon in his life. Thousands of ghosts appeared, right in front of him. A timid person would have already passed out from such a scene. His mind was full of thoughts, and for a moment, he didn't know how to speak at all. This person definitely knows the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds. He was actually so shocked and agitated when he heard about Zihao. In that case, is this person a friend or a foe of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds? If he made a wrong judgment at this time, judging from this guy's impulsiveness, he would immediately lose his life. No matter how much he could talk, it would be useless. One wrong word, and the door to death would open. From the way he kept calling him Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds or Zihao and didn't use honorifics, both parties shouldn't be friends. Chu Yang thought quickly. At least not brothers. And there was only impatience in his voice, without any hint of worry. This means, he's an enemy. Say it. Why aren't you saying it? Countless ferocious heads roared together, their voices shaking the world. What exactly happened to Zihao? He's dead, Chu Yang said in the calmest tone. His soul has completely dispersed. As for the details, it's not something I can know. Dead? The Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, Zihao, is dead? And his soul has dispersed? The spirit of the tribulation screamed in disbelief. Even the heads of countless ghosts shook violently and turned into black smoke at this moment. It was all blurry. It was obvious how much this news affected him. Then, a black smoke rolled and suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yang again. From what you know, tell me in detail, how did Zihao die? How did he die? How did he die? The voice was hurried, and in the end, it directly connected without stopping. Chu Yang frowned. He said, "You're so close, I can't quite breathe." That black smoke immediately retreated 5 feet and transformed back into a huge ghost head with a radius of 3 feet. That mouth seemed to be even bigger than the head. It raised its head and roared, "I've retreated. Hurry up and tell me how he died." How did he die? How did he die? Aha! Boom! Suddenly, the entire space was filled with ghostly cries and demons, and black smoke filled the air. It covered the sky and covered the earth. An extremely sinister aura suddenly enveloped the entire area. Looking around, other than the area within 30 feet that was barely visible, the rest of the area had sunk into an extremely dark place where one could not even see their own fingers. Thump, thump. Dong. Chu Yang could clearly hear the rapid beating of thousands and tens of thousands of hearts, but in this place, there was no other living thing besides him, including the sword spirit. The sword spirit didn't have an organ like a heart. What was going on? However, the changes weren't entirely negative. That was because Chu Yang had another feeling. And, this feeling made Chu Yang extremely happy. This change was that the spatial seal controlled by the soul of the Calamity seemed to show signs of loosening. It seemed that he had not realized that there was a problem with his control due to the agitation of his emotions. However, this small gap was far from enough for Chu Yang to escape. However, Chu Yang's heart had already calmed down a little. With hope, with this little bit of opportunity, there might be a chance for survival. Sure enough, his weakness was his spiritual power. It's about determination. Although he had heard the sword spirit talk about the horror of the soul of calamity before he came in, he really didn't expect it. The soul of calamity could actually be so terrifying. This adventure was enough to make Chu Yang unforgettable. It was definitely the closest he had come to death in his 2 lives. There was no other. Even just now, he was already prepared to die with a smile. Not to mention that death in his previous life, that was a real death, not a close one. From what I know, combined with all the legends of the Heavenly Imperial Court, the death of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds back then was really the creation of an eternal legend. Chu Yang sorted out his emotions and slowly went on. He told the soul of the legend of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds that he knew about, with some changes. Of course, he wouldn't be so stupid as to tell everything, but 70% of it was true. As soon as he opened his mouth, the soul of calamity suddenly quieted down and listened to every word with rapt attention. He was afraid of missing out on a little bit. It could be seen how urgent and serious he was about this information. After attracting all of the divine soul's attention, Chu Yang tried to add a little bit of the power of bewitchment to his voice. If this little bit of power was compared to the total amount that Chu Yang could use, this little bit of power of bewitchment was definitely less than 1%. But Chu Yang really didn't dare to increase it. If this wasn't already the limit of his control, he would have even reduced it a little. Because once it was detected, he would really be dead, but he couldn't not use it at this juncture. This might be his only chance to escape, where the opportunity was, where the chance of survival was. This time, the soul of calamity was only focused on listening to the matter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds and really didn't notice this. He didn't need to worry about an ant like Chu Yang plotting against him at all. If he dared to plot against him, he could plot against him. From his point of view, Chu Yang would definitely not be able to escape from here. He could slowly play with him, even if he played for decades, it wouldn't be a problem. How many years had it been? No one had accompanied him to talk, no one had accompanied him to pass the time. He was really so lonely that he was going crazy. The extraterrestrial demons invaded the Purple Clouds heavens on a large scale. The Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds led his troops to resist. Chu Yang's voice was full of emotion and was very infectious. The soul of calamity listened quietly and didn't interrupt at all. It was as if he was fascinated by it. It's a pity that in the end, he was alone and without help. All of them died heroically in battle. Even though the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds was tyrannical beyond compare, he still couldn't escape in the end. This is the cause and effect. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. The soul of calamity also let out a long sigh. The black fog fluctuated, but he returned to the appearance of an old man. He looked up to the sky for a long time before he murmured somewhat absent-mindedly, "Died heroically in battle, died heroically in battle." Zihao is really dead, how can he die? The soul of calamity was silent for a full 5 minutes. Suddenly, he exploded. He beat his chest and stomped his feet, looked up to the sky and roared, "How can he die? Why did he die just like that? Why? Why?" This sudden roar made Chu Yang feel as if his head had been shaken. He was immediately shaken to the point of dizziness by this extremely loud roar. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The soul of calamity was still shouting and yelling. Zihao shouldn't have died like that. He shouldn't have. He should have died in my hands. He should have died in my hands. Zihao, you damned executioner. Why did you die? The soul of calamity's expression became even more frenzied. He tore at his own hair and stomped his feet. His face was ferocious, and his body was full of illusions. He yelled, "You're dead. There are more than 78,000 wronged souls here. Who are they going to take their lives from? You should have died in my hands. You should only have died in my hands." The soul of calamity looked up to the sky and roared. Chu Yang's heart trembled. This sentence finally made Chu Yang understand. It completely connected all the causes and effects in this place. It turned out that this place, this super sect, this soul of calamity, this realm of divine source, was actually destroyed in the hands of the heavenly emperor of purple clouds. It was the heavenly emperor of purple clouds who turned this place into what it was now. In the end, he even used the soul-suppressing stone to completely suppress it. If not for his accidental actions that day, perhaps this realm of divine source would still be sealed for a long time. At this moment, the soul of calamity was unusually agitated. Black smoke drifted over and over. It could be seen that the agitation in his heart was already uncontrollable. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of thin air, and grabbed Xianxia's neck. Then, it lifted him up. Bastard. Is what you said just now true? Is it true or not? Xianxia's feet left the ground. He smiled bitterly and said, Elder, this is a big matter that the whole world knows. How would I dare to lie? What you said makes sense too. The soul of calamity loosened his grip and threw Xianxia to the ground. He said furiously, but what if the heavenly emperor of purple clouds is dead? That bastard, that demon executioner. That inhumane butcher. He's already dead, but he actually died with the title of a hero. What kind of bullshit legend did he create? How can there be such a good thing in the world? That damned bastard, he's actually a hero even in death? This isn't fair, it's not fair. The heavens are unfair. The soul of calamity looked up to the sky and roared. He pointed at the sky. Heavens, you're unfair. You're unfair. You're unfair. Ah. He began to scream hysterically. Xianxia became more and more anxious. Because although this soul of calamity was now in a state of frenzy and was even a little unconscious, and the space seal had weakened further, Xianxia still couldn't move at all. If he was still unable to escape before this terrifying fellow regained his senses, then when he truly faced this opponent, there wouldn't even be the slightest bit of luck. Back then, after 300,000 years of accumulation in front of the Heavenly Storm sect, we became a super sect. But just because we killed the whole family of Xiao's sworn brother's descendant, we incurred such a tragic revenge. The soul of the calamity suddenly quieted down and muttered to itself in a somewhat dejected manner. Its voice was very soft, but within that soft voice, there was an infinite amount of violence. Xiao was bored and passed by here, but what does this have to do with him? Why did he meddle in other people's business? Based on what? Based on what? When he said the last 3 words based on what, he let out an earth-shattering roar. Xianxia grinned. You killed the whole family of his sworn brother's descendant, and you still have the nerve to say that it has nothing to do with him? What kind of logic is this? But he finally knew that this sect that had disappeared in the annals of history was called the Heavenly Storm sect. He finally solved a mystery in his heart. P.S. After staying up for several days and nights, I slept less than 10 hours in 4 days. I've already reached my limit. Writing these 10 chapters today makes me want to die. This is the 8th chapter, there are still 2 more chapters. The divine soul was stunned. *T? Xianxia laughed. I didn't expect you to really believe it. How satisfying. Ha ha ha. You've been deceived. Do you really think the heavenly emperor of purple clouds is dead? Ha 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 ha. You childish bastard. He's not dead? The divine soul was stunned. His mind was in a mess. Not only is he not dead, he's behind you right now. Xianxia roared. Big brother Xiao. Kill him quickly. This is the best chance to kill him. His eyes stared straight behind the divine soul of the calamity, his face was filled with surprise and joy, as if he had just survived a disaster. All the calamity divine soul suddenly quivered and exploded. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Uran abruptly rose from the ground and fled frantically. The heavenly emperor of purple clouds had flattened the heavenly storm sect with one sword. The power of that sword had scared him out of his wits. He still had lingering fears. Although he hated him so much that he couldn't kill his enemy with his own hands, if the heavenly emperor of purple clouds really appeared, this divine soul would definitely run faster than anyone else. After hundreds of thousands of years of loneliness, he had long forgotten the ways of the world. When Xianxia shouted like this, he was in a trance and extremely furious state. Moreover, Xianxia had used his bewitching technique without any regard for the consequences. So, he naturally became vigilant. At the same time, his heart was extremely flustered. Just as the soul and heart of the calamity fell into a state of panic, a crack appeared in the space seal that was originally seamless and without any gaps. A gap finally appeared. Chu Yang was overjoyed. He struggled with all his might and shouted, "Go!" He reached out and pulled the sword spirit, who had been locked and couldn't move from the beginning, into the space with unparalleled speed. The divine soul turned back. But he found the heavenly emperor of purple clouds behind him. He knew that he had been deceived and shouted angrily, "Stay!" The divine soul's reaction was really fast. A hand instantly turned into black smoke and chased over at an unimaginable speed. It actually followed closely behind Chu Yang and the sword spirit. Before the tribulation space could close again, it came in with a swoosh. He grabbed Chu Yang's waist even more tightly. Chu Yang felt a strong force pulling him back, and he was unable to resist at all. Alarmed, he shouted, "Sword spirit, you go first." He was caught this time. There was no more luck. He reached out and pushed the sword spirit into the tribulation space, and was about to fly out with the big hand. Otherwise, if the divine soul of the tribulation really chased into the tribulation space, neither of them would be able to survive. However, it was at this moment that an unforeseen event occurred. A miserable howl suddenly resounded from outside. Then, the unprecedentedly powerful pulling force disappeared in an instant, because Chu Yang had resisted with all his strength. This time, he was still charging forward with all his might. The pulling force disappeared too quickly. With a plop, Chu Yang slammed into the sword spirit's body. Both of them turned into rolling gourds and rolled far away in the tribulation space. In fact, there seemed to be a big black hand on Chu Yang's back. It was tightly wrapped around Chu Yang's waist, but it was slowly turning into a black fog. He didn't know why. The giant hand formed by Tribulation's divine soul was actually broken. It was as if it had been cut into two by a sword. Chu Yang was full of surprise. Who saved me? Who was it that was so capable? Cutting off the Tribulation's divine soul's hand with a sword, but at this moment, the tribulation space was closed again. Even if Chu Yang had heavenly guts, he didn't dare to open it again. He didn't even dare to look back at the outside world. The tribulation's divine soul's ability was too terrifying. Who knew how high his spiritual perception was? Even if he was in the tribulation space, he might not be safe. Safety first. In fact, at this point, the tribulation space was definitely a blessing. There was no need to take any more risks. Chu Yang subconsciously took a few deep breaths. His mind calmed down a little, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. In an instant, his clothes were drenched. Just now, he seemed calm and composed, but in fact, how could Chu Yang not be afraid? It was just that he had been forcefully suppressing and enduring. Now, he was finally safe for the time being. Thinking back to the fear in his heart, he still felt that his soul would scatter at any time. It was too dangerous. It was really too dangerous. Bean-sized beads of sweat trickled down from his forehead. His entire body was trembling. Even his hands were shaking. His face turned deathly pale. Then, it turned waxy yellow. Then, it turned ashen, and finally, it turned deathly black. He had been changing his face all along the way. And, he slowly recovered after a long while. The sword spirit was even weaker than Chu Yang. The tribulation's divine soul suppression on his power was several times stronger than Chu Yang's. Their characteristics were more similar. After entering the tribulation space, in the familiar environment, he finally recovered. After calming down, the sword spirit was so touched that he fell to his knees. Lord Swordmaster. He choked and couldn't speak. Although he was completely restrained from the start, it didn't affect his vision and hearing. Of course, when he saw Chu Yang sacrificing himself to protect ZJ, his heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down anymore. Chu Yang had always said that he treated the sword spirit as a brother. The sword spirit was also very touched, but he couldn't help but doubt, is it true? Is it true? All the previous sword masters only treated me as a sword spirit, a tool. Are you really that good, or is it just a way to win me over? But at this moment, the sword spirit didn't have any doubt in his heart, a sword master who used his own life to fight for the sword spirit's life, who did this to such an extent. Even in extreme danger, at the last moment, he still acted instinctively to protect ZJ. How could he doubt him? Yang said weakly. Sword spirit, can you be touched later? I can't move now, and I don't even have the strength to speak. Don't be touched first, I really don't have the strength to talk or argue with you. As he spoke, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. When he was outside, his internal organs were continuously shaken by the tribulation's divine soul's terrifying sound waves, and he was continuously injured. In the end, he forcefully used all his cultivation to activate the power of bewitchment. Under the other party's unintentional but powerful reflection, his body and soul were already seriously injured. It could be said that ever since Chu Yang's debut, he had never suffered such serious injuries. Right now, he was sitting down and doing his best. He didn't even have the strength to speak. He wasn't lying. See if there's any way to get this big black hand off my waist. Chu Yang coughed. It's so stuck that it's uncomfortable. Yes. The sword spirit hurriedly stood up. Seeing this big black hand that was gradually dissipating, the sword spirit's eyes shone with a dazzling light. A soul like the sword spirit was a great tonic for the tribulation's divine soul, but the tribulation's divine soul was also the best tonic for the sword spirit. It was just that the sword spirit wasn't a threat to the tribulation's divine soul. In essence, it was just a matter of who was stronger. But there were no absolutes in this world. The sword spirit's body was in a state of constant dissipation. So, it was equivalent to cutting off any thoughts or resistance of the body. So, how could the sword spirit not be excited when the sword spirit's body was in such a state of constant dissipation? Just by swallowing this arm, the sword spirit's cultivation would instantly double, or even more. How could the sword spirit be polite? He fiercely and impatiently pounced on Chu Yang. Chu Yang frowned, but he could clearly see that the buckle on his waist was getting looser and looser. He kept thinking, what's going on? How could the black hand be broken? A thought flashed through his mind. Oh right, the tribulation sword went out to collect elixirs and was always outside. Could it be done by the tribulation sword? But after thinking about it, he felt that it wasn't very likely. Although Chu Yang knew that the tribulation sword was extremely sharp, it depended on who it was facing. With the current power of the tribulation sword, it didn't seem to be able to deal with the tribulation's divine soul at all. Not to mention cutting off one of the tribulation's divine soul's arms. What the hell is going on? Chu Yang, who was chewing 2 heavy pills to treat his internal and external injuries, was puzzled. Well, I'd better try to summon the tribulation sword back. If the tribulation sword was lost here, the loss to China would be too great. Just as Chu Yang entered the tribulation space, a sword light suddenly fell. Like a thunderbolt, it instantly cut off the tribulation's divine soul's arm that was deep into the tribulation space. The sword energy was so sharp that it was really incomparable. It directly destroyed all the divine soul's vitality in that arm. The tribulation's divine soul let out a tragic scream. It hurriedly retreating a full 3,000 feet, it opened its eyes in fear and looked in front of China. At this moment, it didn't even dare to transform into black fog again. Because this sword could actually devour, this was undoubtedly a sword. It shone with a cold light, as if there was a color wandering back and forth on the sword. It could be said that its appearance was extremely good. The tribulation's divine soul looked at this sword with extreme fear. It could clearly feel that this sword contained an enormous and unparalleled power. This kind of power, even from the purple cloud heavenly emperor back then, he could feel it. The tribulation's divine soul didn't doubt that this sword could easily destroy China. How could there be a divine sword with such power in this world? How could this be? That sword was the tribulation sword. The tribulation sword shone with a cold light and swayed in front of the tribulation's divine soul in a contemptuous manner. The tip of the sword was crooked, and its flying path was disorderly. There was no order to it at all, as if it could be easily knocked down with a stretch of his hand. But the tribulation's divine soul didn't dare to move at all. Not to mention moving, it didn't even dare to move half a step, for fear of provoking that divine sword. Its eyes followed the sword back and forth. The tribulation sword's body shook, and a blurry shadow slowly appeared on it. Although the shadow was blurry, its eyes were filled with an unprecedented ferocious aura. It looked fiercely at the tribulation's divine soul and said sinisterly, F***ck. You sure have guts, you second-rate brat. This strange figure suddenly appeared, and the moment it appeared, it cursed. From P. After saying that, it even glared fiercely at it. An extremely powerful pressure suddenly came down from the sky. The divine spirit felt as if the whole world was pressing down on it. At this moment, its body felt as if it was going to be crushed into powder. It almost knelt down. What kind of existence was this? How could there be such a powerful existence? The divine spirit felt as if it was really trembling. Facing such an existence, it didn't even have the thought to fight back. It was almost about to cry. Why did such a thing suddenly appear? Not only would the divine spirit not know, even if Chu Yang and Shui Leihan were here, they would also be absolutely shocked. Even Shui Leihan definitely didn't know that there was such a heaven-defying existence in the land of the sword. If it was only powerful, the divine spirit might not be so afraid, because it was an immortal soul to begin with. No matter how powerful the other party was, it could always escape. Even if Zihao wasn't dead and was right in front of it, being able to defeat it was already the limit. There was no way he could kill it. The fear earlier was nothing more than a subconscious reaction to its past experience. But just now, in that instant, when the other party's sword came down, one of its arms seemed to have been chopped off when it was still alive, and it lost all feeling. Then, it was completely destroyed by the other party. This meant that the other party was completely capable of dealing with it and killing it. This fact was what the divine spirit was truly most afraid of. After all, it had already been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, and it had also lived in a dead state for hundreds of thousands of years. Even though it was no longer a living person, it cherished the time it could live more than any other living person. To the divine spirit, there was nothing more important than surviving. Naturally, it was even more unwilling to face death again. What was more terrifying was everything that could bring it destruction. That faint shadow looked at it coldly. "Come here." The words were extremely short, but it was mixed with the meaning of not allowing any resistance. The two words turned into golden thunderbolts and blasted on the divine spirit. The divine spirit instantly felt as if its soul was about to dissipate. Indescribable pain and fear filled its heart. Yes, yes. Tribulation's divine soul timidly walked over. Because the other party's indescribable strength, especially the fear of death, had long since completely destroyed the divine soul's arrogance. In front of an even stronger expert, the tribulation divine soul was nothing more than a pitiful worm that was afraid of death. He didn't even dare to take a deep breath. "Look at you." That uncurled his lips in disdain and scolded, "Look at you." He actually had the nerve to come out and mingle. "Why don't you King find a piece of tofu and kill yourself? What's the point?" It was really depressing. She was actually awakened by a piece of trash like you. "Speak, what's your name? How old is he?" "I'm asking you how old you were before you died." "Fuck, are you an idiot?" "He's quite old." How could she be so insensible? "I've wasted all those years of my life." It was as if he had lived his life as a dog. Saying that about you is basically insulting a dog and blaspheming other people's dogs. Bastard. Aren't you just a mass of energy? Don't you dare put on such a big show? What are you pretending for? Peeling you? Peeling you is your honor. What are you looking at? Hurry up and kneel down and reply. How the *CK did you grow so tall? It's like I have to raise my head when I talk to you? Do you think that's appropriate? That's right. Fuck, you don't even know how to kneel? How did you worship your ancestors when you were alive? Compared to that, I'm still very magnanimous. Yes, you should kneel more properly. Spare you? Why should I spare you? What are you howling for? Do you have tears? All you do is thunder and not rain. I didn't want to kill you in the first place. How can I spare you? Why are you so agitated? Why are you kowtowing? Where are you worshipping your ancestors? Hurry up and give me some spirit focus points. Hurry up and tidy up the good stuff here for me. Do you want me to do it myself? You don't have any eyesight at all. Trash, you're trash. Be good and you'll naturally benefit from it. Seeing Tribulation's soul burning as he went to collect the good stuff, Shadow sighed gloomily. If it weren't for the fact that the little one still needs to train, I really want to kill this guy directly this time. Why is he so disgusting? This kind of trash still has the nerve to live, bah. Back then, I dominated the world and killed people like this on sight. I didn't expect that I still have to control my temper now. Tribulation sword flashed and emitted a bright light. Hurry up. F*CK, can't you split up countless clones to tidy it up? Did you really become stupid after I said a few words to you? You're so smart. I want to promote you, but I'm too embarrassed to open my mouth. Look at your dull face. You're still clamoring for revenge? Even if your enemy is in front of you, do you dare to make a move? Back then, this sect was established by you, right? Could it be that you were the one who sold it as a bastard? How can such a weak person establish a super sect? Where's your backbone? Where's your strength of character? F*CK. What does it have to do with me? You don't dare to have it in front of me? Nonsense. If you only have backbone and grace in front of people who are weaker than you, what kind of lousy thing is that? It's fine if a man doesn't have strength, but having no backbone is the most terrifying. Don't look at that little strength that's less than a 10,000th of yours. His backbone is 1,000,000 times stronger than yours. Learn from him. And it seems like you're not a man anymore. You're not even human. I'm tight on time. I don't have time to talk to you. I say, hurry up. Faster. Haven't you eaten? The pitiful Tribulation's divine soul worked hard without complaint under the endless complaints and curses of this unreasonably tyrannical super-existence. He collected all the things that originally belonged to his sect and sent them over. These were the accumulation of the entire sect for hundreds of thousands of years. They were given away just like that. As he collected them, his heart bled. What a cruel life. Why did he let him meet such a guy? Who was this guy? This aura seemed to be even stronger than the purple firmament heavenly emperor back then. No, it should be much stronger. It was simply too much. Of course, he also comforted himself in his heart. Anyway, I'm just a Tribulation's divine soul now. Even if all these things were left to me, I wouldn't be able to use them. Sigh. Sooner or later, it would be taken advantage of by others. If he gave it away, then so be it. If he gave it away early, it wouldn't take up any space. Who asked him to have a hard fist? If his fist was harder than his, he would be the one robbed, and that existence just sat there and collected the stolen goods without holding back. He shouted and cursed at the same time. Occasionally, when he was unhappy, he would punch and kick. The Tribulation's divine soul was angry but didn't dare to say anything. No, he didn't even dare to be angry. He only hoped that this terrifying guy would leave quickly. Remember to make your moves brighter in the future. This guy collected everything. With a wave of his hand, all of them disappeared. He scolded angrily, you can't provoke just anyone. For example, that guy just now. If you didn't provoke him, would you have been beaten up like this? Am I right? So, make your moves brighter. You can live a little longer. The Tribulation's divine soul really wanted to cry but had no tears. You are really my biological father. If I had known that little guy had such a relationship with you, how would I have dared to provoke him? I would have treated him like an ancestor. As expected, my moves weren't bright enough. If I didn't have such a powerful backer, why would that little guy dare to insult me like that? I miscalculated, that's why I said that you are despicable. Despicable beyond belief. That novel is right. You are despicable, and despicable beyond belief. The shadow fiercely pointed his finger at the Tribulation's divine soul's forehead and scolded angrily, bastard. Don't you know that you have to transform into a physical body for me to light? Is this little bit of fog very enjoyable? F*CK. You are so insensible. What's the point of keeping you? The Tribulation's divine soul felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. At the same time, he hurriedly transformed himself into a human head with texture. He staggered again and again as the shadow tapped him with his finger, so F*King despicable. The shadow scolded loudly. You look like a grandson. Bah, a grandson of a grandson. You are F*King born to be a grandson. I don't know how your parents gave birth to you. F*CK. You are such a good for nothing. The Tribulation's divine soul wanted to cry but had no tears. The tears in his heart had already flowed into a river. Alright, I've summoned this sword. I have to go back to sleep now. I can't be bothered with a despicable person like you. Bah, talking to you is blaspheming my status. The shadow raised his eyebrows. Do you remember what I said? I remember. I will never dare to disobey. I won't dare to disobey at all. I won't dare to disobey at all. The tribulation's divine soul nodded and bowed, hoping to send this god of plague away quickly. In such a situation, he couldn't stay any longer. That's not enough. From now on, recite it 3 times every day. Once in the morning and once in the evening, including every word I scold you. Let me tell you, I can hear it. If I'm not satisfied one day, I will kill you. You despicable person. Yes, I remember. 3 times a day, let's go. This is so King boring. I only came out once, but I had to meet such a disgusting CK. This world is so strange that it's scary. The shadow flashed and disappeared on the strange sword. Immediately after, the sword light flashed and disappeared without a trace with a whoosh. Woo woo woo. The tribulation's divine soul squatted on the ground and cried. Of course, it was the kind of crying that could only thunder and not rain. When had he ever been so wronged? When he was alive, he was bullied so much. After he died, he was trapped for hundreds of thousands of years. When he finally found someone to relieve his loneliness, he was actually relieved in such a way. He was basically sent away, entertained, and done that. I really don't want to live anymore. The tribulation's divine soul was heartbroken. The god of plague was finally gone. At the thought of this, and the fact that this terrifying and strange fellow was gone, the soul of the calamity began to cry with joy again. Woo-woo. He is finally gone. I believe that even the extraterrestrial demons are not so evil. Woo-woo. I am so happy. Inside the space, Chu Yang summoned. The sword didn't appear immediately. Chu Yang's heart turned cold. Was it really detained? That divine spirit's cultivation was so high that it might be able to intercept the sword. If that was the case, it might not be safe to stay in this space. Was he really going to die here today? At this moment, he suddenly felt his heart move. The sword had returned to his dantian and was lying there docilely. Chu Yang tried to summon it, but the sword was as usual. There was nothing unusual about it. Could it be that the divine spirit didn't notice the sword? Chu Yang was puzzled, but he didn't know what was going on. In a place he couldn't see, a shadow lay down slowly in the heart of the sword. Sigh, let's sleep. Let's see what this little thing does. It's best if it never disturbs me again. The shadow disappeared. As for whether it really fell into a deep sleep, that was unknown. Get out. That was what Chu Yang and the sword spirit wanted to do the most. Although they knew that there would be more and better things on the upper half of the mountain. And this was where the headquarters of the Heavenly Wind and Cloud sect was located. The real essence was here. But Chu Yang and the sword spirit weren't stupid. Why would they take the risk when the divine spirit was so terrifying? It might not even be safe in the space. What they had now was enough for Chu Yang to squander. Chu Yang carefully controlled the space and began to float out, for fear that he would reveal any flaws and be detected by the divine spirit. But after all, he didn't know where to go without using his eyes. And in the space, his divine sense couldn't penetrate. Chu Yang had no choice but to carefully open a crack in the space. He took a peek. When he looked over, he couldn't help but be astonished. It was sunny outside, without the slightest bit of haze. The soul of the calamity had actually run off to God knows where. Could it have set up a trap? To lure me out, that's very likely. Chu Yang was suspicious. He carefully determined the direction, and immediately closed the tribulation space again. Then, like a blind man riding a blind horse, he floated towards the crack that he had come from based on his instincts. With the divine spirit's extraordinary cultivation, and with the divine spirit's spiritual body, this place was still his home ground. So, even the slightest movement couldn't escape his detection. Naturally, he had already discovered Chu Yang's traces. Now, his body had turned into an empty void as he watched Chu Yang's tribulation space sneakily and cautiously run out. His expression was extremely complicated. Grandpa. Ancestor, please leave quickly. Please don't do it again. If you do it again, this old man will really disappear like smoke. Just now, I was tormented to the point of collapse 81 times, why do you need to be so careful? Even if you openly show your face and run, this old man will definitely pretend not to see it. In front of you, I'm just blind and deaf, what? Could it be that he was trying to lure me into making a move? And then let that god of plague play with me again? Save me. Just thinking about it makes me want to die. Please leave quickly. At this moment, the tribulation spirit wished that it could send Xianxia away with its own hands. However, he didn't dare. He really didn't dare. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was trembling with fear. Don't be discovered. Don't chase after me. Thank the heavens. My luck has always been very good. This time is no exception. There definitely won't be an exception. There definitely won't be an exception. Now, it was a situation where both sides were afraid. Both sides were being careful. They were afraid of exposing themselves. However, one was deliberately hiding. The other was escaping at the speed of a turtle. To be honest, the tribulation spirit was definitely feeling much worse than Xianxia. If he was discovered and scared this little ancestor, would that person come out again? If I come out and suffer like that again, I won't be able to live anymore. Seeing that Xianxia actually floated in the wrong direction several times, the tribulation spirit was so anxious that he almost had a heart attack. Every time, he wished that he could fly over personally to help Xianxia adjust his direction and let him out quickly. However, he just didn't dare to. Ancestor, please don't play with me. It's clearly right in front of you. Just move forward a little and you'll be there. Why did you go to the right? I'm so anxious, so anxious. If Xianxia knew the tribulation spirit's current state of mind, he would definitely be so shocked that he would spit out a mouthful of blood and die, but he didn't know. After carefully probing for dozens of times, he finally entered the passageway. Xianxia and the sword spirit drove the tribulation space with all their strength and floated up as if they were flying. Until they entered the dark passage, they finally walked through half of the soul-stirring and near-death journey. We can finally leave. Oh my god. Xianxia and the sword spirit collapsed in the tribulation space. They were sweating profusely from head to toe and cried out in unison. The two of them looked at each other, full of extreme ecstasy of surviving a disaster and escaping death. We can finally leave. Oh my god. In that space, the tribulation spirit appeared and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. I was so anxious. I was scared to death. Just like Xianxia and the sword spirit, this extremely powerful calamity divine soul was also filled with extreme joy after surviving a calamity. The grievances I've suffered in my life were not as much as today. Even when facing the purple cloud heavenly emperor back then, he only killed me. But this almost made me collapse and die again after becoming a tribulation spirit. Woo woo woo. In the quiet space, there was a strange sound that sounded like weeping and complaining. It was as if someone was crying. This time, Xianxia and the sword spirit looked down in surprise, and then their hair stood on end. What? We can still hear voices here? Damn it. Please don't catch up with us. The two of them sprung up as if they were loaded with springs. Using all of their strength, they sprinted forward at top speed. Their speed was definitely the fastest in their lives. In just a moment, they could already see the shining sword above them. The two of them relaxed weakly. Sword spirit, I remember Shuelehan saying that he didn't know exactly what sect this place belonged to when he came here the last time, right? Xianxia looked at the sword formed from the sword intent and suddenly recalled this matter. However, he was a little uncertain. Did he say that? The sword spirit said blankly, I don't remember. Xianxia nodded. It doesn't matter. If I were Shuelehan, I wouldn't say it directly. The place that the purple firmament celestial emperor had destroyed and sealed was definitely a place with a great background. If I say it, I'm afraid there will be other trouble. When the two of them went in, it was probably early in the morning. And when they came out now, it was already afternoon. In other words, they had stayed in there for a whole 2 hours. Oh no, there's still an auction tonight. Xianxia wiped his sweat. Sword spirit, you continue to stay here. I'll go back first. Sword master, there's no more death energy here. It's useless for me to stay here. Why don't I go back with you? Asked the sword spirit. Sure. One man and one soul. He drove the tribulation space as fast as lightning. Sword spirit, your cultivation seems to have improved a lot. It's practically doubled. Isn't that so? After swallowing the arm of that tribulation spirit just now, my cultivation has more than doubled. Furthermore, after devouring the souls of 10,000 souls, my cultivation base has soared to the middle rank of the saint realm. I'm only one step away from the peak level of saint. And this is still before I completely digest it. If I can't break through the limits of saint immediately, I believe it's about the same. The sword spirit was a little excited. Good. That's great. Chu Yang was excited. The sword spirit was definitely one of his own. The higher his cultivation rose, the more advantageous it would be for him. But there's still one thing that's quite strange. The sword spirit frowned and said doubtfully, even if I don't know why the arm of that tribulation spirit fell into the tribulation space, why didn't it resist at all? That's the purest soul energy. This matter was truly puzzling. Logically speaking, there should be some remnant of divine consciousness in there. Chu Yang also frowned. I can't figure this out either. But no matter what, it's good that we escaped. Let's leave that tribulation spirit to those big shots to worry about. Okay. When the two of them returned to the Chu clan's courtyard, they were suddenly shocked when they reached the gate. The gate of the Chu clan's courtyard had been turned into powder. It seemed that someone had violently smashed it into pieces. And now, in the courtyard, the sound of fierce battle could be heard. Is someone causing trouble? The sword spirit was furious. He immediately wanted to rush in. Wait. Chu Yang looked coldly and suddenly waved his hand slowly. This must be Yuan Shu's way of revenge. But we're not strong enough for the time being. We'll only embarrass ourselves if we force our way in, then what should we do? The sword spirit said anxiously. Chu Yang's eyes were deep. He said, let me think about it. Don't act rashly for the time being. Chu Yang looked calm, but his heart was already in a mess. He wanted to rush in more than the sword spirit, but it was meaningless to act rashly. How was the Chu clan's courtyard now? How were Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian inside? How were the younger siblings? How were the children? How were the girls? How were the other sabersmen, especially Tai Budian? She was still carrying the prophecy of mending the heavens on the path of 3 lives. Moreover, Yuan Shu's heart was restless. Would they be in danger? But Chu Yang tried his best to control himself. He knew that what he needed most now was to calm down. If he really rushed in without a care, then everything would be over. What should he do? Could he use the tribulation space to intimidate them? Chu Yang thought about it. It seemed that this was the only way that was relatively feasible at the moment. He made up his mind. Blood almost spurted out of his eyes. He said fiercely, Sword Spirit, let's do this. The Sword Spirit listened to him silently. With a whoosh, he left the tribulation space and flew away. Chu Yang calmed his mind and took a deep breath. He controlled the tribulation space and sneaked into the Chu clan's courtyard. P.S. Before 10 p.m., the difference was 1,100 votes. After 10 p.m., the difference was 1,500 votes. Grit your teeth and continue to fight. As far as the eye could see, the courtyard was in a complete mess. Chu Yang left in the wee hours of the morning. The compound continued to operate as usual. Everything was in order. They were preparing for the second round of the auction that was about to begin in the evening. However, just after noon, an unforeseen event occurred. The gate of the compound was smashed with a bang. Then, 3 masked men in black rushed in. This was the time when people were most relaxed. They had just finished lunch, and it was also in broad daylight. Even if there was an attack, most people wouldn't choose this time. However, today's unforeseen event happened because of this blind spot in his thinking. It happened so suddenly that all the guards were killed almost instantly when the gate was broken. Fishy was the closest, and he rushed out when he heard the sound. Unfortunately, there was a huge gap in strength between him and the intruders. After that, Duan Songkong fought with all his strength, and his saber managed to buy a few breaths of time, and didn't cause more casualties. Almost at the moment when Duan Songkong was gradually unable to hold on, Lightning Snake and the others finally arrived. The three immediately joined the battle, and the four sabers finally stopped the three masked men in black. The battle was in a stalemate for the time being. Although the whereabouts of these three masked men in black were secretive, and no one knew where they came from, each of their cultivations had already reached the Transcendental Saint Realm. Even though the Chu clan had Thunder, Lightning Snake, Giant Spirit, and Duan Songkong's four blades working together, they were still at a disadvantage. Although the four of them tried their best to deal with them, and Thunderbolt Wild Blade and the other two displayed extraordinary tacit understanding, and shared most of the pressure, the situation was very dangerous, and they were in danger of being wiped out at any time. At the critical moment, Brother Tiger suddenly appeared, and used his own body to fight with all his strength, relying on his high speed. He restrained the three masked men on the outside, and finally prevented Duan Songkong and the other three from being completely wiped out. However, Brother Tiger's injuries hadn't healed yet. Even if he tried his best, he could only be roughly equal to one of them. Even if he gritted his teeth and fought with all his might, he could only restrain two of them. As for the other one, he was really helpless. Finally, only 3 people came this time. Brother Tiger restrained 2 of them, and Duan Songkong and the other 3 dealt with the last one. Si Dao was bathed in blood, but he was still fighting and fighting with all his might. His situation was finally slightly better than before. He didn't let them break into the inner yard. If the other party managed to break into the inner yard, not to mention anything else, those children would definitely not be able to escape death. The battle seemed to be in a stalemate, but as the battle continued, Duan Songkong and the other 3 were secretly complaining. Because the stalemate in front of them was just an illusion. Their side could collapse at any time. The other party was simply too powerful. Almost all of them were heavenly human-grade experts. Such existences were not something that the 4 of them could fight against. No matter how hard they fought, it was meaningless, they were still able to hold on. On one hand, the Lightning Serpent and the other 2 were cooperating with each other. They had a great tacit understanding with each other, and their combined might was greatly increased. On the other hand, the 4 of them did not hesitate to die together to intimidate their opponents. The other party was confident that they would win, so they would not risk their lives to fight with the 4 of them. That was why the 4 of them could barely hold on. However, this situation would not last long. As long as the 4 of them slowed down, the battle would be over in an instant. On the other side, Brother Tiger was barely restraining the other 2. He was agile, and he walked faster and faster. It seemed that he was not at a disadvantage, but in fact, he had no chance of winning. The other 2 did not want to fight with Brother Tiger to prevent themselves from getting injured. If these 2 were ruthless enough, Brother Tiger would not be able to hold on. The 3 experts who suddenly appeared were at the level of the snow fairy Xianxia. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Chu family. At this moment, they were about to be completely wiped out by the other party. As long as either side broke the stalemate, the Chu family's destruction was inevitable. The eyes of the 3 masked men in black flashed with a cruel and bloody light. Their mission was to kill the 4 people in front of them. Duan Songkong was secondary, but the Lightning Serpent and the other 2 were the targets of this trip. As for other things, there would be others to worry about. The situation was good. As long as they dragged on for a while, they would be able to succeed. Puff! The Thunder Frenzy blade spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood splashed from his shoulder. He staggered backward, and a flaw appeared in the tight coordination between the 3 blades. Although Duan Songkong quickly covered the gap, it was still useless. The Thunder Frenzy blade had been locked by the other party's cold sword, and it was not only him. The other 2 blades were also pressuring him. He could not even abandon the battle and escape. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the void, and an ethereal and old voice said, "Who dares to make trouble here?" The 3 masked men in black were all veterans in battle. When they realized that the other party had a strong opponent, they did not dare to act rashly before they figured out who it was. They immediately stopped fighting and gathered in one place to be on guard. Brother Hu panted heavily when he saw that the strong enemies had temporarily retreated. He had already done his best to fight against 2 strong opponents by himself. The fact that he could persist until now meant that he had consumed more energy than Duan Songkong and the other three. Lightning Serpent and the other two were overjoyed when they heard the voice. It was the voice of that senior. Their savior had arrived. Senior, the three of them should be from the ghost tribe. Lightning Serpent held back a mouthful of blood that was about to spurt out. His pale face had turned blood red, which was a sign that he was suppressing his internal injury. The three masked men in black looked around suspiciously. Their cultivation was extremely high, and they had reached the upper celestial being level. They clearly heard that the voice was close at hand, but they could not find a trace of a ghost even after searching with all their strength. How could they not be shocked? They could not help but be vigilant. An expert. How powerful must he be to be able to make an expert of the upper celestial being level like himself not detect it? What level should he be at? The three masked men looked at each other and saw the horror in the other two's eyes. To be able to reach this level, he must be at least a peerless expert of the saint level. Such an existence was not someone the three of them could afford to offend. Even if the three of them joined forces, it would be useless. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be an elder, and he seemed to have a good temper. Let's see what the other party will say. The three of them were from the ghost tribe after all. The other party might not be unafraid. If they acted rashly, they would be courting death. Sigh. When will the grudges of the Jianghu end? Chu Yang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He could not wait to kill the three of them immediately, cut them into pieces, and dismember them into pieces. However, he did not have the ability to do so now. You three juniors are still not leaving? Do you really want this old man to start a massacre here? The old voice said faintly. The three Ghost Realm experts looked at the mess here and once again sensed the other party's powerful cultivation base. There was also the monster glaring at them from the side. They looked at each other and cupped their fists. Senior is so magnanimous. We thank you. Farewell. Such an existence. They definitely could not defeat him. Moreover, the main character, Chu Yang, was not here. If they forced themselves to make a move, they would only invite a strong counterattack from the hidden person. It was pointless to take the risk. So it was better to leave as soon as possible. The three of them no longer hesitated and flew away at the same time. Senior, why did you? Lightning Serpent and the others were confused. We have suffered such a great loss here. How could you let them go so easily? Should they say that this senior was too well-mannered, or, when you have improved your cultivation, go and get the place back yourselves? Do you think I can protect you for a lifetime? You're so useless. Chu Yang threw down a bottle of elixir and then checked the situation. He found that the injury was not light, but it was not fatal. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, fed them an elixir, and immediately rushed to the backyard. Do you think I don't want to kill people? But I really don't have that ability now. Lightning Serpent and the other two immediately understood. Yes, if they were dealt with by the senior, under his protection, their mentality would definitely change. Not to mention other things, there would always be some dependence. Only when they really got the place back, would it be their dignity and face. Just like the three of them vowed to defeat the infinite invincible blade. The three of them immediately got busy, healing their injuries, and then cultivating. After the matter in the front yard was settled, Chu Yang rushed to the backyard anxiously. The first thing he saw was a mess. Wu Qianxian was unconscious with blood at the corner of her mouth. Huyan Aobua and the others were also lying on the ground. No one could move. Tai Budian was nowhere to be seen. Chu Yang's heart sank. He woke everyone up as fast as he could. Wu Qianxian had just woken up when she grabbed Chu Yang's arm. Quick! Go and save Sister Budian. Chu Yang's heart surged with the craziest desire to kill. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Could it be that the prophecy was unavoidable and was destined to happen? What exactly is going on? Tell me the important parts. Chu Yang asked hurriedly. He already had a conclusion in his heart. Ghost. Yuan Shu Dao, this guy must have suffered a loss and came to take revenge. Wu Qianxian took the elixir. She did not even have time to activate her energy to catalyze the elixir. It turned out that when the incident happened in the front yard was in a mess. Tai Budian knew that there was a change in this situation and immediately arranged for Brother Hu to go to the front yard to help. But as soon as Brother Tiger left, a man in black suddenly appeared. This person was extremely powerful, and the women were not his match at all. Fortunately, this person did not seem to have the intention to kill, or perhaps it was because of his status that he disdained to kill women, so no one died. However, all of them were heavily injured. As for Tai Budian, she had been abducted, or rather, that person's target was Tai Budian. How long has it been since that person took Budian away? Chu Yang took a deep breath. He could no longer suppress the madness and violence in his heart. His intuition exploded with a boom. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Wu Qianxian had just finished speaking when she saw Chu Yang already in the air with a whoosh. You all stay at home and heal yourselves. I'll go and bring her back. Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared without a trace. But there was an extra bottle of elixir where Chu Yang was just now. Chu Yang was burning with anxiety. Like a black line, he sped through the air. His speed had almost reached the limit of his life. Sprinting. Lord Sword Master, if you go like this, even if you can make it in time, you won't be their match at all. The Sword Spirit said anxiously, the only thing we can do now is to ask for help from His Majesty. Only His Majesty, it's too late. Even if I want to ask for help from His Majesty now, where can I find him? There's still time. Yuan Shirtu is a perverted demon and he had a major conflict with me previously. How can Tian Tian escape from falling into his hands this time? With Tian Tian's temper, once she's humiliated, it'll be a lifelong regret. Even if she doesn't commit suicide, she'll definitely not stay by my side anymore. This matter cannot be delayed. Even if it's faster, it'll be faster. Chu Yang said angrily, just think about it. Xue Leihan's army still hasn't made any moves. Even one person hasn't appeared. How can we still rely on Xue Leihan's army? A sea of locusts? But, your current strength. The sword spirit hesitated. Strength is not a problem. But, as a man, if I don't step forward when ZJ's woman is in trouble, I'll be a sh*t. Chu Yang's eyes were so dark that the white of his eyes couldn't be seen. They were completely black, a crazy black. Even if I don't have the ability to face them head-on, I still have the ability to take them down with me. Other people are risking their lives, but I'm risking my life for the world. Being old isn't your trump card. Chu Yang said coldly. The sword spirit said in shock, don't tell me you want to. Chu Yang didn't say a word. His body seemed to fly as he descended. His heart. It was as if a pot of boiling oil was boiling. It was extremely anxious. Bu Tian, I'm coming, no matter what, I'll save you, no matter the cost. He ran at full speed as if he didn't care about his life. In a moment, he was outside the city. In front of him was Mo Yuntian's camp. Mo Yuntian came together with 3 super sects this time. Of course, there were 3 camps as the base of the camp. And Chu Yang didn't hesitate at all. He directly walked towards the largest camp. Step by step, he walked faster and faster, without any hesitation or pause. Although there was no evidence, the other party admitted it. However, there was no need to think about this matter. It was Yuan Shetu who did it, except for the ghost hunter and Yuan Shu too. No one else would do this. The calamity sword was already in his hand. The sword light was dazzling and filled with murderous intent. Who? Stop right there. Stop right there. A voice suddenly sounded. Chu Yang didn't pay any attention to him, and continued to walk forward. A few black-cloaked men flashed like ghosts, and blocked Chu Yang's way. Who are you? What are you doing here? The first black-cloaked man looked at Chu Yang coldly. Tell Yuan Shetu to come out and see me. The man in black in front of him said. Each and every one of them had a much higher cultivation than Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang's voice did not fluctuate at all. He just calmly stated ZJ's request. His voice was calm, like a pool of stagnant water, without the slightest bit of vitality. You? Meet our young master? The man in black laughed. You want to meet our young master? What kind of shit are you? You won't let me in? Then I'll go in. Chu Yang's eyes moved slightly. Right now, his eyes were filled with grayish white. Everything he saw, including people and things, were all grayish-white. There was no trace of life at all. He had always been calm and wise. At this moment, he could not see ZJ at all, everyone on the other side. They were all stronger than the current Chuyang. However, Chuyang could only force his way in. He could only fight to the death. Now that things had come to this, there was only one way to save Tai Badian. This method was the last resort, and it was Chuyang's life. Chuyang did not hesitate at all. Chuyang walked forward slowly and spoke softly. Qinggu is my woman. For her, I can make any sacrifice. Xianxia is my woman. For her, I can also make any sacrifice. Tian is my woman and the mother of my son. For her, I will not hesitate to risk my life. It's not that I want to let you down in this life, but there are some things that I have to do now. If any of you were in this situation, I would do anything to save you, even if it's my life. As a man, if I can't even protect my country's woman, how can I still be called a man? If I can't even protect the mother of my son, how can I face my son when I see him in the future? Since fate has forced me to this point, I, Chuyang, don't regret death. Don't regret death. Chuyang's footsteps were getting faster and faster. The black-clothed man in front of him could only hear him muttering *T to himself, but he really did hear it. Chuyang was already rushing towards him. His voice also became faster and faster. If Tian is destined to face this calamity, I, Chuyang, will bear it. If Badian is destined to die, I, Chuyang, will accompany her. No matter what, I don't want to have regrets. I don't want to have regrets even more. Qinggu, Xianxia, I'm sorry. Chuyang looked up to the sky and roared, Yuan Shetu, hand her over. The originally clear calamity sword suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light. It was so mighty and brilliant that one couldn't look directly at it. It was like the sun in the sky, descending to the mortal world. With my heart's blood, I'll destroy all calamities. Chuyang laughed wildly. In an instant, he circulated the heaven-splitting divine technique in reverse. All his dantians exploded and shattered at the same time. All the power poured into the death dantian, forming a huge whirlpool. Of course, no one except Chuyang knew about all this. That was because all this was happening inside Chuyang's body. Even the sword spirit didn't expect that Chuyang would act so quickly and so resolutely, even though he knew that Chuyang was going to do it. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, as if a lightning tribulation was coming. An elegant figure came from afar. But it was still just a black dot. It seemed to be shouting *T. But Chuyang didn't want to hear it. Even if he heard it, he wouldn't stop the next step. He resolutely and steadily pierced the dazzling sword tip into ZJ's left chest without hesitation. It pierced into ZJ's heart. At this moment, his face was even very calm. Calamity Sword Master, reverse heaven and earth. Then, he laughed hysterically. Calamity Sword Master, Calamity Sword Master. He, ha 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 ha. In the heart, dark red blood immediately spurted out. The dazzling light on the sword tip caused the blood to gush out. It disappeared instantly. Only the blood gushed out and dyed the entire sword body red. Chuyang stood upright. He was expressionless. The surrounding black-clothed men were at a loss. This guy. He came to us. He said a bunch of nonsense just to commit suicide here. They had to admit that this situation was really too strange. It was beyond common sense. Do you think that we'll be afraid if you commit suicide? At this moment, an unprecedented tyrannical power radiated from Chuyang's body. Chuyang suddenly raised his head. His eyes shot out a substantial fierce light. Thousands, tens of thousands, or even more sword energy appeared out of nowhere. Endless sword energy instantly filled the whole world. With my heart's blood, destroy all calamities. This move was the ultimate move of the Calamity Sword technique. Once this move was used, no matter how many enemies there were, they would all be killed. Chuyang was only a revered martial artist in his previous life. But once he used this move, he still slaughtered countless enemies instantly. Now, Chuyang was at the heaven level. He was more than 1,000 times stronger than in his previous life, destroying one's own foundation. If he unleashed the full power of this move, he would definitely be able to slaughter a saint. Of course, the price of using this move was also heavy. First, he would hurt himself, then the enemy. However, the end of his own life was after the enemy's life. He would be able to take revenge and leave no regrets even if he died. Chu Yang slowly pulled out the sword that pierced into ZJ's heart. The sword tip was stained with the heart's blood of the Calamity Sword Master. It was dazzling red. The sword tip trembled slightly, spontaneously emitting an extremely deep sense of grief. At the same time, a terrifying aura that was enough to destroy the world appeared simultaneously. It pressed down heavily. Chu Yang took a step forward and said indifferently, "Come on. No matter how many people there are here, let's go to hell together." Oh no. How did such a big mistake happen when I just lay down for a short while? This is F*King *T matter. Is this *T matter worth this much effort? Calamity Sword. That shocked and doubtful figure flashed. Oh my god, what should I do now? This is not fun. In the tent. The moment Tai Budian opened her eyes, she saw a young man in black staring at her with an evil and satisfied smile. Tai Butian's first reaction was not panic. Instead, she sat up calmly and checked ZJ's clothes. Seeing that they were still intact, she felt relieved. She said coldly, "Who are you? Where is this *T place?" "I'm the young leader of Moyun Sky, the first disciple of the demon ghost. My name is Xianxia." Xianxia smiled proudly and looked down at Tai Budian. He said teasingly, "Beauty, can you tell me your *T name?" Tai Budian frowned and said, "Can an ugly girl like me be called a beauty? Is this the aesthetic standard of Moyun Sky? This aesthetic standard is very different from ours." Xianxia laughed loudly. "Beauty, you don't have to pretend. Others may not be able to see through your disguise, but I'm an exception. I've been studying women's bodies since I was young. I can see through them at a glance." Tai Budian smiled faintly and said, "I admire you. But I wonder what you want to do by bringing me here." Seeing that she could still be so calm in such a situation, Xianxia couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He smiled evilly and said, "Firstly, I like women. Or should I say, I like to play with women, and you happen to be my favorite type. Secondly, you're Chu Yang's woman. Chu Yang, that little brat, has offended me. Therefore, I want to play with you even more. I believe that playing with you will definitely be especially satisfying, doubly satisfying." Butian had already recognized the situation at once. The man in front of her had a very high cultivation level, at least 1,000 times higher than her. She was definitely not his match. If she resisted forcefully, she would have no chance at all. The only thing she could do now was to try her best to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Update P. Even though Tai Budian also knew that Chu Yang didn't have such a high cultivation level and didn't have enough power to shake the strongest sect in Moyun Tian, she was afraid that she was doomed this time. However, she controlled herself and didn't let herself panic. Even if there was no hope, she had to persevere. If it really didn't work, she could only commit suicide to preserve her reputation. "I won't be disappointed. I believe the only one who will be disappointed is you, because no one will come to save you. Even if someone does come, they won't be able to reach here." Xianxia stood up and walked around Tai Budian. He clicked his tongue and said, "What an excellent figure. If I play with such a figure on the bed, it would be extremely comfortable. Just thinking about it makes me impulsive. I didn't expect to have such luck today. Beauty, I'm coming." As he spoke, he was about to pounce on her. "Wait." Tai Budian looked at him coldly and said somewhat mockingly, "Moyun Tian, the leader of the younger generation, are you so lustful? The so-called first successor of the demon ghost, is he a lustful man who has never seen a woman before?" Xianxia's eyes turned cold. "Woman, are you trying to provoke me? You should know that you'll only suffer if you provoke me here. Also, with me here, you don't even have the slightest chance to resist. Could it be that you're still holding on to the illusion that someone will come to save you? With Chu Yang's insignificant strength, what can he do?" Tai Budian said mockingly, "Didn't you say just now that you want to know my name? Why, have you changed your mind now and don't want to know? Moyun Tian, the leader of the younger generation, is he so fickle? He only knows how to bully a weak girl and force himself on her just because he's a man?" Xianxia looked at her with interest. "I'm waiting for you to say it yourself." Tai Budian smiled indifferently. She looked at Yuan Shetu as if she was looking at a child. Although she was much shorter than Yuan Shetu, her gaze was condescending. She slowly said, "Aren't you very interested in my true appearance?" "What? You don't even want to see my face now? Is it because you don't have confidence in yourself that you've given up on making me take off my mask? Otherwise, why would you be in such a hurry? Or are you saying that this is the limit of your skills and you've run out of tricks?" Yuan Shetu suddenly felt an indescribable sense of defeat. Under this woman's gaze, he even had a feeling of "I'm very small and insignificant." It felt very real, even very real. It was as if this woman was a real big shot and he, Yuan Shetu, was just an insignificant ant, but the truth should be the other way around. This feeling made him very unhappy. He was extremely displeased. He smiled fiercely and said, "It won't be too late to look at you after I've played with you. I believe that after you've experienced this young master's toughness, you'll automatically show me your true appearance and even completely fall in love with me." Tai Budian smiled contemptuously. So, the young leader of Moyuntian is just a pervert who has no confidence at all and can fancy any woman. Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. To think that you're such a character in person. Moyuntian is indeed a land of outstanding talents. The sarcasm in her words was obvious. She didn't hide her disdain at all when she praised him. Nonsense. Yuan Shetu was furious when he heard this. But for a moment, he couldn't refute. The number of women who had gone through his hands was really more than 1,000. There were many who cooperated and tried to curry favor with him, but there were also many who disobeyed him. It was just that those women were either crying in fear, begging or cursing angrily. But there was really no woman who could be so calm in front of him. Not only was she surprisingly calm, but she also had the attitude of a monarch looking down at the ants and scolding him from above. Could it be that this woman's status was really very high? This thought flashed through Yuan Shetu's mind, but was immediately replaced by a desire in his heart. He smiled sinisterly and said, "This young master is the least afraid of women being stubborn. Let's see if you can still be stubborn after I strip you naked." He strode forward and grabbed Tai Butian's arm with one hand. His other hand was about to tear her clothes apart. "How dare you?" Tai Budian straightened her body and stared at Yuan Shetu angrily. For a moment, an endless majestic aura was emitted from Tai Butian's body. This was the domineering aura that could only be cultivated as an emperor for many years. It was magnificent and majestic. Yuan Shetu suddenly felt that the woman in front of him had really become high and mighty. She was sacred and inviolable. This was the typical aura of a superior. It was definitely not fake. Yuan Shetu couldn't help but feel a little dazed for a moment. He actually took a step back involuntarily. If Yuan Shetu's cultivation was about the same as Tai Butian's, or only slightly higher than hers, he would probably be immediately intimidated by this natural majestic aura. He didn't dare to continue offending her. However, Yuan Shetu himself was also a person of high status and power. Moreover, he also had a high cultivation. Faced with this pressure, he was only slightly confused and immediately recovered. However, he was a little angry that he was actually intimidated by such a woman. "Bitch! You're courting death." Suddenly, he exerted force in his hand and with a tearing sound, Tai Butian's clothes were torn apart. Tai Budian exclaimed. Her eyes suddenly turned resolute. She shouted, "Wait!" Her body suddenly retreated backward. Yuan Shetu smiled sinisterly and said, "What are you waiting for?" He continued to approach. Obviously, he had already made up his mind to force himself on her. Tai Budian made up her mind. The internal energy that had already gathered in her heart meridian was about to explode immediately. In fact, when she had just woken up, she had already sensed the danger that she was in and had already made preparations. She had already gathered her internal energy near her heart meridian. Once she sensed that the other party was about to use force, there was no room for negotiation. She would immediately destroy her heart meridian to protect her innocence. Only this method of activating energy in advance and waiting for death was something that no one could stop. Yuan Shetu sensed that something was wrong. He was also a cultivation expert and instantly understood the reason. He shouted angrily, "How dare you!" He immediately rushed forward to stop her. Tai Budian closed her eyes and shouted in her heart, Chu Yang, my husband, farewell. She was about to activate her internal energy self-explosion immediately. Coincidentally, at this moment, a fierce roar came from outside. The voice was anxious and violent. Yuan Shetu. Hand her over. It was Chu Yang's voice. Tai Butian's heart shook. Chu Yang had come. Yuan Shetu laughed strangely. Oh, Chu Yang has come. What a good timing. I'll let this green-headed turtle see how I play with his woman. If you offend me, you'll have to pay a price that's worse than death. Tai Budian stared at him with extreme disdain and ran desperately toward the door. Although she knew that Chu Yang's visit was probably of no use, Tai Budian still hoped that she could take one last look at Chu Yang. As long as I can see him, even if it's from afar. Then I can die without regrets today. Tai Butian's chest was hot and cold. Or, if I die, Chu Yang will be fine, and he can still live. Yuan Shetu came from behind with a smile. He didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. I'll just let the two of you meet again. I like to see people so affectionately parting in life and death. Then, I'll snatch you from him and let Chu Yang watch as you toss and turn happily under my body, unable to stop it. Even if he doesn't want to watch, he won't be able to die. I want to thoroughly toy with the two of you. Only in this way can I have more fun. Ha ha ha. Tai Budian turned a deaf ear to his words and had already rushed out of the tent. Outside the tent, nearly 200 experts of the demon ghost had gathered here. They were all looking coldly at the entrance of the camp. Tai Butian's heart sank completely. With such strength, what was the use of Chu Yang coming? Yuan Shetu didn't even need to do it himself. Any one of the people here was probably stronger than Chu Yang. Chu Yang's arrival this time was just a waste of his life. She ran out recklessly and shouted anxiously, Chu Yang, leave quickly. Leave quickly. As long as Chu Yang left now, Tai Budian would be satisfied even if she died before seeing him. The men in black were about to stop her, but Yuan Shetu's cold and mocking voice came from behind. Don't stop her. Just let her watch. Let her see clearly how Chu Yang died, and let her give up from now on. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They knew that the young master was probably going to play the kind of torture that he was best at and loved the most. They couldn't help but be excited. When Tai Budian came out, Chu Yang had already activated with my heart's blood, I'll destroy all tribulations. When Tai Budian was shouting, Chu Yang had already calmly sent the tip of his sword into his own heart. Tai Budian had just rushed over when she saw Chu Yang piercing his own heart with his sword. Tai Budian was already on tenterhooks. When she suddenly saw this horrifying scene, the vital energy that she had forcefully gathered was immediately disrupted. She saw stars and fell to the ground. Tears gushed out of her eyes as she murmured, Husband. She heard Chu Yang's cold voice say, with my heart's blood, I'll destroy all tribulations. With tears blurring her vision, Tai Budian tried her best to widen her eyes. She looked at the figure in black that was slowly moving forward. She also looked at the sword that was slowly being pulled out of Chu Yang's heart with the boiling blood. Fresh blood dripped down. The white-bearded old man in black sighed. At this moment, he wanted to tear Yuan Shetu into pieces. How could such a strong person be threatened by others? You can beg him, admit defeat, or even beg for mercy. But, you absolutely can't coerce him. And he's using a woman he snatched to threaten a super strong person. This Yuan Shetu must be crazy. It was the most unsuitable path, but he had chosen to take it. Of course, the black-clothed, white-bearded old man was completely wrong about this. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to negotiate, but he really couldn't hear anything now. Besides, it was too late for any conditions now. Because Chu Yang had already used his ultimate move, once this move was used, everyone present was destined to go to the Yellow Springs together. Chu Yang cruelly walked all the way. He swung his sword all the way, destroying everything in his path. He was invincible. Blood rained down from the tribulation sword. In front of him, there were still people. For the time being, there were still people. Behind him, there were all corpses. Along the way, a river of blood flowed behind them. Everyone had died miserably as one could imagine. In front of Chu Yang, there were only 30 to 40 people left. Everyone's face was ashen. Even though everyone here was an expert among experts, and everyone had killed countless people before, witnessing such a clean massacre with their own eyes today still made them tremble with fear. Especially when many of the people who were killed were at the same cultivation level as ZJ. They couldn't resist at all and were killed like chickens. Maybe in the next moment, it would be ZJ's turn. ZJ would be like those people before him. Dying miserably, everyone felt like they were dreaming. It was a horrible nightmare that they never wanted to have. They all thought, if we're lucky enough to survive today, we'll definitely make Xianxia suffer a fate worse than death. Damn it, this bastard caused us to die. Xianxia grabbed Tai Budian and subconsciously retreated slowly. His face was completely pale. At this moment, he realized that ZJ had really poked a hornet's nest this time. They had hit a super iron plate. He regretted it very much. However, no matter how much he regretted it now, he could not change the fact. He couldn't save anyone's life. Everyone, attack together. The black-clothed, white-bearded old man shouted, now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. We can only fight with our lives on the line. We can only move forward bravely. Only then will we have a chance to survive. Split up the manpower. Protect young master and escape. Hurry up and leave. Put that woman down and don't grab her anymore. If you bring her back, perhaps the entire Xianxia will fall into a nightmare. The black-clothed, white-bearded old man almost vomited blood as he cried out. If it was Xianxia's identity, they would definitely not care about it and directly hand it over. But now, they absolutely did not dare to do so. Even if ZJ really died this time, he wouldn't dare. Someone immediately flew out. On the way to pick up Xianxia, young master, let's go. Leave? Where should we go? Xianxia asked helplessly. You can fucking put this woman down. I beg you. That person grabbed the unconscious Tai Budian and said angrily, hurry up and run. He pulled Xianxia and was about to escape. But at this moment, Kong's murderous aura rose sharply again. That world-destroying aura also rose to its peak in an instant. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. They were muddle-headed and could no longer move an inch. Cha, cha, cha. Chu Yang's footsteps sounded like a death knell. His cold eyes remained motionless and the cruel smile on his lips was still as cold as a knife. Who in this world dares to snatch my woman? Chu Yang looked up to the sky and roared violently, who dares? The people of Ghost's territory stood stiffly and couldn't move at all. They were like wooden sculptures. Everyone had an urge to wail in their hearts. Although everyone had seen many deaths, to be implicated and die in such an aggrieved manner, it was too unjust. Everyone had already received the news that such a big incident had happened here. Not only Xianxia and the other two sects had come here, even Yantian and Shuixian had rushed over. Looking at the hell-like scene in front of them, everyone kept quiet out of fear. Other than shock, there was only horror. In such a strange and infinitely terrifying situation, Chu Yang was the god of death that no one could resist. Who dared to stand up for Ghost's territory? Who dared to stand up for Xianxia too, that was courting death, not only courting death, but also dying miserably, never to be reincarnated and beyond redemption? Even Xianxia's other two big sects. After seeing this situation, everyone felt insecure and kept quiet out of fear. They were afraid that Chu Yang would implicate them. Who would dare to step forward? What's more, it was Xianxia who was in the wrong first. He snatched someone else's woman, so he naturally had to bear the other party's revenge. Others would take the blame for him? Based on what? Besides, he couldn't snatch a woman from someone? There were so many women in the world, but Xianxia too wanted to court death. There was nothing to say. No matter what he did, he had to pay a price. Xianxia too had met such a tough opponent before. That was because of his luck. Of course, it was also the price he had to pay. But it was different this time, or it could be said that his luck had come to an end. Naturally, he had to pay the price in full. This matter was really suspenseful. Yun Tian looked at the situation and his expression was unusually heavy. Chu Yang was only at heaven stage previously. This was confirmed by many people. But his cultivation has increased by so much now. It's so strong that even a heaven stage expert can't resist. Could it be that he had been holding back all this while? Did he really hide so much? So much? This is really hard to say. If his real strength is like this, it's reasonable that we can't see through it. The Sky Sword Alliance elder beside him was shocked. It's just that, such a terrifying murderous aura is unheard of in the human world. It's hard to say what Chu Yang's real strength is, but I think it shouldn't be to this extent. I reckon that the reason why he's so strong now is that he used some kind of mysterious secret technique to activate some kind of powerful force for his own use. However, we still don't know what's going to happen. We can only come to a conclusion after seeing Chu Yang's performance after the battle. Once this power is completely released, Chu Yang will die or be seriously injured. This means that although this power is powerful, it has a huge flaw or drawback. However, if Chu Yang is safe and sound in the end, it means that Chu Yang's strength has reached such a level. His usual self is just a layer of disguise. The elder of the Heavenly Sword Alliance said in a heavy voice, if it's really the latter, it means that the Heavenly Imperial Court has another expert who's comparable to DE. The Heavenly Imperial Court will be in trouble from now on. Yun Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. His pupils shrank. Please don't let it be the latter result. Otherwise, how could he compete with Chu Yang? Yun Tian said softly, if Yuanqitu is really killed by Chu Yang, what will the consequences be? The elder smiled bitterly. This is foreseeable. With Yuanqitu's identity, Mo Yun Tian will definitely face a disaster. None of the people from the two big sects who came here will survive. Moreover, these three super sects will definitely suffer a great loss. Yun Tian frowned and said, what about Eastern Royal Heaven? The elder pondered. That depends on whether Chu Yang is dead or not. But Chu Yang's forces will definitely be destroyed. The Chu clan's courtyard will become a pile of rubble. It's just a matter of time. If Chu Yang really borrowed the power of heaven and earth, after this battle, he'll probably die until everyone in the Chu clan's courtyard is dead. If Chu Yang actually survives, the Eastern Royal Heaven will be plunged into a calamity. A catastrophe created by Mo Yun Tian and Eastern Royal Heaven. Yun Tianyan smiled and said, His Majesty Dong Huang won't tolerate it either. If Mo Yun Tian wants to behave atrociously in Eastern Royal Heaven, he's more or less lacking. And Eastern Royal Heaven has the advantage of being the landlord. The elder nodded and said, however, if Chu Yang doesn't die, how much attention will he receive? Yun Tian smiled relaxedly. No matter what, it's always a good thing for us to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The elder took a deep breath and said, yes, so we have to get what we want as soon as possible and send it back as soon as possible. Yun Tian pondered and nodded slowly. In a faraway place. Dreamlike veranda. Mo Qinggu screamed inexplicably. She was originally cultivating, but her petite body fell from the sky without any warning. She only felt a sharp pain in her heart. She almost couldn't breathe. At this moment, her heart actually missed Chu Yang so much that it was as if she was going to die. The next moment, her heart suddenly convulsed with pain. Mo Qinggu screamed and fainted. While she was unconscious, Mo Qinggu seemed to have a dream that she didn't want to recall. She dreamed that ZJ returned to the purple bamboo forest in her previous life and was ambushed. Then, Chu Yang rushed over and fought ZJ to the death. Suddenly, Mo Qinggu's heart felt empty and sad. Suddenly, she felt dizzy again, as if she was in another space. There was no one in the surroundings, and everything was hazy and white. Is there anyone here? What the hell is going on? Where is this place? Mo Qinggu shouted. But it was only you who answered. Silence. It was terrifyingly empty. Mo Qinggu was puzzled when she saw a figure in front of her. She focused her eyes and saw that it was Chu Yang who suddenly appeared in front of her. She was looking at him deeply. It was as if he was an illusion. It didn't matter how strange Chu Yang's appearance was. As long as Chu Yang was in front of her again, nothing else mattered. Unexpectedly, when Chu Yang answered Mo Qinggu's question, he only looked at her affectionately. He looked at her in an unusual way. It was full of longing, reluctance, and guilt. Chu Yang, what's wrong? Did something happen to SHME? You. Mo Qinggu instinctively felt that something was wrong. She looked carefully and realized that Chu Yang was covered in blood. There seemed to be fresh blood dripping from his body. That was Chu Yang's blood. Chu Yang was injured? Who hurt you? Mo Qinggu, who realized this, cried out in heartache. It was even more painful than her injury. She stepped forward, wanting to hug Chu Yang. But Chu Yang shook his head slightly and took a step back, avoiding Mo Qinggu. Qinggu, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Chu Yang's voice was full of affection and guilt. No, no. You didn't hurt me. Tell me, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Tell me. Mo Qinggu rushed forward quickly, but Chu Yang was always 3 feet away from her. They were so close, but it was as if they were at the end of the world. He floated in the air and looked at her affectionately. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Chu Yang said softly, Qinggu, you have no idea how much I like you. Back then, you died for me. My heart ached so much that it felt like it would die. After the battle on the Wind Thunder platform, when I was about to die, I completely repented. The most precious thing in the world is you, but I lost you so early. Then, I'll make a vow. If there's a next life, I'll dance with you. I swear, if there's a next life, I'll only love you. I only love you. I only like you. You are my destined wife. Chu Yang said slowly. Mo Qinggu could only feel waves of pain in her heart. She was a little flustered, as if the best thing in her life was leaving her. Don't say any more. I'm all F*** yours. I only want you. Chu Yang, other things aren't important. I only want you. There's no need for me. I'm very satisfied now. Really, really satisfied. I'll dance with you. I'll never regret. No. I want to say it, let me finish. Chu Yang gazed at her face and slowly shook his head. Since I was reborn in this life, I have made up my mind to protect you. I will use all of my strength to protect you. I will reverse our destinies. I will go against the heavens. I will accompany you for the rest of my life, and I will never leave you. I want to marry you. We'll be together forever. But in the end, I kept my promise to you and broke it again and again. I'm sorry, Qinggu. I said that I wouldn't make you sad, but I didn't do it. Butian, that day was an accident. I didn't know she was a woman. That day, I was drugged with aphrodisiac. Before I died, she saved me. She used her innocence to save me. Then, she gave birth to a son for me. I can't, Xianxia's deep feelings for me, and I've always accepted it. For you, I only wanted to give you the most complete part of me. But you didn't realize that I already owed others too much. When Xianxia died to save me in the upper 3 heavens, my heart wavered again. Qinggu, I'm sorry. It turns out that I'm also a sentimental person. Or maybe I don't deserve the word sentimental. Take it as me finding excuses for myself. Chu Yang smiled gently. In his smile, there were feelings, helplessness, and no regrets. Later on, I became even more confused when I heard about mending the heavens. I can't let her down either. I have to bear the responsibility of a man. So, I have to let you down. This is unfair to you. As a husband, as a father, I have to bear the responsibility of letting you down. Because of you, I have to keep the promise I made to you in my previous life. I can't bear the most basic responsibility for them. That's also unfair. My final decision was to break that promise. I can only let you down. I once thought of using my entire life to make up for my guilt and regret. I've also decided, no matter what, I'll make you happy, but I'm afraid I can't do it now. I've actually broken my vow again. My integrity, isn't it terrible? Tears streamed down Mo Qinggu's face as she said, Chu Yang, I really blame you, even though I'm also angry, and I've also thrown tantrums at you before, but I really blame you. I cherish the fate of our 2 lives more than anyone else. Chu Yang, please believe me. I really blame you. Your sincerity is very, very good. I've always believed in it, I'm sorry. Chu Yang sighed with relief. He said with a bit of melancholy, I'm really sorry. I'm even more sorry that I can't even give you the most basic happiness now. I'm really too bad as a man. I'm going to disappoint you. Mo Qingwu's body swayed, and her heart shattered into pieces. You. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? It's the truth. Butian was captured. I wanted to save her. But the enemy was too strong. So strong that it exceeded my limits. In order to save Butian, I used a forbidden technique that I can't use. I'm destined to die. Yang smiled. Qingwu, don't blame Butian. Butian is also my woman. Qingwu, I can do anything for you. I can disregard life and death for you. But I can also do anything for her. I just hope you don't blame me. Please don't be angry at me. Yang smiled and looked at her affectionately. He slowly flew back and increased his speed. Qingwu, in the future, you must take care. You must take care. Don't go, don't leave me. Mo Qingwu screamed crazily. Her tears flowed like a fountain. Yang, don't go. I'll listen to you in the future. I won't be angry at you. I can accept anything. I just beg you not to go. Don't go. It's too late. Yang's blood-soaked body slowly blurred. His eyes were still smiling. Qingwu. I really love you. I'll love you forever. Don't go, you liar. You said that you'll accompany me forever. You said that you'll marry me. You said it, you made a solemn promise. Mo Qingwu chased after him frantically. If you dare to leave, I won't forgive you forever. I won't forgive you forever. Don't even think about leaving me alone. Don't go. Qingwu, take care. Yang's body was like a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared thousands of miles away. Qingwu, my most beloved, take care. His voice lingered in the air, and still reverberated in the ears. But Yang's silhouette had completely disappeared. Liar. You liar. Sob sob sob. If you dare to leave, I'll die in front of you. Don't even think about leaving me alone. Mo Qingwu cursed crazily and wailed, Yang, don't go. Uren woke up in shock, only to find Master ZJ looking at him with concern. Qingwu, wake up. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Mo Qingwu looked around blankly, only to find that ZJ was lying on the bed. It turned out that she had a dream just now, a nightmare. But how could this dream be so real? She clearly didn't want to think about it at all, but all the scenes were vivid in her mind, and she didn't forget a single detail. The dream was completely brought to reality. Tears were still falling from ZJ's eyes, and the throbbing pain in his heart was still going on. He was still in fear, still in despair. What's wrong with me? How did this happen? Why did you fall down when you were fine? Are you hurt? The beautiful woman looked at Mo Qingwu worriedly. Mo Qingwu gasped for breath. Then, she jumped up and said, Master, I want to go out for a while. Go out? Where are you going? The beautiful woman was puzzled. Mo Qingwu's body, which was in the midst of sprinting outside, stopped abruptly. She was at a loss. Yes, where am I going? Where is Yang? I don't know him at all. How can I find him? Where am I going to find him? Heaven and earth are vast. In the vast and boundless heavenly imperial court, finding a newcomer who had just ascended was like finding a needle in a haystack. Mo Qingwu looked around blankly, only to find that ZJ was all alone in this world. She felt an inexplicable pain in her heart again. She spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, Yang. Don't go. She fell down stiffly. As long as you don't die, as long as you don't leave, I'm willing to return this life of mine to the heavens. What's the harm in exchanging a life for a life? Yang, don't go, don't die. Mo Qingwu was unconscious, her body kept twitching, and she kept calling out silently, calling out to the person on the other side of her heart. What exactly happened to you? Jiangnan, small courtyard. Shiqing got up in shock, her heart was in a mess. Somehow, there seemed to be someone talking, but it was so vague. She couldn't see Kangchu. She frowned and pondered, wanting to see Kangchu, wanting to think about Kangchu, but there seemed to be a cloud of fog in front of her, covering her eyes and her heart. Her heart started to throb painfully. Xianxia let out a muffled groan, bent down and clutched her chest, her eyes filled with panic. She realized that Zij's heart was actually in a complete mess. What's going on? She remembered something. At this moment, she inexplicably thought of Chu Yang. She thought of the poem that Zij left behind when he left. Hidden in the high clouds and the wind, I travel alone to the ends of the world. If we meet again in the clouds, I ask you to sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan. Her heart skipped a beat, and she muttered, something happened to him? A voice said softly, the fallen flowers are like a dream, dreams are empty and illusory, the vanity of the mortal world, flowers fall in dreams, big sister Z, take care. In her mind, Chu Yang's figure quickly disappeared into the distance. A strong sense of foreboding enveloped Xianxia's heart. She stood up in frustration and paced back and forth in the courtyard. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She had no idea what was going on at all. A young man in white rushed in. Miss Z, what happened? Xianxia frowned and said, during this period of time, something big happened in the heavenly imperial court. The young man in white scratched his head and said blankly, where did it happen? What the hell? Xianxia said impatiently, then, the person I asked you to investigate last time, have you found out who the hell is? What the hell? The young man in white was a little ashamed. But before he finished speaking, he was kicked out by Xianxia. Although Xianxia's temper was a little irritable, she was usually very restrained. At this moment, for some reason, she couldn't help but fly into a rage. You can't even investigate one person. Are you still the empress of the demon race? The young man in white was confused. He was about to explain when he saw that Xianxia actually ignored him. She just frowned and muttered to herself, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Lower three heavens. Palace, Emperor Taiyang looked up suddenly, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? He felt infinitely lonely, as if he had lost the greatest protection in this world, and had become an orphan without any relatives. Don't abandon me. The little emperor's tears flowed like a spring. On the other side of the heaven imperial court, the tribulation brothers were doing something. At this moment, they were orderly and solemn. Mo Tianji threw out the copper coin of destiny and hurriedly calculated. Everyone felt restless, and started to miss Chu Yang endlessly. What's wrong? Click. Click, click, Chu Yang was still walking forward coldly. His footsteps were consistent and clear, just like an ordinary person walking. His eyes were calm and his face was calm. There was no fluctuation at all. He just walked forward step by step. But the Chu Yang now was actually so terrifying. Just like the god of death walking in the mortal world, everywhere he passed, there was only endless silence. The tribulation sword in Chu Yang's hand was actually flickering with blood-red light. With each step, at least 7 or 8 ghost hunter experts would die, their primordial souls destroyed. Brothers, I said that I would create a legend with you. It was a pity. But I had to leave first. You have to be well. All of you have to create your own legends. Chu Yang's ashen eyes looked forward. This will. There were only 5 people left. The 5 of them were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They looked at Chu Yang in fear and trembled. One of them was Yuan Shetu. Yuan Shu too was the young master of Mo Yun Tian after all. Even though this incident was caused by him, as long as he was still the young master, the ghost hunter and the others had to ensure his safety first. Even if he had to use ZJ's life in exchange, he had to do it. This was the sorrow of being inferior. As for the other 3, they were the ones who had gone to the Chu clan's courtyard to cause trouble. The reason why they were able to survive until now was partly because of their strength, and partly because of their status. They were the few people with the highest status in Mo Yuntian's group, and also the few with the strongest strength. But at this moment, these 3 people's faces were ashen, and their eyes flashed with despair. The others were all dead. As the culprits, they were at least accomplices. How could they be forgiven by this killing god in front of them? But, under this kind of heaven-suppressing power, they couldn't even think of resisting. They could only wait to be killed. This kind of sex is driving me crazy. Under the 3 people's desperate gazes, Chu Yang didn't say anything and strode forward. He raised his sword and the sword light flew out. These three strongest experts of the ghost region still couldn't resist at all. Their heads flew high up in the air. Blood spurted out from their necks. This horrible scene made the scalps of Yang Bo and the other experts of the Snow Immortal Sea who were looking at it go numb. These three people were real experts, and they were definitely not inferior to ZJ's experts, but these three people, the masters of the masters, were killed without any ability to resist. Even if it was killing a chicken, it had to struggle. But now that he was killing people, he didn't even need to struggle. The 300 to 400 people from the other two super sects, who belonged to Mo Yuntian, all turned pale. The thousands of people around them were all controlling ZJ, not daring to let him make any sound. They didn't even dare to breathe. Yuan Sheta looked at Chu Yang in horror. His whole body was shaking like an old sow, and his heart was already filled with regret. Isn't it just a woman? Can't you find her anywhere? Even if you can't find a purine body, you can find someone else to replace her. Why did you have to provoke Chu Yang? You were already killed by him once, but you still want to provoke him. You're really looking for death, and you're looking for death again and again. Spare me, spare me. Yuan Sheta retreated step by step in panic. Other than these three words, he couldn't say anything else. Chu Yang held his sword and walked forward coldly. He was completely indifferent. The last of the 5 people mentioned before was the black-clothed old man with white beard. That old man was still able to keep calm at this moment. It was obvious that he had a good temperament. The old man let out a long sigh and said loudly, "Sir, this matter is indeed our fault, but now that you've killed so many people, I believe you've vented your anger enough. Why don't we all sit down and have a good talk? If you're still dissatisfied, we're willing to compensate you. We'll accept any price. We just want to appease your anger, how about it?" Chu Yang looked at him coldly. He didn't respond at all, and continued to walk forward. The black-clothed old man with white beard took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Sir, you have to reconsider. Once you do something, there's no turning back. Your cultivation is indeed earth-shattering, but my young master is not an ordinary person. My young master is..." Before he finished speaking, a sword light flashed. The black-clothed old man with white beard looked at the long sword in disbelief. It was like a brilliant flowing light that caught up with time. It crossed the boundary of time and space and pierced into his heart. Chu Yang actually allowed him to finish his last sentence. Blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Chu Yang blankly and said, "You'll regret it. You'll definitely regret it." Whether or not the Chu Yang of the past would have regretted today's events was uncertain. But the Chu Yang of the present wouldn't. Because the word regret meant something to him, Chu Yang coldly held his long sword horizontally. His chest was cut open. With a schwa sound, his body turned into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Poof. It turned into black ashes. In front of him, there was only one Yuan Sheta. The last person of Mo Yuntian's ghost region. "Don't kill me." Yuan Sheta wailed and knelt down, "Don't kill me. I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again." The sword light flashed. One of Yuan Sheta's arms fell down. He screamed. Chu Yang coldly said, "Snatching my woman?" This was the first time Chu Yang spoke since the start of this massacre. Yuan Sheta screamed loudly. His whole body trembled and his soul left his body. Poof, another sword strike. Yuan Sheta's left shoulder also fell down. Chu Yang lightly said, "Rushing to my house to snatch my woman?" Yuan Shu was moaning, crying, and saying **t meaninglessly. The sword light flashed again. Both of Yuan Sheta's legs were cut off at the knees. Before he screamed, Chu Yang's sword stabbed into his crotch. He coldly said, "Even if you're dead, you're not qualified to be a man." Everyone around felt their scalps tingle. But no one dared to act rashly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Yang slowly dismembered Yuan Shu Lu. Pieces of meat flew out, and bones were picked clean. Then, they were placed on the ground. However, Yuan Sheta couldn't die yet. He couldn't die even if he begged for it. He could only howl and scream in agony. His mind was clear as he endured the bloodiest punishment in the world. Chu Yang mechanically stabbed Yuan Sheta with his sword. At this moment, Chu Yang didn't have any specific thoughts. He only remembered one thing: this guy was a sworn enemy of Yuan Shetu. At this point, the destructive force finally began to fade. Chu Yang also slowly felt that Yuan Shetu's body was a little weak. His mind that had completely disappeared earlier was also gradually recovering. In a flash, he understood everything. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His sword pierced into Yuan Shetu's throat. The power that Yuan Shetu exchanged with his life was about to disappear. He couldn't let any change happen again. With a spin of the sword, Yuan Shetu's head flew up. Die. Then, the sword light flashed violently. Bright light overflowed. Yuan Shetu's head turned into pieces in midair. His flesh and bones were all turned into powder. The massacre finally came to an end. But the onlookers didn't relax at all. Chu Yang slowly turned around. His cold eyes swept across the faces of the experts who were watching the battle. No matter who he saw, that person couldn't help but turn his face away. This kind of ferocious and cruel gaze made everyone tremble in fear. The huge wound on Chu Yang's chest started to bleed again. Chu Yang could clearly feel ZJ's vitality and mental strength depleting uncontrollably at the YD point. I'm going to leave this world again, Chu Yang smiled bitterly and thought to himself, this life is really much stronger than the previous one. Since I started my career, the people that I care about the most are my family, my women, and my brothers. Chu Yang endured the dizziness. His cold and sharp eyes looked at everyone's faces. He held his sword in front of his chest and looked down at everyone. Blood dripped from the calamity sword and fell to the ground. The surroundings were silent. This is my bottom line. Chu Yang said softly, whoever dares to cross this line will face the consequences. He pointed the tip of his sword at the messy corpses in front of him. There was a pool of blood and flesh on the ground. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said indifferently, let's settle our grudges first. What's there to be afraid of? Shui Xian's face turned green and white. Hai Lianbo was also regretful. To be continued, their two clans originally had the best chance to be friends with Chu Yang, but they chose to stay away from him. And now, they were being reprimanded by Chu Yang and even had to worry about him settling the score. This kind of sex is too suffocating and will drive anyone crazy. What's wrong with a poor man finding out that a mountain of gold slipped through his fingers? Both of them are in a state of panic now. Not only that, they are also afraid that the gold mountain will crush them to death if it doesn't stop there. Blood flowed faster and faster from the wound on Chu Yang's chest. That invincible power was also dissipating rapidly. Gradually, he couldn't hold on any longer. Chu Yang stood up. Slowly, even his vision became a little blurry. He swayed a little and lowered the tip of his sword to support ZJ's body, not letting ZJ show any signs of weakness. So, I actually can't bear to die either. Chu Yang laughed bitterly in his heart. Chu Yang. A shrill cry rang out. Tai Budian had finally woken up. When she saw Chu Yang standing there just like that, she cried out in terror. Chu Yang finally relaxed. He raised his head reluctantly. Tian, a violent wave of dizziness washed over him. He fell down like a mountain of gold. Tai Budian pounced over as if she didn't care about her life. She hugged Chu Yang's weak body and said sorrowfully, how are you? Don't scare me, your injury, the heavy pill, where's the heavy pill? Tai Budian used ZJ's hand to cover Chu Yang's wound in vain, as if trying to stop the rapid flow of blood. However, the blood continued to gush out, dripping from the gaps between her fingers. Tai Budian burst into tears. Her hands clutched Chu Yang's chest tightly, not knowing what to do. No, don't die, don't. Her face was full of tears as she shook her head frantically. The current Tai Budian didn't have the demeanor of a ruler at all. She was just a pitiful young lady who was about to lose her true love. She didn't know what to do, she was in despair and sorrow. You're all right, that's great. Chu Yang's voice was extremely weak. But, he smiled in satisfaction, I was afraid. I was afraid that I would be late, I'm fine. Nothing must happen to you too. Absolutely nothing must happen to you. Promise me. Your medicine, hurry up and take it. Tai Budian burst into tears. I can't do it anymore. Chu Yang smiled like a child, I used my last move. That is the last move that can take any enemy down with me. This injury. Even heavy pills can't cure it. Tian, I'm sorry, in the future. In the future. I can't protect you anymore. No. 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 Tai Budian shook her head frantically. I need you to protect me. What I need. I will always need your protection. Don't leave me, don't be naive. Chu Yang said softly, Tian, you've always been a strong person. You must look after our family and our children. He forced his eyes open. He looked at Tai Budian gently and said, when you see Xianxia in the future, don't worry. When you see Qingwu, tell them to be well. Tai Butian's heart suddenly felt empty. It became empty. The surrounding heaven and earth disappeared. Only Chu Yang's words were left. Every word was like a huge hammer that smashed into ZJ's heart. ZJ's mind went blank. It was as if ZJ's body was in a mess. Her body seemed to be floating weightlessly. Actually, men should be like this in the first place. Chu Yang chuckled. She looked blankly ahead but couldn't see anything. To die in order to protect. It's a worthy death. To die, like a man. Don't cry, don't cry. I love it when you smile. Chu Yang forced himself to reach out with a smile on his face, as if he wanted to wipe away the tears at the corners of Tai Butian's eyes. His fingers were getting closer and closer, but when his hand was halfway there, it fell limply. The smile on his face froze in an instant. It didn't move anymore. Chu Yang. Tai Budian let out a heart-wrenching roar. But Chu Yang still maintained his smile, and didn't have any other reaction. On the tip of the calamity sword, light flickered and seemed to be jumping. It seemed to be grieving. All of this indicated that the master of the calamity sword had fallen in the heavenly imperial court. Tai Budian looked on blankly. Then, she smiled foolishly. Husband, the road to the Yellow Springs is long. Are you afraid to walk alone? You're not afraid of me. You've been afraid of anyone and everything in this world. But I'm really scared to be left alone. I'm really scared to have you in this world. I'm really scared. I'm scared of everything in this world. Tai Budian said gently. She took the calamity sword from Chu Yang and held it in her hands lovingly. The sharp edge of the calamity sword cut her delicate hand. Blood flowed out, but she didn't seem to feel it. She stood up slowly. She hugged Chu Yang. Chu Yang's body was huge and his legs were especially long. More than half of them hung in the crook of her arms. I, Tai Budian, was once the leader of the five and ruled the world. But I'm still a woman with a husband. Tai Butian's expression was perplexed but firm. I have a husband. No matter where he is, I'll accompany him. How can I let him walk alone in the Yellow Springs? A wife treats her husband as her sky. If my husband dies, my sky will collapse. Tai Budian smiled bitterly. Since my sky has collapsed, so what if I live? So what if I die? Husband, I can't care about others and I don't want to care. But I'm really scared. Please take me with you. Tai Budian smiled miserably. She raised the calamity sword and stabbed it into Chu Yang's heart without hesitation. I'll follow you in life and death. The calamity sword suddenly flickered with a glaring light. Thick blood gushed out from Tai Butian's chest. Much of it flowed into the wound in Chu Yang's heart and merged together. Tai Budian held the calamity sword with both hands and stabbed it into Chu Yang's chest. She sat down slowly on the ground with Chu Yang in her arms. She gently placed Chu Yang's body on Chu Yang's body, afraid that it would hurt him. Let's go together. If we go together, we'll never be separated. Tai Budian grabbed Chu Yang's indiscernible illusory jade and crushed it. On the stage, the ordinary-looking woman immediately disappeared, and in her place was a peerless beauty that could topple nations. Tai Budian smiled sweetly. My husband is also very proud. To accompany him with such a face is too embarrassing. At this moment, I'm showing my true face to the world. I'll follow you to hell. She lowered her head slowly and looked at Chu Yang's face with deep affection. She said lovingly, let's go together? Her body trembled slightly, and Uran stopped moving. The unparalleled celestial emperor of Iron Cloud. To walk in the spring with her lover. Everyone around watched this soul-stirring scene unfold. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Yun Tian bit his lips. Watching Tai Budian commit suicide, a hint of regret and guilt flashed across his eyes. Then, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Yang's sword technique was indeed a forbidden technique that would cause mutual destruction. This terrifying enemy of his was finally dead. However, did he die because of Chu Yang's plan? The others also had different expressions and emotions. When Chu Yang used his heart's blood to destroy all tribulations, the sword spirit was completely useless. The sword spirit was completely useless. At this moment, the sword spirit was in the space. His face was resolute. Since this is the case, since the tribulation sword master can't break through the heavenly tribulation, do I have to start over again and serve other mediocre tribulation sword masters? After Chu Yang, who else in this world can be worthy of my attention? Moreover, he's my brother. He treated me as a brother and treated me with sincerity. Now that he's dead, how can I just disappear with the tribulation sword? Wait for the next reincarnation? Forget it, I'll go with you. The sword spirit lay down slowly and gathered Chu Yang's nirvana flame in the depths of his soul. Once the tribulation sword disintegrated due to the tribulation sword master's death and the tribulation space collapsed, Chu Yang would also disappear. He wouldn't stay in this world anymore, the sword spirit sneered. If such a person can't do it, who else can? I won't serve him anymore. I've lived for so many years with my brother. I'm tired of being old. In the tribulation sword, the shadow was anxiously tearing at Chu Yang's hair. How can this be? How can this be? How can this be? If he came out first, Chu Yang wouldn't die. But after Chu Yang activated the tribulation sword with my blood, even if he came out, it would be too late. It wouldn't be of any help. Using my blood to destroy tribulation sword was an irreversible ultimate forbidden technique. If it wasn't for the high price that required all lives in exchange, how could the person who executed this technique have such unimaginable power? Even if he came out, he wouldn't be able to change the fact that he was going to destroy tribulation sword. At least he had the ability to do so. As far as he knew, there were at most 2 people who could reverse the situation in the entire universe and the chaos firmament, but those 2 people weren't here now. In other words, Chu Yang was doomed. In the distant starry sky, on a blue planet, a young man in white who was fishing by the sea seemed to have sensed something. His gaze passed through the endless space and he muttered to himself, are you also like this? Not bad, not bad. Beside him, a beautiful woman who didn't seem to be from this world asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Nothing. Let's continue fishing, haha. The young man in white smiled and moved the fishing rod in his hand. He couldn't help but laugh. What a big fish. It's taken the bait. The beautiful woman couldn't help but roll her eyes. With your cultivation, if you want to catch fish, you don't even need to blow. At most, you just need to glare, and all the fish in the sea will float up with their bellies facing up. But now, you're actually fishing here slowly, and you're so excited after catching a fish. Who are you trying to fool? Only a ghost would believe you. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes and wrinkled her nose. She snorted and turned to leave. This flirtatious look of rolling her eyes stunned the young man in white. He looked at her lecherously. The fishing rod in his hand slipped out of his hand and was dragged away by the fish in the sea. Heaven Imperial Court. Baidu search PCOM outside Purple Cloud City. Chu Yang and Tai Budian were lying in each other's arms. The blood that flowed out of their hearts had gathered into a ball and flowed. Seeing this scene, everyone around them slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, that terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble completely disappeared. This terrifying person was also finally dead. Luckily, he was dead. Otherwise, this world would probably be in chaos. At the side, Yun Tian, Mo Lu, Zi Huang and the others looked even more complicated. Seeing one of their old enemies die in front of them, and in such a heroic and domineering way at that, all of them had mixed feelings and were indescribable. There was only one thing to be thankful for: finally, they didn't have to face this terrifying person head-on. But they were more or less disappointed in their hearts. Tidy up. Yun Tian sighed. Although Chu Yang is dead, but he is still a man worthy of our respect. Help him to be buried properly. Suddenly, a voice accompanied by faint laughter rang out. Who said he is dead? Everyone was startled. Then, they realized that a white-robed man had appeared at the scene without them knowing. No one realized how he had come. He had suddenly appeared here, as if he had always been here from the beginning to the end. This white-robed man just stood in front of everyone with his hands behind his back, blocking everyone's view of Xianxia and Tai Budian. All the experts, including those who were facing this white-robed man, could only see his back view. There was a layer of faint white light on his body. Through this white light, only a figure could be seen. Even his figure couldn't be seen, let alone his face. This was originally a situation that shouldn't have happened, but it had happened just like that. Everyone even had an inexplicable feeling that this was how it should be. As if this was how it should be. This was how it should be. Many of the people present were tyrants of the current era. They had strong minds and instantly detected the abnormality. Subconsciously, they used their divine senses to spy on the white-robed man in front of them. But to their surprise, they found that this person had an extremely tight layer of defense on his body, which blocked off any divine senses from prying. Anyone who tried to spy on him would feel an intense pain, as if their divine senses were being burned by fire. A wave of intense fear instantly attacked everyone. A freak had just died, and now another one like this had appeared. They were both indescribably powerful. No, although Xianxia was powerful, there was still a limit. He probably hadn't surpassed the limit of the Saint Realm, but this man in white. But it was truly unfathomable. This was far beyond the scope of everyone's knowledge. They saw this white-robed man pick up Xianxia and Tai Budian's body with one hand. He grabbed Tai Budian with one hand and said indifferently, "Everyone, you'd better go back as soon as possible. Help me inform them that tonight's auction will be changed to tomorrow night. All the rules will remain the same." Then, he stood up. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. Just like that, he casually jumped into the air and disappeared just like that. Only corpses were left on the ground. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Everyone had seen it clearly, but they were all puzzled. Xianxia and Tai Budian were clearly dead. Moreover, their souls had scattered and dispersed. The auction definitely needed Xianxia to preside over it. But, Xianxia was already dead. So, how could there still be an auction? Also, that white-robed man had clearly said that Xianxia wasn't dead. But, with thousands of eyes here, how could he still be alive when he was already dead? Could it be that everyone's eyes were blind? For a moment, everyone felt a little dizzy. Of course, the most dizzy thing was, who exactly was that white-robed man? Why did he suddenly appear here? And, he was so ridiculously powerful, so unfathomable. On the infinite boundless mountain, a white shadow flew over at high speed. So many people on the mountain didn't notice it at all. That person's movement speed was really too fast. It had already exceeded the limits of what humans could sense. At most, in 1,000th of an instant, the white-robed man had already reached the mountain peak. The longsword sealed in the soul-suppressing stone shone with a cold light. Without any warning, it was pulled up automatically. Without another word, that white shadow grabbed Xianxia and Tai Budian's bodies and plunged in, the sword intent and the longsword fell back again. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps it was because everything had happened too quickly that no one had noticed the difference between the two of them, under the soul-suppressing stone, in the land of the realm of God's source. The divine spirit of the calamity was flying here and there. Xianxia and that extremely terrifying fellow had already left. Wasn't he the one who had the final say here? At least, he had peace and quiet. There was no plague. Just this benefit alone was enough. How comfortable was that? Although it was definitely a little lonely here, it was still better than being ravaged by others, right? After the previous incident, the divine spirit of the calamity, who was originally excited and couldn't wait to get out, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. For a moment, even his heart turned cold. Although he didn't have that organ now, he still felt his heart turn cold. It was no different from the past, it was really too dangerous outside. A random little fellow of the heaven stage already had such a terrifying backer. Who knew what even more terrifying things were out there? I'd better stay here. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the sky. Wind? The divine spirit of the calamity looked at the sky suspiciously. There hasn't been any wind in this space for tens of thousands of years. Why is there wind now? What's going on? Then, he saw that the fellow who had just gone out not long ago had returned and was lying on the ground without a sound. When the divine spirit of the calamity saw someone, he was suddenly shocked. Tears almost came out of his eyes. Although he had no more tears, he still subconsciously used his soul power to materialize soul liquid to express his excitement. In an instant, he felt as if hundreds of thousands of alpacas were galloping through his heart. Ancestor. You. Why are you back again? It's not fun here. Didn't you take all the good things away? Why are you back? It's not that I don't welcome you. Didn't you see my tears of excitement? I was just excited to see you back. But there's really nothing left. When he went forward to take a look, he was directly shocked again. My goodness, how could this be? How did it become like this in such a short time? As far as the eye could see, Qi Yang's eyes were tightly shut. There was a smile on his face, but he wasn't breathing at all. It would be fine if he wasn't breathing, but there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of his divine spirit. This meant that the matter was serious. This was a sign of complete death. Moreover, it was the kind of death with his divine spirit destroyed and beyond redemption. The divine spirit of the calamity wailed loudly. His soul liquid flowed out as if it was free. Ancestor. You are my ancestor. If you want to die, don't die in my place. How do you want me to explain this? If that evil god ancestor sees you like this, I don't know how to think about it. This is going to kill me. Oh heavens, oh earth. You can't play with me like this. Help. The divine spirit of the calamity's current state of mind. All of it was vividly reflected in the last 3 words. Immediately after, with another pu sound, another body fell from the sky. This person was a woman. This woman was extremely beautiful. Even in such a situation, the divine spirit of the calamity still felt that she was stunning. However, what was regrettable was that she was also not breathing. Her divine spirit was also gone. She was also a corpse, the kind that couldn't be more dead. What a pity. The divine spirit of the calamity clicked his tongue repeatedly. Such a beauty, but there's actually someone who is willing to destroy her. What a real bastard, huh? What did you say? A voice said with some surprise. Oh, so it's you. I didn't expect you to really cultivate the divine spirit of the calamity. Not bad, really not bad. Although there's one more, it's not a big deal. The divine spirit of the calamity had goosebumps all over his body. He turned around like a whirlwind and saw that not far behind him, a white-robed man was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at him with a gentle smile. Oh. God. The divine spirit of the calamity sat on the ground. With a pop sound, his eyes exploded and turned into 2 clouds of black smoke. It was really too unexpected, too shocking. This white-robed man had a gentle and elegant face. He was wearing a long robe. His hair was as black as ink, and his face was like jade. He had 3 strands of black beard on his chin. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder, and his eyes were like shooting stars. He was really handsome and elegant. In addition, he exuded a very obvious scholarly demeanor. He was really elegant, and people couldn't help but have a good impression of him. However, in front of such an amiable and nice person, the divine spirit of the calamity was already scared out of his wits. Beep, 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 beep. Little brother. The divine spirit of the calamity was so scared that he was stuttering. Beep, beep, beep. Emperor. Why you, the white-robed man sighed. It's really been hard on you. It's been so many years, and you actually still remember what I look like. How rare. Facing the person in question, the divine spirit of the calamity no longer had the heroic spirit that he had in the morning when he was scolding Shui Leihan and the heavenly emperor of purple clouds. He lowered his voice and bowed with a fawning expression. Beep, beep, beep. Little brother. You're even more elegant than before. This. Of course, I still remember you clearly. Hee hee. I won't dare to forget you for the rest of my life. This white-robed man was undoubtedly Shui Leihan, the Emperor of the East. He nodded, still wearing that amiable expression. He asked gently, well, don't tell me you still hate me and want to take revenge on me? If so, this is a good opportunity. I'm really too busy, and it's rare for me to have free time. No, 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 no. Tribulation's divine soul said repeatedly. He had never realized that he was so eloquent. How could you? Your Majesty has always been kind to me. I have no way to repay your kindness, so I can only do my best to repay your kindness. How could I dare to offend the majesty of the tiger? Even if I have 10,000 guts, even if your Majesty lends me 10,000 guts, I still wouldn't dare to do it. I hope your Majesty can see clearly. I'm just a wandering soul now. When I see your Majesty's face, I'm terrified. P.S. Let's say something. I have a habit. No matter what I do, I'll say the ugly words first. This way, everyone will know what to do. In these 7 days, I can't help but work hard. The gap is too big. I've almost smoked 2 cartons of cigarettes these few days. I sleep less than 3 hours a day on average. I prepared 4 boxes of Red Bull. Looking at the current progress, it won't be enough until tomorrow night. I'm so excited that I'm about to kill someone. My mind is also very clear. I'm not saying this to gain any sympathy. I'm saying this to make one thing clear, I've indeed worked very hard these few days. But it's absolutely impossible to maintain this state for a month. If that's the case, everyone should be sending me wreaths instead of monthly tickets, haha. After the end of the double, I have to have a rest period. I hope everyone can understand this. I'll definitely go all out this month. But I can't guarantee that there won't be any more outbursts like the double. Can everyone understand me? By then, please don't say, Feng Ling won't go all out because she cheated the monthly tickets. Then I'll cry. I'll give you a heads up in advance. Shui Leihan frowned. Baidu search PCOM, how could this guy be so obsequious? What were they talking about? They didn't match. Which one was it? He remembered that when this guy was still alive, he still had some strength of character. Why did he seem like a completely different person now? He could not help but frown and ask, I say, are you really Mei Shangren? The divine soul of the calamity nodded and bowed. Yes, it's me. The emperor has a good memory. After all this time, you still remember my lowly name. The emperor is wise and mighty, unparalleled in the world. Shui Leihan asked in confusion, back then, you were already one of the top experts in the world. Although you died back then and turned into the divine soul of the calamity you are now, the divine soul of the calamity can still be cultivated. But why did you cultivate it? Why don't you have any backbone at all? I can see that your cultivation isn't weak at all. It was impossible to lose one's backbone through cultivation. The divine soul nodded and bowed, then said flatteringly, my insignificant power is nothing. How could I be worthy of the emperor's attention? I'm not worth mentioning. As for my backbone, I don't even have any bones left. What backbone do I have? Moreover, what's the use of having a backbone in front of an emperor? Shui Leihan was exasperated. This guy was really straightforward. However, even if the bones were gone, there shouldn't be such a huge change. You can even drag me into whether I have a backbone or not. You're really good at bullshitting. Could it be that something happened to you during this period of time? Shui Leihan recalled what the spirit of the tribulation had said when he first came in. He asked, oh right, why did you call my brother little ancestor? The soul of the calamity shuddered all over. His eyes shone with extreme shock and incomparable shock. Little brother, what? So this little ancestor was His Majesty the Donghuang's little brother? My dear ancestor. My dear ancestor. Calamity was stunned. You tricked me once and you still think it's not enough. You want to trick me a second time. You tricked me while you're still alive. Even after you're dead, you're still trying to screw me over, and even worse than the last time. Speak, what exactly happened? Shui Leihan asked. Calamity Kobe held the thought that nothing could be more sorrowful than death, so he decided to be a bachelor and murmured, he came in this morning. Shui Leihan understood. He immediately understood. That's nothing. He didn't die in your hands, did he? The soul of the calamity immediately burst into tears. He never expected Shui Leihan to be so easy to talk to. Instantly, a thought of a gentleman dies for his bosom friend arose in his mind. He said, "Your Majesty. You are truly wise, and understanding of the world. You are truly too reasonable." Shui Leihan was a little puzzled, but seeing that it was about time, he said, "Forget it, it's really too tiring to talk to you now. Now, go and walk around somewhere else. I'll treat my brother's injuries first." Only this place was relatively quiet. "Let me borrow it. I'll leave when I'm done." Yes, please feel free to use it. Please be at ease." The divine soul of the calamity bowed gratefully, then slipped away. He left so quickly. That's great. I didn't expect the emperor to be such a good person. Why didn't I realize it before? I shouldn't have scolded him earlier, but that little one was really too ruthless. He clearly had such an extremely powerful bodyguard, yet he was actually sworn brothers with the East Emperor. This background. Oh, my God, what kind of person was this? Such a person came in pretending to be weak and almost caused the old man to disappear. Even a person who pretended to be weak to eat the tiger wouldn't be as ruthless and thorough as you. Shui Leihan arranged Chu Yang and Tai Budian side by side. He shook his head and sighed. What a pair of fools. Sigh, so cute. I like it, I admire it. So, ever since Tai Budian was snatched away, Shui Leihan had been following them all the way here. He saw everything that happened. It was only until Chu Yang said, "With my heart's blood, I will destroy everything," that he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He intervened and brought the two of them over. If Shui Leihan wasn't confident, how could he allow Chu Yang to die in front of him? Shui Leihan knew Mo Qingguo. In the previous life, Shui Leihan was a mutual friend of Mo Qingguo and Chu Yang. In the beginning, he was also a little uncomfortable with Chu Yang becoming a little fickle later on. But after understanding the whole story, he was relieved. Now that he saw Tai Budian die for Chu Yang with his own eyes, he finally completely accepted this brother-in-law of his. Looking at Chu Yang and shaking his head, Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. It really wasn't easy to force you to use this move of, "With my heart's blood, I will destroy everything." As he spoke, he grabbed Chu Yang's hand and placed it next to Tai Butian's. Their palms were facing each other. He murmured, "Before she died, she self-detonated the 5th Supreme Martial Artist's royal aura. She was really determined to die. Oh well, I'll let the sister-in-law bask in your glory as well." Then, he reached out and took out all the heaven-nourishing jade from the tribulation space. "I prepared this for 10,000 years. It's finally time to use it. Brother, do you really think that the one who can mend the heavens on the 3 lives path is your little lover? The consequences of misunderstanding the prophecy are still quite serious. But there's a reward for all the effort. The reward is here now. The 3 lives path is Tai Budian mending your heavens and also mending each other's heavens. You used a man's responsibility to mend her 3 lives path. She used her steel-like true feelings and the royal aura of a human emperor to make up for your previous shortcomings. She forcefully reversed your own 3 lives path. This is what it means to mend the heavens on the 3 lives path. A plan has been laid out for 10,000 years. The heaven-nourishing jade is like this, so is Tai Budian. Even the great miracle medicine is like this. Everything is to mend your heavens." With a light smile, he took out a jade bottle from his bosom. The moment this jade bottle was taken out, the spirit of the tribulation, who was already very far away, looked over in astonishment. Inside, this jade bottle was still in a state where it hadn't been opened yet, but it had already erupted with an unusually strong spiritual energy, causing this quiet realm of the divine source to be in a state of turmoil. What kind of treasure was this? It actually had such an amazing effect. When that expert left behind the tribulation sword that day, he also left behind this heaven and earth creation pill. Shui Leihan was somewhat reluctant to part with it. He stared at it for a long time. "Brother, if not for the fact that I really can't afford to offend him, I would have eaten this heaven and earth creation pill long ago. It's better to give it to myself than to give it to anyone else. Sigh. But it's also not bad that I can keep this bottle. At least I didn't work for nothing." Shui Leihan sighed. He opened the bottle reluctantly and poured out a snow-white and round pill. The moment the pill was taken out, it instantly emitted a gentle white light. In an instant, all the spiritual energy in the realm of the divine source suddenly surged over like a tsunami. They gathered here and rushed into the pill without any regard for their lives. The speed at which the spiritual energy gathered was so fast that it actually drew out a clear shadow in the void and let out a sharp whistle. In the distance, the white bones all over the ground collapsed. The bones that had not been destroyed for 10,000 years had all turned into fine powder at this moment. The spiritual energy howled and turned into a raging dragon that swept across the sky. It rushed toward the heaven and earth creation pill madly. And the small heaven and earth creation pill actually turned into an ocean that could contain hundreds of rivers at this moment, swallowing all the spiritual energy that swept over. Seeing this sudden change, as the person involved, Shui Leihan was also shocked. In the past, only pills were taken out to emit spiritual energy, but this was the first time he saw a pill that actually gathered spiritual energy after being taken out. In the blink of an eye, the majestic spiritual energy that had been accumulated in the realm of the divine source for hundreds of thousands of years had already thinned by at least half. After that pill absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy, it became even more white and sparkling. It actually seemed as if there were mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars rotating inside, vivid and lifelike. It's really a good thing. As expected of the heaven and earth creation pill. After having it for so many years, I still have to give it to the fated person in the end. Sigh. Shui Leihan didn't dare to delay. As he grumbled, he pinched open Chu Yang's chin and placed this one and only heaven and earth creation pill into Chu Yang's mouth. Then, he sat cross-legged and pressed one hand against Chu Yang's back, waiting for the pill to take effect. Poof, suddenly, a very strange sound came from Chu Yang's stomach. Then, to Shui Leihan's surprise, that big hole in Chu Yang's chest, that fatal wound, had mysteriously disappeared just like that. Where the wound was originally, the skin was smooth and tender. It's really effective. Shui Leihan praised sincerely. Then, he saw that Chu Yang's body was emitting a fluorescent white light. That white light seemed to be jumping around like flames. The white light gradually extended along Chu Yang's body and slowly reached Tai Butian's body. The wound on Tai Butian's body also healed in an instant, leaving no traces behind. The next moment, the white light became even brighter and even enveloped Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan only felt that his body was actually purified by this white light at this moment. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This white light can actually purify my body as well. This, Shui Leihan knew that his body and cultivation, to put it bluntly or honestly, had already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly imperial court. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his body was indestructible for eternity, not to mention purifying his body. Just to let his blood and qi circulate for one more cycle was also a rare and miraculous medicine in the Heaven Imperial Court, and this medicinal pill was actually able to completely purify even his own body. This was equivalent to opening up the path to the great Tao for him. I'm basking in Chu Yang's limelight. The next moment, Chu Yang's meridians that had clearly been solidified earlier suddenly started to roll like lava from a volcano. They kept bulging outwards. And the same thing was happening to Tai Butian's body. The next moment, with a loud bang, the meridians in both of their bodies shattered at the same time, until they couldn't be any more shattered. A majestic white light passed through their bodies at an extremely fast speed, following the old route and passing through their meridians. Then, Shui Leihan realized that their meridians, which had been completely destroyed previously, had actually been repaired. As expected of the heaven and earth creation pill, it really has the ability to steal the creation of heaven and earth. It's really impressive. Shui Leihan was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. Indeed, if it's not an elixir that steals the creation of heaven and earth, how can it be called the heaven and earth creation pill? It really lives up to its name. Creation. I also finally understand a little of the true meaning of the word creation. Just as his meridians were re-established, Chu Yang's cultivation, which had originally disappeared, actually reappeared, turning into a turbulent airflow and passing through his meridians. This change was even more shocking. In the path of cultivation, one's cultivation would be lost when the body died. This was the law of heaven and earth. Previously, Shui Leihan had judged that the heaven and earth creation pill's ability to bring the dead back to life was already a miracle. But he never expected that this pill's effect was not only that, it even restored one's cultivation. Thump, 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 their hearts, which had stopped beating a long time ago, suddenly started beating again, and it was an abnormally healthy and strong beating. The white light dissipated abruptly, turning into a torrential spiritual energy, rushing through Chu Yang's body. Although it was also moving according to a fixed route, such a huge amount of energy was enough to cause Chu Yang to explode more than 10 times. 100 times. A few hundred times, Shui Leihan let out a soft cry. His abnormally dense cultivation was slowly channeled out, helping Chu Yang to temporarily resist this torrential spiritual energy, allowing it to be channeled into Chu Yang's body in an orderly manner. No wonder that mighty person wanted to leave the elixir in my hands. So this is the reason. In the heavenly imperial court. At the very most, there are only a few people who can resist such a huge amount of medicinal energy. Making use of people is indeed thorough, making the best use of everything. Making use of people's talents. Shui Leihan thought as he channeled his energy. As for why it must only be used after 10,000 tribulations, I'm afraid it's because of the word creation, Shui Leihan thought as he channeled his energy. Slowly, he realized that the medicinal energy actually showed the opposite side of ordinary medicine. Generally speaking, spiritual medicines would at most have great medicinal strength, but the medicinal strength would always decrease with each use. However, this heaven and earth fortune pill went against common sense once again. Its power was getting stronger and stronger, and it was continuously pouring into Chu Yang's dantian. As a result, the pressure that Chu Yang had to bear was also getting stronger and stronger. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild for a moment, and started to circulate his martial power with all his might. If something went wrong, even he would be affected by the enormous medicinal power. If that was the case, that would be an injustice, in a corner of the realm of the divine source. Seeing the drastic change in the scenery, the calamity soul wanted to cry but had no tears. This was the place where he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. More than half of the spiritual energy had disappeared. How was he going to live in the future? This injured fellow was indeed a jinx. He seems to be the bane of my existence. The moment Chu Yang closed his eyes, he clearly felt that he was rapidly being pulled out of his body. He had completely lost all sense, perception, and connection with the world. Then, he realized that he seemed to have seen a lot of people in that instant. He saw Wu Qianxian, who was bawling loudly. He saw Mo Qinggu and even said goodbye. He saw Zi Shiqing, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He even went to the lower 3 heavens, then the upper 3 heavens, and finally the upper 3 heavens. Other than that, he also saw countless people. Those who were related to him, it didn't matter. Anyway, he had seen them. Then, he realized that he seemed to be completely unable to move. His entire body, or rather his consciousness, was wrapped in a ball of light filled with starlight. He was floating, unable to go up to the sky or down to the ground. Chu Yang was puzzled. Why did this seem to be different from the previous time? What was going on? Wasn't the consequence of using the myriad tribulations technique to destroy one's spirit and soul and completely turn into ashes? Why did he seem to still have consciousness? Could it be that he had been reborn again? However, this situation didn't seem to be the case. Then, he noticed that the ball of starlight was filled with dense mist, and a graceful figure walked in. She had beautiful eyebrows, phoenix eyes, rosy cheeks, black hair like clouds, and exquisite curves. She was so beautiful that it was difficult to describe, and her beauty was unparalleled in her generation. It was Tai Budian. Why are you here? Chu Yang was puzzled. If he remembered correctly, he was dead, the kind that was completely dead. Now, he should only be a spirit that was dissipating. There was a possibility that his spirit and soul would be completely destroyed at any time. This was the inevitable consequence of using the myriad tribulations technique. Although Chu Yang was unwilling to accept this result, he could still face it calmly. After all, he had saved his sweetheart, but Tai Budian was also here. Didn't that mean that it seemed that he had died, Chu Yang? The moment Tai Budian saw Chu Yang, she ran over in surprise and hugged him tightly. Husband, you're not here anymore. I'm scared. How can I get used to a world without you? Chu Yang never expected that the domineering empress who had always appeared as a strong woman, who had once controlled the world, who could turn the world upside down with a wave of her hand, who could make the world tremble with a command, who could infuriate her beauty, would actually say something like this one day. Scared? Was there anyone or anything in this world that Tai Budian was scared of? It didn't seem to exist? Chu Yang sighed. You killed yourself? You killed yourself just like that? Tai Budian didn't speak. She only looked at him affectionately, her eyes dazed and unblinking. There was actually an indescribable sense of relief and joy in her heart. So, one could really be together after death. I've seen him again. This is great. Silly girl. Chu Yang held her in his arms and sighed softly. Tai Budian smiled and lay quietly in Chu Yang's broad arms. There was a look of infinite satisfaction on her face. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in saying anything else. At the same time, it was also completely useless and meaningless. In reality, Tai Budian had sacrificed herself for him this time. Chu Yang was also extremely touched and heartbroken about this. Live and die together. For most people in this world, it was always just a sentence, it was just a simple sentence. In fact, from a certain perspective, this sentence was just a formality. There were simply too many people in this world who had said this sentence, especially when men and women made solemn vows of undying love to each other when they were deeply in love. The frequency of this sentence being used was even more super frequent. And how many people could really do it? Tai Budian had never said anything like this to Chu Yang before. But today, she had skipped this process. She had done it directly. Other than you, I don't want anything else. Other than you, I can even abandon this entire world. A world without you is no longer worthy of my nostalgia. Moreover, the current Tai Budian had completely abandoned all her reservations and everything about herself. She had turned into a lovable and clingy little girl, immersed in the arms of her lover, enjoying the bliss of being together with him in a simple way. Although both of them were in the state of souls. But to be able to have this embrace. Tai Budian was already very satisfied, even though she didn't know how long this embrace could last. In any case, it was enough. You came at the right time. He didn't have time to insult me. Although she felt that it was already a little too late to say all this now, Tai Budian still said it. Even if I die. Even if I'm just a soul, even if I'm about to dissipate, I want him to know that I'm clean. From head to toe, from start to end, I only belong to you alone. I know all about it. Chu Yang smiled. Although this guy was lustful, you always had a way to delay him. If it were me, you wouldn't be so lucky. Tai Butian's face flushed red. She rolled her eyes at him and said, Bah, is there anyone in this world who is more lustful than you? I really regret it. Why was I so foolish to sacrifice myself for you? If you give me another chance, Chu Yang's expression turned dim. I'm the one who dragged you down. Tai Butian's expression changed drastically. Her face turned as pale as paper. She said in an extremely anxious and trembling voice, I was joking just now. I was really joking just now. I just wanted to anger you, really. Chu Yang turned around instantly and chuckled. I was also joking. How could you bear to leave me? Tai Butian's face turned from pale to red. She buried her head in Chu Yang's arms and refused to raise her head again. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, Tian, look, there's no one else here anyway. Since both of us are already dead and our souls might completely dissipate in the next moment, why don't we try dual cultivation? No matter what the outcome is, at least one wish has been fulfilled. Tai Budian couldn't suppress her embarrassment at once. However, she said gently, You're my husband. Of course, you have the final say in this matter. Chu Yang, I'll listen to everything you say. Whatever you say, it will be. Chu Yang's spirits were lifted and he was about to start. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Time would pass by in seconds. Aren't you worried about them at all? Tai Budian suddenly asked. Chu Yang was taken aback. He subconsciously stopped what he was doing. There was a hint of melancholy on his face that couldn't be concealed. He said, Of course I'm worried. But, is there any use in worrying? Tai Budian also fell silent. Yes, was there any use in worrying now? After all, they were already dead. Seeing the melancholy on Chu Yang's face, Tai Budian said with great heartache, "I'm sorry, it's all because of me." "No." Chu Yang said indifferently, "It's because of me. The word sorry should be said by me. No matter what, it shouldn't be said by you. When a man marries a woman, he has the obligation to take good care of her and make her happy. This is a man's responsibility. It's because I'm too weak and can't protect all of you. This is all my fault. What has it got to do with you?" Chu Yang sighed deeply. "I'm a man." Tai Budian looked at him in a daze. She couldn't help but be shocked. Man, before this, the word man in people's general psychology only had one concept, gender. But now, Tai Budian finally understood what exactly the word man implied. It turned out that a word that could be said casually was actually so heavy. If a man doesn't do anything, a woman can only suffer along with him. If a man doesn't have power, his woman will be bullied. Beauty is the source of disaster for a man without power. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that I, Chu Yang, would also become such a man without power. Today's disaster has nothing to do with anyone, it's just that I'm not capable enough. Tai Budian shook her head violently. No, Chu Yang, you are the most capable, responsible, affectionate and righteous man in the world. I have never doubted this and have always believed it. The facts have proven that you are such a man. She looked deeply at Chu Yang, her eyes full of satisfaction and happiness. In this world, not every man can do this for his woman. And you have done it. Among all the men in the world, I believe that only you can be so reckless for your woman. Tai Budian's eyes seemed to be shining. In this life, to be able to become your woman, regardless of life or death, is enough for me to be proud. I am infinitely satisfied with this honor, Chu Yang chuckled. That's right, do your best. If you still can't do it even after trying your best, then so be it. Tai Budian nodded lightly. Yes. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, seeing the regret and concern in the depths of each other's eyes. Yes, death. Once there is impermanence, everything comes to an end. Once there is death, there is really nothing left. Those who should be concerned about, those who should be protected, those who should be faced, would all be separated by the netherworld. It would be difficult for them to have any karma. However, right at this moment, an inexplicably strong and irresistible pulling force suddenly came. In an instant, it was about to separate the two of them who were hugging each other. The two of them tried their best to resist. They hugged each other tightly but still couldn't resist it. It was as if two giants had grabbed them from each side and pulled them apart forcefully. They wanted to, but they were powerless. This was the truest proof of their state of mind at this moment. The two of them gradually leaned back. They gradually separated but still wanted to hug each other so tightly. Ultimately, they couldn't resist that strong force and finally separated bit by bit. Has the final moment arrived? A realization rose in their hearts at the same time. The end of life. Two people who loved each other were unwilling to part even when they entered the underworld. Now that they were holding hands in the underworld, they were still unable to resist the restraints of the underworld. For a moment, both of them were heartbroken. They couldn't help but stare at each other. It was as if they wanted to carve each other's faces into the depths of their souls forever. Chu Yang. After all, Tai Budian's strength was weak and she couldn't resist. He shouted with all his might, "Junior. I still want to marry you. I will marry you for all eternity. I just want to be your woman. I'll only be your woman. Don't forget me. Don't forget me. You must remember, if I want to marry you, I will only marry you." Chu Yang looked at her affectionately. The two of them were originally holding each other's hands tightly, hands that could not even be separated by life and death. Finally, they were separated. Both of their hands tried their best to reach forward in the air, wanting to grasp each other again and again, but the distance between them was getting farther and farther. Was reality really that cruel? On the road to the underworld, lovers were not allowed to hold hands and walk together? Tai Budian's face gradually became blurry. Chu Yang smiled in bewilderment. "Junior, will there really be another one?" Suddenly, he felt his whole body fly up. In an instant, the sky turned dark. Then, he completely lost all consciousness and returned to silence. Everything is finally over. "Qinggu, I don't regret doing that, but I still feel guilty towards you." At the last moment, one last thought flashed across Qu Yang's mind. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Qu Yang woke up again, he felt as if thousands of lifetimes had passed. For some reason, he actually felt old. He wanted to open his eyes, but he realized that his eyelids seemed to be thousands of kilograms heavy. It was as if he couldn't open them even if he used all his strength. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Damn it, he had never heard of death being like this. Could it be that he died very thoroughly this time and reincarnated again? Was he in the mother's womb? Otherwise, why was it so difficult? Was he reborn? Or reincarnated? Then, he felt an intense pain all over his body. Then, an extremely numb and itchy feeling rose. He almost wanted to roar out loud. Why was it so damn uncomfortable? Why was it so painful? The pain was still bearable, but this numbness and itch were really unbearable. Could it be that he had entered the 18 levels of hell before he even opened his eyes? He kept protesting against the bureaucracy of the ghost soldiers. How could he be so indiscriminate? The people of the previous generation were the saviors of the world. Even if they didn't go straight to heaven, they shouldn't have been sent down to hell. Today, they were actually subjected to such cruel torture. Was there any justice in this? Was there any? Qu Yang's heart was filled with endless indignation. The previous generation was open and aboveboard. Why should they send me to hell? Qu Yang scolded. I didn't let the heavens down and I didn't let the earth down. The previous generation was open and honest. The previous generation was kind and honest. You guys are so indiscriminate, I'll always complain about you. Damn it, I'm already dead anyway, who cares? Now that I'm depressed, I'll just roar a few words first. Qu Yang was startled. This change was too sudden and too fast. His brain didn't even have time to react. His mouth didn't even have time to receive new instructions. So, he was still cursing and flaunting his nobility, old handsome, elegant, chivalrous, courageous, loyal, righteous, and brave. Honest and kind. Extremely loyal. He has never killed anyone. Qu Yang's heart was filled with hatred. His heart was filled with vengeance. He was brave and courageous. He was honest and kind. He was extremely loyal. He had never killed anyone. Suddenly, a seemingly familiar face appeared in front of him. There was a smile that was forcefully suppressed, and there was a feeling that he couldn't stop himself from bursting into laughter at any time. When Qu Yang saw him, he immediately stopped. Subconsciously, he didn't believe who he saw. After taking a closer look, he was shocked. Damn it. Even you are dead. That's good, I finally have a companion. I don't have to worry about loneliness anymore. This person was of course Xue Leihan, the Emperor of the East himself. You died young. How many times do you want to die? I won't die either. Xue Leihan glared at him angrily. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. This guy really dared to say that. Not to mention other things, he dared to claim that he was virtuous, courageous, kind, and had never killed anyone. The number of people who died in his hands wasn't just a few million, right? What handsome and unrestrained. Elegant, chivalrous, courageous, 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 and courageous. Are these good words related to him? It's clearly something that should be used to describe me. This is the most appropriate way to describe me. It's a perfect pair. I say, why are you here? Qu Yang got up and looked at his own body in astonishment. Don't tell me I'm not dead? Xue Leihan looked up at the sky and sighed. Looks like you're not far from death. Anyway, you won't recover. It wasn't easy for you to escape death. You actually went crazy again. Fate makes fools of people. Get lost. Get out of my sight. Qu Yang happily stood up. He stretched lazily. Ahaha, so I'm still not dead this time. That's right, I haven't gotten my hands on so many beauties. How can I die? The heavens bless the good. I'm always so good. He's so kind, so outstanding, so blessed by the heavens, so talented, so outstanding, so unique, so beautiful. How could he die so easily? Xue Leihan frowned deeply and covered his face. He didn't want to listen. This guy's level of shamelessness was truly blessed by the heavens. By the way, where's Tian Tian? Chu Yang asked casually. Then, his expression changed. He turned around and saw Tai Butian lying quietly beside him. Tai Butian's eyes were still tightly shut. There was still a sad smile on her face. She wasn't breathing at all, just like a dead person. Chu Yang couldn't help but fly into a rage. He jumped up abruptly and grabbed Xue Leihan's collar. He said fiercely, "Xue Leihan. You old bastard, to tell you the truth, I've tolerated you for a long time. Previously, I knew that I wasn't enough for you, so I forced myself to tolerate it. But today, I can't tolerate it anymore. You bastard." He grabbed Xue Leihan's collar and flew into a rage. He was just short of really hitting him. Far away, the tribulation spirit saw this scene and almost fainted. My heavens, my earth, my God, what kind of person is this guy? He actually grabbed the Emperor of the East Continent's collar and made a big fuss. Look, his saliva is all over the Emperor of the East Continent's face. He's really too awesome, he's really too awesome. If it was another person, he would have been smashed into pieces by now, right? Even the Emperor of the East Continent wouldn't dare to treat the Emperor of the East Continent like this, but facing this guy, the Emperor of the East Continent actually looked helpless, as if he couldn't do anything to him at all. This result was undoubtedly a big surprise to the tribulation spirit. At the same time, a kind of respect for Chu Yang arose from the bottom of his heart. This guy is definitely a big shot. And a super big shot at that. I can't make a conclusion about him for now, but there's definitely an inestimable power behind him. Yes, just like that demon god. Previously, that demon god's strength was too strong for me. It seems that I can't tell who is stronger between His Excellency and His Excellency Dong Huang, but his strength is definitely amazing. I say, don't get agitated first. Let's talk slowly. Xue Leihan looked helpless. He couldn't beat or scold this guy. Now that he didn't beat or scold him, he actually took advantage of him. What the hell is this? Since you can save one of me, you can definitely save both of us. Tell me, why don't you save my woman? Tell me. Chu Yang continued to fly into a rage. I'm telling you, you better listen carefully. If you don't save her today, I'll wash your eastern royal sky with blood. Do you think I won't dare to do that? Xue Leihan was speechless. I've really never seen such a shameless guy. With your small arms and legs, you dare to say that you'll wash the eastern royal sky with blood? Of course, you do have the guts, but do you have the ability to do so? Any one of my subordinates may not even need to lift a finger, just a breath and they'll settle it. Is he so sure that I won't do anything to him? Playing with me? Wait a minute, this guy is actually acting to pick up girls, right? The more Xue Leihan looked at it, the more it resembled it. PCOM**, yes, that's it. I got it. I saw through it so easily. I've never seen such trashy acting skills. Looks like this little guy is just an idol with no acting skills at all. Logically speaking, you should at least pounce on her and take a look, right? Check her pulse or something? No matter what, you should at least check her heartbeat, right? Even worse, you should at least check her body temperature with your hands. This is the most common method, right? But this damned bastard didn't do anything from the start to the end. He just jumped up and grabbed my collar and yelled. Isn't this 2F** king fake? It's obvious that this guy saw me the moment he opened his eyes and immediately calmed down. He was sure that I wouldn't allow the two of them to die just like that. His heart was already at ease. But now, he came over to put on an act. It's obvious that he wants to win the girl's favor. His intentions are really sinister and shameless. That thing you mentioned. Do as you see fit. If you want to wash the eastern royal heavens with blood, go ahead. I won't stop you. You can stop when you've vented all your anger. Xue Leihan said angrily. Then, he said telepathically, I'm warning you, little guy. Even if you're acting, there should be a limit. I can only cooperate with you now. If you really go too far and anger me. Humph. Chu Yang blinked and continued to yell, this is the woman I like the most, the woman I love the most. You. If she doesn't come back to life, I don't want to live either. Without her, there's nothing in this world that I can't bear to leave. Don't think that I can't do anything to you. I can use my forbidden technique once, and I don't mind using it again. Today, I'm going all out. I'll perish together with you. After saying that, he actually yelled, with my heart's blood. I'm using my life to pick up girls. What can you do about it? The muscles on Shui Leihan's face twitched. He really wanted to slap this bastard into meat paste. Shui Leihan gnashed his teeth in hatred. You wanted to pick up a girl, I didn't object, I even cooperated. You wanted to deepen the degree of this girl's unswerving loyalty to you, I was also happy to see that. Didn't I still cooperate? But don't treat me as your tool. No matter what, I am still His Majesty the Eastern Emperor. Just like that, you used it as a tool to pick up girls, you actually want to perish together with me? He actually wanted to destroy the myriad tribulations again. The calamity sword is in my hands. What are you going to use to destroy myriad calamity? Even if you really used the 1,000 tribulations collapse, you might be able to do something to others, but can you do anything to me? Eh? What about the calamity sword? Where's my calamity sword? Chu Yang groped all over his body. Where is it? Where is it? I want to destroy the myriad tribulations. Chu Yang. A gentle call rang out. Tai Budian had already gotten up from the ground. With a look of surprise and gratitude, she looked at Chu Yang affectionately. I didn't die. I see you again. You're not dead, you're not dead. Chu Yang seemed to be in a daze. He hugged her. Overjoyed, he said, it's great that you didn't die. How could I let you die? No matter what method I used, I would have brought you back to life. Tian Tian, my little Tian Tian. Tai Budian leaned into his arms with a blissful look on her face. I didn't expect that both of us didn't die. Chu Yang. I'm so touched. It must be your sincerity that moved the heavens. I'm really so touched. Especially that you didn't die. I'm even more touched. The heavens have also been moved by us. Chu Yang hugged her soft body tightly, unable to contain his joy. His words became more and more mushy. If this guy didn't bring you back to life, see if I don't tear down his territory. Yes, I know. I heard everything. Your heart, your feelings, your person, I know everything. I understand everything. Tai Budian replied, full of gratitude. This is nothing. This is what I should do. For the sake of the people I love, what's the big deal? Chu Yang continued to spout nonsense. Shui Leihan shuddered all over. He raised his arm to take a look. On the originally smooth surface of his muscles, there was already a dense layer of goosebumps. I was the one who saved them, and the two of them at that. How did it become Chu Yang the beneficiary? What was this? Emperor Donghuang really didn't know that Chu Yang took advantage of others' efforts. The more great young Master Chu did it, the more comfortable it became. He definitely wouldn't feel embarrassed at all. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Shui Leihan shook his head and floated up. I'd better leave. I don't want to be Chu Yang's love prop here. If I stay any longer, I'm really afraid. I'm really afraid that I'll slap this despicable, shameless, vulgar, and lowly person to death. Look at all the things he's done. Is a lowly person really invincible in the world? Leave? Where do you think you're going? Chu Yang shouted. I haven't checked my woman's body yet. If there's anything wrong, I won't let you off. Shui Leihan turned a deaf ear to him. He gritted his teeth and left quickly. His speed was almost the fastest in Donghuang's life. It wasn't any slower than the speed he came at just now. It was even faster. Do you have any shame at all? You're an influential figure after all. Do you really not have any shame at all? You've been carrying her for so long, and you haven't checked her body yet? As long as she's alive, even if there's anything wrong, your heavy pill can treat her immediately. You actually want me to continue to stay here and be a prop to contrast you? You're really, in your dreams. I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm really fine. Tai Budian hurriedly hugged Chu Yang. Don't make things difficult for him. It's already very good that he can save us. How can you treat your savior like that, humph? Bullsh asterisk T savior. Chu Yang pretended to be still angry and pretended to be pretentious. This bastard ran really fast. If there's anything wrong with your body, I'll kill my way to the East Emperor Palace to avenge you. I'm so angry. Am I really so important? Tai Butian's eyes moved. Of course. Chu Yang nodded vigorously. Chu Yang, you're so nice. Tai Butian was very shy and full of joy. She kissed him. It had to be said that the IQ of a woman in love was often in the negative. Even the emperor of a generation, the iron-clad Emperor Tai Butian, was no exception. She didn't realize how bad Chu Yang's acting skills were. Only after experiencing life and death could one understand the importance of others. Only after experiencing the vicissitudes of life could one see the sincerity of others. Tai Butian was completely satisfied. Even if she knew that Chu Yang was lying to make her happy, she would rather believe it. She was willing. As a woman, my life is already complete. How could Chu Yang let go of such benefits that came knocking on his door? He directly kissed her like a pervert. He was still not very satisfied. Why did he only receive such benefits every few days? It was too infrequent. Such a good thing, even if he did 10 or 8 of them every day, it wouldn't be too much. What a pity. Swoosh, a magnificent sword light flashed across the sky at an extremely fast speed. It was right next to Chu Yang's back and inserted into the stone. Cha! What's going on? You've spoiled my mood. Chu Yang only felt a chill on his back. He turned around and saw that it was the return of the tribulation sword. He couldn't help but raise his head and continue to scold. You bastard! Fortunately, you didn't hurt my little Tian Tian. Otherwise, I'll never let you off. Up above, Shui Leihan had already left the infinite boundless mountains with a black face. He went up into the sky invisibly and could no longer hear the unreasonable roars below. He couldn't help but grumble. It's been 3 million years. In these 3 million years, I've only seen such a shameless person. He's really the best of the best, the scum of scum. He's really too deranged. I can't afford to offend him, but I can't hide from him either. From today onwards, as long as I hear the 2 words Chu Yang, I'll avoid him. If that still doesn't work, I'll go all out. So what if I run 30,000 miles away? The East Emperor, Shui Leihan, covered the goosebumps all over his body and fled. Chu Yang. Tai Butian's eyes were filled with lust. She looked around and was charming, causing one's imagination to run wild. Tian Tian. Chu Yang gazed at her affectionately. Husband. Tai Butian only felt extremely happy at this moment. She hoped that time could stop at this moment forever. Oh my beloved wife, Chu Yang's voice was mellow and became more and more exaggerated. Retch, retch, retch. A sudden sound came from the side. It was the divine spirit of the calamity who finally couldn't stand the nausea anymore. He flew to a corner and vomited. However, he didn't vomit anything in the end. F***ck, I haven't been out for so many years, and the moment I came out, something so explosive came. Even with my millions of years of cultivation, I still can't control this strong feeling of disgust. This is really too powerful. It's you? It's actually you? Chu Yang was horrified. It was actually that voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Only then did he have time to size up the surrounding environment. He couldn't help but be shocked. Why am I back here again? It's actually here? Damn it. He couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This was definitely a place of death. The degree of danger was definitely above that of the array that killed Mo Yuntian's ghost territory. He had personally experienced the terror of the divine spirit of the calamity. In his hands, he would definitely die. Moreover, it seemed that he had scolded him too badly last time. There was probably no room for reconciliation between them anymore. Chu Yang judged the other party by his own standards. Since he was sure that the divine spirit of the calamity would definitely kill him, there was no reason for him not to kill him. The degree of hatred was very likely to have already surpassed the number 1 enemy of the divine spirit of the calamity, the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Zihao. At this moment, even if he really used the destruction of all things again, it might not be of any use. Because the limit of the destruction of all things that he used now was probably to destroy martial artists of the saint level, and the divine spirit of the calamity was definitely above that. He might not even be much weaker than experts of Shui Leihan's level. Unexpectedly, the divine spirit seemed to be even more shocked than Chu Yang. It immediately flew away, shouting as it ran, "It's not me, it's not me." With a swoosh, it disappeared without a trace. PC. What the heck, how can I afford to offend this little ancestor, not to mention that the sword is right there, not to mention the terrifying monster in the sword, just the East Emperor Shui Leihan alone. I can't afford to offend him. Why didn't I control myself just now? Even if I can't control myself, I should have. Why couldn't I control myself? Little ancestor, please don't play with me anymore. I don't have anything good left. Really, please leave quickly. Please leave quickly. I won't send you off, not me. What kind of answer is this? What's going on? Chu Yang frowned. He thought, did something happen just now that I don't know about? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for this divine spirit to be so afraid of me. Could it be that Shui Leihan made him suffer just now? Yes, that must be the case. Hey, come back. Chu Yang made up his mind. How could he not make use of this rare opportunity to intimidate others? If he didn't make use of it, would he still be the great philanthropist Chu? The divine spirit didn't even look back. It was long gone. Not to mention that it didn't hear Chu Yang's words. Even if it did, it would pretend that it didn't. If there was any interaction, there would be trouble. If there was no interaction, there would naturally be no trouble. Chu Yang chuckled. He was thinking about how he should take advantage of this matter. As for the act in front of Shui Leihan just now, it was indeed intentional on Chu Yang's part. He couldn't possibly cry out, "Big brother, thank you for saving me," the moment he woke up, right? Chu Yang. Tai Budian exclaimed in surprise. Look, my cultivation has improved a lot. What's going on? Your cultivation has improved a lot? Chu Yang turned around suspiciously. How much is a lot? Be more specific. Tai Budian circulated her energy. Chu Yang was dazzled at once. He couldn't believe it. Wasn't this a little too fantastical? Previously, Tai Butian's cultivation was at most not even at the peak of the human level. But now, in front of him was a wave as wide as the sea. All of a sudden, it lit up so brightly that it covered the entire sky. With Tai Butian's body as the center, it gradually spread out. When it expanded to a radius of 1,000 feet, it suddenly shrank back. All of them returned to Tai Butian's body. How is it? Tai Budian was extremely excited. She looked up at Chu Yang like a little girl and said expectantly, I feel like I'm at least twice as strong as before. What realm am I at now? Tell me. Chu Yang was stupefied. He was so shocked that he was stiff. At least twice as much, that must be a joke. How could your family reach such a level after doubling from the human level? Even if the human level was doubled, he would still be in the human level at most. It seemed like he hadn't even reached the earth grade. However, the white light surrounding your body and the lightning retracting is something that can only happen when you are at least at the saint level. Furthermore, it had to be saint grade. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Right now, even if Tai Budian was in the Heaven Imperial Court, she would still be in the Heaven Palace. Duan Songkong had been cultivating for his entire life, and it seemed that he could already be called an expert among experts. Currently, he was only a saint. And now, Tai Budian. In terms of cultivation alone, she had at least surpassed Duan Songkong's entire life of cultivation. From the human level to the human level. From the upper level to the earth level to the lower level. From the lower level to the upper level to the peak level. From the heaven level to the lower level to the upper level to the upper level to the saint level. Chu Yang suddenly felt dizzy. Oh my god, how much had she improved? What exactly did Shui Leihan use to save the two of them? Wasn't this effect too frightening? Was this the true meaning of reaching the heavens in a single bound? Tai Budian had just improved her cultivation and was rather excited. Especially when she discovered that she could actually fly in midair again and hover in the sky, and could even do anything at will. She was so excited that she couldn't control herself. After coming to the Heaven Palace, due to the huge difference in gravity, she had long lost the ability to fly. freely in the sky. After asking Greasy Cat, Duan Songkong and the rest, she found out that she had to be at least at the saint level to be able to fly in the sky again. Tai Budian was rather disappointed about this. At this moment, with only Chu Yang by her side, Tai Budian regained the ability to fly that she hadn't had for a long time. She instantly let go of all her worries and didn't hide herself at all. She rushed up into the sky and flew here and there continuously. She stretched her body freely and let out joyful laughter continuously. This was the most comfortable day in Tai Butian's life, and also the happiest day, and the most relaxing day of her life. The heavy responsibility of the country, the strong concealment of her high position, the feelings of a young girl. Even after coming to the Heaven Palace with Chu Yang, Tai Budian still felt that she wasn't the person that Chu Yang loved the most. Inevitably, there was a kind of depression buried deep in her heart. But now, at this moment, she understood her own heart and Chu Yang's heart. At this moment, she had sincerely let go of all her worries about external things and freely enjoyed the happiest time of her life. It was only at this moment that Tai Budian truly had the appearance of a young girl at this age. Looking at Tai Budian playing by himself, Chu Yang couldn't help but have a look of heartfelt tenderness in his eyes. He could clearly feel that the Tai Budian at this moment was truly happy and carefree. Ever since Chu Yang had known Tai Budian for so long, it seemed that it was only today that he saw Tai Budian so genuinely relaxed and revealing the emotions of a young girl. While Tai Budian was playing by the side, Chu Yang had a thought. If even Tai Budian could improve so much, it didn't make sense that he, the main character, could improve even less. In that case, how much have I improved? The moment he tried to circulate his energy, he only felt that the heaven-splitting divine technique was activated violently like a tsunami. Chu Yang was really shocked and hurriedly dispersed. Why is it so easy? It used to be a technique that required a lot of effort to activate. But now, I haven't even had time to exert any effort and it's already surging like waves. This situation seems to be too good. I have to get used to it first, Chu Yang muttered to himself. Restraining himself, Chu Yang first used his inner vision to observe the current situation. Chu Yang didn't forget. When he had activated the destruction of all things earlier, his dantian had exploded at the same time. The moment he took a look, he was shocked again. He was really shocked. He saw that he had a dantian. Not only was it there, but it was also full. In addition, the outer walls of all the dantians were golden, emitting a soft and faint glow. What's going on? Chu Yang looked at the magical glow in his body and really couldn't make head or tail of it. He tried to touch it. The flexibility and elasticity made Chu Yang overjoyed. That was because it meant that there was simply too much space for them to exploit. Chu Yang smiled crookedly. He had died once. There was actually such a benefit, in that case. Did he have to die a few more times? Chu Yang suddenly thought of Rui Budong. Touching his chin, he murmured, this is simply a super-strengthened version of the nirvana of the phoenix. Then, he tried to circulate the heaven-splitting divine technique slowly. He only felt that his body was like a completely still river, following his cultivation. Slowly, it began to circulate. It began to flow, just like that, it flowed over and over again. The cycle was endless, and the speed was getting faster and faster. From smooth-flowing water to surging waves, it only took a short breath's time. And it was only a breath's time for an ordinary person. This level was more than 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than when he was at the beginning stage of the heaven realm before he died. Looking at the scene of the entire realm of the God's source being filled with soft white light as he cultivated, Chu Yang exhaled softly with a solemn expression. Saint position. Peak. Moreover, to say that he was currently at the peak of saint position was probably still a little reserved. Because Chu Yang could clearly feel that there was still a huge amount of power hidden in his body, waiting to be further developed. It was hidden in every inch of his muscles, every bit of his meridians, every drop of his blood. These powers were completely foreign to him. He had never seen them before. In other words, these powers were all obtained after this incident. Chu Yang guessed that Shui Leihan must have used some kind of heaven-defying super elixir to save him. His body couldn't withstand all the effects of the elixir at all, so the rest of the elixir was sealed in his body. It was hard to say how high the level of this medicine was. At least, it was beyond the scope of Chu Yang's understanding. Among all the elixirs, spiritual fruits, and heavenly treasures that Chu Yang had seen before, it seemed that only the heaven and earth mystery yellow fruit could barely be compared to it. In fact, it was far inferior. As for the situation of the power hidden in his body, it was easy to explain. It wasn't difficult to solve either. As long as he improved little by little, these powers could be fully unleashed and turned into his own combat power. It seemed that Tai Butian's body should also have a similar power hidden in it. He believed that after completely absorbing this power, he would definitely be strong to a level that he couldn't even dream of before, and this process shouldn't be too long. God, indeed, still cares for me. Knowing that I urgently need to increase my power, it came. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, right? Chu Yang felt refreshed all over. With this kind of power, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. And the bunch of people from the demon ghost had all been killed by him. That disgusting fellow was finally not showing off in front of him anymore. He was in a good mood and couldn't help but let out a long howl. The eyes of the tribulation spirit in the distance almost popped out. This fellow seemed to have only just reached the heavenly level the last time, but now he was already at the peak of saint level, only a step away from the heavenly level, and the kind that could break through at any time. It hadn't even been a day. With this kind of improvement speed, could it be that he's the ghost and I'm not? F***ck, there's no way to live when you compare yourself to him. Once Tai Butian's initial excitement had passed, she started to practice the martial arts that she had learned since she was young. She displayed each and every move, causing the divine spirit in the dark to shake its head vigorously. What a pity. She had such good aptitude and such a high cultivation level, but she was practicing such trashy martial arts. It was a complete waste of resources. I can't watch this anymore. But Tai Butian was especially serious in her practice. She put in a lot of effort in each and every move. Tai Butian's heart had never been touched before. Strength. If ZJ was strong enough, how could he have been abducted so easily? How could he have caused her husband to be on the verge of death? In the past, ZJ had always been under Chu Yang's protection. Although she knew that strength was very important, she had never thought that it would be so serious. Now, Chu Yang's words kept replaying in Tai Butian's mind. Strength. The most important thing in this world is strength. Justice and fairness all depend on strength. Justice is not in the hearts of people, but strength. If you have strength, no matter how reasonable you are, no one will care about you. Even if you really have a huge grievance, you will have no place to complain. If a man with strength finds a beautiful woman, if he is unlucky, ZJ's woman will become someone else's plaything. Strength is *T? This is a world where the strong are respected. The weak are prey to the strong. Tai Butian muttered under his breath, the strong are revered. The weak are prey to the strong. Before this, how could ZJ not know this saying? She had also thought that ZJ understood this saying very well. But it was only when ZJ was abducted by Yuan Shulu and said those vulgar words to ZJ that Tai Butian realized that ZJ only truly understood the true meaning of that saying. This was a world where the weak are prey to the strong. This was a world where the strong are respected. He had never personally experienced it, and had never personally experienced it. He was just trying to understand it logically. Everyone could speak logically. But do you really understand Mingba? In the lower three heavens, Tai Butian, as the emperor, was the person with the highest position. They are the ones who set the rules and regulations, and they are above the system. They will never understand what is right and wrong, but now, she truly experienced it. Because she was no longer above the system, the heavenly imperial court also had its own laws. In addition, the laws in the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms were even stricter compared to the dynasties in the lower three heavens. But even such a rule was useless in the eyes of people like Yuan Shulu. This was because Yuan Shu too had the qualifications to be ignored, not to mention that he had a huge sect behind him. Laws, rules, are ultimately only made for the weak. The so-called laws can only restrain the weak. This was Tai Butian's realization. It made her heart ache a little. *T, the weak should be protected by the law. But he was bearing the greatest effect and restraint of the legal system. *T, the strong should be restricted by the law, but while enjoying the protection of the law, they were destroying, trampling, and raping the law as they pleased. Since the beginning of this higher realm, right and wrong had been reversed. and black and white could no longer be distinguished, Tai Budian thought to herself as she practiced. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was very difficult for ordinary people to survive in this world, or perhaps, such a situation was ingrained in the bones of any person. How could such a situation really disappear? How could such a so-called privileged class not exist? Tai Budian thought about it and finally couldn't help but ask Qi Yang. Qi Yang pondered for a while and shook his head with a bitter smile. This really can't be eliminated. As long as there are people in this world, there will definitely be disparities. And once this disparity is pulled too far, it will form a class. Once a class is formed, there will definitely be unfairness. You want everyone to be equal, but it's completely impossible. Tai Budian sighed softly. I know you sympathize with the weak, but have you ever thought about how much effort the so-called strong, the rich have to put in to succeed? Qi Yang said softly, they have put in the hard work of their ancestors, waking up early and working late. They have put in thousands and tens of thousands of times more effort than others. Now that they have made a name for themselves, why should they be equal to those fellows who don't even think about improving themselves? Do they go through life and death so that they can be equal to others? We discriminate against the rich and look down on exploitation and oppression. But we can't deny the hard work they have put in to get to where they are now. Qi Yang said deeply, Budian, actually, in a certain sense, the world is already very equal. The world is already very equal? Tai Budian was a little confused. They were talking about absolute inequality just now. How did it become complete equality in the blink of an eye? What kind of statement was this? Yes, in the face of hard work, everyone is equal. Qi Yang said calmly, as long as one puts in effort, there will be gains. Here, we are all equal. Qi Yang laughed softly. Those who really work hard, even if they occasionally complain at the beginning, are just saying it. They still have to fight for what they have to fight for. When you are working hard every day for the sake of your country's life and ideals, almost all the time, where would you find the time to complain? To say that the world is unfair? So, the more you complain about the world being unfair every day, the harder it is for you to achieve anything. The more you achieve, the poorer and more dejected you are. The poorer and more dejected you are, the less status you have. The less status you have, the more you feel that the world is unfair. That's how it is. The so-called great harmony of the world is just an ideal. It can never be realized. And some inequalities are actually the driving force for people to move forward. Tai Budian fell into deep thought. Qi Yang said calmly, so, we don't have to worry about these. What we really need to worry about now is to survive in this heaven imperial court. And we need to live a glorious life until everyone who sees us will scold us in their hearts. Only then will we be considered to have truly succeeded. Scold us? Tai Budian asked curiously. Scold us, look at how well they are doing. This F***king world is really too unequal. We are all humans. Look at the two of them living at the peak while we still have to struggle at the bottom. Based on what? Qi Yang smiled and said. Tai Budian laughed. Could this be your dream? No. Qi Yang's eyes narrowed. My ideal is slightly different from this. To be specific, it should be. People of the level of the Heaven Imperial Court, Emperor Yi-Ho and only Saint Monarch should also say this when they see our world. Tai Budian was speechless. Even the Emperor Yi-Ho and only Saint Monarch were jealous of him. Then, what kind of world was this? Tai Budian didn't know. And, at least now, she couldn't even think of it. The calamity sword clanged. It alarmed Qi Yang. With a wave of his hand, the calamity sword flew into his hand. Qi Yang's heart was filled with the joy of reuniting after a long period of separation. Although they had only parted for an extremely short period of time, less than 2 hours, in Qi Yang's mind, it was as if he had been separated from the calamity sword for several generations. Old buddy. Were you scared just now? Qi Yang smiled. The calamity sword trembled slightly. As if responding to him. Qi Yang laughed heartily. You almost reverted back to your original form, the calamity sword flashed, as if it was very dissatisfied with Qi Yang. A kind of grievance was clearly transmitted to Qi Yang's heart. Qi Yang laughed. The figure in the calamity sword smiled and lay down comfortably. Looks like I'm not needed anymore. It's really easy for me to be your protector. Sigh, it's better to return to my original form and laugh proudly in the sky, but this is small. He's really a ruthless character. No wonder Gong and Lao He value him so much. I'm really curious. How far can he go in the future? If he can rush into the supreme void and reach the level of Gong and Lao He, it won't be in vain for me to protect him this time. Chu Yang held the settling calamity sword again, and a strange emotion rose in his heart. He thought of the scene where ZJ held the calamity sword and slaughtered the ghost realm experts. No matter how strong they were, once the sword was out, they would die. No matter how high their cultivation was, as long as they were in front of my sword, they would die. No matter who it was, they would have to submit to my sword, and I only need one sword. I definitely don't need a second sword. Maybe that's the real peak of sword techniques. Chu Yang was fascinated. A simple sword contains thousands of great daos. Humans, gods, and ghosts, in front of such a sword, have no way to resist at all. This is the real meaning of the calamity sword technique. Chu Yang concluded fiercely in his heart. The calamity sword in his hand shone brightly, immediately. Clang! With a sword sound, it left Chu Yang's hand and flew into the air. In an instant, an unprecedented murderous aura exploded from the calamity sword. This murderous aura was so sharp, but it was also so thick. In such a world, only I am supreme. The cold murderous aura raged back and forth in the realm of the God Source. The temperature of the air dropped by at least dozens of degrees. Rays and rays of majestic sword energy were emitted from the calamity sword. They crisscrossed and intersected, brilliant and mighty, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, the majesty of the sword energy made the soul of the calamity sword, who was hiding in the shadows, tremble. How can there be such a terrifying sword in the world? How can there be such a terrifying sword energy? Help, the calamity sword. The shadow seemed to have just laid down, but Uran suddenly stood up again. Sharp sword light shot out from his eyes. I didn't expect you to comprehend the essence of the sword so quickly. You're really a genius. With a thought from the shadow, a blurry message moved from the calamity sword and entered Chu Yang's mind. Chu Yang only felt a sharp pain in his brain. Then, there was something else in his mind. He forcefully endured the pain and looked carefully. He couldn't help but murmur. The sword is a weapon for killing. When the sword is out, it's killing and attacking. The sword is your defense. The sword is your block. Where the sword is pointed, it will go forward. The real calamity sword technique is killing. There is only killing. The real calamity sword technique is your sword moves. How can there be sword moves? There are only 4 moves. Now, I will teach you how to combine the 32 moves of the calamity sword technique into 4 moves. This is the move of the sword soul. Once you've comprehended the next level of Shu, you'll be invincible in this heaven imperial court. Chu Yang's body shook, and an extremely strong divine light shot out from his eyes. So, there really is, I didn't guess wrong. It turned out that after such a long time, almost 3 lifetimes, only then did I truly come into contact with the true essence of the calamity sword technique. The sword spirit, who had been following him, suddenly felt his body tremble. A voice suddenly rang out. To be more precise, it was the voice that suddenly rang out in his mind. You useless bastard, why aren't you practicing this set of sword technique? What are you waiting for? The sword spirit was stunned. This sword technique? What sword technique? The voice said with disappointment, I really want to find a female phoenix and stuff you into her, but to be remade. How could you be so stupid? Can you be any more stupid? Forget it, I'll do it myself. Then, the sword spirit felt his body involuntarily float out, holding the tribulation sword. From P. The light on the tribulation sword shone brightly again. A voice sounded in his mind, remember this sword technique with your heart. Even if you can't remember it with all your might. Then, the sword spirit found that his body was dancing rapidly, as if he didn't have control over it. In Chu Yang's eyes, the sword spirit rushed out and grabbed the tribulation sword in an especially cool and pretentious posture. He even casually drew a dazzling sword flower. Then, he stabbed out with the sword. Halfway through the stab, Chu Yang had already seen through it, and couldn't help but be shocked. This move was obviously a single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. But then, it seemed to have changed. The moment the cold light was about to shoot out, the sword body shook. It actually changed into a sword blade that has been famous since ancient times. Then, it curved and became a blade that crosses the sky for 10,000 autumns. Then, it changed again. It became an iron wall and a copper wall that hasn't stopped fighting, a hidden light that hides the edge until the end of the night. Then, it became I have the power of life and death in my hands, a big clump without a sharp edge, and finally, the sword light shook. It was as light as a dream floating. In the eyes of those who did not understand the calamity sword technique, the sword's trajectory was just a slow stab without any changes. It was not much different from an ordinary person's casual swing. But in Chu Yang's eyes, he could clearly see 8 consecutive stances of the calamity sword being displayed on this sword at the same time. The essence of the first 8 stances of the calamity sword technique was fused into this one move. It was just a simple wave, but it had already attracted Chu Yang's full attention. He was completely immersed in it. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing else. The next moment, the calamity sword's starting stance was about to change, and at the last moment, it suddenly stabbed out. The tip of the sword glowed. The sword was sharp and cold. The sword was hard, the sword was hidden, the hilt was palmed, the head of the sword was dangerous, and the tassel of the sword was floating. In this simple strike, the power of the calamity sword was fully displayed. Although it looked like a single sword strike, when it pierced out, wind and thunder surged soundlessly, and the sky changed color. The power of this sword was a perfect fusion of the 8 wonderful sword moves. It transformed into a single move, or rather, it had become a sword, just a sword. Chu Yang watched without blinking. His heart trembled, and he felt relaxed and happy. His heart and soul were intoxicated, but he also understood what was going on. The sword intent contained in the first stance of each section of the sword could be connected so perfectly, and become a transcendent sword strike that was enough to shock the world. The sword in the sword spirit's hand only pierced out horizontally, but where the tip of the sword pointed, wind and thunder suddenly surged. Thousands of sword auras appeared in the void in an inexplicable way, and each of them burst out from a completely different angle and power, and this was just one sword strike. Chu Yang was drenched in cold sweat. So, the true power of the calamity sword technique was actually this strong? This is the real one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms, the sword spirit said calmly. The sword spirit's tone was very different from usual. In the past, when he spoke, there was always some flavor. Or rather, even though he was a sword spirit, he always had some human aura. But now, there was only calmness and indifference in what he said. It was a kind of calmness and indifference after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, and the world was no longer in his heart. Right now, Chu Yang was extremely agitated. In his carelessness, he actually didn't realize that the sword spirit's tone was very different from before. All of Chu Yang's attention was already attracted by this peerless sword strike, and he was in awe of it. There was no one and nothing else. This was, one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. When this ray of cold light first appeared, it could shatter mountains and rivers in an instant. It could destroy the world in the blink of an eye. The sword spirit's silhouette magically moved again. He retracted the tip of the sword, and gently pulled it back. Suddenly, he held the sword horizontally in front of his chest, and naturally formed a kind of awe-inspiring aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. In this still place, the sword suddenly pierced out. The speed of this sword strike was so fast that it was difficult to describe it with words. It was so fast that it could almost catch up with the passage of time. Chu Yang was watching from the side. He felt as if his scalp was about to explode. This sword move seems to have all its power and speed. But, the power behind it is extremely long. It's mighty and unstoppable for thousands of miles. It was as if it wanted to slaughter the whole world in the long path of this sword strike, and not leave anything behind. This sword strike contained all the concepts of the entire second move of the 8-section sword technique, and it was perfectly integrated. It was another perfect integration of moves. When this sword strike was really released, its ferocious aura would then erupt to the extreme in the most ferocious way. Then, it even engulfed the entire space. Wherever the sword aura touched, it was all within its range of attack. This is the real, what's the harm in slaughtering the whole world, said the sword spirit indifferently. Xianxia stared at it without blinking. He had already simulated this sword move thousands of times in his heart. He had clearly memorized the 8 sword moves by heart. However, he couldn't connect all the sword intents together, let alone merge them perfectly. Even he, who was the most familiar with the tribulation sword technique, couldn't do it. How did the sword spirit do it? When the sword strikes, it must kill. When the sword strikes, it must see blood, said the sword spirit indifferently. There must be surging killing intent in your heart. Only when you think of slaughtering the whole world can you unleash the true essence of this move. Next is the third move, after a long time. Xianxia woke up from his daze. The sword spirit and the tribulation sword had already disappeared. The sword spirit returned to the tribulation space, and the tribulation sword also returned to Xianxia's dantian. Xianxia summoned and the tribulation sword was already in his hand. He calmed his heart and condensed his aura. He tried to slowly stab out the first sword strike. He kept thinking about the integration of the 8 sword intents. He seemed to have comprehended something, but also seemed to be confused. He didn't understand the main points. In fact, Xianxia himself also knew that it was impossible to completely comprehend and master such a rare and peerless killing move in a short period of time. Therefore, he had already prepared himself for a long period of study. Without 3 to 5 years of grinding, it was simply wishful thinking for one to reach the heavens in a single bound with such an extraordinary sword move. But he was still a little unwilling. The integration of sword intents. Xianxia exhaled softly. All his original guesses. All his predictions. All of his fantasies, they were all in these 4 sword moves. They were all perfectly embodied, these 4 sword moves, or rather, 4 sword strikes, were really all-encompassing. Of course, it included the saber energy turns that Xianxia had mentioned before. It also included the power of water and fire, the essence of heaven and earth that Xianxia had thought of before. It even included the hidden life force in absolute slaughter and death, and so on and so forth. These 4 sword moves were like a huge martial arts treasure trove. As far as the eye could see, it was all-encompassing and vast, and it was within reach. The only thing missing now was how to truly touch these 4 sword moves. As long as he could truly comprehend these 4 sword moves and use them as he wished, Xianxia was confident that he would truly be invincible then. Now, I've at least learned the basics. I'll take it slow. Xianxia sighed softly and put away the tribulation sword. Xianxia, what were you doing just now? You didn't answer when I called you. What happened? Tai Budian walked over and asked curiously. Just now? I was practicing my sword. Xianxia was rather puzzled. Someone was teaching me sword moves just now. Didn't you see anything? The sword spirit didn't avoid Tai Budian at all when he was practicing his sword moves just now. And it was so loud. But now that Tai Budian said so, there must be another reason. Practicing sword moves? Teaching sword moves? Tai Budian was rather amused. How can there be an outsider teaching you sword moves here? Isn't it just you and me here? You were standing there as punishment, but you were actually practicing your sword moves? How refreshing. Xianxia was stunned. It was only now that Xianxia realized that although Tai Budian was at the side, she didn't see anything at all when he was practicing his sword moves. Since when did the sword spirit become so powerful that he could control space so perfectly? He could let whoever he wanted to see it see it. He couldn't let whoever he didn't want to see it. This was too awesome, wasn't it? But didn't he just break through to the peak of saint level? He seemed to be only a little stronger than Lightning Snake and the others. And his foundation didn't seem very solid either. How could he be so powerful? Was it because of my breakthrough and he broke through again? Although the sword spirit was definitely not that powerful and there was someone else who was really powerful, Xianxia was right about one thing. The sword spirit broke through again, and the extent of it was quite big. At the moment of Xianxia's breakthrough, the few people related to Xianxia also underwent earth-shaking changes at the same time. The first to sense it was undoubtedly the sword spirit. The growth of the sword spirit and the tribulation space followed Xianxia's growth. It could be a little higher than Xianxia's actual cultivation, but not by much. But now, as Xianxia's cultivation rose to the peak of saint level, the tribulation space also expanded by dozens of times. As for the spiritual energy inside, it also became richer. The strength of the sword spirit, on the other hand, soared from the level of a saint to the level of a heavenly human, and then it stopped. It wasn't that he couldn't continue to improve, but because this level had already surpassed the sword spirit's cultivation when he was alive, and it was much, much more than that. The sword spirit was born in the Phoenix clan, and the highest level of cultivation was probably at the heavenly human level. There were no cultivators higher than that, and naturally, there were no cultivation techniques from the clan. Therefore, the sword spirit didn't seem to know how to cultivate in the future. The final result was that he was forced to stop. Before finding a new path, the sword spirit's cultivation would stagnate here. Update P. But this new path was likely to be harder than reaching the sky. Because in the history of the Phoenix clan, there had never been anyone who could surpass the heavenly human grade, there was a barren land in front of him. There wasn't even a road, let alone a smooth road. The other one who had an amazing improvement was Wang Dao. Previously, Wang Dao had coincidentally signed a master-servant contract with Chu Yang due to the one-step to heaven ascending pellet. As long as Chu Yang hadn't made a breakthrough, Wang Dao's killing intent would be limited to Chu Yang's current realm. Therefore, Yan Rushan had felt very sorry for Wang Dao's cultivation in the future because of Chu Yang's trash physique. But now, Chu Yang's cultivation had greatly improved due to the opportunity. It was tantamount to opening a gap in the sealed saber intent in his body. It came out with a whoosh. While Chu Yang was upgrading, Wang Dao was fighting with someone outside. He was originally at a disadvantage. Although his life might not be in danger, it was difficult to win. Unexpectedly, inexplicably, he became lively as if he had taken some medicine. He jumped from the early stage of the heaven grade to the high stage. With one slash, his cultivation directly reached the high stage of the heaven grade, breaking through in a battle. To be honest, it wasn't a rare thing. But breaking through in the same battle. The continuous breakthroughs of one small realm after another was quite shocking. It was almost a miracle that had been created since the ancient times. Wang Dao was confused about his own changes. He hadn't cultivated for long. If Yan Rushan was here, he would immediately understand that Chu Yang and Wang Dao had broken through. Wang Dao's real strength level always depended on Chu Yang's level. But no matter what, it was good to kill the enemy. In fact, Wang Dao hadn't accumulated much. If he had accumulated enough, he would have reached the saint grade and the heavenly human grade on purpose. Who was his master? His real cultivation was at least at the heavenly human grade. In every corner of the heavens and earth. Tribulation's brothers, who were scattered in all directions, also felt their spirits shake at the same time. Then, it seemed that some inexplicable energy had entered their bodies. All of a sudden, he was filled with a sense of confidence and pleasure. Everyone was already used to this kind of situation. Boss must have gotten out of some kind of crisis and gotten something good because of it. He had to say something worth saying. This was the first time something like this had happened in the Heaven Valley, so it was worth celebrating. It seems that Boss's progress is still far ahead of ours. Everyone had to continue working hard. Otherwise, they would only be able to watch Boss perform a one-man show when they fought the heavenly demon, but at the same time, he was finally relieved. That inexplicable feeling of farewell in the afternoon was really heart-wrenching. It must have been an illusion, in other words, something had happened to Boss. However, it was a good thing, a very, very good thing. Dreamlike veranda. Mo Qinggu jumped up, feeling very comfortable in her heart. I can feel that Chu Yang should be fine now. He scared me to death just now. Although Mo Qinggu didn't have a clear feeling, the sudden change from heartache to comfort made her feel very comfortable all over. She instinctively thought that Chu Yang had gotten out of the crisis. In a small house in Jiangnan, Zi Shiqing also heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was still confused and didn't know what had happened, she finally didn't feel so confused anymore. In the Heavens continent, Yang Rulin had been feeling uneasy and restless. Now, she finally calmed down and didn't have trouble sleeping at night. In the lower three heavens palace, the young emperor heaved a long sigh of relief and murmured, "He's my father indeed. He's not so easy to pass away. Tian, we should go back too." Chu Yang smiled. Tai Budian nodded. He knew almost everything in the land of the divine source. At this moment, the tribulation godly spirit, who was hiding in the shadows, heaved a huge sigh of relief when he heard Chu Yang's words. Ancestor, you're finally leaving. Don't come back if you're leaving. Well, Elder, I'm leaving now. Please come out and have a chat with us. I've offended you with my careless words just now. I apologize to you here. Chu Yang greeted him casually. The tribulation godly spirit shrank back and made up his mind not to say anything. If you're tired of shouting, then get lost. I can't be bothered to entertain you. Have a chat? What can I have a chat with you? Even if you don't scold me, there won't be anything good in your words. It's not like I can't take your company. You'd better hurry up and leave. That's the best compensation for me, you're a living person. Even if you die, there will be someone to save you. I've been in the state of a ghost for so many years. I still want to live for a few more years. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for himself. It was rare for Chu Yang to have the opportunity to intimidate others, but he didn't expect this guy to refuse. He thought of how he was almost played to death by this guy in the morning. At that time, he seemed to have made a fool of himself. It was almost the biggest failure in his life. He felt indignant and said angrily, if you don't come out, I won't leave. And then I'll call Shui Leihan in. Don't, please don't. The tribulation godly spirit quickly came out, his face pale. Little ancestor, do you have to torture me like this? Humph. Chu Yang looked at this guy cautiously. He was still a little uncertain. Although his cultivation had improved, he was still not a match for this guy. That was for sure. Seeing that this guy was indeed scared and not faking it, he finally felt relieved. Elder, why are you afraid of me? Is it because of that old man Shui Leihan? Chu Yang asked curiously. Chu Yang was really puzzled and curious about this question. This matter was really a little strange. If it was only because of Shui Leihan, then it didn't seem to make sense. This guy originally still resented Shui Leihan. You're His Majesty's little brother. Of course, I don't dare to offend you. The tribulation godly spirit nodded and bowed. This didn't seem to make sense. With the improvement of his cultivation, Chu Yang's eyesight also improved greatly. Shui Leihan's strength was undoubtedly above the tribulation godly spirit. If the two of them fought head-on, the tribulation godly spirit would definitely lose. This was beyond doubt and very obvious. However, Chu Yang didn't believe that Shui Leihan could easily get rid of the tribulation godly spirit. The tribulation godly spirit was in a pure soul state. In this state, it was almost indestructible and had a long lifespan. It was almost unafraid of any tangible or intangible attacks in the world. Its own cultivation had already reached an extremely high level. Even if it was still a distance away from DE, it was definitely an expert of the same level. In other words, Shui Leihan could definitely win against the tribulation godly spirit, but he couldn't destroy it. The tribulation godly spirit was extremely afraid of Shui Leihan, probably because of his past prestige and the awe of the emperor. If Shui Leihan directly made it clear that he wanted to kill the tribulation godly spirit, the tribulation godly spirit would be forced to resist. The situation might not be so one-sided. Even if it was one-sided, the tribulation godly spirit still had a lot of means to escape unscathed. It couldn't win in a fight, but it could definitely escape. Chu Yang frowned and said, there should be other reasons, right? The tribulation godly spirit stammered and hesitated, not knowing what to say. Then, it heard a voice in its mind. How dare you betray me? I'll let you scream for 810,000 years before you die. Do you want to try? The tribulation godly spirit yelled, I don't dare. Chu Yang frowned. Don't dare? What don't you dare to do? The tribulation godly spirit was so anxious that he was sweating on his forehead. I mean, I don't dare to offend you. Who are you? You're so blessed, so handsome, so chivalrous, so courageous, so benevolent and righteous, and so loyal. You definitely won't make things difficult for me. Chu Yang looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Why did he feel that this guy wasn't being honest? Although what he said was the truth and was very easy to listen to, Chu Yang still felt a little dissatisfied. That gaze made the tribulation godly spirit feel uneasy, as if there was a thorn in his back. He kept feeling that this little gaze was up to no good. I've already complimented you so much, why are you still not satisfied? Well, since Elder thinks so highly of me. Chu Yang's eyes turned. You're not of much use here, and you're also lonely, empty, and cold. Why don't you follow me out to make a living? The outside world is very beautiful. Follow you out to make a living? The tribulation godly spirit was instantly stunned when he heard this suggestion. If I really follow you out to make a living, won't I fall into the hands of that powerful existence? I'll be shrouded in the most terrifying threat at all times. If that's the case, then will I still be able to live in the future? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. I still prefer to stay here alone. I'd better stay here. I see. In that case, I won't force you. Chu Yang nodded understandingly. Speaking of which, Chu Yang's sudden idea of incorporating this guy was purely on a whim. Thinking about it, he also felt that it was unrealistic. His appetite seemed a little too big, too whimsical. Even though he was only a soul tribulation, he was still a peerless powerhouse comparable to a saint. Even though he had improved, he was still only at the pinnacle of the saint realm. To think that he wanted to recruit such a peerless powerhouse. It was a bit like a fool's dream. So he didn't say anything else. He nodded and said, in that case, I'll take my leave. After he finished speaking, he pulled Tai Budian into the tribulation space and controlled the space to float out. He thought to himself, we'll meet again. I'll come to this place again. The next time I come, I'll make you suffer. So many experts will fight with you at the same time. Can't I do you a favor then? Come often when you're free. The divine spirit subconsciously slapped ZJ hard on the face before he could finish his sentence. This slap was so forceful that ZJ's head was smashed into pieces and turned into a puff of black smoke. For such a jinx, it would be best if he didn't come again. It would be best if he never came again. Why did ZJ invite him to come often just now? What a cheap mouth. Seeing Chu Yang float out, the soul of the calamity smacked its lips and let out a relieved sigh. Novel chapters are the fastest to update. It was also a little lonely in this quiet space. Then, he started to lament. It's a pity that half of the spiritual energy in this space has been sucked away. It'll take a long time to recover. Uran was stunned. After a while, he knocked on ZJ's head with a paw sound and smashed his head into pieces. I'm really stupid. I'm really stupid. The divine spirit shouted and chased after Chu Yang. Little ancestor, come back. I'm willing to go out with you. I'm willing, but Chu Yang had already left. He definitely couldn't hear him now. Looking at the pitch-black tunnel, Calamity's soul sat on the ground. I'm such an idiot. Everything that Lord Fiend said was right. Sigh, if I go out with this little lord, won't I become a family with that powerful existence? Not to mention other things, since we're a family, he won't torture me anymore, right? Even if he does, he'll definitely show mercy. Besides, I have the East Emperor Jun Shui Leihan as my backer. That's equivalent to having both the good and the bad. Also, this little ancestor's identity is extremely mysterious. He's so powerful at such a young age. How can I be wrong to follow him in the future? When he's really powerful in the future, he won't treat me badly. Moreover, they can live openly in broad daylight. The more the divine spirit thought about it, the more regretful he felt. He couldn't help but give ZJ a tight slap. You actually rejected such a good opportunity. I'll beat you to death. Sigh, the heads kept gathering and dispersing as if they were playing a game. I wonder if that little duke is still coming? Calamity's soul sat on the ground and looked up at the crack in a daze. There was actually a hint of anxiousness in his eyes. It's done. Please do it again, I beg you, please come in again. You don't need to invite me, I'll give myself to you, what a great opportunity. Woo-woo. How could I let him go? Yes. If not, can I go out and look for him? Jianan's divine soul quickly chased after it, but when it reached the top of the mountain, a sword chi pierced through its body. When he looked at the script, he saw a shining longsword above his head. It emitted a cold light. One sword. It actually pierced through ZJ's body. This sword actually possessed this ability as well. With this sword here, there was no way that ZJ would be able to escape. Wah! The soul of the calamity pounded its chest and stamped its feet, wailing loudly. Chu Yang and Tai Budian floated out of the tribulation space and saw Wang Dao fighting endlessly not far away. After his cultivation had increased greatly, Wang Dao's murderous nature was fully stimulated. The aura of the knife-killing god filled Wang Dao with the desire to fight. This guy, who had always been passive, actually began to take the initiative to provoke others. There was a fierce battle on the top of the mountain. The momentum was earth-shattering. At this moment, Wang Dao was besieged and in a bitter battle. Even though his cultivation base had increased greatly, he was still able to escape. Although his cultivation had increased greatly, he could only parry and had no power to fight back. Let's go. Chu Yang smiled. Aren't you going to help him? Tai Budian said worriedly, he's being besieged now. The situation is not good. Some roads need to be taken by him. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Can I help him for the rest of his life? The two slowly floated down. Slowly, they reached the foot of the mountain. Tai Budian leaned against Chu Yang in the tribulation space and said lightly, Chu Yang, this tribulation space is really a great weapon for sneak attacks. Chu Yang nodded. Yes, in a sense, it does have a heaven-defying effect of winning by surprise. Tai Budian said calmly, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that this effect will brew into a form of reliance. After you get used to the tribulation realm, you'll have a form of reliance, or rather, you'll never be magnanimous enough. That kind of open and aboveboard battle, that kind of aura of looking down on the world, that kind of heroic spirit of fighting alone. Tai Budian looked deeply at Chu Yang. In the future, you will eventually have to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Such a sneak attack will never be presentable in a large-scale battle. Chu Yang was horrified and moved. He said, yes, at least in terms of aura, I'm weaker. Tai Budian smiled sweetly. Leaning on his shoulder, she said, Chu Yang, I want to walk openly under the sun with you and let everyone in the world see our happiness. I want them to be envious and jealous of us. Well said. Chu Yang laughed. Now, let everyone who sees us be envious of me for having such a peerless beauty. What's the harm in that? Tai Budian pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes sparkling. Chu Yang was intoxicated by her elegance at this moment. At a certain moment when no one was paying attention to them, Chu Yang and Tai Budian both appeared on an empty piece of land. Tai Budian had changed into a white robe. Her hair was like the clouds, her eyes were like phoenixes, her nose was like jade, her cheeks were rosy, and her small diamond-shaped lips were as if painted red. She was graceful and magnanimous, just like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. That faint majesty of an emperor was only faintly attached to her body now, but it gave everyone who saw her the feeling of a sovereign descending to the world. She was peerless and peerless. Chu Yang was still dressed in black. Walking beside Tai Budian, who was dressed in white and black, they didn't seem to contradict each other at all. They were actually in perfect harmony. It gave one the subtle feeling of these two are practically a match made in heaven. The two of them walked slowly, just like that from the foot of the infinite boundless mountain where the flames of war raged. Their robes fluttered as they walked, seeming to be moving slowly but actually moving quickly. Along the way, many people saw the two of them. They couldn't help but stop in their tracks and watch. The man was tall and handsome, his body tall and straight, his brows brimming with heroic spirit. It was as if he wanted to test his sword against the world. An unparalleled sharpness, as if he wanted to sweep through the mountains and ravines and intimidate all the heroes of the world. The woman was peerless and beautiful, her bearing graceful. Although her figure was delicate and graceful, she was graceful and graceful. However, he naturally had the aura of an emperor who held supreme power and looked down upon the world. Everyone who saw the two of them would involuntarily have the same thought in their hearts, my whole life. This is the first time I've seen the two of them like this. Along the way, no one spoke. Everyone just watched in a daze. Chu Yang and Tai Budian walked past just like that. Tai Butian's face was full of bliss as she followed beside Chu Yang. She was half a step behind him. After such a long time. This seemed to be the first time she was appearing in public beside her lover. This kind of comfort of being in broad daylight made Tai Budian feel extremely blissful. It was as if Chu Yang was announcing to the whole world, "This is my woman, this is where I belong." Tai Budian thought blissfully. In the past, perhaps she was still a little uncertain, a little worried about her gains and losses, and a little conflicted in her heart. But after going through life and death together this time, everything had gone with the wind, no longer lingering in her heart. Now, Tai Budian dared to announce to the whole world, "This is my man." The two of them left in an instant, their robes fluttering, leaving behind only comments of admiration. "Who is that? What a great presence. That gaze is completely different from sword aura. It's definitely not ordinary. I say, that woman is really beautiful, like a fairy. It's the first time I, Li Erniu, have seen such a beauty. Yes, it's also the first time I, Guan Yueju, have seen such a beautiful woman. Ouch, my saliva. I, Guan Yueju, am too useless. Ouch. How can I, Guan Yueju, be such a hooligan? Ouch. She's really too beautiful." The two of them went all the way to the city. But halfway there, they met a group of people. When the two sides met, the hundreds of people opposite them were all stunned and tongue-tied. Chu Yang stopped and looked up with a smile. "Everyone, how have you been?" Opposite him was Yun Tian, Xianxia, and the rest. "Chu Yang? This. When Xianxia and the rest saw that Chu Yang actually appeared here alive, all of them revealed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone had witnessed Chu Yang's last move, and he had died a heroic death. His death had been witnessed by everyone, and he couldn't be any more dead. His heart had been severely injured, his primary energy had been exhausted, and his life force and soul force had been depleted. All of this could only mean one thing: Chu Yang was dead for sure. It wasn't that he was dead for sure, but he was completely dead. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but feel pity in their hearts. Such a good young man, who had mediated between many forces in the eastern royal heavens, was neither servile nor overbearing, and had even made a fortune. However, the world was unpredictable. Because of the sudden change of events, he was surrounded by death and was forced into a desperate situation, dying just like that. Although he had taken his revenge, and it could be said that he had died a worthy death, there was still the regret of his unfulfilled ambitions. Previously, when the white-robed man suddenly appeared and took away Chu Yang and Tai Butian's corpses, although Xianxia and the rest were shocked by his strength, they still didn't believe that he had the ability to steal the sky and bring the sun back from the dead. Because of this, everyone gathered together to do some research. The content of the research was naturally none other than Chu Yang's violent eruption this time, and whether Chu Yang had the ability to come back to life. Everyone agreed that although this move could infinitely increase one's battle prowess and allow all enemies to kill freely, it definitely couldn't be replicated. In other words, this move required the user to use all of his life as the price. And Yuan Sheta snatched Chu Yang's woman and forced Chu Yang to such a state. Chu Yang had no choice but to die together with Yuan Shetu. In the end, although Yuan Sheta died first, Chu Yang definitely wouldn't be able to survive. If Chu Yang could still come back to life after using this move, wouldn't this move be invincible? Faced with such a move, the old monsters were both envious and fearful, but they also avoided it. If this technique was mastered by ZJ, once there was a crisis, all they needed to do was sacrifice one of the higher-ups and they could slaughter all the enemies. How good would that be? Of course, it would be best if that higher-up was not ZJ. This was actually very easy to solve. Any large sect would have no lack of death warriors. As long as the sect's death warriors cultivated this technique, wouldn't it be a match made in heaven? Everything would go smoothly, but now that Chu Yang is dead, this move has been obliterated from heaven and earth. Regarding this, everyone sighed regretfully. As for what the white-robed man said, everyone naturally had their doubts at first. They suspected that the white-robed man really had a miraculous technique that could bring Chu Yang back to life. However, Wu Zhangshou's brainless words completely dispelled everyone's doubts. I say, everyone, is there a problem with your comprehension ability? Immortal, the them I'm talking about does not include you. Your comprehension ability is definitely not a problem. Look, I'm talking about all of you. That white-robed man did not seem to say that Chu Yang was not dead. Perhaps he could save Chu Yang, right? His original words were everyone should go back early. Anne, help me inform everyone that tonight's auction will be changed to tomorrow night. All the rules will remain the same. Isn't that right? Then how can Xianxia not be dead? Does the auction have to be hosted by Xianxia? Can't someone else be the host? Previously, the host of the Chu clan was indeed Xianxia, but no one could confirm it. There must be someone behind Xianxia. Perhaps the white-clothed man was Xianxia's backer. He had to come out and explain. Isn't it logical to appoint someone else to preside over the auction? When everyone heard Wu Zhanxiu's argument, they suddenly understood. Wasn't that right? From the beginning to the end, that white-robed man really did mention that the auction would still be hosted by Xianxia. He only said that the auction would continue. Everyone could not help but sweat. Could it be that even a fool thinks 1,000 times? Must one win? We were actually defeated by that boorish Wu Zhanxiu. How shameful. But that person also said something else. Who said he's dead? Xianxia retorted sarcastically, can't this prove that Xianxia is still alive? If so, then this move. Wu Zhanxiu was suddenly put on the spot. But, who said he's dead? But he didn't say that he was still alive. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, could it be that everyone can't even differentiate between the living and the dead? Let's wait for the news from the auction. Xianxia snorted. You'll be able to wait until the end of the world. He swaggered off. Everyone was dumbfounded. If we just wait for the news, what's the point of discussing? Everyone shook their heads and discussed the details. Then, they left Mo Yuntian's camp together. Xianxia had previously told him about the auction of Mo Yuntian's people. Even though Xianxia had died, this statement was still accepted by everyone. One more sect in BJNG meant one more competitor. Only Mo Yuntian was left behind. The people from the other two sects were dumbstruck. Yuanqitu was dead. To them, this result was like the sky had collapsed. Apart from Mo Yuntian's leading figure of the younger generation and Ghost Tribe's core disciple, Yuanqitu had a third identity. Others might not know the other identity of Yuanqitu, and it was the most important identity. But how could they, the locals, not know? Once Yuanqitu died. Although they were still alive, their lives were starting to count down. And it was Mo Yuntian who didn't dare to go back, from then on. She could only live the life of a wandering ghost. Everyone only sympathized with and gloated over these people's misfortune. There was no pity at all. Yuntian also had the thought of taking this opportunity to recruit these people. But, after thinking about it, he decided to give up. If that terrifying existence took its anger out on ZJ in the end, although ZJ might not be afraid, it would still be a huge trouble. It was better not to get involved in such trouble. So, although he felt that it was a pity, Yuntian still gave up. Everyone's mood was heavy all the way. Although Wu Zhanxiu broke the stalemate just now, the auction could still be held even if Xianxia was dead. That white-robed man also said that the auction would be postponed for a day and everything would go on as usual. But, what would happen a day later? However, no one was able to guarantee it. Everyone thought of many questions, but there was one thing that everyone was sure of, and that was to see the couple, Xianxia and Tai Badian, who were clearly dead, actually appear in front of the government alive and well. And their clothes were fresh and they were not injured at all. This time, everyone was speechless. If it wasn't in broad daylight, everyone would have thought that ZJ had seen a ghost. Xianxia? You're not dead? Xianxia's mind was blank. She subconsciously asked a super stupid question. Yes, I'm very lucky. Xianxia smiled faintly. He looked straight at the more than 30 heavenly human experts in front of him. His voice was elegant. Everyone, you're not very disappointed, right? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. This sentence was unbearable for everyone. And it was said by a junior like Xianxia. Everyone's face was burning. One of them said angrily, Xianxia, what do you mean by that? What does it have to do with us whether you're dead or not? Of course it has nothing to do with you. You want to talk nonsense with me? Xianxia smiled and said, however, the martial world has its own strength of character. The martial world has its own ambition and rules. The martial world has its own morals. Since the current Jianghu has changed, who is going to redefine the morality of Jianghu? Justice is not in the hearts of the people? Is it hard to distinguish between black and white? From the looks of it, I, Chu Yang, still have to live. Chu Yang's voice was full of naked sarcasm. His eyes were also full of undisguised provocation. His last words were also filled with a sense of taking the world as his responsibility. Chu Yang's character had always been cautious. He rarely provoked people like this. He always planned before taking action. But yesterday, Yuan Shulu used his power to snatch a woman and violated a great taboo in the martial world. However, out of so many experts, one of them had actually stepped forward to speak up for them. He could only watch from the sidelines. This was the bottom line of the martial world. There were things to do and things not to do, but there were also things to do. This made Chu Yang's heart turn cold. Chu Yang asked himself. If he saw the situation, he would definitely not hesitate to draw his sword and attack. But these people in front of him, each of them had earth-shattering cultivation. They were indifferent to this matter. Chu Yang looked down on such people from the bottom of his heart. If a person abandoned his life's creed and betrayed the bottom line of his heart because of fear of power, what could he do even if his cultivation was high? Chu Yang, you need to be careful. Some words can't be said carelessly. A black-bearded elder stood up and looked coldly at Chu Yang. You must know that trouble comes from the mouth. Chu Yang raised his head, his gaze like a sword. What? Am I wrong? Are you going to teach me a lesson? The black-bearded elder was speechless. Teach Chu Yang a lesson? He really didn't have the guts now. Chu Yang's cultivation was naturally not as good as his, but Chu Yang had desperate means. Once Chu Yang went all out, it was hard to say whether Chu Yang would die or not, but ZJ would definitely die. The last few experts who died in Mo Yuntian, which one of them wasn't stronger than ZJ, didn't they still have no power to fight back under Chu Yang's sword, especially when the person who should have died from YJNG came back alive and kicking, using ZJ to bet that he wouldn't die? Maybe someone would do this kind of thing, but the person who would do it would definitely not be ZJ. Chu Yang laughed loudly. I've finally done something. Now that I've experienced it personally, I can't help but do it. Something? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. I've finally done it today. Why did the heavenly emperor of purple firmament fail to resist the heavenly demon? Chu Yang laughed wildly. I believe that even if things were to happen again, the heavenly emperor of purple firmament would still fail. Ha ha ha. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door, not caring about the frost on the roof of others. Keeping one's nose clean and watching from the sidelines is a wise move. This is the way to longevity. The righteousness of the martial world is just bullshit. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang let out a long laugh and led Tai Budian away. Only that mocking laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. Everyone couldn't help but blush. Especially those who claimed to be chivalrous, they lowered their heads even more. They also often helped out when they saw injustice on the road and often helped the weak. But today, facing the special identity of Yuan Shu too, they were really timid. From this point of view, Chu Yang's scolding wasn't wrong at all. Chu Yang and Xianxia walked towards the setting sun, leaving behind a long shadow. Their shadows were also nestled together. Facing this world, Chu Yang no longer had any fear. He said softly, there is true love in the world, and righteousness collapses. Since you can collapse, I, Chu Yang, can rebuild. At least with me, friendship and righteousness still exist in my heart. Let's see if this world will destroy my righteousness, or if I will become a clear stream in the chaotic world. A pillar of strength. Hearing Chu Yang's mocking laughter, Xianxia blushed. When the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Zihao, died in battle back then, almost all the major sects contributed. Or rather, it should be said that the sects that existed didn't contribute. And Dreamlike Veranda happened to be one of the sects that existed back then and was still prosperous now. Everyone was embarrassed and angry. Someone scolded, *T? We naturally had our own considerations for what happened back then. What? *T, it's his turn to teach us a lesson? What kind of *T is Chu Yang? If the extraterrestrial demons attack, will Chu Yang really dare to fight? Yun Tian said lightly, I don't care about others, and I have no right to say. But if the extraterrestrial demons attack, Chu Yang will definitely fight. This I can guarantee. Yun Tian's identity was not to be underestimated. When he said this, although many people were dissatisfied, no one refuted. Young master, please bring a few more people with you, a Heavenly Sword Alliance expert called out. No need. Yun Tian went far away. If Chu Yang wants to kill me, how many people do I need to bring to ensure my safety? Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. These words caused everyone to feel a wave of emotions. Yes, if Chu Yang really went berserk and used that move again, with the number of people in front of them, no matter how many people Yun Tian brought, it wouldn't be enough to kill them. If he didn't attack at all, what harm was there in Yun Tian being alone? Mo Lu and Zi Huang looked at each other and saw the complicated look in each other's eyes. It turned out that Yun Tian was no longer the strongest opponent of China. Chu Yang was everyone's strongest enemy, but could China really fight against such an enemy? Chu Yang and Tai Budian walked past them as if there was no one around. Yun Tian called out from behind, "Brother Chu, please wait a moment." Chu Yang ignored him completely. What the **CK did you hear? He continued to walk slowly. With a swoosh, Yun Tian used his movement technique and chased after him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Chu's battle today shook the world and shocked the entire imperial court. But you don't have to ignore an old friend like this." Chu Yang smiled. Old friend? When have I ever had an old friend in imperial court? I waited for you and you still caught up. I didn't wait for you and you still caught up. What's the difference between me waiting for you and not waiting for you? Yun Tian laughed. Not bad, not bad. As he spoke, he looked at Tai Budian and said, "This is sister-in-law, right? You're indeed an outstanding beauty. No wonder Brother Chu treasures you so much and doesn't hesitate to fly into a rage," he said flatteringly. But his eyes kept on sizing her up. He was even more shocked. Because on Tai Budian's body, there was an aura that Yun Tian was very familiar with. Or rather, it was a very familiar aura, the aura of an emperor. The aura of an emperor that could control the world. Who was this woman? How could she have such an aura on her? And it was so strong. Such a rich aura of an emperor. It was really unbelievable. Yun Tianqin racked her brains, but she had no idea what to do. Tai Budian smiled and said, "You flatter me." She was once the sovereign of the world. She was practically the ruler of a plane. What Yun Tian could sense, she was also sensitive enough to sense. Although Yun Tian was trying his best to hide his intentions, she was still able to sense that he was the ruler of a plane. However, she could sense a familiar and dangerous aura from this person. The concealed aura was the aura of a ruler, the aura of a ruler that only an emperor could possess. This was Tai Budian's first time seeing Yun Tian face to face. This feeling was especially strong. He couldn't help but become wary. This person's kingly aura is natural. Why do I have to cover up? What if he had other motives? What if he had other motives? This person was the young master of the Sky Sword Alliance, the leader of the Extreme Sky's younger generation. However, why did he have the aura of a king? Who exactly was this person? Or perhaps, other than the two identities of the Extreme Sky Youth leader and the Sky Sword Alliance's young master, there are other identities? An identity that was even more important than the other two identities? In fact, compared to Yun Tian's doubts, Yun Tian's heart was filled with questions. Tai Budian had the same doubts about another person, Yuan Shetu. Although Yuan Shetu was dead now, there were still doubts about him. Speaking of which, Yuan Shetu's identity was similar to Yun Tian's. They were both leaders of the younger generation in the Heavenly Imperial Court and also the core disciples of the same sect. Chu Yang had a very high opinion of Yun Tian. Even the other two Heavenly Imperial Court's young leaders, Zi Huang and Mo Lu, were also relatively high in Chu Yang's opinion. However, Yuan Shetu's intelligence was not outstanding. He even lacked the basic forbearance and personality. The way he handled things was even worse. No matter how one looked at it, he was far inferior to Yun Tian and the other two. For such a person to become the leader of Mo Yun Tian's younger generation, wasn't it strange? If one wanted to completely rationalize this matter, there seemed to be only one explanation. Yuan Shetu still had a third identity, an identity that was even more important than the previous two identities. Tai Budian's thoughts were thousands of thoughts. She organized her thoughts and cleared her head. However, Chu Yang and Yun Tian were still talking. "Brother Yun, you must have something to say to me." Chu Yang smiled and walked forward. The two talked as they walked. "I don't dare to say that I have something to say to you. Brother Chu, I'm here to make a deal with you." Yun Tian smiled. "A deal with great benefits? I'm afraid it's not convenient to talk about it here." Chu Yang looked at him indifferently and said, "Let's talk about it when we get back. Right now, my Chu clan's courtyard must be in a mess. Let's clean up the mess first and then talk to Brother Yun in detail." "Oh right, my family might still think that something bad has happened to me. It's more important to quickly go back and calm everyone down." Of course. I'll go with Brother Chu." Yun Tian agreed immediately. When Chu Yang returned to the entrance of the Chu clan's courtyard, he immediately caused a commotion. Wu Qianqian screamed and pounced on him, hugging him tightly. She refused to let go no matter what, for fear of losing him again. Previously, she already felt uneasy. After hearing that Chu Yang was dead, Wu Qianqian was stunned on the spot. She only felt muddle-headed and confused. There was only one thought in her mind: if he's really dead, I'll go find him. I'll go accompany him. Once the news was confirmed, Wu Qianqian would immediately disappear from this world. She didn't expect that Chu Yang and Taibu Tian would come back safe and sound before the definite news came over. Wu Qianqian was overjoyed. The boundless haze in her heart instantly disappeared. She was simply indescribably excited. As long as he was fine, nothing else mattered. The Chu clan's courtyard was still in a mess. Huyan Aobue and the others were directing people to clean up the mess. They were obviously a little absent-minded as they waited for Chu Yang's news. How could they not know that the enemy this time was ridiculously strong? But they were used to Chu Yang's miracles. Although they were worried, they firmly believed that Chu Yang could create another legend. But just on this point, they were more confident than Wu Qianqian and Mo Qingwu, and Chu Yang's return was to continue the legend. As soon as he returned, the Chu clan's courtyard burst into cheers. The originally lifeless courtyard suddenly became lively. Even Lightning Snake and the others who were recuperating showed sincere smiles. It seemed that with Chu Yang's return, everyone had a backbone. And they had confidence. No matter how big the difficulty was, as long as Chu Yang was around, they wouldn't be able to overcome it. After comforting Wu Qianqian, Taibu Tian accompanied Wu Qianqian in. Chu Yang greeted the others and said a few words. Then, he brought Yun Tian to the study. "I wonder what kind of deal it is. What made Brother Yun so anxious?" Chu Yang asked. "It's not really a deal with me, but it may not be so for Brother Chu. Speaking of which, it's actually not a deal. I'm just telling Brother Chu a piece of news, a very important piece of news." Yun Tian said sincerely, "I want to gain Brother Chu's friendship, that's all." Chu Yang smiled. "Friendship?" Yun Tian frowned and said, "Brother Yun, why do you think Yuan Shu Lu came to find trouble with me? And he came to snatch my woman so brazenly?" Yun Tian's expression didn't change. He laughed and said, "I don't know about this." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I can understand Brother Yun's reluctance. Then, all this can only be understood as Yuan Shu Lu being blinded by lust. However, Brother Yun thought that I was an enemy at that time. But it seems that Yuan Shu Lu doesn't have such ability, or at least her eyesight." What Taibu Tian thought of, Chu Yang also thought of. The trouble caused by Yuan Shu Lu might not end because of Yuan Shu Lu's death. So far, it was just the beginning. Yun Tian obviously understood Yuan Shu Lu very well. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to test it out. Yun Tian said cautiously, "Maybe." He secretly became vigilant in his heart. Chu Yang had become suspicious of him. Chu Yang looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. This kind of meaningful gaze lasted for a long time. "Let's talk." Yun Tian only felt uncomfortable all over. If it wasn't for his extraordinary self-control, he would have given himself away on the spot. Chu Yang finally opened his mouth. "Brother Yun, I wonder what kind of news you want to tell me." Yun Tian took a breath and said, "This news may not be worth mentioning to others, but to Brother Chu, it's a matter of life and death." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh?" Yun Tian said lightly, "Brother Chu, Do you know that Yuan Lu is from Shmi? Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. He's from Shmi? Yun Tian said lightly, Yuan Lu, other than being a core disciple of the demon ghost, is also the heavenly emperor of Mo Yun Heaven, Yuan Tianji. Yuan Tianji is famous among the great heavenly emperors for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. And Yuan Lu is his youngest son. Tai Yuan Lu is also the son that the heavenly emperor of Mo Yun Heaven dotes on the most. Chu Yang's eyebrows slightly knitted together. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I see. His background is really not small. No wonder he's so arrogant, no wonder he can become a core disciple of the demon ghost. He's actually the leader of Mo Yun Heaven's younger generation. So this is the reason. The biggest doubt in Chu Yang's heart was finally solved. Yuan Lu was indeed not simple. However, Chu Yang was still fearless. He had already died twice. Why would he be afraid of Shmi? Heavenly Emperor? So what if he's a heavenly emperor? Can he make me die 80 times? Yun Tian looked at him carefully and couldn't help but admire him sincerely. Brother Chu, you're actually not worried at all. This calmness and composure really makes me admire you. Chu Yang snorted and sneered. What's the use of worrying and being afraid? If Yuan Lu doesn't die, I'll definitely die. It's better for him to die than for me to die. Yuan Lu's death will definitely attract powerful enemies for me. I'm already mentally prepared for this. With my foundation, I'm afraid that even the demon ghost can't provoke me, let alone the heavenly emperor of Mo Yun Heaven. Anyway, I can't afford to offend him, so there's no need to worry and be afraid. Yun Tian laughed and lowered his voice. Brother Chu, do you think it's appropriate to start the transaction of heavenly treasures now? Chu Yang frowned and looked at Yun Tian for a while. Then, he said slowly, let's wait until after the auction tomorrow. How about it? Yun Tian was overjoyed. Deal. Then, he reminded Chu Yang worriedly, I want the materials from that day. Chu Yang nodded, that white jade screen is definitely not a problem. Novel chapters are updated very quickly. As he spoke, Chu Yang winked. Yun Tian was stunned when he saw Chu Yang blinking. Then, he laughed. Not bad, not bad. It's that white jade screen. Such a treasure is really rare. Ha ha ha, then, he winked at Chu Yang too. Both of them looked at each other and laughed. All of them had a tacit understanding and laughed at the same time. Brother Yun, Mo Yun Tian, 3 sects came this time. The people from the ghost clan are all dead. That heavenly emperor is also dead. How are the people from the other 2 sects reacting? Chu Yang asked casually. Yun Tian's face twitched. Will they have any reaction? It doesn't concern them. Chu Yang smiled. I'm afraid it won't be so simple. If Yuanchitu's identity is just the direct disciple of the ghost clan, even with that young leader, this matter has nothing to do with them. They might even be happy to see it happen. But the reality is that Yuanchitu is the son of heavenly emperor Mo Yun. Then, there's a big connection. Yun Tian was silent for a while. Brother Chu, you mean, you want to recruit them? Chu Yang asked, can they still go back? Wait for death here or go back to die? Yun Tian heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. But they might not be meritorious. Maybe they have other choices. Chu Yang said mockingly, other choices? Do you dare to take them in? Yun Tian smiled bitterly. I don't dare. Then it's settled. Chu Yang leaned back and crossed his legs. Brother Yun, you don't dare. Who else dares? Now, other than me, who else can they rely on? Only by relying on me can you have a chance to survive, right? Since ancient times, the hardest thing is death. Just as Chu Yang and Yun Tian were conversing, a figure flew past in the distant horizon at high speed. Yan Rushan exuded a ruthless aura. He rushed straight into the empty tent. Great Deacon Yan, please wait. Scram! Yan Rushan bellowed. Then, he lifted the curtain and rushed in. What's going on? General Lan furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at Yan Rushan, who seemed to be very agitated. What was wrong with him? Why are you so excited today? This was not like his usual self. General Lan. Yan Rushan didn't even greet him. He shouted, "Why didn't you go and rescue my brother?" General Lan narrowed his eyes. Rescue your brother? What does the vendetta of the Jianghu have to do with us? How can we dispatch troops without any justification? Yan Rushan raised his voice. Are you sure you don't have a valid reason? Could it be that Yuan Shu had barged into a private house? Kidnapping women. Are these also considered vendettas in the pugilistic world? How dare you? General Lan was enraged. Are you lecturing me? Yan Rushan stiffened his neck. I don't dare to. I just want an explanation. Why was I sent out when the incident happened? And the moment I left, something happened to my brother. Is this considered shameful? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Great General Lan flew into a rage and kicked the table over. You bastard, what you mean is that I've already discussed it with Mo Yuntian's people. I deliberately sent you away to coordinate with them? Yan Rushan said coldly, I didn't say that. But I thought that. If I was here, I believe that Yuan Shu wouldn't have been so arrogant. General Lan sneered and pointed at the door. Scram. Yan Rushan gritted his teeth. Shameful? If we, the people of the Eastern Imperial Clan, can't even protect an ordinary girl from the Eastern Imperial Clan, do the commoners still have faith in the Eastern Imperial Clan? The commoners provide us with food and clothing, is this how we protect them? Drag him out of here. General Lan was furious. He ignored Yan Rushan and ordered his men to carry out his orders. Damn it, I also want to ask you a question. Great General Lan, do you feel comfortable watching the people of the Ghost Domain running amok in our Eastern Royal Heaven? Yan Rushan was dragged out by 2 guards, but he was still shouting loudly. Great General Lan, do you feel comfortable watching the people of the Ghost Domain running amok in our Eastern Royal Heaven? Scram. Scram. General Lan rushed out angrily. Seeing that Yan Rushan was about to be dragged out of the tent, he took off one of his boots and threw it at him. Damn it, do you think I don't want to interfere? Do you think I don't want to stop you? General Lan scolded. If it wasn't for His Majesty's decree, I would have cut that Yuan Shu into 17 or 18 pieces. Is the land of the Celestial Arch very impressive? This is the Eastern Royal Heavens. No matter how powerful he is, he can't control the Eastern Royal Heavens. Just as he was venting his anger, someone rushed in. General, Chu Yang is not dead. Not dead? General Lan was shocked. What happened? Tell me in detail. After Renji finished listening to the report, General Lan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Damn it, he's not dead. If that's the case, men, bring Yan Rushan in. How dare he scold me and leave me speechless? Let's see if I can't teach him a lesson this time. How dare you? Not long after, Yan Rushan stood in the tent again. He was confused. According to the latest news, your brother is not dead. He's still alive and kicking, General Lan said slowly. Ah? He's not dead? Yan Rushan was shocked and delighted. Is the news accurate? That's great. That's great. It's confirmed that a mysterious expert came to his rescue. General Lan guessed that the mysterious expert was most likely His Majesty. However, he didn't have any evidence and didn't dare to say anything. It's good that he's not dead. Yan Rushan turned and walked out. I'll go and see him. Wait. General Lan dragged his words. Huh? You want to leave just like that? What are you thinking? You scolded me just now, did you have fun scolding me? General Lan looked at him ferociously, his eyes burning like torches. Ah? Yan Rushan knew that something was amiss. He turned around and tried to escape, but it was too late. He was caught by General Lan like an eagle catching a chick. Yan Rushan was beaten up mercilessly. You're the first one who dared to scold me to my face after so many years. How dare you? How dare you? If I don't entertain you properly, how can I let you down? Pft, 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 in the faraway ink sky. Celestial Emperor Palace. A man in a black imperial robe stood with his hands behind his back. Dark golden dragon patterns were faintly discernible on his black robe. He frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. He gestured with his 2 fingers and his face darkened. Even with my cultivation, I'm still feeling uneasy? What happened? The man in the black robe muttered to himself. Right at this moment, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Someone rushed in while rolling and crawling. My lord. Something bad has happened. Why are you so flustered? Bastard. The man in the black robe was the heavenly emperor of the ink cloud sky, Xianxia. He said angrily, this is the palace, where the heavenly emperor's dignity resides. How can you be so flustered? No matter how big of a matter it is, let me catch my breath first before we talk. Yes, yes. That person was sweating profusely. He panted heavily and calmed down his breathing. When his breathing finally stabilized, he said impatiently, Your Majesty. Something big has happened. The Taiga's life tablet was broken just a few minutes ago. His life tablet was broken? Yuan Tianjia's eyes darkened. Tai? Didn't he go to the eastern royal sky? How could? Tai roared, *T? His life tablet was broken? The entire inky cloud city shook a few times due to this loud roar. Yes. His life tablet was broken. I'm afraid, he's doomed. Before that person could finish speaking, the heavenly emperor of the ink cloud sky disappeared. In a hidden room. A few women were standing there in a daze, looking at the broken life tablet on the table as if they had lost their parents. Space flashed, and Yuan Tianjia appeared here. Looking at the broken life tablet on the table, Yuan Tianjia's expression became as cold as ice in an instant. However, a frightening murderous aura slowly spread out. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? His voice was gentle and calm, as if it didn't contain any anger. However, only those who were familiar with him could understand. This kind of tone clearly indicated that he was going to explode to the limit in the next moment, and kill to the limit. The entire ink cloud sky would be dyed red with blood. When the emperor was angry, the world would be bathed in blood. I'm afraid. A young and beautiful woman cried sorrowfully. He's doomed. Yuan Tianjia straightened his body and said gloomily, investigate the whereabouts of this little one, Tai's arrangements, and the situation of the people who went with him. Investigate everything, no matter how big or small, everything. Yes. In the shadows, a figure flashed away. After investigating Kangchu, let the three great sects come to our door and apologize. What I need to see is *T, they should understand. Yes. Yuan Tianjia left without looking back. His black clothes were as black as the sky. That was a color even darker than the night sky. Others might not be affected, but he was. If his life jade was broken, there was still hope for him to be saved. At least, there was a chance for him to enter the reincarnation cycle. But now, his life jade was completely broken. That meant, his divine soul was destroyed. Furthermore, he was killed by someone in the most cruel way. Cut into pieces. It was precisely because of this that this heavenly emperor ink cloud would suddenly burst into a monstrous rage. No matter who it is, even if the murderer is Shui Leihan's son, for daring to do this to my son, I will tear him into pieces. Those who went with him, if they can't even protect him, don't even think about living in this world. Mobilize the Moyun guards. Get ready to set off for the eastern royal heavens. Yes. The entire ink cloud sky was suddenly in a state of chaos. This is from P. I want to see who it is, who has such guts to actually kill my son. Yuan Tianjia's gloomy face was full of murderous intent. With his hands behind his back, he walked into the inner hall without turning back. Therefore, no one noticed that the moment Yuan Tianjia walked into the inner hall, a faint mist drifted out of his eyes. Then, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was hidden. That was a teardrop, but before it could flow out, it had already evaporated in his eyes. Even if he was a celestial emperor, no matter how decisive he was in killing, he still didn't have a heart of stone. He had feelings in his heart. Dying a tragic death of love was still a heart-wrenching pain, in the faraway eastern royal heavens. The eastern emperor, Jun Shui Leihan, stood under a flowering tree with his hands behind his back, staring at the southern sky. As if he felt something, he smiled slightly, shook his head, and said softly, if you come personally, I will accept it. His fair hand gently stroked the already withered plum tree trunk, and he murmured, "A withered tree can still bloom, how can Mo Yun fight the eastern sky? The eastern sky is the sky, and Mo Yun is ultimately a cloud. Rootless." Following his words, the obviously withered and dead plum tree in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, the dried and cracked bark actually miraculously emitted green, trembling, and a new sprout swayed out from the withered tree branch, full of vitality. Trembling, swaying, tender, and gradually growing. In an instant, the plum tree was already full of emerald green. Immediately after, the leaves of the tree fell, and the branches were filled with dense buds. With a gentle breeze, the buds slowly swelled and bloomed, wisps of fragrance faintly wafted out, intoxicating. The plum blossoms bloomed, and the fragrance was pleasant. A smile appeared on Shui Leihan's face, just as the wind blew on the tree. When the first petal fluttered down, the snow-white figure floated up into the sky. This will. Yun Tian had already left for a long time. However, Chu Yang remained silent in the study for a long time. Then, he suddenly walked out and said a few words to everyone. His black robes fluttered as he dashed out at top speed, leaving behind a trail of dust. "This is my chance, or perhaps, I can establish my own team." Chu Yang would not let go of this opportunity. Yun Tian, who had already returned to the camp, immediately issued a summon. "Men, use the 10,000-mile sound transmission to contact Mo Yun Tian." Yes. It was a piece of jade with circles of green spirals on it. It seemed to be some kind of mysterious formation. Yun Tian shouted at this jade pendant. Then, he said directly, "Yuanqitu has died in the Eastern Royal Heaven. The person who killed him was none other than the Eastern Royal Heaven's Chu Yang. All the experts of the demon ghost sect that came with us have been annihilated. In addition, the people of the Iron Sword sect and the Cold Ice sect don't dare to return. They have been absorbed by Chu Yang." After finishing these words, Yun Tian exerted force in his hand. With a smack, this priceless communication jade was already crushed by him, cutting off the connection with the other side. The elder at the side was stunned. "Young master, have those two sects already decided to submit to Chu Yang? Chu Yang's actions are actually so fast? This is an open provocation towards Mo Yun Tian." "Not yet at the moment," Yun Tian said lightly, "but after they struggle in their hearts, they will definitely accept the conditions given by Chu Yang. However, how can we let Chu Yang have this part of their strength so easily? Let Chu Yang be the bad guy, but we still can't give him the benefits. What I can't get, no one can get." The elder was stunned and didn't say anything for a long time. As long as that side knows, regardless of whether this is true or not, with Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun's temper, the people related to these two sects will definitely have no way out. Those people, he will definitely kill them all one by one. Yun Tian said in a low voice, "Chu Yang, his hidden strength is already terrifying enough. Such a person can't be allowed to spread his wings. We have to cut off his wings anytime and anywhere. Even if it's those who can become his wings, we can't let them off." "Yes, this subordinate understands." That elder bowed and acknowledged. "Have the batch of heavenly treasures that I asked for previously been transported over?" Yun Tian asked. "It's already here. Furthermore, the amount of each kind has exceeded. With regards to young master's needs, the sect will naturally do our best." That elder replied respectfully. Yun Tian said decisively, "Since that's the case, contact the flying ship immediately. Just wait for the people to arrive and send them back immediately. Sending them back a day earlier is also an advantage. I believe that this Eastern Royal Heaven won't be stable for too long." "Yes." Mo Yun Tian, Heavenly Emperor Palace. Eastern Royal Heaven was killed by Chu Yang? Who is Chu Yang? Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun Tian looked at the guard who came to report and slowly frowned. "This is still unknown for now. Even the accuracy of this information can't be confirmed yet." The other side only said one sentence and immediately cut off the connection. Furthermore, the communication jade was completely destroyed. There's no way to find out who the other party is. Yuan Tianji frowned and said, "From the looks of it, this information should be true. According to common sense, it's impossible to hide such a big matter. As long as our people go to Eastern Royal Heaven, everything will be revealed." Yuan Tianji paced slowly. Therefore, this information shouldn't be fake. Since that's the case, immediately send people to Eastern Royal Heaven. I want that Chu Yang alive. Bring him back to see me. When Yuan Tianji said the last 3 words, he finally revealed a deep hatred. Chu Yang, you're the one who killed my son. Since you have the guts to kill someone, you have to bear the consequences of killing someone. May I ask, monarch, the deployment of the troops this time, let the prime minister arrange the specific details. I don't care about anything else. I only want to see the heads of those people. I also want a living Chu Yang to stand in front of me. To bear everything that he has to bear. That's it. Yuan Tianji's eyes seemed to be burning with 2 balls of raging ghost fire. Yes. Eastern Royal Heaven, outside Purple Cloud City, Mo Yuntian Sec's encampment. As far as the eye could see, there was only a deathly silence. The other people who came from Mo Yuntian and Mo Yuntian 2 big sections. Everyone's faces were like dead ashes. As if they had lost their parents, without exception, the people of Ghost Realm were all wiped out. The Grand Master of Mo Yuntian was dismembered. This kind of bizarre conversion matter, they actually bumped into it so coincidentally. How much black smoke was rising from their ancestors' graves? Wasn't this the rhythm of screwing people to death? Everyone wanted to cry but had no tears. Chu Yang's strength was too strong. Finding trouble with him was just seeking death. But waiting here was just waiting for death. Mo Yuntian's officials would definitely not let these people off. The Grand Master had died and died so miserably. How could you not die? How could you not die? These 2 sects, one was Iron Sword sect, the other was Frost Ice sect. Speaking of which, although these 2 sects were not as famous as Ghost Realm, they were ranked among the top sects in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. They were also able to occupy the top 20 positions. Their strength was not ordinary. The strength of any one of them was also above that of the Iron Blood Alliance in the past. This time, other than the experts of the sects, there were also the elders of the sects who came along to hold the line. The 4 people who led the team with the highest cultivation were also at the peak of celestial being. They were only 1 step away from the level of saint. But even such powerful existences were also defeated at this moment. Although Chu Yang did not kill them together with the other day, they felt that they had walked into a desperate situation. There was no way out, and destruction was imminent. The temper of Mo Yuntian Heaven's Emperor, Yuan Tianji, was known by almost everyone in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. This time, his son was killed in front of them. They could not escape the crime of failing to protect him. As long as they went back, they would definitely die. No one has sent the news back yet, right? An old man took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. He only felt a melancholy that he had never felt before in his life. No. The others hung their heads dejectedly. They were not stupid. Who dared to send the news back? If they did not send it back, they could still have a moment of peace. The sooner Mo Yuntian knew about this, the faster they would die. Everyone, we have no other way out now. The wrinkles on the old man's face seemed to have deepened. If we participated in the battle that day and attracted that killing god to our side, we would definitely die. Moreover, Yuan Shu too was also destined not to be spared. After all, that killing god's target had already locked onto him. But this reason will not be accepted by Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian. I believe that if we go back to Mo Yuntian, we will definitely die without any luck. We are drifting outside. If we hide our identities, our sects and families will still have a chance to be saved. If we return in one piece, everything will be over. The old man sighed. Hundreds of thousands of years old, they were actually forced to the awkward situation of being homeless for no reason. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was well aware of this result. But no one had the heart to say it out. Now that it was exposed by this old man, everyone was somewhat dejected. For a moment, no one responded. Where should they go from here on out? This was a problem. We struggled for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that it was just to hide our identities and rot with the grass and trees? Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian's soul-sending curse had doomed them to be found and killed one by one. Wanting to hide their identities and live on, it was probably all wishful thinking. The difference was only, could they live for 3 more days? Or could they live for 3 more months? Or, could they live for 3 more years? As for more time, it was impossible to cut it off, the future was boundless. Where should they go from here on out? Looking at the glaring blood that had not been cleaned up in time until now, the endless blood color, everyone seemed to have lost all strength. It was as if the pillar in their hearts suddenly collapsed and collapsed. The future was dark. At this critical moment, who would be interested in collecting the corpses of the ghosts hunters? You bastards have caused us to be in such a miserable state. You still expect us to collect your corpses? Do you think we're cheap? From the beginning to the end, we're completely innocent. You stole other people's wives and were retaliated against. You deserve to be annihilated. That's retribution. But what did we do? We just stared at the disaster falling from the sky. Isn't this the legendary saying, when you sit at home, disaster will fall from the sky? F***ck, is there any justice in this world? At this moment, a voice suddenly said, why is the smell so bad here? Aya, when did so many people die? It's so scary. I'm scared to death. I'm a coward. Everyone turned their heads to look listlessly. Who exactly was the weirdo who could say such words? Today's battle was enough to shake the entire Heaven Imperial Court. How could someone say such sarcastic words at this critical moment? It was a spectacle, but when they turned around, they were all stunned. Baidu search PCOM, when they saw the person who spoke, they realized that the sarcastic words just now didn't seem to be a spectacle. At this moment, the person who could say such words just now was the real spectacle. Nearly 400 people's eyeballs almost popped out at the same time. In the dusk that was about to come, a young man in black who stood out from the crowd was talking and laughing freely, strolling slowly. His steps were natural and light. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. His whole body was filled with a kind of awe-inspiring aura as if he was testing the sword of the world, but all of these were not the problem. The real biggest problem, the real spectacle, was this young man. Everyone knew him, everyone knew this person, but he was still not the real core of the problem. Not only did they know this person, but they knew him so well that he was engraved in their hearts, although the total time they knew him was less than half a day. But as long as they saw him, it was as if they saw this figure in black again. Under the siege of all the experts of the ghost hunters, he attacked leisurely. A head fell to the ground. With a single strike, an expert had died. More than 200 first-class experts of the ghost hunter tribe were a tyrannical force that no one could ignore in any world. However, under this young man's sword, they didn't have the slightest power to fight back. They could only let him slaughter them one-sidedly. Chu Yang, this person was actually Chu Yang, that Chu Yang who just died. How is this possible? This unexpected fact caused everyone to overlook the tasteless sarcastic remarks of a certain someone just now. What's wrong? Everyone? Oh. Chu Yang smiled wholeheartedly. I forgot that we don't know each other yet. I didn't think it through. Indeed, I was a little presumptuous. Now, let me solemnly introduce myself. My surname is Chu and my name is Chu Yang. I am from the Eastern Royal Heaven. I'm very happy to meet you all here, and I'm also very honored to be able to stand on Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud's must-kill list along with everyone else. This is our fate. Everything is fate. Chu Yang said with a sigh. Everyone looked at him blankly. The initial shock when they saw that Chu Yang didn't die had already somewhat disappeared. After all, that white-robed man had once revealed the subtext that Chu Yang wouldn't die. Although he didn't say it clearly, and although everyone didn't believe it at that time, they couldn't not believe it now. However, what followed was even greater shock and not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If you didn't die, then so be it. But how can your skin be so thick to this extent, standing on Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud's must-kill list with us, F***CKU, aren't we on the blacklist because of you, this bastard? Chu Yang. The voice of the old man in the lead was a little dry. He stared at Chu Yang and coughed to clear his throat before saying, Chu Yang, don't you feel a little embarrassed saying this? Chu Yang was amused. Embarrassed? You can just say that I'm shameless directly. Is there a need to be so reserved? The eyes of the old man in the lead turned cold, and he said coldly, so what if I say you're shameless? Isn't your actions today shameless enough? Isn't it thanks to you that we all ended up in this state today? That old man was also a hero of a region. He was also a high-ranking person who wielded great power. Under Chu Yang's repeated provocations, he no longer had any scruples and retorted sarcastically. Chu Yang tilted his head and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Am I very shameless? I feel that you can say Yuan Shetu in this sentence, but you say me. Do you think this word is really appropriate? Also, is it really thanks to me that you all ended up in this state today? I really can't afford this favor. Who is the one who bestowed it? Everyone is well aware of it. That old man was instantly at a loss for words. Yes, if not for Yuan Shetu snatching other people's wives back then, would Chu Yang flip out? If Chu Yang didn't flip out, would Yuan Shetu die? How could they be so miserable? In the end, the root of everything was still Yuan Shetu. Chu Yang sneered and said, "You people from Mo Yun Tian have been arrogant ever since you came. Later on, you became even more arrogant and lawless. You even did something as despicable as snatching other people's wives. Now, you actually turn around and say that I'm shameless? What are you thinking?" Chu Yang laughed. If I didn't have any ability, wouldn't I have been humiliated for nothing? I'm shameless? Who's the shameless one? Not only shameless, but also despicable, vulgar, lowly, and despicable. That old man shook his head. His face was haggard and his heart was dead. He said, "Forget it. The root of this matter is indeed Yuan Shetu's fault. But since things have already come to this, it's useless to say anything more. Whether it's us or you, Chu Yang, we're all about to die. There's no need to fight over personal feelings." He looked at Chu Yang and said, "Manor Lord Chu, we don't intend to make things difficult for you. In short, we won't interfere with each other's business from now on. After all, we only have a few days of time left." These words were spoken in an extremely compromising manner. Because Chu Yang killed Yuan Shetu, they ended up in such a difficult situation. Although Chu Yang couldn't be blamed for the cause of this matter, even if they were enemies with Chu Yang, it might not be unreasonable for them to immediately fight. But at this moment, the people of the two major sects were already dead in their hearts. How would they still have the heart to fight for supremacy? They couldn't even be bothered to bury the corpses of the people of the ghost domain. This could be seen long ago. In addition, everyone also had a major concern in their hearts. If this guy was provoked, he would really go crazy. At that time, when he went crazy, the entire ghosts hunter would die. How could they defeat him? At this time, it was better to have less trouble than more trouble. Now, if they could live for one more day, they would earn one more day. Rather than dying quickly here, they might as well hang on. Maybe they could hide their names and hide. Mind our own business. Your sincerity can be seen. However, I don't agree. Chu Yang said indifferently, "Today's matter, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun's side will know about it sooner or later. At that time, I believe that no one can escape the fate of being hunted down by him. The worst-case scenario is that everyone is scattered and caught one by one, and die in humiliation like slaughtering chickens. Then what can we do?" The one who spoke was a young man. At most, he was also around 30 years old. His face was calm, but it also revealed some defeat. It was precisely the candidate of Mo Yuntian's Iron Sword sect this time. If there wasn't Yuan Shetu, the crown of this young leader would most likely be his. But now, he could only become a follower. It was also this kind of young man that the unwillingness in his heart was even more intense. What to do? Chu Yang said indifferently, "Fight with them." Fight with them? Everyone's eyes lit up first, but they shook their heads one after another. In terms of their overall strength, it was not weak. Placed anywhere, it could be considered a considerable strength. But this strength also depended on who it was compared to. If it was talking about fighting against the entire Mo Yun Tian, it would be like an egg to an egg. However, it was not even comparable to an egg hitting a rock. It was simply courting death. In fact, even courting death would not be done in such a way, Chu Yang sighed in his heart. The hearts of this group of people had long given birth to a deep-rooted intuition that Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun cannot be defeated. That was a kind of fear that was deeply rooted in the soul. If this fear could not be dispelled first, no matter how much they said, it would also be of no avail. Everyone, our positions are more or less the same now, and the situation is also similar. Let's not talk about whether or not to fight first. just purely thinking about it. Qu Yang waved his hand. At this moment, dusk had already descended on the earth. The boundless night was about to rule the sky. This place was originally a place of trouble. No one wanted to come over to find trouble. Therefore, it was frighteningly quiet at this moment. Only the lights in the distance flickered. Everyone sighed but still gathered around. No matter what Qu Yang's idea was, it always brought a little hope to everyone. No matter how desperate they were still unwilling to wipe out this last bit of hope, no matter how slim this hope was. If everyone starts to flee from now and scatter to all parts of the world, making Mo Yuntian, who is searching for you, unable to find you, this way, a portion of you will have a certain chance to survive. Everyone has such an idea, right? However, we need to understand one thing. If Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun wants to find someone, then no matter where he hides, he will definitely be found within a few months. I absolutely believe in this point. I believe that all of you will also not doubt it, Qu Yang said. Everyone nodded silently. Not to mention this kind of peak expert like De, even those few experts under Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun also had this kind of ability. For millions of years, almost all the super experts in the Heaven Imperial Court would be grouped under De. Any one of those people also had the ability to overturn the universe. Besides, these people all had personal belongings left in the sect. As long as they gave those people a little clue, they would be able to accurately find them in the vast sea of people. Hiding was just a little bit of hope. You could hide for a day or two, a month or two, or even a year or two, but could you hide for a lifetime? I know you might feel wronged and think that I'm kicking you when you're down and taking advantage of you, but you have to understand that I'm not kicking you when you're down, nor am I taking advantage of you when you're down. I'm just stating a fact. The only way you can survive at this stage is as simple as that. PC. Qu Yang said indifferently, a bad life is better than a good death. Following me may not be a bad life. It may be a bright path. You're not taking advantage of us. The old man gritted his teeth and said hatefully, you're taking advantage of the situation. Qu Yang snapped his fingers, so, you agree? If we don't agree, do we have any other choice? The group of experts wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Fate, oh fate, it has blocked all our paths. Only this narrow path with cliffs in all directions is left. Our only chance of survival, our only path, our only hope. It's all in the hands of this hateful guy. How can we not lower our heads when we're under his roof? We can only agree to temporarily rely on you. The old man said with difficulty, I'd rather die than be a slave. If it wasn't for so many juniors, if it wasn't for my family, if it wasn't for the fact that I haven't lived long enough, how can this old man endure such humiliation? The others were also in a state of panic. Boo-hoo. It's too miserable. Temporarily rely on you? That's fine. It's a deal. Qu Yang said resolutely, actually, I'm asking you to attach yourselves to me. But, this attachment period is only until we've overcome this crisis. If we die together, I'll give you my permission. If we die together, there's no need to rely on me. We'll all die together. But, if you're lucky enough to survive after this incident, I won't force you to stay. You can do whatever you want. I've long understood that rushing is not a business deal. Qu Yang made a solemn vow, to be honest, I just want a unified command right now. After all, if there's no unified command in battle, we'll be defeated immediately. We're on the same side. I don't want you to die prematurely. Is this honest enough? Are you serious? The old man's eyes lit up. If we can borrow Qu Yang's strength to survive this crisis, then we can leave and return to the sect at any time. Are my words not realistic enough? Qu Yang said with a strong sense of righteousness, I'm a man of my word. Let's seal the deal. The old man took a step forward. Let's seal the deal. Qu Yang said without any hesitation. The two palms were placed together. Junie Yin. Whip the horse. Qu Yang had accomplished a magnificent feat along with these powerful and resonating words, taking advantage of a person's perilous state, hitting a person when he is down, looting a burning house, and even sympathizing with a fellow sufferer and sharing the same boat through thick and thin. Not only that, but he was also wearing a noble mask. He was a weakling who was only at the peak of the saint level, using the tiger's might to intimidate others. He swindled and used every means possible to recruit a large number of first-class experts who were far stronger than him. He swallowed it in one gulp. Calamity Sword Master Chong Tian K's foundation finally took shape. It was a historic moment. Chu Yang knew the thoughts of these 400 experts from the two sections. Chu Yang was well aware of this. He hummed and agreed, but in his heart, he snorted disdainfully, "You've come under Minister Chu's command. You still want to go back? I guarantee that you will never want to go back after staying here for a while. You won't leave even if I chase you away. What is freedom? Strength is freedom." The people of the two sects transmitted their voices to each other. "As long as we get through this crisis, we will be able to do it. We will leave if we want to. I don't think this little guy's strength can stop us from leaving. He can't fight to the death with every one of us, can he?" Everyone immediately calmed down. And they looked at Chu Yang with an additional feeling of a sucker in their eyes as a shield. "A fool like you wants to recruit us? You must be crazy. You can die in front of us first." Chu Yang was secretly happy. "As long as I have enough time, my strength will rise to a level where you can't catch up to. You want to leave by then? Burn the bridge after crossing the river? Ha ha ha, ask the old Calamity Sword first. Why don't you ask around? When did I, King of Hell Chu, become someone's shield so easily? Subordinates, follow me. Let's go home to rest and sleep." Chu Yang achieved his goal and was proud of himself. Seeing Chu Yang go out for a stroll and bring so many experts back to the Chu clan without even saying goodbye, Lightning Snake and the others were stunned. Even Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian were stunned. They really didn't expect that Chu Yang would bring back such a huge team of experts after going out for a stroll. Moreover, they were already recruited by Chu Yang, and ant recruiting experts. There weren't many such cases in the Heavenly Imperial Court since ancient times. They knew that these people had nowhere to go. However, they still felt a little surprised that Chu Yang had succeeded in this matter. Could it be that there was such a thing as charisma? Even if there was, did Chu Yang have such a charisma? It seemed that this person's character had reached the point of being omnipotent and infuriating. "From now on, everyone is one family," Chu Yang said proudly. "Everyone from the Iron Sword sect, you will live in the West Courtyard. Everyone from the Cold Ice sect, you will live in the East Courtyard. Every day, there will be 30 experts on duty to protect the courtyard. Also." Chu Yang didn't stand on ceremony and directly started to assign tasks. Everyone pinched their noses and agreed with a strange expression. "Yes, that's it. Oh right, there's one more thing that I haven't told you. From now on, you are people of Heavenly Armament Pavilion." Chu Yang laughed. "Heavenly Armament Pavilion?" An old man frowned. "Why does this name sound so familiar? There's a small gang over at Mo Yuntian's side. It's called Heavenly Armament Pavilion." The young man from before grinned. He said, "It's a bandit organization. Not only do they rob everything, they also dare to rob anyone. That group of people is like a poor man who has been poor for 800 generations. Every time they make a move, they can't wait to snatch back even a blade of grass." "Oh? There's also a Heavenly Armament Pavilion over at Mo Yuntian's side? Their influence is not small?" Chu Yang's eyes lit up and he stood up abruptly. Tai Budian, Wu Qianqian, Huyan Aobua, and the others also raised their heads abruptly. Their eyes were bright. They looked at the young man opposite them. With so many pairs of eyes looking at them at the same time, they suddenly felt like they were being eyed covetously. In an instant, their whole body was almost sweating. "Do you know the name of the leader of Heavenly Armament Pavilion?" Chu Yang asked cautiously. "I don't know. It's just a small gang. What's there to find out? I vaguely heard that the leader seems to be surnamed Xia." "Yes, his surname is Xia. Thank you for your thanks." Once the sentence came out, Madame Mei, who was in the corner of the hall, cried out in surprise. Her body went soft and she fell down. Tears of joy and excitement quickly welled up in her eyes. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The leader's surname is Xia, then, this person is not Xia Dan Qiong. Who is he? The heavens have taken pity on us. There's finally news of Brother Jia. Although it's only one person, everyone's spirits were lifted. Xia Danfeng at the side couldn't control herself. She cheered loudly and danced with joy. How is he now? How is this organization? How many people are there? How is their strength? Where are they active? Xia Danfeng and Madame Mei rushed up at the same time. They asked a series of questions. This, I really don't know. This guy called He Mingdan flushed. Every time that heavenly armament pavilion moves, they come and go like the wind. Almost no one knows their exact information. They only know that it seems to be growing stronger every day. Although it's still a small gang, it can be regarded as a slightly stronger small gang. Their origin is a little mysterious. But they are still insignificant in the eyes of our sect. I only know bits and pieces because our sect's intelligence is powerful. They need to know the information of all the young experts in the whole of Mayan sky. So, they investigate in passing. As far as the true strength of their gang is concerned, it's really not in the eyes of the big sects. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were somewhat disappointed. But more than that, they were happy. It didn't matter if the information wasn't complete. The most important thing was that there was already a little news. Even if it was the most vague news, it was enough to prove that Xia Danqiong was still alive. Brother Jia was still working hard. Not only Xia Danfeng and Madame Mei, but the others also felt that a stone in their hearts had been lifted. Since Xia Danqiong could create a situation, there was no reason that the other brothers couldn't. Well, can everyone rest assured now? Chu Yang laughed out loud. Even Xia Danqiong can do it so brilliantly. The others can only be stronger. These words were obviously meant to comfort people. But, Minister Chu was overjoyed. So, he didn't choose his words carefully. And, these words offended two people at the same time. Xia Danfeng, Madame Mei. Humph. Xia Danfeng rolled her eyes and walked out. Are the others strong? Why don't I feel it? Madame Mei was such a gentle and good-tempered person, but she also rolled her eyes and walked away. Chu Yang's face was awkward. The girls snickered. Who told you to talk nonsense? This is retribution, right? But at this moment, Chu Yang's heart was really relieved. Among all the girls, Madame Mei's character was the weakest. Her heart was more sensitive, and her physique was the worst. During this period of time, there had been no news of Xia Danqiong. Although Madame Mei didn't say anything, her heart was on the verge of collapse. What Chu Yang was afraid of was that he didn't know when Madame Mei would collapse. But now with this news, even if it wasn't accurate, Madame Mei could still rest assured for at least half a year. And this period of time was the best time for Chu Yang to improve the physique of these brothers' wives and enhance their cultivation. It's really not easy to live with such a bunch of brothers and wives. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with tears. You bastards are all having fun outside and making me take care of your wives. You even have to endure the supercilious looks unconditionally. I'm so sad. Being old is such a tragedy. In the future, all of you will be directly under the leadership of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion Master. You must have a unified command. There were now 2 Heavenly Armament Pavilion Masters. Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian. No matter how strong these people's cultivation was or how high their status was in the martial world in the past, Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were both first-class leaders. Chu Yang believed that the 2 of them could definitely convince this group of people wholeheartedly if they joined forces. Next, he had to prepare for tomorrow night's auction. This auction must not be messed up. It must create a sensational effect. Waving his hand, he let everyone choose their own weapons. Then, Chu Yang went to the study to think deeply. The people of ICI sect and Iron Sword sect did not care much about Chu Yang's arrangement at first. They were all either famous people or new young experts. They already had their own weapons. Even the weapons of those famous people were beloved items that they carried with them for many years. The moment they arrived, he arranged for everyone to get new weapons. Did he think that they were all poor people who did not even have decent weapons? Even if the weapons he gave were better, wouldn't they still need to be used? After seeing the piles of weapons in the warehouse, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A warehouse full of weapons didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. but a warehouse full of such weapons was way too out of the ordinary. Earth-grade weapons, heaven-grade treasured sabers, heaven-grade peak swords, saint-grade, wow. Any one of them could cut through iron like mud. Shortcut hair, these seemed to be legendary divine blades. But now, they were piled up like a mountain in front of him. This was really too shocking. So we were really poor people, otherwise, why would they call this heavenly armament pavilion? There were heavenly armaments everywhere, everyone rushed up like hungry wolves. With these heavenly armaments, those scrap metals were nothing. So what if they were temporarily out of practice? They could be used after some practice. Everyone held the weapons they had just obtained and couldn't help but have the same thought in their hearts, how rich and imposing. Looks like there must be a powerful backer. This kind of arrangement, even a celestial emperor might not necessarily be able to give it. It wasn't that a celestial emperor couldn't take out these weapons. It was possible that they could, but they might not be willing to give out so many at once. From the looks of it, this tribulation. Perhaps, there was still a chance to survive it. The night passed just like that. Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian had mobilized their troops. Now that they had so many experts joining them, the two of them had turned the Chu clan's courtyard into an iron bucket. The second day arrived. The auction was about to begin. Heavenly Armament Auction Hall. As the original Celestial Armament Auction Hall had been intentionally or unintentionally destroyed by some participants, the new Celestial Armament Auction Hall had the same name as the previous one. Everything else was completely new. Red decorations were hung everywhere. It was magnificent. A gust of wind blew, and the fragrance of flowers drifted out. It was obvious that the person who set this up had put in a lot of effort. At this moment, there were a lot of white-clothed people in the auction hall who were busying themselves in an orderly manner. Any one of these people. They were all experts. This point, as long as it was someone who had a little bit of common sense in the martial world, they could clearly see it. Although they weren't sure what level of experts they were, it could be seen from everyone's light footsteps and steady and long breathing. When Shui Xian, Hai Mingbo, and the rest came here, they were all suddenly shocked. They weren't shocked by the strength of these people. At least, not all of them. Although these people's strength was extremely strong and could be said to be real power, the main reason why they were shocked was the identity of these people. These people were all from Mo Yuntian's other two big sections. Why would they all appear here? They were still busy over there. This was definitely not something that they should be busy with. Could it be? Yuntian's eyes shone with a strange light. Chu Yang's actions were indeed fast enough, swift enough, sharp enough, and pointed straight at people's hearts, turning passivity into initiative. But no matter how fast you were, no matter how you turned passivity into initiative, the result was still to no avail. The current Mo Yuntian must have already turned into a pot of messy porridge, right? Facing Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian's thunderous rage, how could you survive? Zi Huang and Mo Lu, these two youngsters, similarly walked in with a solemn face, expressionless. Seeing Chu Yang suddenly rise up like a comet, the two also didn't know what they were thinking. The only feeling they had was mixed feelings, complicated to the extreme. But the two also had the same feeling. If I were in Chu Yang's position, I wouldn't be able to do it. At the very least, killing Yuan Shetu, this kind of thing, the two didn't dare to. Even if they were really greatly insulted, they still dared to imagine grabbing Yuan Shetu and giving him a beating. But talking about really killing, they really didn't dare to do it. But Chu Yang dared to. Not only did he dare, after killing him, he even did all the follow-up matters so cleanly. He recruited people, strengthened his own strength, and made it clear that he was going against Mo Yuntian. Regardless of what his ending would be, at the very least, the current Chu Yang presented a kind of high-spirited and prosperous attitude. This was already an achievement that was hard to erase. Everyone entered the door. This time, they were much more careful than the last time they came in. First, they checked each person's identity, then they entered one by one. Right now, Chu Yang had gathered all the elites of the Ink Cloud Sky and Sky Cloud Sky sect for this trip to the Eastern Royal Heavens. His strength was so great that it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Although his overall strength couldn't be compared to any of the super sects here, his strength on the surface and in reality was already above the strength of any of the sects here. How could everyone be as casual as before? Attending an auction and we actually have to be interrogated like this. This is really King depressing. Wu Xianxia rubbed his bald head, his face full of dissatisfaction. He muttered. Try to bear with it. The person beside him transmitted a message to him. Now, Xianxia's side is very strong, and they are a group of people who don't know if there will be a tomorrow after today. They can be said to be a group of the most standard desperados. If you are targeted by them and fight to the death, no matter the result, you will definitely be very aggrieved. That's true. So be it. Wu Zhanxiu sighed and nodded repeatedly. This is the base camp of desperados. The most terrifying part of Chu Yang's team was here. We have even offended Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, so what if we add you guys? Those who are barefooted are never afraid of those who are wearing shoes. You guys dare to provoke us. We dare to make a move and slaughter you guys. This is how it is now. Slaughter one more is one more. Slaughter one more is enough. Slaughter two more is profit. The more, the more. One must know that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, and lice won't bite people. There were a total of 83 super sects that sent representatives to attend the auction. Each sect only sent 3 to 5 people, but they were all gathered together. The total number of people also reached more than 200. Therefore, the scale of this auction was definitely not small. It could be seen from the number of heads alone. Furthermore, the quality of the guests created the word most. Their strength was the highest. Most experts. Most concentrated. Most complete. Everyone entered the auction venue with a strange mood. Just as they entered, their eyes lit up. They saw groups of people in snow-white robes. Children who looked like they were made of jade were busy in the venue. They served tea and took out pastries. They greeted the guests one by one in a well-trained manner. All of them were like butterflies flying through flowers. The oldest was only 13 or 14 years old, and the youngest was probably only 8 years old. This time, we finally have something to entertain. It's really not easy. Everyone thought so in their hearts and finally felt a little more balanced. As long as it was not ignored like last time, it was fine. Last time, they did not even get to drink a mouthful of water. Everyone who had participated in the auction last time actually had a strange feeling of being overwhelmed by favor. This feeling was really strange. Facing an ant like Chu Yang, we can have this kind of overwhelmed by favor. Wasn't this a complete reversal of the situation? Although this little one's current strength has advanced to saint position, to the majority of us here, he's still an ant. At most, he's an ant, a relatively strong ant. Nothing more, right, how did Chu Yang this little one become a saint position? Previously, he had just broken through to heaven position. This was quite a big leap. What's going on? It seemed that at this moment, everyone finally understood something that was definitely wrong with them. Chu Yang was now a saint position expert. Although this strength was still not a threat to them, the speed of his improvement was too terrifying. To the major sects, the strength of a saint position expert was not considered the top strength. In fact, most of the young genius experts could have the strength of a saint position expert. For example, Yun Tian, Zi Huang, Mo Lu, and Yuan Shetu all had the strength of a saint position expert. There was also Mo Yun Tian, another young genius who had such strength. Although it was rare, it was not that rare. However, Chu Yang's situation was different. Chu Yang had just ascended to heaven position for a few days. At the beginning, he was only at the peak of human position. After that, he broke through human position, earth position, and even heaven position. Although his progress was considered extremely fast, it was still not enough to enter the eyes of the major sections. After all, this kind of strength was really not presentable. Yun Tian and the others saw Chu Yang as an old enemy, probably because they were wary of Chu Yang's schemes, courage, and other factors, as well as the guiding factors of their old enemy's jade pendant. Because Chu Yang's real combat strength was really not enough to enter their eyes. However, the reality was so unexpected. In this Mo Yun Tian incident, Chu Yang, with his original heaven position strength, used an inexplicable technique, and his strength increased to an unimaginably terrifying level. With his strength alone, he slaughtered all the living forces of Mo Yun Tian's strongest sect. But after that, Xianxia's strength was exhausted and he seemed to have died. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief, but after half a day, or even less than half a day, Xianxia came back to life. Not only did he come back to life, but he also reached the level of saint position. Xianxia's hidden strength at this moment was still bottomless, and he could make another breakthrough at any time. How can there be such a thing? All the super sects were shocked by this turn of events and found it hard to understand. Those young geniuses were especially depressed. The reason why they were able to reach the level of a saint at their current age was because they had spent countless heavenly treasures and the efforts of countless sections. Furthermore, they had worked hard since they were young and had gone through countless hardships to obtain this achievement. However, this achievement that they were so proud of was nothing in front of this, what the F***K. It was because of this abnormality that today's participants had accepted the personal inspection and gave the auction a certain amount of respect. At this moment, everyone felt comfortable with the most basic courtesy and waited with interest. They were whispering, laughing loudly, or looking left and right. Only Hai Pinbo, Xianxia, and Yuntian, who were observant, stared closely at these children. Geniuses, there were actually geniuses, and they were all geniuses? The three of them almost fainted. What kind of situation was this? I've already exchanged some young geniuses with my YJNG. But here, why were all the youngsters here still geniuses? None of these children were ordinary, and each one of them was one in a million. The three of them stared straight at them. However, Yun Tian's gaze was extremely greedy. As for Xianxia and Hai Mingbo, they smiled bitterly and were a little disappointed. They had already obtained a batch of geniuses previously. Everyone had their own matters to deal with. With these geniuses, if the sects wanted to nurture them all into heroes, they would need to have a certain amount of resources. They would need to use up more than 80% of the sect's resources. The resources that the sect could provide were already the limit. In fact, they had already exceeded the limit. With the current situation, no matter how envious they were, they could only look at the ocean and sigh. Because, if they were to forcefully accept them, it would not only delay them. Furthermore, it would further weaken the sect's strength. Going too far was as bad as falling short. The gains did not make up for the losses. It could be said that in every super sect, these super geniuses were all nurtured with countless heavenly treasures and painstaking efforts. Every one of them. It was a huge fortune. How could they nurture more of them? In the past, geniuses were hard to find. But now, they did not have the strength. How sad. Yun Tian, on the other hand, was ecstatic. If I can bring all these children back, the Heavenly Sword Alliance's power, Extreme Heaven's power, and my family's power, that brought about a kind of abnormal expansion, an extreme expansion, rapid growth, but the three of them weren't the only ones with good foresight. Everyone who came here was a core member of their respective sections. These people. Which one of them wasn't experienced and knowledgeable? After getting rid of the initial curiosity, they started to notice these children. At first, all of them are pretty and adorable. But after a few more glances, their expressions changed. The noisy hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at each other with indescribable shock in their eyes. So many geniuses had appeared in this world. As they watched, their hearts burned with passion. If everyone's drooling eyes made the children a little scared. What's wrong with these old guys? Why were their eyes all green? What were they trying to do? Are they trying to harm us? Rugwa was not like these children. He had experienced many things in the past, and many of them would probably be scared to tears. Dong. The gong finally sounded, and the children heaved a sigh of relief before retreating. The experts from the various sects all looked at the children with drooling eyes, not looking away for a long time. Even when the auctioneer was standing on the stage, no one noticed it. Cough, cough, everyone. Everyone. On the stage, the temporary auctioneer was a little depressed. This is ZJ's first time carrying out a mission. Why is everyone so distracted? I'm the main character, and I'm the center of attention. Isn't that good? I've been standing here for a long time, and these fellows are all turning their heads to look elsewhere. What the F***ck is the situation? The auctioneer coughed a few times like a tuberculosis patient, but he still couldn't get the expectant gazes of the crowd back. He steeled his heart and directly smashed the auction hammer 3 times with a bang 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 sound, which really shocked the crowd. Everyone reluctantly retracted their gazes, but there were still a few people who glared at the auctioneer. If it wasn't for the fact that the auctioneer was an extraordinary person and had a strong foundation, those few glares would have scared them to death. Without exception, everyone's hearts were pounding. It took a lot of effort to get ZJ's attention back to the auction. It was not that these people were inexperienced and did not perform well. On the contrary, it was because these people were too observant and knowledgeable. That's why they were so unsightly. In the eyes of ordinary people, the scene just now was at most praising the arrangement of the main house, which was pleasing to the eyes and refreshed the minds of the attendees. But in the eyes of those who were too discerning and knowledgeable, there was only shock left. It was too shocking, how can such a situation happen? This is too unbelievable. Normally, these geniuses, monsters, and even heaven-defying youths might not even appear once in 100 years. Why are all of them here? That bastard Xianxia is a blind bastard. He actually used these treasures with such outstanding aptitudes to entertain guests or even to do the work of a servant. This is simply a reckless waste of natural resources. Isn't he afraid of retribution? Isn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? Or am I dreaming? If not, how can I see so many geniuses gathering here? Sigh, even if this is a dream, this dream is too beautiful. No. This is not a dream. Even if this is a dream, it can't be that all of us are having the same dream, those kids. I must get them. As long as I can get them. Our sex revival is not a problem. Whoever dares to snatch them from me, I will kill them. No matter who it is, no matter the cost. Almost everyone had such crazy thoughts surging in their hearts. The person on the stage began to introduce the various items that were being auctioned this time. Everyone, the items in this auction are even better than the previous one. The first item is a heavenly man-grade saber. This saber. It has a strong demonic aura mixed with it. As long as you hold this saber in your hand, you will be like a group of vengeful spirits and ghosts. The heavens are worried and the earth is miserable. Everywhere it passes, nothing lives. This first saber was something that Xianxia had obtained from the soul-suppressing stone. In other words, the cost was 0. It was even cheaper than the previous items. It was definitely a business without any cost. Now, all the items below had become his personal collection. As for the original items of the ZJ, such as the rare herbs, Xianxia had not taken any of them out this time. Even with the elixir spirit, the rare herbs had also become a renewable resource. It was just that the regeneration cycle was slightly longer. But it was better not to take them out for now. If someone used this clue to dig out the roots of the ZJ, then it would be very bad. Last time, he did not care. But this time, he was surrounded by powerful enemies. It was better to be careful. There was another important reason why Xianxia had such an idea. Last night, Xianxia counted his harvest and was surprised to find that there were a lot of very high-grade heavenly treasures, divine weapons, secret manuals, treasures, and so on that he didn't even have the slightest impression of them. They were all top-grade heavenly treasures, divine weapons, secret manuals, treasures, and so on. They all appeared out of thin air in the space. They were mixed together with the items that the ZJ had originally collected. Xianxia thought left and right. He thought until his head hurt, but in the end, he still could not figure out where these things came from. The ZJ had clearly collected them before, but how did they appear just like that? He asked the sword spirit, but the sword spirit was also confused. Could it be that they fell from the sky? The only thing that could be confirmed was that these items were of the same origin as the items that the ZJ had collected. They had the same aura and smell. They were definitely from the soul-suppressing stone. That meant that they did not fall from the sky, but where did they come from? What a dilemma. Xianxia was confused, but this did not affect his joy. Since they are here, then they are mine. I don't care how they came. Anyway, I will get them sooner or later. The most important thing now was to exchange them for money, purple cloud coins, the more the better. There was still the purple cloud palace waiting for him to collect, and there was still a bet waiting for him to make a profit. Although the bet with Yu Miao and the bet did not seem to be a big deal now, but no matter how small a grasshopper was, it was still meat, wasn't it? At this moment, the auction house was in an uproar, everyone's hearts were filled with waves of shock. Waves surged violently, rising and falling one after another. What was this auction house trying to do? Using so many young geniuses as servants, and the first item to be auctioned was actually a heavenly man-level treasure saber. Moreover, its attributes were so terrifying, what else could there be in the future? Were they trying to scare people to death? Many of the swordsmen's eyes were green with envy. The only thing they were thinking about was whether they had brought enough purple cloud coins this time. If they missed out on such a godly saber, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Why didn't they bring more purple cloud coins? Then, there was a round of crazy bidding. The bidding price gradually increased, and Chu Yang was grinning from ear to ear. The final bidding price for this saber was 100,000 purple cloud coins. This price was probably because this was the first item to be auctioned. Most of the people did not know that there were other good items to be auctioned later. Most of the bidders were swordsmen, and the final price was not outstanding. However, this price made a certain king of hell very happy. This was a profit of almost 1 million without any capital. Worth it. Too worth it. To be continued. Purple cloud coins poured into his account. Minister Chu's mouth was so wide open that it sprained his cheeks, unable to close it. He even temporarily forgot about the terrifying crisis that was about to come. Baidu Search PC. The situation at hand was very clear. Every time he auctioned off an item, he would be one step closer to that purple cloud mansion. Then he would be one step closer to unsealing the purple cloud tower. One step closer to the miracle medicine. One step closer to the calamity sword. Wahahaha. Following the sensational appearance of the first treasure saber, the emotions of everyone present were completely aroused. Each and every one of them was waiting with shining eyes. If there was a saber, there would be a sword, there would be other things, there would be the highest grade of heavenly treasure. Everything was possible. This auction had completely become Chu Yang's personal gathering of wealth. Originally, he had planned to hold another auction, but now, Chu Yang had already given up on the next one. He might as well just do it all at once. Heavenly Emperor and Mo Yun's people were probably about to arrive. He was already on the brink of death. Every minute and second must be seized. Chu Yang wanted to accumulate wealth at all costs and try his best to increase his strength to the greatest extent. Therefore, in this auction, Chu Yang auctioned off a total of more than 200 treasures. It was practically a clearance sale. In the end, when some of the items were taken out, it directly attracted exclamations and cheers from below. Even though senior experts with profound cultivation and extremely old age were also stimulated until each and every one of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. In the end, when Chu Yang tallied up the income, Fishy at the side was directly dumbfounded and tongue-tied. It was actually 170 million purple cloud coins. The money to buy Purple Cloud Mansion was so easily gathered, and there was still a lot more than that. That bet, I lost. Fishy felt as if his sky was about to collapse. There was still so much time before the date of the bet. How did I lose such an outrageous number? How did Chu Yang gather the full amount and even exceed it by so much? How is this possible? How is this possible? This is impossible. How is it? Chu Yang snorted and looked at Fishy with the corner of his eyes, full of high spirits and triumphant. Fishy's face was tangled. He said angrily, "What do you mean, how is it? You only have money now, you haven't even bought the Xianxia King's mansion yet. Do you think you've won for sure? Maybe the prince's mansion will be bought by someone else in 2 days." Chu Yang nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Old cat, it's only for a day or two. I have to hurry up and complete the transaction procedures so that the Xianxia King's mansion will be completely under the Chu family's name. That way, everyone can truly be at ease, right?" Even though he knew that he had already lost, he still refused to admit his defeat. Still, he stiffened his neck and said, "Go buy it. I'll count if I can buy it. I'll wait and see." Actually, Fishy Guy really wanted to say, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, the prince's mansion will be burned down by lightning and fire. Do you think you'll win for sure? However, he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Even if he was stubborn, there had to be a limit. At this moment, the auction had come to an end. Almost all of the major sects below had obtained some loot, but basically, every person in every sect had become a pauper. Jingling sounds could be heard from their pockets. Basically, everyone only had a few coins left. It was barely enough to eat and drink. Everyone smiled bitterly in their hearts. If this soul-suppressing stone matter continues to drag on like this, will we have to become bandits to make a living? The auction ended. Under normal circumstances, everyone should have left. However, this time, no one below moved. The auctioneer had already shouted 3 times that the auction was over and that everyone was free to leave. However, the people below were still indifferent. It was a strange thing indeed. Everyone. This auction is over. Why are you still not leaving? The auctioneer was completely helpless. After all, there's still. The problem is that everyone has already bought all of the items in this auction. There's really no more. I have something to ask to see Villa Master Chu. Wu Zhanxiu finally touched his bald head and stood up first. With this example, everyone immediately acted. If someone else took the initiative at this juncture, they wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry. We want to see Villa Master Chu. Everyone demanded together. The auctioneer frowned. This, I have to report and see if Villa Master Chu has time. Hurry up. Wu Zhanxiu stepped on the chair, somewhat impatient. If not for the fact that he had a request, Wu Zhanxiu wanted to fight directly. You scoundrel, I want to see a saint with a small position, and you actually dare to ask if he has time. Who do you think you are? Wu Zhanxiu's mental words were also the common thoughts of everyone present, however, no one dared to say it out loud, they really didn't dare to say it, afraid of offending people. Especially afraid of offending that saint with a small position. Offending him now was practically equivalent to digging up their own ancestral graves, in another room. Fishy's expression was unfriendly. I say, Chu Yang, are you really planning to sell all of these children? Chu Yang frowned deeply. Big brother. This has nothing to do with selling, okay? Fishy flew into a rage. Even if your original intention is good, the result is still sending them out. The result is like this, isn't it? Bang, Chu Yang slapped the table fiercely and roared in a low voice, if I don't send them out at this time, what else can I do? If I don't send them out, can I protect them? Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun's people are about to arrive. What kind of power the other party has, what kind of power we have, don't you know? Leaving them to be buried together? Fishy stared at him. You. Why are you so agitated for? Don't you have a chance of winning? And that new batch of people who came to join us, the power you have now is also not considered small. Do you really not have the power to fight? Chu Yang said angrily, what nonsense. Those high-end powers that I'm talking about are simply those people from Mo Yun Tian. The two of us were together the moment I came up. When did you see any high-end powers? Fishy was dumbfounded. You're really doing this empty-handed, what the hell am I doing this to you? Chu Yang glared at him fiercely. If you freaking give me a big mouth, we'll all be finished, oh. Fishy was dumbfounded right away. He didn't expect that this guy was actually so bold. He actually really went from a place where he had nothing, to fight for such a huge family business with his bare hands. And he was right next to him, watching. And he didn't even understand it, so, when Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun really arrives. In this Chu clan compound, including myself, we might not be able to survive. The possibility of dying is not death, but death without a doubt. What if you let these children stay here? No matter how good their aptitudes are, would Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun care about these? When the time comes, both jade and stone will perish together. Who can I protect? Forcing them to stay is to kill them. Fishy lowered his head and didn't say anything. The opportunity now is a heaven-sent opportunity, and also the last chance. It's just nice to send them all out safely. And so many sects are rushing to ask for them. When they reach the place, they definitely won't treat them badly. If we don't seize this opportunity, what are we waiting for? This time, the foundation of the Chu clan compound will definitely not be spared. Even if we're lucky enough to escape unscathed, can we still take them to exile everywhere? They're staying by our side now. Every moment that passes by my side is a little closer to the Yellow Springs Road. Fishy sighed. But when I think of using them to exchange for those resources, I keep feeling uncomfortable in my heart. Yang said angrily, then tell me, what should I do? Give them away for free? If I really want to give them away for free, will those people really feel at ease to accept them? What kind of relationship do I have with them? Give them thousands of talented cultivation children for free? Even if they accept these children because of their talents, free things are the least valuable. Do you think they'll use all their resources to nurture these children? You're an idiot. Fishy was stunned. Suddenly, he broke out in sweat. These? I really didn't think about it. You only think about being noble. Only thinking that I'm very despicable to do so. Yang lowered his voice and growled. But have you thought about how we've gone through thick and thin together? It's also very heartwarming. But if they die because of this, is that noble? Everything now is the process. What I want is the result. Do you understand? The result. Fishy sighed painfully. So I want to pay a price. A lot of prices. Only things that are obtained after paying a huge price are truly valuable. Things that are obtained without any effort, no matter how precious they are, may not be cherished. Yang said angrily, they must be valued. Fishy looked at the void in front of him somewhat blankly. He murmured, but I just can't bear to. Although I know that what you said makes sense and that this is the only feasible path in front of me, I still can't bear to do it. I really can't bear to do it. You can't bear to do it, so you came to me to make trouble for no reason? Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fishy sighed and nodded. Yes. Yang was exasperated, such a bastard. If he didn't beat him up, it wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. To be honest, Yang had long wanted to beat a certain cat up. Previously, he couldn't beat him because his cultivation wasn't high enough. These few days, although his cultivation was high enough, he didn't have the time. Was this a good opportunity? A certain king of hell was about to stand up and punch a certain cat to vent his frustrations when suddenly, someone called from outside. Man or lord, the people outside want to see you. See me? Yang waved his hand casually and said, tell them that I need sincerity and that I will only see one person at a time. Let them arrange themselves in order. They can decide who goes first and who goes last. Anyway, don't disturb me. Yes. The person outside was in a strange mood. So many experts want to see you. Every one of them is a big shot. You want to see only one person at a time? What do you mean by don't disturb? If I really say this, will I be beaten into a meat patty on the spot? When this news first spread, it did seem to cause a commotion. However, to the manager's surprise, after the commotion, the people below actually immediately expressed their acceptance. Someone shouted on the spot, I'll be the first. I'm the most sincere. But out of the steward's expectation, after a commotion, the people below immediately expressed their acceptance. Someone immediately shouted, I'll be the first. I'm the most sincere. Bullshit. I'm even more sincere. What qualifications do you have to be the first? I'm still the first. Cough. I say, the two of you stop fighting. The first will definitely be me. No one has more sincerity than me. You guys take your time to fight. I'll go in first. Sincerity isn't based on words. It's based on actual actions. Originally from P. Stop. Get back here. The steward was instantly stunned. They actually didn't feel that this was a form of humiliation? Why did they fight over it instead? This attitude was simply rather sincere. What kind of situation was this? The steward was at a loss. Suddenly, someone took the initiative to come over. With a friendly smile, he said, this brother, I think you look very familiar. Have we met before? The steward followed the voice and looked over. The person beside him was an elder from the underworld sect. The underworld sect was the second largest sect in the Heaven Valley. It was even above the dreamlike secular pavilion. This elder in front of him was an extremely powerful figure in the underworld sect. To be honest, the steward did recognize this elder. But he definitely wouldn't recognize the steward. Why did this fellow's memory suddenly become so good? You're the elder of the underworld sect? The steward asked. Where was his identity? He didn't dare to offend him at all. Yes, it's this old man. Brother, let me tell you. The moment I saw you, I liked you from the bottom of my heart. It's as though I've seen my own brother. Today is the first time we've met. As an elder brother, I don't have anything good. This jade pendant is for you as a meeting gift to express my sincerity. This isn't much. It's just a little bit of sincerity. After saying that, he passed over a piece of bright yellow jade pendant. The steward was also the elite backbone of the super sect in Mo Yuntian. He naturally knew what was good for him. When he saw the jade pendant, he was shocked. This jade pendant seemed to be the unique treasure of the underworld sect, untainted weak water. It was said that this item was a secret treasure unique to the underworld sect. It was meticulously refined using the Yellow Springs jade as the main material. It was adept at countering all kinds of poisonous substances in the world. Only those with authority in the underworld sect and above could possess it. No other sect had ever been able to replicate it. Not to mention possessing such a treasure, this was the first time he had even seen it. Such a rare treasure. And you're giving it to me just like that? The steward really didn't believe it. The steward was in a daze. That elder of the underworld sect. Does this little gift of yours count as sincere? She purposely used the word sincere in her tone. His attitude was not just sincere, it was extremely sincere. The steward subconsciously he opened of the underworld sect. But before he could say anything, a group of people gathered around him. One of them gave him a jade pendant, another gave him a gem, and the other two directly gave him 2 purple soul crystal jades to express their sincerity. We underworld you underworld of this. What's going on? The steward was in a daze. He didn't know that these people were all hoping to talk to Chu Yang alone. If geniuses were to be with others, it would be strange if they didn't fight till their heads bled. It would be normal for someone to die. After all, this was related to the future of the sect. Chu Yang had already made it clear. If he wanted everyone's sincerity, he would naturally do whatever he could to show his sincerity. The steward might be a bridge to meet Chu Yang. What was the big deal about giving something? Everyone went back and forth, fighting for it happily. Everyone understood the current situation. Whoever was in front would have a huge advantage. As for what would happen later, that was hard to say. No one knew how many geniuses there were in this batch. Even if there were a lot, it wouldn't be good. Maybe the first place would swallow them all. There were too many wolves and too little meat. Everyone had the same thought. Everyone's thoughts were about the same. If the result was really like that, everyone could only wait to go hungry. Therefore, no one was willing to back down. Originally, when the top 10 sects saw the Heavenly Sword Alliance, they would all back down. However, today, they were all unyielding as if they had taken aphrodisiac. Even if they died, they wouldn't back down. Everyone, don't fight. Seeing that this wasn't a solution, the steward went to consult Chu Yang. He told them of Chu Yang's decision. Since everyone doesn't have a unified understanding, let's go according to the ranking of the sections. What do you think of this order? I agree unconditionally. Yun Tian laughed. The top sects applauded loudly. One of the elders from the underworld sect signaled to the steward that his unstained weak water was worth it. Although he wasn't the first to enter, he was still the second in line. Once these people joined forces, their power was quite terrifying. The sects behind could only swallow their anger. They all looked at Yun Tian and an elder from the Heavenly Sword Alliance with murderous eyes. Everyone was nervous. Who didn't know how strong and greedy the Heavenly Sword Alliance was, especially in this kind of situation? Even if they weren't greedy, they had to be. Everyone prayed in their hearts, please don't let these people snatch away all the talents. Even if you want to eat meat, leave some soup for us, Brother Chu, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the Heavenly Sword Alliance this time. He is also the third elder of the Heavenly Sword Alliance, Iching Kong Crane, Mu Shui, Yun Tian introduced. I've heard a lot about you. I hope everyone can become friends, Chu Yang said with seemingly enthusiasm. Elder Mu's face twitched fiercely. You're already at odds with Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud. Who the hell wants to be friends with you? This sentence was simply the most vicious curse in the world. I've heard a lot about you. Elder Mu's first sentence scared Chu Yang so much that he broke out in cold sweat. He resisted the urge to wipe his sweat and squeezed out a smile that looked better than crying. Yun Tian smiled and said, Brother Chu, this time, I prepared all the treasures. I believe everyone will have a pleasant transaction. Qi Yang smiled and said, Is that so? I've also prepared everything on my side. I hope everyone can have a smooth transaction. Yun Tian smiled warmly. His crescent moons were like eyebrows. His eyes flickered continuously. Brother Chu, this time, you can't be stingy. Qi Yang endured Yun Tian's charming stimulation and shuddered. Don't worry, Brother Yun. Am I that kind of person? Yun Tian also shuddered. Aren't you that kind of person? He laughed dryly and said, Brother Chu, state your terms. Qi Yang pondered for a moment and said, That still has to see what kind of things Brother Yun brings. If there's goods, there'll naturally be people. Yun Tian laughed and said, Brother Chu, let's not beat around the bush. Now, it's already not 3 days ago. The current situation is that Brother Chu has offended Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud. The Chu clan's situation is worrying. It'll be difficult for the entire clan to escape. If we let this bunch of children stay here, the consequences will be too much of a pity. Too much of a pity. Of course, it was too much of a pity to die. Yun Tian pondered for a moment and said, If Brother Chu trusts me, there's no harm in handing over all these children to me. I'll bring them all away. Firstly, apart from ensuring their safety, I can also give them a decent future. Secondly, consider it as me owing Brother Chu a favor. This yin will definitely return it. Thirdly, it can also be considered as resolving one of Brother Chu's current worries. What does Brother Chu think? A cold light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes, and he said indifferently, Even if I can't protect them, I can still send them back. Where they came from, I'll naturally send them back to that place. If Brother Yun wants to reap without sowing, then Brother Yun doesn't need to say any more. Forgive me for not sending you off. Brother Yun, please do as you wish. I still have many guests to entertain. Yun Tian immediately recalled that Chu Yang had once said that these children were all created by that mysterious existence. This, only to see Chu Yang stand up. Brother Yun's words are kind and clear the current situation. Tomorrow morning, I'll send these children away. As long as they reach there, I believe that everything will return to normal. Then, he picked up the teacup and lowered his head to drink gently. The meaning of sending off guests with tea couldn't be more obvious. Yun Tian laughed loudly. Brother Chu, I was just joking with you just now. Why did you take it so seriously? Let's get down to business quickly. Brother Chu, why don't you take a look at the things I brought over this time? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and looked at him for a while. Then, he smiled slightly and said, Brother Yun is indeed the #1 person of the younger generation. This breadth of mind of yours is already beyond the reach of ordinary people. I admire you. Yun Tian laughed loudly and was extremely candid. Brother Chu, I've always been a straightforward person. I was just joking just now. Please don't laugh at me. If I were to believe you, then how retarded would I be? Chu Yang cursed angrily in his heart. Then, he chuckled and said, Since that's the case, then let's get back to business. Brother Yun, how many do you want? Yun Tian pondered for a while. He stretched out his palm and flipped it over. After thinking for a while, he flipped it over again and said, How about these? 20 people? Sure. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and agreed immediately. No. Not 20 people. Yun Tian's expression was serious. What I want is 2,000 people. I wonder if Brother Chu has enough? Chu Yang's eyelids drooped and he said, No. He directly rejected him. This guy's appetite is too big. He wants 2,000 people at once? Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? Even if I can take out 2,000 people, can you afford the price? No? Yun Tian hurriedly analyzed Chu Yang's words and said, Brother Chu, you shouldn't have no, right? Chu Yang said lazily, Even if I have, I can't give you so many. Even if it's your Sky Sword Alliance, you want to nurture 2,000 geniuses in one go? Hee hee. You're simply indulging in fantasy. Chu Yang's words made Yun Tian's eyes brighten suddenly. The other meaning of Chu Yang's words was, There were 2,000 geniuses here? Really? The Sky Sword Alliance won't have so many resources, but I have other places. Yun Tian said sincerely, please help me, Brother Chu. I said no, that means no. Chu Yang said impatiently. Although Chu Yang was also anxious to find a way out for these children, if he gave Yun Tian 2,000 at once, and Yun Tian still had the ability to nurture these children, then the whole situation of Heaven K would be set in stone at this moment. This was something Chu Yang absolutely did not want to see. Then, 1,500 will do. Yun Tian took a step back. That's still not enough. Chu Yang snorted. At most, 1,200. 1,300. Yun Tian continued to raise the price. If he could get 100 more, it would be 100 more. 1,200, no more. Chu Yang clenched his teeth and refused to let go. 1,200, 500. Yun Tian began to lower the price of his own accord, but he was still stubborn. You are the one who is 200, 500. Just 1,200. There is no room for discussion. If you still have any objections, then just leave. You might as well not take a single one, that will save you a lot of trouble. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Yun Tian was exasperated. Let me tell you, this 1,200 is not for free. If you want it, you have to take out enough heavenly treasures and rare metals. If you can't take it out, not to mention 1,200, you won't even get a single one. Chu Yang's attitude was extremely firm. Yun Tian sighed and said, fine, we will do as Brother Chu says. As he spoke, he took out another space ring from his own space ring and handed it to Chu Yang. Brother Chu, take a look at these, what do you think? Chu Yang took it and opened the space ring. When he used his spiritual power to look inside, he immediately felt a little dizzy. The Heaven Sword Alliance was indeed the Heaven Sword Alliance. Its foundation was really solid. Inside, it was densely packed with rare materials. The red cloud steel that Chu Yang had once regarded as a treasure was just piled up in a corner very sullenly. Nightmare silver, nightmare gold, barefoot essence gold. Mithril, wind copper, star iron, what is this thing? Chu Yang waved his hand, and a large piece of metal fell on the table. With a kacha sound, the black sandalwood table, which was known for its hardness and stability, cracked under the pressure. However, it didn't disintegrate completely. Instead, the entire table started to descend slowly towards the ground. Chu Yang was shocked and hurriedly used his hands to support it. Judging from the current situation, this piece of metal was only about the size of a human head. It actually weighed tens of thousands of kilograms? This is the heart of stars. Yun Tian said, it is the most essential part of a fallen star. Compared to the so-called star iron, it is inferior in both quality and quantity. They're millions of times stronger. Oh. Chu Yang asked, take this core of stars as an example. How do you want to exchange it? There is only one piece of this item in the entire world. After Yun Tian finished speaking, he stared at Chu Yang for a long while. How about 100? 100? You want to trade this thing for 100 people? Chu Yang cried out in shock. He threw the heart of stars to Yun Tian as if it was scalding his hand. Forget it. Take this back and we'll talk about other things. Yun Tian was dumbfounded. Brother Chu, this is perhaps a rare treasure in the entire world and you actually don't fancy it. Disdain? Chu Yang coldly said, of course, I don't fancy it. I believe that the weight and quality of this thing are indeed thousands of times better than ordinary star iron. However, what can this thing be used for? I'm certain that no matter if it's you or the Heavenly Sword Alliance, it's absolutely impossible for them to refine this heart of stars. You actually dared to ask for 100 of such a piece of junk? What are you thinking? Do you really think I'm a fool? Yun Tian was speechless. The truth was as Chu Yang said. This piece of iron was indeed impossible to refine. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been preserved until now. A piece of trash that you can't refine. No matter how good it is, it's still just a piece of scrap iron. Even smashing people with it is tiring. Chu Yang was merciless. If it wasn't for the fact that it's the only piece in the entire Heavenly Imperial Court, I wouldn't even bother to bargain with you. What use do I have for something that can't be used at all? 100? You really dare to think about it? Yun Tian sighed. Since that's the case, Brother Chu, name a price. As long as it's acceptable, I won't bargain. I don't have a price either. We're making a deal now, but I'm not selling a child. Chu Yang was slightly angry. You've already taken out this piece of trash's heart. I'll give you face and exchange it with you. But let's say this first. If the rest are all like this, let's not make a deal to avoid hurting our relationship. 1. Yun Tian exclaimed in shock. He couldn't help but be a little angry. This is the #1 medal in the world. It's definitely not fake. You. #1 medal in the world? Please take your #1 medal in the world. You can turn around and go back. Chu Yang threw it over directly. Yun Tian caught it quickly. From Chu Yang's attitude, it was very clear that he really didn't care about this thing. The problem was that although this thing was valuable, it was indeed useless for Yun Tian to take it back. He said helplessly, all right, 1 then. I'll accept this exchange. Then next, of course, Yun Tian didn't know that this piece of star core that he thought was useless was incomparably valuable in Chu Yang's eyes. But Minister Chu's crazy bargaining, other than not wanting to give it to others, had an even more important meaning. I'll make you suffer. He didn't have any evidence for the previous incident. But that didn't mean that he couldn't take revenge. Yun Tian gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Since this deal was done, the next one would be even faster. Now, as long as he could make a deal, it would be cheap. So what if he wasted some resources? Talent was the most important thing now. At this moment, there were people shouting outside, "Are you still not done? Don't be too greedy." Elder Mu stroked his beard and didn't say a word. He smiled as he watched Yun Tian and Chu Yang make a deal. He was very confident in Yun Tian's intelligence. But he definitely didn't expect that this Chu Yang would be so difficult to deal with. He actually forced Yun Tian into a disadvantageous position again and again. A piece of one-of-a-kind star core was actually exchanged for one person. Was this a loss or a loss? Although he did have a favor to ask of him now, it was still the first time in his life that he could make Yun Tian suffer like this. Looking at Chu Yang's mouth, Elder Mu felt a lingering fear in his heart. If I were to negotiate with him, I would have been led into a ditch by him. But looking at Yun Tian, he didn't panic. He didn't need to step in for the time being. But if Yun Tian really couldn't do it, what was the use of him stepping in? Chu Yang counted the items one by one. Although he was belittling them with his mouth, he was getting more and more shocked. Yun Tian's preparations this time were really too ample. Although Chu Yang had already tried his best to lower the price, by the time all the strange metals were counted, he had already paid the price of 100 children. Chu Yang frowned. This had already exceeded his initial estimation. He couldn't help but feel even more displeased. Yun Tian was also frowning. In his calculations, the items that he had already given out were all good items. They could be exchanged for at least 300 to 500 children. But now, there were only 100 in his hands. This was really far below his expectations. He couldn't help but feel a little displeased, so much so that after the two of them finished calculating the strange metals in the ring, they stared at each other. Gone? That's all? Chu Yang stretched his body and said, that's 100 pounds. If you're done, you can leave. Who says that's all? There's still more. Yun Tian gritted his teeth and took out another space ring. There are all the best treasures in here. But this time, I'll count them. Last time, Brother Chu counted them. This time, it's my turn. It's fairer for each of us to count them. Chu Yang nodded indifferently. Whatever. Anyway, no matter how you count them, I'll just do my best to lower the price. I may not be good at other things, but I'm good at belittling things. Yun Tian took out the items one by one very cautiously. Chu Yang didn't move at all. He smashed them down like a machine, using all his strength to belittle them. Yun Tian fought back. And so, the two of them engaged in a battle of words for more than an hour. In the end, these treasures were sold for a total of 250 children. 250, this number left Yun Tianjin dumbfounded. Yun Tian suddenly felt that he was an idiot. 251. Yun Tian gritted his teeth. His eyes were a little ferocious. One more was one more, it couldn't be 250. No way. Yang gloated. You're going to get 250 this time. Not even one more. Tian glared fiercely. Yang didn't back down. You win. Tian gritted his teeth. He turned to Elder Mu and said, Elder Mu, what do you think? Elder Mu sighed. That's enough. This is already not easy. What he meant was that this Yang was a monster. He was simply too difficult to deal with. It was like picking out a meteorite from an egg. It was already not easy to get to this point. Honestly speaking, if it was him, even 150 would be too much. It was really not easy for Tian to get to this point. Tian heaved a sigh of relief and said, in this case, our Sky Sword Alliance's items have been exchanged for 350 geniuses. Yes. Elder Mu looked relieved. Next? Yang called. Wait, Brother Chu. Tian took out another space ring. Look inside. This is my clan's, and the Extreme Heaven Government's request. Your clan's request and the Extreme Heaven Government's request? In other words, it's a transaction that doesn't involve the Sky Sword Alliance? Yang frowned. He suddenly thought of something and looked up at Tian. Tian smiled and nodded lightly. Damn. Yang cursed angrily in his heart. So this bastard's identity is actually so awesome. His origin seems to be even higher than Yuanshu's. The 2 space rings that Tian gave him were much bigger than the 2 space rings of the world's number. One sect, Sky Sword Alliance, also, there were all kinds of things inside. They were more complete, more high-end and more valuable. PCOM**, especially the heavenly treasures inside. They were even older. Almost every one of them was a top-grade elixir that had reached maturity. I've been tricked. This was Yang's first reaction when he saw them. This bastard, he actually took out the second-rate ones first and made me think that was all. I didn't expect him to take out a huge one right after. With the previous comparison, there was very little room for him to lower the price even if he wanted to. What a meticulous scheme. Following that, Yang continued to push down the price with all his might. However, Tian managed to find a reason to do so. You already gave me one of the 30,000-year-old ones. This 50,000-year-old one, shouldn't you at least give me 2? Every time, he would use this excuse to force Yang to give in. Yang had a headache. This was really a new trick. In this round of transactions, Yang was actually at a disadvantage. When the 2 space rings were completely done, Tian's face was red and his eyes were red. His forehead was full of sweat. Yang also seemed to have fought a strong enemy and was panting. The final tally was actually 110. This number was undoubtedly beyond Yang's expectations and even broke through his maximum budget. No, we agreed on a maximum of 1,200. Yang was furious and started to turn hostile. How much should be? How much should be? You have to be fair. Tian was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. A man can't stand without integrity. I'll do whatever I say. Yang, don't go back on your word. Let me tell you, this time, not a single one can be left out. 2 times, it'll be a total of 1,250. Also, it must include the 8 that I saw in your study that day. I want all of them. Yang stood up angrily. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly rolled his eyes. Okay, a man can't stand without integrity. It's a deal. Those treasures that you saw in my study that day? Humph. You have a good plan and I have a ladder. Even my face can't do anything to me. What can you do with this little trick of yours? Let's ride a donkey and read a songbook. Let's see who has the last laugh. Brother Chu is straightforward. Your words carry the weight of the world. It's settled then. Tian nodded vigorously. Good. Yang smiled and said in a cordial manner, this transaction is a success. Tian, on the other hand, was not used to it. All right? Of course. Yang righteously said, I'm a real man. Smashing a hole with a mouthful of saliva. A word spoken cannot be taken back. Good. Brother Chu is truly straightforward. Yun Tian laughed loudly. Finally, he felt relieved. When can I take them away? Brother Chu should know that someone from Imo Yuntian's side might come at any time. This matter is urgent and cannot be delayed. How could I not understand this logic? But we have to wait until everyone has come here once. Don't worry. At that time, Brother Yun can be the first to come and take him away. Chu Yang was unusually straightforward and organized. Deal. Yun Tian's eyes lit up. Take them away first. There was a huge difference between him and the people he brought with him. I won't go back on my word. Chu Yang nodded vigorously. Yun Tian and Elder Mu put down the 4 rings. They didn't even want the spatial rings and gave them to Chu Yang. Anyway, to people like them, although the spatial rings were precious, they weren't anything special. Chu Yang, on the principle of not rejecting anything and taking advantage of everything, accepted all of them with a smile. Next? Chu Yang shouted at the top of his lungs. Next? The manager at the door shouted at the top of his lungs. If it was said that Chu Yang had made a fortune today, then he had made a fortune. Previously, when Yun Tian and the Elder of the Sky Sword Union entered, they even casually gave him a piece of purple crystal soul jade. He had really made a fortune. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the murderous cloud heaven tribulation with him, just based on today's harvest, he would have been extremely wealthy. The second to arrive was the Underworld sect. It was previously introduced as the second-ranked sect in the Heaven Imperial Court. It was in the extreme heaven along with Yun Tian's Sky Sword Alliance. And the black-clothed youth who came in was also a contestant from the Underworld sect this time, the #1 genius. Seeing Yun Tian walk out, the black-clothed youth's eyes shot out a strong ray of light. Brother Yun, you must have returned with a bountiful harvest? I believe Brother Han won't be disappointed this time. Yun Tian smiled and left. The black-clothed youth looked at Yun Tian's back quietly for a while before he turned around and entered. Accompanying him were 2 other elders. One of them was the elder who had previously given the manager the unstained water jade pendant. He did not enter the room, but instead started to chat with the manager. In reality, he had used his own cultivation to completely isolate all sounds from the outside world. Accompanying the black-clothed youth was a black-clothed old man with a deathly pale complexion that resembled a skeleton. One could almost see his bones from his face. If it weren't for the wrinkled layer of skin, one would almost think that he was a living skeleton here. And his figure was as tall as a bamboo pole. When Chu Yang saw her, he was really shocked. Brother Chu, I'm Han Lingyun. This is my martial uncle, the second elder of the Underworld sect, Jiaocheng Tian. The one outside is also an elder of the Underworld sect, Meng Xiaoran. Han Lingyun smiled slightly. Brother Chu, speaking of which, this isn't the first time we've met. But I'm afraid you didn't notice me before, so this can be considered as the first time we've met. Chu Yang laughed and said, Brother Han, what are you saying? I've neglected you before. Please take a seat. And, this? Elder Jiao, please take a seat too. My humble abode is really simple and crude. If there's any neglect, I hope the 2 of you won't blame me. You're too kind. Elder Jiao's face that only had a layer of skin actually revealed a smile. But if this smile was seen by a timid person, they would definitely be scared silly. Because of this smile, those 2 eyes directly turned into 2 black holes, emitting a deep light. Speaking of which, my martial uncle is also very famous in the extreme heavens. But because of my martial uncle's appearance, the people of the extreme heavens have given him another nickname. Han Lingyun smiled and said. Nickname? Chu Yang looked very interested. What nickname? Skeleton Spirit. Han Lingyun smiled and said, some people say that when a skeleton unsheathes his sword, all the spirits in the world will be slaughtered. Good name. Chu Yang looked at the appearance of this skeleton spirit Jiaocheng Tian and couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. This name really lives up to its name, it's extremely appropriate. Just a mere inferior nickname, please don't laugh at me. Skeleton spirit Jiaocheng Tian chuckled, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth with purplish-black edges. Chu Yang laughed dryly. Ha 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 ha, this guy's cultivation is so high, but he doesn't know how to clean his teeth. This is really too unhygienic. Brother Chu, what do you think about today's matter? Han Lingyun smiled faintly. His demeanor and temperament were impeccable, not inferior to Yun Tian at all. Well, there are actually a lot of people who know about my matters here. In fact, it's just a coincidence. That senior once said. Chu Yang paused for a moment. A lie would become the truth if it was repeated 1,000 times. Now, he was repeating the same big words again and again. Even he himself was about to believe it. At the very least, when Minister Chu said this set of lies now, his expression absolutely did not change and his heart did not skip a beat. It was watertight, flawless, and untraceable. That's not a problem. Han Lingyun chuckled. Brother Chu, how many did Yun Tian's side exchange? Chu Yang smiled apologetically. It's really not convenient for me to tell you. But I want to know, how many can your side take? Han Lingyun pondered for a moment and said, 500, I believe this number should not be a problem for us. Chu Yang said, 500. Haha, that will depend on the things you brought. I definitely won't make a loss. Next, the two sides naturally started a new round of war of words. But for some reason, Han Lingyun did not haggle over every ounce like Yun Tian. Instead, he adopted a strategy of constantly giving in. As long as Chu Yang persisted, he would let it go. This made Chu Yang feel a little strange. I don't seem to have any relationship with you. Do you have to give in to me like this? You're making it difficult for me to lower the price so much. Chu Yang was a person who always returned respect tenfold. If you were good to me, I would be even better to you. Since the other party was deliberately giving in, Chu Yang naturally would not go overboard. In the course of the conversation between the two sides, there was actually a harmonious situation. This made Chu Yang, who had mustered up his fighting spirit, more or less feel like he had punched the air. The whole process was relatively short. At the very most, it was less than the time for an incense stick to burn, and the whole deal was finalized. Han Lingyun's countless heavenly treasures, as well as many rare metals and strange items, all became Chu Yang's. He also exchanged for 420 places from Chu Yang. Both sides quickly finalized the deal without any possibility of going back on their words. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Chu, it's the first time we've met. It's difficult for us to talk too much. But I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Han Lingyun hesitated for a moment and said. Brother Han, please speak your mind. There's no harm, said Chu Yang. Yes, our underworld sect can't be considered a righteous sect. Although we're ranked second among the super sects, that's only because of our sect's power. As for our reputation, we've long been labeled as an evil sect. This is something everyone knows. I've never tried to hide it, nor do I care to. But although we're evil, we also have our own principles and principles. There was pride on Han Lingyun's face. For so many years, our underworld sect has gone to the purple cloud heavens. And the purple cloud heavens battle with the extraterrestrial demons is the training standard of our underworld sect for so many years. Brother Chu, I saw what happened that day. You're indeed a man, said Han Lingyun with a smile. This time, Brother Chu is about to face a calamity. Once Mo Yun Tian invades, I believe that no matter how many trump cards Chu Yang has, or what backing he has, the situation will not be optimistic. Yes. Han Lingyun raised his head and looked at Chu Yang sincerely. At this moment, I only want to give Brother Chu a word of advice. If you really have no other way out, then you can come and find me. Or, we don't dare to help you or accept you openly, but secretly helping you once or twice should not be a problem. As long as it is within the capabilities of the underworld sect, we will do our best to support you. This is my promise. Chu Yang never expected that the other party would say such words. He could not help but ask, why? Brother Han's promise is really beyond my expectations. Han Lingyun laughed softly. Our underworld sect has never thought of ourselves as good people, and we can't be bothered with how the world looks at us. We only have one thing in mind, and that is to respect heroes. Back then, the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud Sea was like that. Brother Chu, you are also like that. To be able to kill young Master Mo Yun Tian for your own woman, although the action is somewhat stupid, but in our eyes, it is indeed what a man should do. A man should do this. This is the reason why I promised Brother Chu. Isn't it a little ridiculous, or is it simply unbelievable? Brother Chu, goodbye. Han Lingyun laughed and stood up. I'm just waiting to get my people. That skeleton elf Jiao Changtian also stood up and smiled kindly at Chu Yang. He turned and followed Han Lingyun out of the door. So, the reason why Elder Meng Xiaoran did not enter and used his own cultivation to isolate all movements from the outside world was actually because of this. Chu Yang was really overwhelmed with emotions. So, he was not the only one who fought against the heavenly demon in this world. In this world, there were still people with intentions. Chu Yang took a deep breath and suppressed his boiling emotions. Then, he insipidly said, next. Back and forth, they were busy until the middle of the night. Finally, Chu Yang succeeded in diverting more than 5,000 children to different locations. Now, Chu Yang did not dare to leave anyone behind. How terrifying was the power of Mo Yuntian's entire royal family? How terrifying was that? If he left them behind? Chu Yang thought. He shuddered. Luckily, he was already prepared. I only hope that all of you will be able to stand out in your respective sects and strive to become stronger. At the very least, he should be able to live a long life. Chu Yang silently said, if I'm not lucky enough to escape this time, this may be the last thing I can do for you. In the wee hours of the morning, the various sects and clans arrived one after another to pick up people from the Chu clan. Outside Purple Cloud City, Yun Tian's flying boat was already waiting. Return immediately. But after receiving the order, Yun Tian immediately flew over to look for Chu Yang. He said angrily, Brother Chu, isn't this wrong? He received a call. Indeed, he was very satisfied with every one of them. But in the end, there were 8 less. What's wrong? Chu Yang was in a bad mood, so his tone was naturally even worse. I've only received 1,248. And we agreed. It's clearly 1,250. Yun Tian's handsome face flushed red. Yes, there are 1,248 people. This is correct. Chu Yang said strangely, aren't there still 8 treasures that Brother Yun wants? 8 treasures that I want? Yun Tian muttered. Suddenly, blood rushed to his head. You're talking about those 8 white jade screens? He suddenly remembered that there were indeed 8 children who went up with the screens, of course. Chu Yang said with a smile, Brother Yun has always emphasized that the 8 treasures that day were also there. How would I dare to go against it? Yun Tian felt like he was seeing stars. He almost vomited blood. I've been tricked. I used so many rare natural treasures and magical items in this world, and I only exchanged them for 8 white jade screens of inferior quality? Chu Yang. Yun Tian wanted to vomit blood. You. This is what you asked for. Chu Yang looked at him coldly. What's wrong with tricking you? Yun Tian gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Yang fiercely for a while. Finally, he turned around and left. Yes, he had been led astray by Chu Yang from the start. He kept saying treasures and not people. Especially when he was in the study room, it was already like this. It was absolutely impossible to turn the situation around now. Because all the talents had already been divided. Even more so, Yun Tian also knew that based on that misunderstanding, he would definitely not be able to get back at Chu Yang. He was definitely going to eat this loss. Furthermore, he was going to eat it firmly. As for the other super sects, as long as they had flying boats, they all used flying boats to come. Most of them were currently on the way. Those without flying boats could only beg the sects that were closer to them to use flying boats to help send them back. Their own sects definitely had to send experts to accompany them, lest they were swallowed by others just like that. That side naturally also had to have a large number of support. It was hard to separate. Finally sending the children away, Chu Yang only felt that his heart was empty. He felt somewhat exhausted. He stayed in the study room quietly and did not go out for a long time. Most of his worries were sent away just like that. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun had come. He could finally fight with all his might. What should the next step be? Chu Yang frowned. He wanted to think of a countermeasure, but he felt that his mind was in a mess. He had no clue at all. Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian walked in quietly. Standing behind him, they used their hands to gently rub his temples. Next, it might be the most dangerous period of our lives. It will also be the most brutal battle. Chu Yang closed his eyes and said softly, "The children have already been sent away. Their safety can be guaranteed at least for a short period of time. Next, it's you guys. I'm thinking." Tai Budian said softly, "No matter what, we'll accompany you." Chu Yang, speaking of which, we don't have to take it to heart too much. If we really can't win, everyone will die together. At most, that's it. Besides, although the other party is a heavenly emperor, he might not come out in full force. Therefore, we definitely still have a chance. Wu Qianqian said, "That's right. We'll just deal with it as we see it. Why put ourselves in a position where we'll definitely lose and die right from the start?" Chu Yang pondered. Suddenly, he smiled. He said, "Not bad, not bad. That's it. I was too narrow-minded." Then, he closed his eyes and muttered, "Now. It's also time to completely detonate the soul-suppressing stone incident." The two women glanced at each other, and they both felt a little shocked in their hearts. It turned out that the soul-suppressing stone incident that had been spreading like wildfire during this period of time was also caused by Chu Yang. Chu Yang stood up and laughed. "Before that, there's still one more thing to settle. Now that I have enough purple cloud coins, I have to go and buy a mansion from the city lord." The city lord's condition just happened to be left with one last treatment. Only after this time, the city lord would completely recover. He would officially regain the vigor of a strong man, but during this period of time, as Chu Yang's status rose faster and faster day by day, the city lord was a little fearful. From the beginning, he was confident and at ease. Now, he was a little timid. This made Chu Yang very speechless. This was the last time. He might as well visit him personally. He would first settle the matter of the Purple Cloud Palace before anything else. After all, it was a big matter related to the unsealing of the Purple Cloud Tower. He couldn't be careless. The unsealing of the Purple Cloud Tower might be to resolve the endless haze in front of him. Chu Yang did as he said. He got up and left. Just when Chu Yang was having an inexplicable headache, in the distant East Royal Heavens, East Royal Palace, the Prime Minister bent his back and was carefully reading the document. Suddenly, a white light flashed on a jade pendant in the East Royal Palace. The Prime Minister was shocked. What's going on? Suddenly, the Divine Palace sent a letter? He hurriedly opened it and saw a line of words quickly appearing on it. 3 days later, the saint will come to the East Royal Heavens to discuss important matters with His Majesty. At the same time, 3 days later. Why is it so hasty? Oh my God. The Prime Minister only saw the first few words and jumped up. Why is it so urgent? In the past, the notice would be at least half a month in advance. This time, it's directly 3 days later? Is it fatal? Then, he hurriedly read the whole message carefully and rushed out. Quickly inform His Majesty that the saint is coming to the East Royal Heavens, tens of thousands of miles away. Shui Leihan looked at this sudden news and couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Why does the saint have to come at this time? Could there be any special reason for this? If the saint were to come, no matter how unwilling Shui Leihan was, he had to meet him personally. This was related to a problem of face and attitude. Shui Leihan didn't get along well with the saint's extreme heaven. Now that the saint came to visit him personally, if Shui Leihan wasn't there to receive him, the consequences would be very serious. Moreover, some rumors and slanders would also have a considerable impact. Shui Leihan sighed deeply. Since that's the case, I'll go back and see what tricks he's up to. Just as Shui Leihan was about to leave, he suddenly remembered. Mayan Heaven's Yuan Heaven's limit may come at any time. If I leave at this time, what will Chu Yang do? He couldn't help but frown. Why did the saint suddenly come to the East Royal Heavens at this delicate moment? And in such a hasty manner? Is it really a coincidence? Shui Leihan pondered. There was no way to calculate information about the saint in the land of heavenly secrets. Even putting aside the cultivation level, as the number one person in the Heaven Imperial Court, the saint was naturally protected by the heavenly axiom. All the information about the saint couldn't be calculated using any method, form or method. As long as one calculated the saint, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they would definitely be punished by the heavens, therefore, Shui Leihan couldn't do anything about it. He had no choice but to welcome the saint's arrival. However, once he left, Chu Yang would definitely be in great danger and it would be difficult for him to survive. This matter was truly a dilemma. For Chu Yang, leaving on his own would be like pulling the firewood from under the cauldron, and it would be a disaster for him. P.S. There's something I have to apologize for. Regarding the second sect, it should be the Earth's Heart Pavilion. But I've gotten used to writing about Hell's Gate these few days. I forgot that Hell's Gate should be a stranger. Sorry. Now that the editor is off work, I can't edit it. I'll immediately edit it tomorrow, please understand. Thank you. Also, thank you to those readers who saw the mistake and really read the book seriously. I hope that when I make another mistake in the future, everyone will remind me again. Thank you again, it's already the 4th chapter, I'll continue to write the 5th chapter, Shui Leihan sighed softly. In a flash, he appeared in the sky above Purple Cloud City, at General Lan's camp. Lord East Sovereign's sudden appearance shocked General Lan and all the generals in the tent. After everyone paid their respects, Shui Leihan dismissed all the generals, leaving only General Lan alone. I have urgent matters to attend to and need to return to the palace immediately. Shui Leihan said softly, you have to watch over this place. Yes. General Lan was stunned. Only then did he know that His Majesty had been here all this time. Luckily, he didn't act rashly. Your Majesty, if Mo Yuntian comes, what should we do? General Lan asked. Shui Leihan said lightly, you only have to remember one thing, this is the Eastern Royal Heaven. Yes. General Lan took a deep breath. He already understood His Majesty's meaning. If Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun comes personally, what should I do? General Lan asked again. After all, Mo Yuntian coming was different from Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun coming personally, so the treatment would naturally be different. This is the Eastern Royal Heaven. Shui Leihan's voice was still light. This answer was obviously no different from before. But the domineering aura contained in it made General Lan's heart skip a beat. If Yuan Tianji doesn't come, you can act according to the situation. If Yuan Tianji doesn't come back in time, you can act according to your own discretion. Shui Leihan's eyes flashed coldly. Acting according to the situation and acting according to your own discretion were two completely different concepts. This point. Without a doubt, Great General Lan understood. Yes. Even if it is, don't go overboard. Yes. Shui Leihan frowned. After a long time, he said, as long as it's possible, I'll rush back as soon as possible. Great General Lan made a sound of acknowledgement, but his heart was surging with monstrous waves that did not cease for a long time. His Majesty Don Huang actually wanted to participate in this dispute. Didn't this indicate that there was a high chance that they wouldn't be able to withstand it? In other words, a large-scale war was about to erupt between the Moyan Sky Immortal Realms and the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Throughout history, as long as the two celestial emperors truly faced each other, that was the war between the two worlds. Such a battle. In the history of the heavens, this had only happened once. That time, the two great worlds fought until even the sky turned red. Could it be? His Majesty Dong Huang was really determined to start a war, but why? General Lan was confused. It seemed that His Majesty East Sovereign and Celestial Emperor Ink Cloud didn't have any deep hatred. But that time, it seemed that he had joined forces with the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor, Zihao, to beat up Yuan Tianji, and they did not suffer any losses. Why would they start a war this time? General Lan's doubts were destined not to be answered, at least for the time being. Because Shui Leihan had already left. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared without a trace. General Lan's heart trembled, and he immediately sent an order, all personnel, cancel all leave, and prepare for war. But before Shui Leihan left, he did not mention that he wanted him to help Chu Yang. It was not that Dong Huang didn't want to mention it, but that he couldn't. Shui Leihan would also have his own concerns. If he directly instructed General Lan to focus on who was who, the nature of this battle would completely change, and it would be disadvantageous to Chu Yang instead, or rather, this action would attract the attention of people with intentions. He only knew that General Lan would definitely understand his intentions. In these hundreds of thousands of years, General Lan had never disappointed him. The Eastern Emperor Shui Leihan was undoubtedly a wise man, but even a wise man would make a mistake, because this time, General Lan just didn't understand. He only knew that His Majesty East Sovereign had made up his mind to start a war with Xianxia. This made General Lan, who was already extremely warlike, feel his blood boil completely. He didn't care about Chu Yang at all. Perhaps in General Lan's eyes, although Chu Yang was the target of this incident, and also the target of Xianxia's operation, but when it came to identity, the most important identity he had was just Yan Russian's little friend, or at most a brother who had similar interests. That was all. How could he be worthy of too much attention? At least, he was not worthy of his attention, and even more so, not worthy of the Eastern Emperor's attention. But General Lan would never have dreamt that the Eastern Emperor's arrangements today were all because of this small character Chu Yang. If he protected Chu Yang, then the two worlds wouldn't have to go to war. On the other hand, if he couldn't protect Chu Yang, Shui Leihan would definitely declare war on Xianxia first. Chu Yang was already Shui Leihan's last hope, and also a great trust that Shui Leihan would never dare to neglect. If Xianxia really destroyed this hope, Shui Leihan would definitely not hesitate to fight. He would rather die together with Xianxia, and make Xianxia pay the heaviest price, but General Lan was ignorant of all this. Shui Leihan left, and at the same time, he took away Chu Yang's greatest reliance. Chu Yang was equally ignorant of all this. But this wasn't a big deal, because Chu Yang had never counted on Shui Leihan to help him. He only knew that he had to use his own strength to get through this crisis. After all, only his own strength was the most solid and reliable reliance. And now, Chu Yang was already in the city lord's residence, trying to get the thing that he had been dreaming of ever since he arrived at the Heavenly Palace. This time, the city lord's reception could be said to be extremely courteous. He had to be courteous, because the current Chu Yang had already become a person that the city lord absolutely couldn't afford to offend, not to mention anything else. If any of his current high-end subordinates were to casually attack the city lord would not be able to bear the consequences. Divine Dr. Chu. Ha ha ha, Brother Chu, I'm honored by your presence. Please don't blame me. The city lord came out to welcome him enthusiastically. Yes, today is the last treatment for Big Brother. After this, Big Brother's that thing will be completely stabilized. At least, there won't be a problem for a few decades. If you take good care of it and don't squander it excessively, I believe there won't be a problem for a few hundred years or even. Ha ha ha, there won't be a problem. Chu Yang laughed. Really? That's great. Big Brother will rely on you for this. The city lord was still somewhat uneasy, but when he saw Chu Yang's amiable demeanor, he felt relieved and poured out his grievances. Brother. You don't know. These few months have been really uncomfortable. I've never seen such a grand scene in my entire life. Now it's right in front of me. I can't afford to offend any of them. The city lord chattered on. Chu Yang listened with a smile, without the slightest hint of impatience. To be honest, he really understood how the city lord felt. The official position of city lord. The desolation and remoteness of Xianxia city meant that the city lord's structure wouldn't be too big. In the past, even if he saw a heaven-grade expert, he would think and ponder. He had to ponder and ponder. Recently, he had suddenly seen so many ridiculously high-level experts. They were so high that they completely exceeded his knowledge. Almost all the super sects had gathered in his territory. How could he not be flustered? It would be a lie if he said he wasn't flustered. Oh right, Brother Chu, do you still remember the Hua clan? The city lord smiled mysteriously. How can I not remember? We have some history between us. A cold light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. How could he not remember the Hua clan of Jiangdong? It was this guy who got the treasure map of the God Source realm, which could be said to be the fuse of this soul-suppressing stone incident. And they had once framed him in every possible way, and tried to assassinate him several times. When he had the chance, he would naturally settle the score. However, with his current strength, wouldn't it be too much of a bully if he went to look for their family? What a dilemma. Just a few days ago, there was a fight outside the city. The two sides of the fight were a group of people from the pugilistic world, and they intercepted another group of people. I sent people out to investigate, and it turned out that the Hua clan people were attacked, and they suffered heavy casualties. So, I drove the bandits away and brought them back. But, the experts of the Hua clan of Jiangdong have all died in this battle, and the few who survived are all injured, the city lord said. Oh. Qiyang smiled faintly, and didn't say anything. After this battle, the Hua clan of Jiangdong is already dead in name, and all the experts in the clan have been killed, and there is no chance for them to rise again. That fourth master Hua, who you and I had dealt with before, although he was lucky enough to survive, his hands and feet were chopped off. The city lord said lightly, I heard that he had sent people to assassinate you, so I detained him. Now, as long as you say the word, everyone in the Hua clan will be beheaded in an instant, and no one will be left alive. Qiyang closed his eyes and was silent for a while. Suddenly, he smiled and shook his head lightly. Big brother, if I am in my current position, I still have to make things difficult for fourth master Hua. Isn't that a little demeaning? The city lord smiled. Brother Chu's words have touched my heart. Indeed, at Chu Yang's current level, if he still insisted on making things difficult for a small character like fourth master Hua, it would really make others think that he was too narrow-minded and didn't see the bigger picture. In the end, what was fourth master Hua, even the entire Hua clan, what was it? The Hua clan of Jiangdong had been developing for thousands of years, but it was still just a small clan. But Chu Yang's hard work in less than half a year had already shaken the entire Heaven Imperial Court. The power he possessed was enough to destroy any large sect other than the super sects. Between the two, there was no comparison at all. Even finding trouble with the Hua clan was an action that lowered one's own status. If the Hua clan hadn't been so unlucky, it would still be reasonable for Chu Yang to find trouble with them. But now that they had fallen to the extreme, what was the point of stepping on them again? Now, let's treat Big Brother's injuries first. Chu Yang began to prepare those things. As for those people from the Hua clan, let them fend for themselves. The city lord nodded. Brother, you are magnanimous. You are right. The city lord laughed and said, Brother, you are talking like an outsider. No matter how useless I am still the city lord. As long as it's something in Xianxia city, I can still make the decision. Do you think this matter is easy or not? Chu Yang mixed the herbs and said indifferently, Then I am counting on you. To tell you the truth, I plan to do it in one step. If I want to do it, I want the best. I want that Xianxia king's mansion. Big brother, do you think it is convenient? Xianxia king's mansion. The city lord paced and said in a low voice, Brother, if you want other places, I can give it to you directly. But this Xianxia king's mansion is not ordinary. Although I can make the decision, brother, I am afraid you will have to pay more or less. Chu Yang was overjoyed in his heart. But, he still maintained an indifferent attitude on the surface. He said, Big brother, you're so straightforward. I'm indebted to you. Just tell me the price. I'll do my best. I won't make things difficult for you. This Xianxia king's mansion can be considered the most valuable mansion in our territory. A few thousand years ago, someone once bought this Xianxia king's mansion. However, that person did not end up well. And, at that time, the price was already 1 million Xianxia coins. This is something that everyone knows. Big brother, I can't do anything about it. The city lord took a breath and said, So, brother, you have to increase the price. It can't be 1 million a few thousand years ago, and 1 million now, right? This needs to be reported to the higher-ups. It is not something you can make the decision on your own. Chu Yang straightforwardly said, This little brother has already expected this. I'll say the same thing again. You name your price. For the sake of your golden face, this little brother will definitely not bargain. The price will be quite high. I really can't say it. The city lord frowned and said, I am afraid you can't bear it. It will hurt our relationship as brothers. It's okay. I am very rich now. Chu Yang acted like he was rich. In fact, when he heard the city lord say I can buy it, but I have to pay more or less, he had already made up his mind. Brother. As your big brother, it's really hard for me to ask for such a price. Why would it be at least 20 million? The city lord's voice was as heavy as lead. Purple cloud coins. Brother, this is a sky-high number. As far as I know, in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there are no more than 20 million? Only 20 million? I'll buy it. Xianxia immediately decided, only 20 million? Xianxia finally couldn't keep his cool anymore. It was too cheap. It was as cheap as a cabbage. The city lord was still planning to persuade, comfort, and pacify her. As soon as he heard this, all the follow-up words were swallowed back. He looked at Xianxia with a dumbfounded expression. After a long while, he quivered, You bought it? Yeah, isn't it just 20 million? Xianxia looked at him with some surprise. How much money is this? You can get the formalities ready later. I will pay you all at once. From now on, the Purple Cloud Mansion will belong to me, Xianxia. How much is this? One by one, all at once? The city lord's mouth was now opened even wider than a hippopotamus. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you really sure? Of course. Such a small matter. Can't I make the decision? Big brother, you underestimate me too much. Xianxia nodded hard. The city lord felt that he was going to faint. His body swayed, and he managed to stand firm. For a moment, he felt confused. 20 million purple cloud coins, that was purple cloud coins, wait, the city lord finally confirmed with a trembling voice. He asked carefully, Brother Chu, I said purple cloud coins just now. 20 million purple cloud coins. That's right, I'm talking about purple cloud coins. I didn't say water cloud coins, nor purple cloud coins. Xianxia looked at the city lord in surprise. It's purple cloud coins. Isn't it just 20 million purple cloud coins? Absolutely no problem. I originally estimated that it would cost 30 to 50 million, 70 to 80 million. I didn't expect it to only be 20 million. Big brother, I will remember your kindness. The city lord covered his forehead, took a few steps back and sat on a chair, gasping for breath. He felt as if millions of mythical beasts were roaring in his mind, circling back and forth. 20 million purple cloud coins, what kind of concept was that? The city lord's mind was in a mess. He couldn't calculate at all. He only felt that his breathing was rapid, and his heart was beating violently. 20 million, if the city lord knew that the money that Xianxia had prepared to use to purchase the Purple Cloud Mansion was 200 million purple cloud coins instead of 20 million purple cloud coins, he would have fainted on the spot. It was even possible that he would have died. To be honest, 20 million was really not a lot to Xianxia. It was really a drop in price. At this moment, not only was the city lord's mind in a mess, even Xianxia's mind was in a mess. Only 20 million, why was it only 20 million? This was definitely Xianxia's heartfelt words. In order to buy this house, the old man had prepared a total of 200 million. Now, he actually bought it for a mere 20 million? I'm not dreaming, am I? If I knew that I could get it with 20 million, would I have gone through so much trouble to hold the auction? Was there a need to sell all those good things? This is really keen depressing. Both of them were obviously a little out of it. They were temporarily in a trance. It wasn't until a maid came to refill the tea for the nth time, and drank until the tea had lost all its color, that they finally came back to their senses. Little brother, you're really rich. The city lord sighed. Ah, I think so too. It's really cheap. Xianxia grinned and continued to prepare the medicine. The trance just now made him stop preparing the medicine. Let's get down to business quickly. That was the city lord's lifelong happiness. When Xianxia walked out of the city lord's mansion, there was one more thing in his pocket. The title deed of the Purple Cloud Mansion. He finally got it. From today onwards, Xianxia was the owner of the Purple Cloud Mansion. Xianxia took a deep breath. He had been in the heavenly imperial court for so long. This was the only good news that could make him really happy. It was also something that could be used by the Calamity Sword, the Great Elixir, and the Purple Cloud Tower. He wondered if from today onwards, all the misfortune would be gone from him. Ever since Xianxia had lived two lives, his journey had been really smooth. Looking back, He had forged heavenly weapons, gathered tribulations, supported Taiyun, overturned Zhao Jiang, annihilated the heavenly demon, defeated the Dharma Supreme, Jing Zhong, and created a legend. Such achievements could be said to be the first in the history of the heavenly imperial court. But once he ascended and came to the higher plane of the heavenly imperial court, he was full of ambition, but he was met with one disaster after another. He died a few times, and even died a few times. It was really unbearable to look back on the past, until today. At this moment, Zhu Yang could finally feel that the haze in his heart was finally going to disappear completely. He was really excited. It was as if he didn't even care about the impending great crisis of Mo Yuntian. Zhu Yang didn't even go home. He went straight to the Purple Cloud Mansion. He flashed his identity card and the title deed to prove his ownership. Then, he dismissed all the guards in the Xianxia palace. You can go back to where you belong. Anyway, you can't stay here any longer. After making sure that everyone had left, Zhu Yang coughed deliberately and walked in like a little fool. Wahahaha, I'm coming. Inside the Purple Cloud Mansion, it was a scene of decay. Countless flowers and trees had already withered. But there were also countless new weeds growing and sprouting. Zhu Yang looked carefully and slowly felt that something was wrong. Because there were some trees that could grow up to thousands of years old. They had obviously lived long enough here and died. But there were many such trees around. They all died of natural causes. But how could the spiritual energy of the same piece of land support so many trees squeezed together and all of them died of old age after they grew up? This was impossible. But this impossible thing had happened now. Doubts arose in Zhu Yang's heart. But he didn't have time to think about it. He kept walking forward. In front of him, he saw a door with the words "Forbidden Area" written on it. The two words "Forbidden Area" were not rare. As long as it was a big family, they would usually have their own forbidden area. And the concept of forbidden area was not the same. However, the two words "Forbidden Area" in front of Zhu Yang's eyes gave Zhu Yang a heartfelt killing intent. It was an awe-inspiring killing intent that prevented anyone from entering, but as the owner of this place, Zhu Yang couldn't be stopped by his own forbidden area, could he? He had never heard of a forbidden area that didn't allow the owner to enter. Taking a step back, Zhu Yang's original intention of buying this place was to explore the secrets of this place. The more forbidden and secretive it was, the more necessary it was to explore. Almost without thinking, and with his identity as the owner, Zhu Yang went forward and pushed the door. But he found that he couldn't move it at all. Even with Zhu Yang's current strength and saint-level cultivation, he still couldn't move it. The next moment, Zhu Yang suddenly flew backward. He fell straight for more than 100 feet and landed on the ground. His whole body was in pain. In fact, during this process, Zhu Yang had thought of using his spiritual energy to resist, or to let himself fall steadily and safely. But, he discovered that he couldn't mobilize the spiritual energy in his body at all. So, he could only let himself fall freely, and fall awkwardly here. What the F***ck is going on here? Is my bad luck still not over? It seems that I've been thrown out like this for the third time. Isn't this too bad? Zhu Yang lay on the ground and stared blankly at the door. He was confused. Fortunately, as soon as he landed on the ground, his spiritual power had already begun to circulate. After adjusting his breathing a little, the pain disappeared, and he didn't even suffer any physical injuries. He slowly got up and carefully walked to the door again. He stared at the two words "Forbidden Area" for a long time. Finally, Zhu Yang found a very important thing. This door, it was very likely that it had existed since the beginning of time. Although it looked like it had been tempered by wind and frost and looked old, if one looked closely, it was not difficult to notice that the door itself was actually this color. Moreover, there were no traces of decay. In other words, this door had not been eroded by the passage of time in the hundreds of thousands or even millions of years that Xianxia Palace had been here. This was simply incomprehensible, it was beyond common sense. It was completely inconceivable. As for the two words on the door, "Forbidden Area," if one tried to sense it carefully, they would find that the word Earth didn't have the slightest bit of power. However, as long as one got close to the word "forbidden," one would be able to clearly feel an unparalleled energy that was as vast as the universe. The two words on the same door had no abnormality at all, but the other had an abnormality that was enough to scare people to death. this was really strange. Forbidden area. Chu Yang thought, judging from the current situation, there is a high chance that this Xianxia palace used to have people living here is just a rumor. I am now at the peak of the saint level, but I was still sent flying without any resistance. I couldn't even circulate my martial arts and land safely. Then, to resist this kind of power, one must at least be at the peak of the celestial being level, or even, at the level of a saint. In such a remote place, how could there be a saint? And even buy a house here to settle down? This is ridiculous. The doubts in Chu Yang's mind grew bigger and bigger. Almost subconsciously, his fingers touched the door. Boom! Chu Yang, who was in a state of half-thinking and half-stupor, was sent flying again by the counterforce. This time, it was even worse than the last time. He flew a distance of hundreds of feet and directly landed outside the gate of Xianxia Palace. This was an abbreviated version of a flying man performance. It caused a burst of laughter from the passers-by. This bastard must have sneaked into Xianxia Palace to look for benefits. Haha, I don't know how many people have been sent flying over these years. This guy is still trying. He is probably a new person who just ascended. Yes, he is simply courting death. Don't care about him. Let's go. When the city guards come, they will take him away. Chu Yang heard the discussions of the passers-by and muttered, the rebounding force of this door is quite unique. It's not determined by the strength of the person pushing the door. Instead, it's determined by the number of times the person comes into contact with the door. The more you do it, the greater the counterattack. This design is really weird. He got up. After circulating his cultivation for a while, he finally managed to alleviate the pain. As the rebound force increased, the degree of his fall naturally increased as well, even though it wasn't a serious injury. His 5 viscera had also suffered some shocks. Chu Yang adjusted his body's condition and walked in again. He slowly approached the door again. Finally, there was nothing strange when he approached it. It seems that as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke it, the door will not retaliate. Motherf asterisk cur, I've been through a lot. Would I be stumped by a door? The old man had spent a lot of money, and it was a lot of money. What if he couldn't even enter the Dao Gate? That would be a huge joke. Chu Yang muttered to himself. Although Chu Yang sounded tough, he really didn't dare to touch the door again. The second time he touched it, it was a few hundred feet. The third time might be more than 1,000 feet. If he really flew out again, it would be embarrassing. He didn't know what kind of state he would be in after falling. At the very least, he would inevitably suffer internal injuries. So, it was better not to try it again. Chu Yang looked at the wall that wasn't very high. His mind raced. Since he couldn't enter from the front door, he would try jumping over from above. This was his home anyway. There was no need to worry about trespassing. He would do it. Minister Chu took a deep breath and flew up. Chu Yang's lightness skill was quite good. In addition to his speed, his posture was even more elegant. It was pleasing to the eye and refreshing to the mind. However, in the next moment, when it seemed like he couldn't even see what was inside, boom, Chu Yang's body flew out horizontally again. This time, he crashed into some trees along the way. He flew straight for a few hundred feet like a kite with a broken string. Finally, he landed in front of the Chu clan's gate with a bang. A certain king of hell was sprawled on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he really suffered internal injuries. The few guards at the gate thought that it was an attack. They pulled out their swords and shouted. When they saw that it was their manor lord who was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, they couldn't help but look at each other. What's going on? Could it be that a strong enemy is attacking? The 2 guards subconsciously opened their throats and shouted, "Enemy attack." With a boom, the entire Chu clan's gate was boiling. Countless figures flew here and there. Even Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were among them. The Chu clan's gate was now in a state of panic. Every bush and tree was an enemy. They were on high alert at all times. How could everyone not be alarmed at the sound of an enemy attack? Especially those who had just joined Mo Yuntian. Although they had joined Chu Yang and wanted to use Chu Yang as a shield, they knew that although their idea was good, it was very difficult to actually execute it. As long as Mo Yuntian really came, how could there be so much to say? Even though they didn't show it on their faces, their hearts were filled with fear. Everyone subconsciously believed that death had arrived, and that the Yellow Springs was within their reach. The blood and vigor that had been stirred up by Chu Yang suddenly dissipated without a trace. Some of them were even thinking about how to escape in their hearts. At this moment, Chu Yang's muscles and bones were all broken. It seemed like he couldn't even move a finger. The blood in his body was surging and his internal organs were burning. He could only lie on the ground for the time being and let everyone watch. He couldn't help but feel depressed. Damn it, this time I've really embarrassed myself. Damn it, my room refused to let me in and I was even thrown in front of the door of another room. Is there still justice in this? Seeing this, Taibu Tian screamed and flew to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Everyone also gathered around and bent down to look at Chu Yang, who was prostrating on the ground. They all opened their mouths and asked all kinds of questions. Although Chu Yang's cultivation wasn't ranked high in the Heaven Imperial Court, his face was definitely one of the thickest in the Heaven Imperial Court. It wasn't impossible for him to be in the top 3. But now, he felt that his face was burning. He coughed awkwardly and covered his face. It's okay, it's really okay. I was careless. Isn't it because my cultivation has improved and I can fly again? I was flying just now and suddenly thought of something. I was stunned for a moment and fell. Because it was the first time I flew, the accident happened and I didn't have time to use my energy to protect myself. Ouch. I've fallen to my death. Everyone was collectively petrified. The so-called enemy attack was actually this? This was also possible? Ha 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 ha. No one knew who was the first to laugh out loud. As a result, the crowd burst into crazy laughter. No one had ever dreamt that Villa Master Chu would be such a good person. It's fine if you're thinking about something when you're flying. But you're actually so engrossed in your thoughts that you're even stunned for a moment? And you even fell and forgot to use your energy to protect yourself. This is too amazing, so amazing that everyone was collectively speechless. Of course, while they were speechless, they also felt a burst of uncontrollable laughter. Damn it, at such an old age, this was the first time they saw someone fall from the sky in such a way. It was really an eye-opener. Wu Qianqian and Taibu Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They helped Chu Yang up from the ground and went back to the bedroom with black lines on their faces. Along the way, there were still uncontrollable laughter that didn't stop for a long time. It was really too funny, even the 2 women were no exception. As they laughed, they couldn't wait to hang Chu Yang up and give him a good beating. How could you do such a shameful thing? You're really Chu Yang, the legendary Tribulation Sword Master? Could it be more embarrassing? Energy would energy? Chu Yang pretended to be unconscious. I really didn't expect that someone as thick-skinned as this guy would be so embarrassed one day. The cycle of karma. Taibu Tian was very emotional. Wu Qianqian laughed so hard that she was rocking back and forth. She echoed, the heavenly way is fair, indeed. Although the fall wasn't light and there were even internal injuries, as long as he could use his energy, he would recover very quickly. Chu Yang didn't pretend to be unconscious for long. He already felt that he had recovered, but he still closed his eyes and refused to wake up. When Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian turned around to prepare the soup, Chu Yang got up and quickly slipped away. He only used his finger to carve a few words on the table. I'm going out. Immediately, he fled in a panic like a fish that had escaped the net. Once again, Chu Yang returned to this strange door. He didn't dare to approach it again. Instead, he frowned and pondered. What should I do to get in? This is so troublesome. Should I try using the tribulation space? The result was that Chu Yang suffered a backlash again. Even the sword spirit was dizzy and almost fainted. Big brother, what's the situation? What's going on? Are we going to pass? Chu Yang grinned. Stop nagging. See for yourself. The sword spirit took a look. It's Xianxia royal residence? Of course it's this lousy residence. Chu Yang showed the title deed with a helpless expression. It's mine now, but this damn door is blocking me. I can't get in. It's already tormented me several times, so you want to use the tribulation space to store the entire residence? The sword spirit looked at Chu Yang as if he was looking at a weirdo. Sword Master, this Xianxia royal residence occupies more than 1,000 acres of land. You actually want to store it in the tribulation space? Your imagination seems to be too rich, too earth-shattering. Why didn't I realize it before? You're simply too amazing. End of chapter 1911. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.